The noisy playground suddenly fell silent, as if the air had frozen. The moment the principal's voice stopped, all eyes turned to Chu Ci. This young man had been a legend in Jiangqing First High since he was a child. He dominated his peers in academics, consistently ranked first in physical fitness tests, and, to top it off, possessed a face that made countless girls swoon. Many teachers said that in this monster-infested world, Chu Ci would undoubtedly awaken the strongest profession and even had the potential to become a top-tier national warrior. From the stands, a loudmouthed boy shouted excitedly, "Brother Chu, awaken a top-tier profession and make our school proud." The girls, their faces brimming with anticipation, whispered, "If he awakens as a mage, wouldn't that be incredibly cool?" Chu Ci didn't let the external voices disturb him. He took a deep breath and placed his hand firmly on the awakening stone. A sudden glow erupted. Everyone held their breath, waiting to witness the glorious moment of a genius's awakening. But the result was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. What emerged from the stone wasn't a hopeful light but the dull, lifeless gray of death, signifying the most useless class. There was a deathly silence. The next moment, ridicule and shock spread like wildfire. "Are you kidding me? The strongest prodigy, and he awakened as a useless support class? He doesn't even qualify to hand water bottles to a battle team. With this kind of profession, he's not even fit to wipe blood off monsters." Every word pierced Chu Ci's heart like a knife. He lowered his head and looked back at the text floating above the awakening stone. Awakener, Chu Ci. Profession, apprentice priest, support class. Potential rating, F. Innate skill, weak healing art. In this world of survival of the fittest, having no power meant complete elimination. To all who dreamed of strength and glory, a support class, especially the lowest F-grade priest, was nothing more than a discardable pawn. At this moment, the crowd parted, and a girl in an elegant dress stepped forward. She was Lu Piapiao, the undisputed school beauty, who had just awakened a B-grade water mage profession. She and Chu Ci had grown up together, and their families often joked about them inevitably becoming a couple. Clutching her B-grade mage awakening certificate tightly, Lu Piapiao was acutely aware that her future lay in high society. Chu Ci, however, no longer had the qualifications to stand on the same level as her. Her demeanor suddenly turned cold and resolute as she looked at Chu Ci and spoke icily, "You used to be worthy of me, but now, I'm a B-grade mage, destined for the fiercest battlefields, while you don't even qualify to assist me." She declared decisively, "Our engagement is off. Don't contact me again. We are no longer from the same world." Her words were cold and absolute, leaving no room for reconciliation. The next second, a slightly arrogant laugh rang out. A young man in a high-end suit stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Lu Piapiao's waist. Lu Piapiao stiffened slightly but quickly leaned into his embrace. "That's Wang Tong, the young master of Jiangqing's wealthiest family. He just awakened as an A-grade berserker." With that background and strength, no wonder Lu Piapiao didn't hesitate. The students began whispering among themselves. Some secretly sympathized with Chu Ci, but most were gloating. Wang Tang's eyes were filled with smugness and vengeance. For 3 years in high school, he had lived in Chu Ci's shadow. Today, he finally had the chance to pull the golden boy off his pedestal. Wang Tang sneered, "Chu Ci, face reality. You're just an F-grade, worthless support. You'll probably struggle to even feed yourself. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'll give you a chance to test out your healing skill." As he spoke, he casually pulled a black glass bottle from his storage ring and threw it at Chu Ci's feet. The liquid inside emitted a pungent, foul odor. "This is low-grade corpse poison, far more corrosive than any ordinary monster's acid. If you can survive it without dying, consider it my compensation." The crowd erupted in laughter. Everyone understood that this was just another way to humiliate Chu Ci in front of the entire school, to drive home the point that the once brilliant prodigy had fallen to the lowest depths. At this moment, Chu Ci wasn't just facing everyone's mockery, this was the darkest moment of his life. Cornered, everyone was waiting to see him break down. But instead of reacting with hysteria or despair, Chu Ci simply stared at the bottle of poison on the ground, his gaze growing colder and sharper. And then, suddenly, an icy, mechanical voice echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered extreme humiliation and awakened the lowest ranked profession, deemed a waste by the world's rules, subjected to malicious impact. Conditions met. Forcing binding of unique EX grade hidden talent, concept reversal. Chu Ci's pupils contracted sharply. Was he dreaming? A system? A unique hidden talent? The voice in his mind continued to flash incessantly. Concept reversal, passive completely ignores universal rules. Any negative effects you endure, be it fatal injuries, poison, or curses, will be 100% converted into permanent positive boosts, such as restoring health or enhancing physical strength. Positive effects you provide to others, such as healing or shields, will transform into undeniable, irreparable true damage and misfortune. Processing this information, Chu Ci was utterly stunned. But then, a cold smile crept across his lips. Taking damage makes me stronger, and healing others turns me into a killing machine. This isn't a lowly priest, this is a death emissary deadlier than any demon. From the stands, Wang Tang noticed Chu Ci in a daze and laughed scornfully. What's wrong? Scared stiff by a bottle of poison? If you're too afraid to drink it, then get on your knees, call me Brother Wang, and prepare to clean my family's sewers. Before he could finish, Chu Ci bent down and picked up the foul-smelling bottle of low-grade corpse poison. Chu Ci. Are you crazy? Drinking that will kill you, someone from the crowd shouted in alarm. Lu Piapiao's expression twisted in disgust. Even if you want to act pitiful, there's no need to go this far to seek death. So embarrassing. Facing these voices, Chu Ci paid them no attention. He directly twisted open the bottle cap, smiled faintly, and said, "Young Master Wang, you're really a kind soul." After speaking, he tipped his head back and down nearly half the bottle of poison in one go, as cleanly and effortlessly as drinking water. The sports field erupted instantly. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at him as if they'd just seen a ghost. Even Wang Tang's smug expression froze. He hadn't expected Chu Ci to go to such extremes. If this resulted in a death, he'd be in serious trouble. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. The anticipated scene of spitting blood, collapsing, and rolling eyes didn't occur. At this moment, the system in Chu Ci's mind kept prompting. Ding! Deadly poison detected. Concept reversal activated. Poison damage converted to permanent benefits. Max health increased by 500. Physical strength increased by 50. Mental power increased by 20. Acquired primary toxin immunity. Accompanied by the system's notifications, an unimaginable surge of power coursed through him. Chu Ci's entire body radiated new vitality, his muscles and bones seemingly reforged. Even his previously pale fingertips began to emit a faint golden glow. Beneath his feet, the awakening slate responsible for assigning professions trembled slightly upon sensing the unusual aura emanating from Chu Ci, as if confronted with an unspeakable force. Chu Ci exhaled a long breath of white mist, feeling an inexplicable delight. Lowering his head, he looked at Wang Tang below the stage, a faintly provocative smile forming on his lips. This poison? Tastes mediocre, like expired, low-grade coffee, bitter as hell. Young Master Wang, got anything better? The entire sports field fell into a deathly silence. Thousands of people stared intently at Chu Ci, all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Even the laughter from moments ago seemed stuck in their throats. At this moment, Wang Tang was completely stunned. He staggered back, his voice trembling. How are you fine? That poison can even dissolve the organs of monsters. Chu Ci casually tossed the empty bottle onto the ground with a crisp clink, a sound that sent a shiver through everyone's heart. His smile gradually turned cold. The taste really isn't great. Next time, bring something stronger. If you're out of ideas, how about we settle the score now? The tension reached its peak. Chu Ci, who was once the laughingstock of the crowd, had suddenly become someone no one dared to look at directly. Who could have imagined that an orphan, barely scraping by at the F-rank bottom tier, would dare to openly mock the privileged and powerful? In everyone else's eyes, he was nothing more than a complete waste of space, unworthy of a second glance. Stop pretending. Wang Teng's eyes grew cold, his teeth clenched. By now, his fury had completely boiled over. A poor nobody like you must have hidden some antidote to fool me. Did you really think you had me scared? You, a healer who doesn't even know how to fight, think you're worthy to challenge me? Before the words were fully out, Wang Teng's entire body was engulfed in a crimson, berserk aura. Grade A talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy, instantly activated. His figure suddenly grew more imposing, his muscles swelling to the point where they nearly burst through his suit. He resembled nothing less than a wild beast freshly escaped from its cage. Today, I'll make you understand that trash like you at F rank isn't even qualified to carry my shoes. Wang Teng roared, stomping hard on the stage. The solid ground cracked underfoot, leaving behind a deep pit. In the next moment, like a blood-red shadow, he lunged forward, his fist hammering toward Chu Ci's chest with the force of a sledgehammer. The air compressed, producing a sonic boom. The principal and several instructors watching from the sidelines turned pale. A full-force strike from an A-rank berserker could send even a tanky classmate of the same level straight to the hospital, let alone an F-rank healer with no defensive training. Among the crowd, the beautiful girl Lu Piao watched coldly. She thought to herself, if Chu Ci were to die here, it would sever all ties to her past and rid her of an endless burden. However, Chu Ci didn't dodge. He didn't even bat an eyelid, letting the wild punch come crashing down on him. Boom! The terrifyingly powerful punch tore through the air, creating a deafening explosion and stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Some girls in the crowd covered their eyes in fear, dreading the sight of a gruesome scene. But when the dust settled, the air on the field seemed to freeze. Chu Ci stood there, completely unscathed, without so much as a single step back. He was unharmed. Wang Teng's confident, full-strength punch hadn't even budged Chu Ci an inch. Instead, it felt like hitting solid steel. A sharp, grating sound of bones breaking rang out. It wasn't Chu Ci who was injured but Wang Teng. He let out a painful scream, his hand now limp at an unnatural angle. The force of his own punch had rebounded, shattering the bones in his wrist. This can't be happening. Wang Teng is a berserker. That punch could have turned someone into a pile of meat. How could Chu Ci be completely fine? The teachers and students were utterly dumbfounded. Everything they thought they knew was being torn apart. Meanwhile, Chu Ci's mind was suddenly filled with the delightful sound of the system's notifications. Detected A-rank physical attack on host. Concept reversal activated. Fatal physical damage converted into permanent attribute enhancement. Health limit plus 800. Bone strength plus 300. Cellular activity plus 100. Passive skill acquired, physical damage reduction. Evaluation: host's current physical attributes have surpassed those of an A-rank berserker by a factor of 2. A warm flow coursed through his body, leaving Chu Ci feeling ecstatic. The physical boost from drinking the poison had now been elevated to a whole new level from this single punch. His skin even glimmered faintly with a jade-like sheen. Chu Ci looked up at Wang Teng, a faint smile playing on his lips. Young Master Wang, didn't eat enough for breakfast? Want to try again with the other hand? Wang Teng staggered back 2 steps, his face drained of color, his voice trembling. What are you? Me? Chu Ci shrugged, his expression eerily calm. Just an ordinary, unwanted F-rank trainee healer. With that, he slowly raised his right hand, a vibrant green light of life energy gathering in his palm, the quintessential healing skill of a healer. Poor you, fighting so hard that you even broke your own hand. How about I help you heal? Chu Ci looked at Wang Teng gently, as if he were concerned about a friend. The teachers and principal in the audience were stunned, unable to comprehend what he was doing. Even Lu Piao frowned, sneering inwardly, thinking that helping Wang Teng heal would earn forgiveness? Naive. A flicker of madness and smugness flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Smart choice. Hurry up and heal me. If there are any aftereffects, I'll make you pay." Chu Ci's lips slowly curled into a dangerous arc, like a blade suddenly gleaming in the night. While casting his spell, he calmly said, "Don't worry, this time will be unforgettable for you." As a green glow descended on Wang Tang, a notification sound echoed throughout the venue, as if the entire world had frozen. The system announced that the healing spell had reversed, turning the originally gentle healing power into devastating damage. No one present expected that the simplest F-rank skill could instantly push the A-rank berserker Wang Tang into the abyss. The next second, the green healing light enveloped Wang Tang. Everyone thought they would see his wounds heal and his broken bones mend. However, the reality was beyond anyone's imagination. Wang Tang, who had been full of disdain moments ago, suddenly changed his expression. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His scream pierced the sky, echoing throughout the entire school. No one could describe the terror of that moment. The places touched by the healing light on Wang Tang's body started to rapidly corrode. Even his expensive suit was instantly reduced to ashes. His skin and muscles dissolved as he rolled on the ground in agony, his roars filled with despair. His entire body was consumed by the green light. The once vibrant, blood-filled A-rank berserker evaporated like snow under a blazing sun, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intense burning smell and white smoke caused the spectators to gasp. Wang Tang could only howl in pain until he no longer had the strength to do so. Collapsing on the ground, his body barely clung to life. The students who had mocked Chu Ci earlier now stood pale-faced, hiding among the crowd, not even daring to breathe. The venue fell into dead silence. Everyone was too shocked to speak. The teachers and students who had called Chu Ci useless earlier now stared at the boy on stage in terror, as if seeing him for the first time. One instructor trembled, pointing at Wang Tang on the ground, his voice quivering, "Is this really a healing spell?" Even the female students who had come to watch the commotion were so frightened by the scene that they collapsed on the spot, their faces deathly pale. Chu Ci, however, merely spread his hands innocently. Everyone had witnessed it. He had only used the most basic F-rank healing spell. The green light had been so pure that no one doubted it. Yet, no one could have imagined that Wang Tang would end up in such a miserable state. Chu Ci sighed, feigning regret and innocence. "I saw that his bones were broken, so I thought I'd help him out." Who knew Wang Tang's physique was so unique, allergic to holy light? What can I do? Can I be blamed for trying to help? The principal's face twisted in fury. He could never have imagined that the son of the richest man in Jiang City would end up severely burned during an awakening ceremony, all thanks to a little priest. If word got out, how could he maintain his reputation as principal? He roared, summoning a magical examiner to have the old teacher check whether forbidden or dark magic had been used. The audience was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to make a sound. The old teacher examined the scene while muttering incantations, his expression growing increasingly grim. His body started to tremble uncontrollably, and his words came out as if haunted by a nightmare. No dark magic, no toxins, no other elements whatsoever. The old teacher, eyes red, loudly announced, the residual magic on the scene was pure healing light, 100% pure. These words exploded like a bomb in everyone's minds. Everyone froze. A lowly apprentice priest had released a truly divine healing light, yet it had instantly killed an A-rank berserker. Who could believe such a thing? Everyone's hearts raced uncontrollably as they struggled to accept the miracle in front of them. Only now did they realize that the boy on stage had completely overturned their understanding of power, talent, and miracles. Someone they thought destined for mediocrity had used the most ordinary skill to change everyone's fate entirely. Teacher Li, could the equipment be malfunctioning? The principal's face had gone pale, utterly baffled by the situation. "I swear on my life, this is authentic healing magic," the experienced old teacher declared firmly, without the slightest hesitation. Chu Ci stood to the side, shrugging with a helpless expression. "Everyone, I've been saying all along, young Master Wang's constitution is just too fragile to handle healing spells. I'm just an honest F-rank priest. How could I have any malicious intent?" At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Chu Ci's mind, almost causing the corners of his lips to curl upward before he suppressed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a highly difficult deception. Spirit +10. But before anyone could recover from their shock, a thunderous roar erupted from the entrance of the field. Ridiculous! Who dares touch the young master of the Wang family? A group of more than 10 men in black stormed through the crowd toward the stage. They wore combat uniforms, their towering figures exuding menace. Their eyes were fierce, and the scar-faced man leading them was especially terrifying. He was a level 30 advanced knight, radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. He was the captain of the Wang family's guard. The scar-faced man leaped onto the stage. Seeing Wang Tang lying there, barely recognizable, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Young master!" He suddenly turned, locking his murderous gaze onto Chu Ci. His killing intent erupted like a volcano. "The equipment is just garbage from your useless school. I don't care what kind of underhanded tricks you used today, I'll make sure you lose your hands in your..." As she finished speaking, Lin Qingyue's gaze swept coldly over everyone present. Her tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority, leaving no room for argument. The field was deathly silent. No one dared to meet her gaze or even utter a word. Meanwhile, Chu Ci stood there, holding the black gold card in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. He glanced at Lin Qingyue, who was once again emanating her queen-like aura, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "All right, let's go home." Lin Qingyue softened her tone as she looked at Chu Ci, her cold demeanor melting away into a gentle warmth. She reached out to hold his hand, her ice blue dress fluttering slightly as snowflakes continued to fall around them. Behind her, the enormous frost dragon let out a low growl, spreading its wings majestically. Under the stunned gazes of everyone on the field, Lin Qingyue and Chu Ci ascended onto the frost dragon's back. With a deafening roar, the dragon soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering frost and snow. The onlookers remained frozen in place, their minds unable to process what had just happened. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still, save for the sound of snowflakes gently falling to the ground. Burial. The entire crowd fell silent, with only the sound of sharp intakes of breath echoing. 1 billion? As pocket money? And casually including a substitute service. Who could handle this? This wasn't a pie falling from the sky, this was a direct knockout blow to everyone present. Holding the weighty black platinum card in his hand, Chu Ci had already planned out in his mind how to use the money to go on a spree, buying all kinds of venomous substances and materials to stack attributes. He glanced at Lin Qingyue's departing figure, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. Enjoying the world's most luxurious lifestyle, this freeloading life is just too good. East Jiang City, the black market. This was a chaotic zone near the Abyss Rift, with the air reeking of blood and low-quality potions. There were no rules here, only who had the most to gain, and who was the most ruthless. Many awakened ones from the Abyss would bring their ill-gotten goods here for trade. On this day, Chu Ci was dressed in a black hooded coat, keeping a low profile with most of his face concealed, as he swiftly ventured deep into the black market. Not spending the 1 billion credit limit would be wasteful. He muttered to himself, fingering the black platinum card in his pocket, his mind still replaying Lin Qingyue's earnest reminders before she left, telling him not to venture into dangerous zones and to buy high-tier armor for protection. But for Chu Ci, ordinary armor was not only useless but counterproductive. What he wanted to buy were the most venomous, most wicked, and most dangerously top-tier items. After navigating through a few narrow, foul-smelling alleys, he stopped in front of a small shop with no signboard, its entrance adorned with 2 skulls. This was a toxic bone potion shop, the largest hub for venomous substances in Jiang City's black market. The shop owner, nicknamed Old Venom, was a level 40 poison curse master, dabbling in trades so sinister even necromancers wouldn't dare touch them. When Chu Ci pushed the door open, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. "This shop doesn't sell painkillers or take in trash, so get lost," said an old man sitting behind the counter. Skin and bones, his body was covered in oozing sores, and he was playing with a menacing venomous snake without even lifting his head. Chu Ci approached and knocked on the table, his voice calm. "Boss, I'm here to buy." Old Venom sneered, "You want to buy from me? A drop of my goods could kill a third-level beast. Can a little punk like you afford it?" Chu Ci said nothing more, slamming the black platinum card onto the counter. Black Platinum Unlimited card? The old man nearly jumped out of his chair, his eyes instantly changing, becoming overly polite. Young master, what do you need? Just say the word. Even if it's something that could poison a city lord, as long as you can pay, I'll have it delivered within half an hour. Chu Ci lightly shook his head, tapping his fingers on the counter, his tone extremely calm. Those are still too ordinary. Chu Ci stepped into the toxic bone potion shop, cutting straight to the chase, his tone as cold as unfeeling iron. I want the most potent, fastest acting, and most agonizing poisons. Also, the kind that can completely dissolve souls, the more vicious, the better. He even added, and those cursed pieces of equipment that kill anyone who wears them, pack them all up for me. The shop owner, a veteran in the venom trade, froze his smile upon hearing this request. He scrutinized Chu Ci, as if he were looking at a rare freak. Are you planning to massacre a city with these? Honestly speaking, even the tiniest contact with these items would kill me on the spot. Chu Ci shook his head, his tone as calm as discussing the day's weather. No city massacre. I just want to drink them like beverages. The atmosphere froze for a second. Chu Ci had no patience for nonsense and urged, stop dawdling. Bring out all your deadliest stockpile. 10 minutes later, Old Venom, drenched in cold sweat, emerged cautiously from a small underground storage room, carrying 3 lead cases. The cases were sealed with layers of enchantments, along with a set of battered armor shrouded in black mist. Everything's here, your little treasures. Old Venom's voice trembled as he braced himself to introduce the items. These 3 bottles are the original essence of Kiss of Death, only found on the 4th level of the Abyss. Just a single drop can make a level 40 expert bleed and fester from the inside out, their soul melting in agony. No one dares touch these, so they've just been sitting at the bottom of my warehouse. This armor is called Wailing Skeleton Breastplate. While its defense is absurdly high, it comes with an extremely terrifying curse. The moment you wear it, your health and mental energy start draining every second, and even your consciousness is nearly devoured. To put it bluntly, even stray dogs wouldn't take this thing. Chu Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement. Continuous health drain? Ongoing mental depletion? This was practically a custom-made leveling tool for a masochist like him. And the Kiss of Death, just the name alone was enough to get his adrenaline pumping. Without hesitation, he tossed the card over. Perfect. I'll take them all. Charge it. Old Venom's hands trembled, his voice still quoting prices. 3 bottles of essence and 1 piece of scrap armor, how about 20 million? He thought to himself how rare it was to meet such a fool who willingly sent money his way, clearing out all his unsellable stock. As soon as the transaction was complete, Chu Ci stuffed all his spoils into his storage ring. Just as he was about to leave, a wild idea popped into his head. Boss, one more question. Chu Ci turned back with a faintly mocking smile. Old Venom immediately bent over. Please go ahead, young master. Chu Ci pointed to the dusty barrels of waste materials in the corner, his tone indifferent, as though ordering a drink. Do you have paraquat? The kind that leads to pulmonary fibrosis and suffocates someone to death. Old Venom was utterly dumbfounded. Ha? Chu Ci waved dismissively. If not, that's fine. Just give me 10 pounds of the cheapest Abyss sulfuric acid instead. Might as well supplement some calcium to strengthen my bones. Old Venom's jaw almost hit the floor. This wasn't a human, this was a monster. Half an hour later, Chu Ci stormed out of the potion shop, his storage ring now crammed with enough deadly toxins to annihilate an army, along with a large barrel of corrosive acid the boss had tearfully thrown in for free. Chu Ci was elated. Everything's ready. Time to test the waters. He looked up toward the northern part of the city, at the danger zone surrounded by a dark red barrier. That place was none other than the Abyss Rift Zheng City No. 1 outskirts. This is the lowest level local dungeon, filled with creatures between levels 1 and 10, such as goblins and rotting corpse wolves. Logically, an F-rank trainee priest entering alone would be courting death. Chu Ci walked step by step toward the rift's entrance. The area was teeming with people, countless awakened teams forming parties. C-rank warrior leading the team, need an ice mage with high damage output. A-rank shield guardian for the elite squad, priest stay out of the way and don't be a burden. Chu Ci completely ignored the noise. He bypassed the crowd and headed straight to the solo teleportation array area. The officer in charge looked at Chu Ci's credentials, his face immediately scrunching into a frown. An F-rank trainee priest? Going solo into the abyss? Are you heartbroken and suicidal? Any random monster in there can turn you into minced meat. Chu Ci smiled faintly, his calm tone unsettling. Sir, I'm very cautious about my life. I'm just going in to gather some herbs and won't venture too deep. Seeing that Chu Ci didn't appear to be joking, the officer could only sigh and activate the teleportation array. Don't blame me if you die in there. With a flash of white light, Chu Ci disappeared instantly. Inside the abyssal rift, the sky was a deathly dark red, and the air was filled with a choking sulfuric stench. Chu Ci had just landed and barely steadied himself when he heard low growls from the nearby bushes. 3 mutated rotten corpse goblins, level 3, their skin ulcerated and covered in pustules, holding rusty swords, drooled green saliva as they charged at him like a pack of rabid dogs, eager to take a bite. Anyone else would have turned and run, but Chu Ci remained expressionless. He slowly retrieved an item from his storage ring, the wailing skeletal breastplate. The heavy black aura seemed to instantly suck away all the surrounding warmth, making even the air shudder. Since I'm here, I might as well change into something appropriate. The 3 goblins stared blankly at Chu Ci, utterly confused. Without any hesitation, Chu Ci donned the cursed armor known as whoever wears it dies. In an instant, an overwhelming dark aura enveloped Chu Ci entirely. At the same time, a voice, as excited as a nightclub DJ, echoed in his mind. Detected, host equipping highly cursed item. Soul Devour Curse, lose 50 HP per second, triggered. Concept reversal activated. Transformed into, recover 50 HP per second. Permanent HP cap increase. Mental weakening, continuously reduces mental power, triggered. Transformed into rapid mental power growth. Permanent soul strength increase. What a rush! It felt incredible. For Chu Ci, this ragged piece of armor was practically a cheat code, like an auto-recovery and stat-boosting artifact. He slowly lifted his head, a new madness and excitement flickering in his previously clear eyes. Little fellows, Chu Ci said, grinning as he looked at the goblins, who were now trembling and rooted in place. He extended a hand, where a ridiculously pure green light began to glow. Meeting is fate. Let me, a priest, offer you a free health checkup. I promise it's effective. The dark and damp forest was filled with a sinister, bloody stench. The 3 goblins exuded a nauseating odor, glaring hungrily at Chu Ci, their drool dripping onto the rusty iron swords, corroding the fallen leaves into burnt patches. To the goblins, this human in ragged armor was nothing more than a walking, delicious snack. Gra-ah! The largest goblin couldn't hold back any longer and swung its sword fiercely at Chu Ci's neck. Good timing. Chu Ci smiled warmly, not even bothering to lift his hand as he remained motionless. Clang! A deafening crash echoed through the forest. The rusty iron sword struck Chu Ci's neck, only to shatter into 2 pieces as though it had hit a tank's armor plating. The goblin's hands were torn open from the recoil, green blood spraying everywhere. It stared in disbelief. How was this human's neck harder than stone? Chu Ci's mind was conveniently interrupted by 2 system notifications. Detected, host subjected to level 3 physical slash. Concept reversal triggered. Minor physical damage converted into permanent benefits. HP cap plus 10. Neck bone reinforcement plus 5. Too satisfying. Chu Ci closed his eyes, looking as if he were soaking in a hot spring during winter, his entire body practically floating with delight. Looking down at the goblin that had just attacked him, he slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, the green light grew brighter and warmer, as if capable of cleansing all filth and malice in the world. Your hand must hurt after slashing me, right? Here, let Big Brother Priest heal you. Healing spell, cast. The green orb shot out like a meteor, exploding on the goblin leader. Detected, host casting skill, basic healing spell. Forced reversal, converted into 1200 true damage plus soul burning. The green light landed, and before the goblin leader could even scream, its body disintegrated like it had been thrown into a smelter. Blood and flesh vaporized instantly, and its bones turned to dust. A gust of wind blew away the remaining black ash, leaving only a small dark stain on the ground as proof that the goblin had ever existed. Killed level 3 mutated rotten corpse goblin. Gained 30 EXP. The remaining 2 goblins were utterly terrified. While their brains were simple, they understood that what they had just witnessed wasn't healing, it was a death ray that obliterated their companion in a second. Run! The 2 dropped their weapons and fled, scrambling over each other in panic. Chu Ci watched their retreating figures and shook his head in mild exasperation. Why don't they take better care of themselves? I can't stand seeing anyone with injuries. He leisurely retrieved a priest's standard skill book from his storage ring *** basic group healing aura ***. Back when? It was still some cheap stuff casually bought from Old Poison. Learn skill, group healing aura? Learn. Learning successful. Detected group buff skill. Concept inversion has altered its underlying logic. Original effect, per second. Within a 10-meter radius, all living beings could feel the surge of life energy pulsating around. But now, what was once the group healing aura was no longer merely a symbol of healing, it had become a true harvester of life. As long as anything drew near, it would instantly be torn apart by true damage amplified tenfold by Chu Ci's mental power. The wounds would never heal, leading to massive blood loss inescapable. Chu Ci stared at the new skill on the system interface, the corner of his lips curling into a chilling smile. What others saw as a team support skill had directly transformed into a portable high-energy disguised nuke in his hands. He glanced at the 2 goblins trying to flee ahead, a thought flashing across his mind. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. Suddenly, a green magic circle with a 10-meter radius erupted beneath Chu Ci's feet, centered on him. A wave of intense life energy surged through the entire area like a tidal wave. Yet under this holy green light, the abyssal forest was no longer a safe haven but had turned into a hell for monsters. The 2 goblins frantically fleeing had just reached the edge of the aura when their bodies were torn apart by an invisible force. Their skin split open, blood spurted everywhere, and their health dropped to 0 in an instant. In the next second, their entire bodies burst into a mist of blood with a muffled sound, disappearing without a trace. And this was just the beginning. Chu Ci strolled through the dense forest as if on a casual walk. With every step he took, the green aura swept forward like the scythe of death, mercilessly cutting through everything. Whether it was venomous spiders on the treetops, swamp-dwelling monsters, or thorn-covered poisonous plants, all crumbled and vanished within fractions of a second upon contact with the green light. The system notification sound rang out incessantly, like a machine gun firing. Defeated level 5 venomous swamp frog. EXP plus 50. Defeated level 7 shadow cat demon. EXP plus 70. Golden flashes signaling level ups appeared continuously, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Almost without pause. Even more astonishing was that the wailing bone chestplate Chu Ci wore, which carried numerous negative effects, was completely turned into massive boosts by his concept inversion talent. Originally, bleeding every second? Now it increased health cap every second. Originally, sustained mental weakening? Congratulations, permanent mental strength stacking. Others cautiously ventured into the abyss, treading lightly as if walking a tightrope. But Chu Ci entered the abyss like taking a leisurely stroll in his backyard. No need to lift a finger, just activate the aura, and wherever he walked became a vacuum zone, devoid of life, with everything melting away. So, this is what a Reaper's life is like, boring yet straightforward. Chu Ci glanced at his health panel, which had already reached a level that would leave even A-rank guardians despairing, and shook his head in mock helplessness. Suddenly, the swamp ahead began to tremble violently. Amidst the rumbling footsteps, a massive creature resembling a heavy truck, covered in black scales and venomous spikes, emerged from the swamp. Venomous Tyrannosaurus, level 10 Lord Boss. The strongest monster in this area had been awakened by the ripples of the life aura. Its crimson beastly eyes locked onto Chu Ci, and in the next second, it let out a deafening roar. A torrent of toxic gas erupted from its jaws, toppling a row of large trees nearby. Chu Ci didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes lit up with excitement. A level 10 boss? The loot must be great. Without hesitation, he turned off the aura, flexed his wrists, and retrieved a bottle of top-tier poison from the fourth layer of the abyss, the Death God's Kiss, from his spatial ring. Facing the charging Tyrannosaurus, he uncapped the bottle and downed it like an ordinary beverage. Wiping the residual black liquid from the corner of his mouth as if drinking an energy drink, his eyes burned with boundless battle intent. "Come here, little puppy." Chu Ci's voice was icy, his gaze piercing through the abyssal mist. "Let me see if, after drinking Death God's Kiss, I can punch you straight into oblivion." The deadly poison of Death God's Kiss erupted within him like a volcano. Chu Ci's entire being seemed to be ablaze. This was a poison so terrifying that even the highest level beasts of the abyss's fourth layer would shy away in horror. Even dragons would dissolve instantly upon consuming it. Yet Chu Ci remained unharmed. In fact, the system notification tone had changed. "Warning. Detected abyssal fourth layer poison, Death God's Kiss. Effects triggered: blood boiling, cellular destruction, soul corrosion. Concept inversion activated, operating at maximum strength. Conversion successful. Poison transformed into pure life energy. Health cap skyrocketing. 2,000. 3,000. Mental cap plus 1,500. Chu Ci's bones, internal organs, and everything within him underwent yet another round of inexplicable enhancement and upgrading. Transforming poison into strength, the more he consumed, the stronger he grew. As the system completed its restructuring, a notification rang in Chu Ci's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a unique hidden passive skill, Abyssal Level Poison Immunity. From now on, 99% of the world's toxins will have no effect on you." Almost simultaneously, a dark golden shockwave visible to the naked eye exploded from Chu Ci as the center. Within a 10-meter radius, the swamp's mud was blasted away, creating a scene reminiscent of a bomb detonation. Everything was obliterated. At this moment, although Chu Ci's level panel still read 5th tier, his true strength was far beyond the display. The surging vitality and mental power within him were utterly unimaginable for an ordinary novice. Even in Zhangchang, any mentor witnessing this might feel compelled to kneel and acknowledge him as their ancestor. His physical attributes now rivaled those of an average level 30-second transformation melee professional. Chu Ci stretched his muscles, exhaling a breath mixed with a faint, exotic fragrance. He clenched his fists slightly, and even the sound of his knuckles cracking was like booming thunder. The power coursing through his body made. He felt an extreme sense of exhilaration. At that moment, the level 10 Lord Boss, the venomous T-Rex, who had long been eyeing him with hostility, could no longer suppress its fury. It had always dominated this region, with no one daring to act so brazenly in its presence. But now, a human had suddenly appeared and enraged the T-Rex to the point of losing all reason. The venomous T-Rex opened its massive jaws, capable of swallowing an entire car, took a deep breath, and then roared as it spewed out a jet-black, glossy, and highly corrosive acid mist. The mist surged forward like a black torrent, engulfing Chu Ci's body in an instant. Along the way, ancient trees withered and decayed in seconds, and even solid boulders melted into flowing magma. The venomous T-Rex's eyes gleamed with savage satisfaction. Even a heavily armored level 20 human knight would face certain death against this move, leaving not even a bone behind. However, in the next second, an unimaginable scene unfolded amidst the suffocatingly thick green toxic mist. Clear and steady footsteps echoed. Chu Ci gently parted the dense poison cloud and walked out unscathed. His expression was calm, even taking a few deep breaths of the poisonous air before shaking his head in disappointment. "TSK, this dragon breath has quite a pungent smell. Breathing it into my lungs, I don't even feel a thing. It doesn't even raise my HP cap a bit, completely subpar." At this moment, he possessed abyss-level poison immunity. The venom spewed by the T-Rex was less potent than spicy snacks to him and had almost no effect. The venomous T-Rex's once triumphant gaze froze completely. For the first time, fear flickered in its vertical pupils. It had never encountered a human who could emerge from its most lethal poison breath as if taking a casual stroll. It unconsciously stepped half a pace back, its massive body crushing several large trees behind it. Chu Ci, full of confidence, looked at the T-Rex with a smirk, pulling out a skill book glimmering with faint golden light. He casually quipped, "Your temper's too fiery. Judging by your reaction, you must be under a lot of stress. Let me help you relax a bit." This skill book was a sea-level priest skill he had casually spent $1 million to buy on the black market. The system notification rang out again. "Would you like to learn the sea-level skill, Angelic Embrace?" "Yes," Chu Ci nodded. Skill learned successfully. Detected mid-tier powerful buff skill. System has executed concept reversal. The system added, originally intended to heal and boost defense for allies, it is now reversed to deal true damage to enemies. Absolute protection now reduces armor to 0. Pain suppression now amplifies pain by 100 times. A string of notifications made Chu Ci's smile widen. He looked at the heavily armored T-Rex before him, his gaze as casual as observing a test subject. "It's rude not to return the favor," he said with a slight smile, clasping his hands together. In the next moment, an extremely radiant and pure holy light burst forth from Chu Ci's body, illuminating the entire abyssal region as bright as daylight. In the sky, a 10-meter-tall figure of a 6-winged archangel slowly materialized in the golden light, descending to embrace the venomous T-Rex. The scene was so dazzling and spectacular that if someone had recorded it, it would undoubtedly go viral online. But at this moment, there were no spectators, only the T-Rex, letting out air-shredding, blood-curdling screams in the holy embrace, its cries so piercing they were terrifying. The system coolly announced, "Reversal in effect, all armor reduced to 0." The previously indestructible black scales of the T-Rex dissolved instantly in the archangel's embrace, exposing raw flesh and bone. Reversal in effect, pain amplified by 100 times. The venomous T-Rex was forcibly subjected to an overwhelming agony that shook its very soul. Chu Ci watched emotionlessly, though inwardly he was already certain, this is domination. Even in a world where the strong prey on the weak, as long as you have power, the once absolute rulers are nothing but targets for testing new skills. Sizzling sounds filled the air. Words could no longer describe the torment the T-Rex was experiencing. Amplified 100-fold, the neural signals made it feel as though every inch of its muscles, every drop of blood, was being torn apart by a soul-shattering force. The pain was so extreme that even being thrown into a meat grinder would pale in comparison to its current agony. The massive T-Rex thrashed wildly, desperate to tear its own body apart. Mud, shattered rocks, and blood flew everywhere, but it was all futile. The radiant archangel figure clung to it tightly, leaving no chance of escape. Each passing second, unavoidable true damage surged through its body. This divine energy was deadlier than any venom. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, the high and mighty level 10 Lord Boss could not even let out another scream before it completely dissipated. All that remained was a transparent, energy-scorched crater and a single dark purple crystal core hovering in midair. Not even a bone was left, completely annihilated. "Rest in peace, spared from the pain of resuscitation," Chu Ci muttered with a faint smile, casually making a cross-like hand gesture. He nodded in satisfaction and pocketed the Lord-level T-Rex crystal core. This thing alone would fetch a few million on the market. Today's haul was pretty good. Chu Ci stretched lazily, deactivating the cursed armor effect on his body, and strolled leisurely toward the abyssal teleportation array. He was in high spirits, his steps light, as if the super boss he had just slain was nothing more than a treasure he had casually picked up. Meanwhile, in the highest command room of Jiang City's abyssal rift base, a piercing top-level alarm suddenly blared throughout the area. The entire base was thrown into chaos. "What's going on?" Commander Lei Zhen kicked open the door, his face stern. He was the highest-ranking officer in the city's garrison and a level 45 Dragonblood Knight. "Sir." Just now, an extremely rare and terrifying energy surge erupted in Perimeter Zone 1. The radar officer's voice trembled, his hands gripping the desk tightly, staring at the detection screen. The warning zone indicated imminent danger. The life detector shows that the energy purity has reached calamity level, mixed with angelic divine laws. Moreover, the boss in that area, a level 10 toxic Tyrannosaurus, had its life signal completely wiped out in 3 seconds. At this point, the officer was already gulping nervously. "Are you kidding me?" Lei Zhan almost choked, grabbing the officer by the collar. "Are you messing with me? A newbie leveling zone having calamity level energy? Killing the boss in 3 seconds? Not even I could pull that off." The key point is, the officer's trembling fingers pulled up the teleportation records. Before the outbreak, only one person entered the area alone, a solo awakener. Lei Zhan immediately turned his head to look at the screen. Identification, name, Chu Ci, profession, intern priest, level, F class. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the cheerful teenager on the screen, their minds filled with question marks. An F-class male healer, casually wiping out the boss, and unleashing calamity-level divine judgment? Was the world going mad? Woo, oh, oh! The sound of a top-level red alert blared fiercely over Jiangcheng base. Thousands of heavily armed soldiers surrounded the teleportation array of the number 1 outer instance, leaving no gaps. Magitech tanks were already aimed and preheated, while dozens of high-level mages joined forces to construct a second-layer defense barrier. If something unimaginable really came out from inside, the entire Jiangcheng could be reduced to ruins in an instant. All units, stand by. No matter what comes out, activate absolute defense first. Lei Zhan drew the great sword from his back, flames roaring along the blade, his expression tense. He took the lead in standing at the forefront, ready to face the enemy, exuding a murderous aura. At that moment, the light of the teleportation array surged frantically, and the space began to ripple. Beads of sweat began to drip from the faces of many soldiers. A tall figure slowly emerged from the white light. The nerves of everyone on site were stretched to their limits. Lei Zhan raised his massive sword. "Prepare." But everyone froze in place. Thousands of people stared in stunned silence, as if rooted to the ground. What walked out from the teleportation array was neither an abyssal demon lord nor a blood-soaked mysterious expert, but an impeccably clean teenager in ordinary casual clothes, without a speck of dust on him. At this moment, the teenager held a plastic bag in his left hand, casually filled with some decayed poisonous mushrooms picked from the abyss. His right hand held a purple-black deadly nettle grass, which he was crunching on casually, his expression calm and unbothered. "This grass tastes pretty good, just a bit stuck in my teeth," Chu Ci said while chewing on the deadly nettle grass, completely unfazed by the thousands of heavily armed soldiers in front of him. The scene fell silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one could believe that this innocent-looking boy, casually munching on toxic grass with a plastic bag in hand, was the very person who had obliterated the boss and caused a calamity-level divine judgment. Stretching lazily, Chu Ci yawned. Just as he opened his eyes, he was greeted with a vast array of heavily armed soldiers and hundreds of magitech cannons pointed directly at him. The atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. Still chewing his grass, Chu Ci looked at the crowd with wide eyes, showing no fear whatsoever, and even joked, "Officers, did you set up such a grand formation because the base is holding a fire drill today? Looks pretty impressive." But no one laughed. The tension only thickened. The registration officer stared wide-eyed at Chu Ci, disbelief written all over his face. "How are you still alive? Aren't you the little priest who went in to gather herbs?" Lei Zhan, standing nearby, immediately tensed up upon hearing this. He strode forward, exuding a terrifying pressure like a towering mountain bearing down, crushing toward Chu Ci. He did this to see if Chu Ci would reveal his true nature, whether he was actually a disguised abyssal creature. At that moment, a series of system notifications rang out. What should have been mental oppression was directly converted into top-level soul therapy. Chu Ci felt a warm current flow into his brain, like a soothing head massage after 3 sleepless nights. The comfort was so overwhelming he almost groaned aloud. Forget coughing up blood and collapsing, Chu Ci actually closed his eyes, looking utterly relaxed and enjoying the sensation. The scene was absurd beyond belief. Everyone froze, the atmosphere turning awkwardly stiff. Lei Zhan, too shocked to speak, could only cautiously withdraw his aura and ask in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" When the toxic Tyrannosaurus boss in Area 1 was annihilated, you were the only one left there. What did you see? Chu Ci widened his eyes, his acting on point, pretending to be terrified. He even dropped the poisonous mushrooms he had just gathered onto the ground. Sir, please don't scare me. I'm just a little priest who doesn't know anything. He patted his chest, lying through his teeth. I was just gathering some mushrooms in the outer area when that giant Tyrannosaurus suddenly rushed at me. I thought I was done for and even mentally prepared my last words. But guess what? Suddenly, the sky ripped open, and out came a six-winged, glowing archangel who hugged the Tyrannosaurus, and poof! The Tyrannosaurus turned to ashes. Chu Ci solemnly drew a cross on his chest. I swear, it was a miracle. The angel manifested and saved me. That's the only reason this little priest came back alive. The air was so silent you could hear a pin drop. A six-winged archangel? Turning a Tyrannosaurus to dust with a hug? The surrounding military officers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. According to legends, only high-level priests after their seventh awakening could summon such divine manifestations. Their minds immediately jumped to the most logical conclusion: it must have been some hidden big shot passing by and lending a hand. This kid got lucky and was saved. Otherwise, how could an F-class priest possibly kill a boss? Chu Ci, ever honest, handed an energy-filled crystal core from the Tyrannosaurus to Lei Zhan. After the angel left, this was all that remained. I thought it looked pretty, so I picked it up. Do I need to hand it over? Lei Zhan's eyes were about to pop out. He felt like this guy had just hit the jackpot. A rookie priest who knew nothing went out to pick mushrooms, ran into a big shot who destroyed a Tyrannosaurus, and casually picked up a Lord core worth millions. This luck was no different from someone handing him money directly. Keep it. Consider it your stroke of fortune. Lei Zhan waved his hand, acting like a big shot. He knew better than anyone that since the big shot had made a move, such a small gain was just a favor to the little priest. With the alarm lifted, Lei Zhan patted Chu Ci on the shoulder. Kid, your luck is off the charts. But don't keep wandering into the abyss. If there's no big shot to bail you out next time, no one will be able to save you. Chu Ci nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice, his face full of gratitude. Thank you, sir. I'll behave from now on and stay out of trouble. He picked up the mushrooms on the ground and swaggered out under the envious gazes of the soldiers. The moment he stepped out, Chu Ci dropped the terrified expression on his face and replaced it with a smug grin. These guys' imaginations are good enough to write novels. Impressive. He fiddled with the crystal core in his hand, secretly relieved. Showing the crystal core willingly was his way of ensuring a safe exit. After all, high-level items dropped in the abyss were hard to sell without some clear path. Now that even Lei Zhan had acknowledged his lucky find, no one could say anything if he sold it later. Feeling quite pleased, Chu Ci's phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. The screen displayed a familiar, special encrypted number with the note, ATM fiancé. As soon as he answered, Lin Qingyue's anxious and worried voice came through before he could say a word. She was slightly out of breath. Chu Ci. I just saw on the Imperial Capital Military's internal network that the Jiang City Abyss base raised a red alert. It said there was some kind of catastrophic energy outbreak. You didn't go to the Abyss, did you? Stay far away from there. I just sent the family's private jet to pick you up. It'll be in Jiang City in 10 minutes. Don't wander around. Wait for me at school. I've cancelled all my meetings and am flying over to protect you right now. On the other end of the call was Lin Qingyue, the legendary cold as ice, immensely powerful SSS-class heiress. At this moment, however, her worry and concern were unrestrained. Chu Ci glanced back at the Abyss base he had just sacredly sanctioned and looted, then at the system interface showing his HP bar several times thicker than knights of the same level. He sighed lightly, then put on an innocent, even slightly aggrieved, soft tone. Qingyue, you're so thoughtful. I'm just outside the base. The alarm suddenly went off, and I got so scared my legs went weak. It's really dangerous out here. I'm just an F-class priest who can't even beat a chicken. I can only wait for you to come and protect me. Hearing Chu Ci's pitiful tone, Lin Xingyue's heart ached as if it were breaking. The usual ice-cold goddess suddenly softened. Don't be afraid. Chu Ci, if any of those monsters touch you, I'll raise the Jiang City Abyss base to the ground. When I get there, I'll even book the entire Starshine auction house, the most luxurious place in Jiang City, to help you recover from the shock. After hanging up, Chu Ci couldn't help but smile. Starshine auction house? That was the top-tier venue in Jiang City, reserved for the rich and powerful. Perfect. 10 billion in pocket money, and I've only spent 200 million. Adding this newly acquired ultra-rare Lord Core. Chu Ci glanced toward the towering skyscraper in the center of Jiang City, a sly smile forming on his lips. Tonight, let's give these local elites of Jiang City a taste of the shock of capital. As night fell, the bustling Jiang City center was ablaze with lights. The Starshine Auction House, a 100-story luxury building with blast-resistant crystal walls, stood like a golden beast in the heart of the city's commercial district. It was the playground for the wealthiest elite and high-level awakened, a place to burn money. Normally, even a C-class awakened couldn't get in without at least 5 million in assets. Chu Ci, wearing casual clothes still dirted from the abyss, strolled leisurely through the gleaming revolving doors with his hands in his pockets. Stop! What do you think you're doing? Two burly security guards, both level 15, immediately blocked his path, looking him up and down with disdain. Nowadays, anyone thinks they can try their luck at Starshine? Kid, this isn't a place you can afford. Get lost. Chu Ci wasn't angry. Just as he was about to pull out the black card in his pocket to explain, a shrill, venomous voice screeched from behind him. Chu Ci. You bastard, what are you doing here? Turning around, Chu Ci saw someone sitting in a fully automated high-end hover wheelchair, wrapped like a mummy, with their face completely bandaged. It was none other than Wang Tong, the pampered son of Jiang City's richest man, whom Chu Ci had healed into severe injuries with a basic healing spell that morning. Pushing the wheelchair was Chu Ci's ex-girlfriend, Lu Piapiao, dressed extravagantly and radiantly for the evening. When Lu Piapiao saw Chu Ci, a flicker of panic and jealousy crossed her originally smug face, though she quickly suppressed it. Well, young Master Wang, long time no see, Chu Ci greeted the mummy in the wheelchair with a smirk. How's your recovery going? You don't look so great. Want me to give you another free super healing session? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, his palm faintly glowing green. No. Don't come near me. Wang Tong, who had been gnashing his teeth moments ago, suddenly recalled the morning's terrifying ordeal. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he squirmed in his wheelchair, nearly wetting his pants. Pathetic. Completely useless. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from behind the wheelchair. A young man clad in heavy armor with a silver knight's insignia on his chest approached. He bore a slight resemblance to Wang Tang, but the aura was much stronger, like a sharp blade. This man was none other than the eldest young master of the Wang family, the leader among the younger generation in Jiangcheng, Wang Hai. Big brother, it's him. This bastard used forbidden techniques to harm me like this. You have to stand up for me. Wang Tong cried and shouted, as if he had finally grabbed onto a lifeline. Lu Piapiao immediately straightened her back and leaned close to Wang Hai, blaring coldly at Chu Ci. Chu Ci, this is brother Wang Hai. He's the most outstanding student at the Imperial Capital's prestigious War Academy. Don't think that just because you fooled the Lin family's eldest daughter during the day with your face, you can do whatever you want in Jiangcheng. You have no place to act wildly here. Lu Piapiao was now dying to see Chu Ci get trampled on. Only by doing so could she prove that her decision to ditch Chu Ci during the day and wholeheartedly cling to the Wang family was the right choice. She absolutely couldn't allow an F-rank loser to live better than her. Who would have thought? Wang Hai looked down at Chu Ci with a mocking and disdainful expression. As a level 25 silver knight, his oppressive aura was enough to make others suffocate. The scene was like an adult bullying a child. He didn't take Chu Ci seriously at all. So, you're the F-rank priest who tags along behind the Lin family's eldest daughter for food and drink? Who gave you the guts to step into the Starlight auction house? Kneel and speak. Wang Hai's tone was icy, full of oppressive arrogance, intending to directly subdue Chu Ci. But at that moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in Chu Ci's mind. Detected level 25 physical oppression, concept reversal triggered. Now converted to advanced massage, plus 10 to joint flexibility, plus 10 to vitality. Chu Ci casually twisted his neck, accompanied by a slight crackling of bones, and his whole body felt utterly relaxed. Not only was he not forced to bow, but he looked entirely at ease, smiling as he glanced at Wang Hai. What, didn't eat enough? Try harder, my left shoulder still feels a bit sore. This scene left Wang Hai completely dumbfounded. He never expected that his proud oppressive aura would be nothing but a joke to Chu Ci. As the tension in the air reached its peak, the manager of the Starlight auction house, Zhao Fugui, hurriedly ran over with several beautiful hostesses, all smiling apologetically as they welcomed Wang Hai. The Wang family was the wealthiest in Jiangcheng, and a single word from them could make the entire auction house nervous. Wang Hai seized the opportunity to unleash his anger. He pointed at Chu Ci and complained to manager Zhao, "What does your security even do? How can you let trash like this in? Aren't you afraid it will ruin your reputation?" Lu Piapiao chimed in with cold sarcasm, adding fuel to the fire. "Just look at him, he probably can't even afford his next meal. Compared to people like us, he's not even worthy." Hearing this, manager Zhao's attitude instantly changed. Gone was the initial politeness as he snorted coldly, "Young man, the auction house only serves those with status and money. Leave immediately." His tone was full of contempt. Chu Ci sighed lightly and took his hands out of his pockets. "I originally just wanted to sell something quietly, but you all insisted on making me show my hand." With that, Chu Ci casually pulled out a dark purple crystal nucleus radiating a dense glow and tossed it lightly in his hand. The hall suddenly fell silent. Even the air seemed to stop flowing as all eyes were drawn to the crystal nucleus. As an experienced appraiser, manager Zhao recognized it at a glance. His face instantly changed. Isn't this a complete crystal nucleus from a level 10 abyssal tyrannosaur? This kind of treasure is one in a million. Wang Hai and Lu Piapiao were both utterly stunned, unable to accept the reality before them. Wang Hai shouted in disbelief, "Someone like you could never have obtained such a treasure." Chu Ci sneered and tossed the crystal nucleus directly to manager Zhao. "You think I stole it? The military commander personally inspected it, and it even has an official seal. If you're not confident about it, I can take my business elsewhere." Manager Zhao hurriedly caught the crystal nucleus and, upon seeing the authentic steel stamp on it, his expression changed dramatically. His attitude made a 180-degree turn as he almost bowed to the ground, bending at an angle. "Sell it, of course we'll sell it. This crystal nucleus will start at 3 million, you undoubtedly qualify for our most exclusive VIP suite." Wang Hai was furious. "Even if he sells it, it's just a few million. Our Wang family brought $1 billion tonight, do you believe I can make you lose everything with just one word?" In Jiangcheng, money was power, and Wang Hai was accustomed to such dominance. Manager Zhao suddenly found himself in a dilemma. On one side was a rare top-tier treasure, on the other, a massive cash client. How should he choose? Chu Ci didn't waste time talking. He pulled out a card, black with golden accents, and casually waved it in front of manager Zhao. "I'm in a hurry. Can this card make you throw these eyesores out?" As soon as the card entered manager Zhao's sight, the entire atmosphere shifted. Manager Zhao froze for 2 seconds, then abruptly knelt. His face turned beet red, as if he'd seen something utterly beyond comprehension, and his voice quivered with excitement. "The Lin Group's Supreme Black Gold Unlimited card?" The entire room froze. Wang Hai was stunned, panic creeping into his heart. Just as he was about to retort, manager Zhao, with reddened eyes, roared back, "Shut up! Offending the Lin family, no one will leave here alive." Manager Zhao collapsed to the ground in front of Chu Ci, trembling all over. Everyone was paralyzed. Zhao Fugui's single sentence caused the entire room to fall into dead silence. Wang Hai was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Even the wheelchair-bound Wang Tong forgot his pain, staring in shock. Lu Piapiao's mind went blank, and she subconsciously muttered, Boss? Chu Ci looked down coldly at the kneeling Zhao Fugui. His tone was eerily calm but sent shivers down everyone's spines. Zhao Fugui broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as if afraid of saying the wrong thing. The notification just came in. 10 minutes ago, the Lin Group headquarters in the imperial capital issued the highest directive. The Lin family's eldest daughter has invested 30 billion to fully acquire the parent company. And the eldest daughter specifically appointed you, young Master Chu Ci, as the sole supreme owner of this auction house. This revelation was like a bomb dropping, leaving Wang Hai and Lu Piapiao completely in shock. The explosion in their minds shattered their remaining confidence into pieces. 30 billion. A full acquisition. All because Lin Xingyue casually said, "Reserve the place for you to calm down?" Compared to this 30 billion, their own tens of millions or hundreds of millions in liquid assets weren't even worth calling foam. This was what a truly top-level wealthy person looked like, crushing others effortlessly, leaving no chance for survival. Lu Piapiao completely lost her footing, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with despair and regret. She had thought she'd climbed the social ladder and could finally rest easy. Little did she know, she had actually given up someone even the richest man in Zhang City would bow down to, an unrivaled king among kings. Who just said that the Xinhui auction house doesn't allow F-level people inside? Chu Ci pocketed the black gold card, glanced briefly at Wang Hai, then turned his gaze to the still-kneeling lobby manager. Zhao Fugui, an old hand in the business, immediately understood. He stood up instantly and roared at the dozens of security guards, "Didn't you hear the boss's orders? Throw these people from the Wang family, and that woman, out like garbage. From now on, in all Xinhui properties, no matter who it is, anyone from the Wang family or the dogs they keep, none of them are allowed to step through the doors." The doors of the Xinhui auction house were kicked open by the security guards. Wang Hai, Wang Tong, and the dumbstruck Lu Piapiao were thrown down the stairs like 3 bags of trash, rolling and tumbling all the way onto the street. Wang Hai landed in a disheveled mess, his head covered in mud and water. His dignity had been obliterated tonight. "How dare you treat me like this? I'm the eldest son of the Wang family, just you wait." Wang Hai's face was ashen, trembling with rage. The head of security sneered, pulling out a baton and pointing it at them. "Save it, young Master Wang. From now on, if anyone from the Wang family dares to come near any Lin Group property, we'll break their legs. Now get lost." Lu Piapiao sat paralyzed on the freezing street, staring at the heavily shut gilded doors, tears streaming uncontrollably. She recalled the moment earlier when the lobby manager read out the full acquisition announcement with servility, and her heart filled with deep regret. What kind of extraordinary figure have I missed out on? Meanwhile, 3 floors underground in the Xinhui auction house. This was the most heavily guarded core vault in all of Zhang City, more secure than even a national bank. Not even a fly could enter. The thick alloy doors slowly opened, revealing a collection of treasures and rare artifacts worth a king's ransom. The air was so dense with spiritual energy and magical power that it almost seemed to condense into a mist, vibrant and mysterious. The lobby manager Zhao Fugui wore a fawning smile as he nervously and attentively walked ahead of Chu Ci, bowing slightly, terrified of showing even a hint of disrespect. "Boss, these are the most precious treasures we've collected over the past century at Xinhui auction house. You're free to take anything you like, after all, the whole building is yours now." Chu Ci strolled down the aisle lined with tempered glass cases, hands in his pockets, exuding a commanding presence. "Young Master Chu, have a look at this." Zhao Fugui stopped in front of a glass case emanating holy light, excitedly introducing, "This is the 9 Revolutions Sacred Soul Pill. Just 1 pill can instantly heal a severely injured person, and it permanently increases their health by 500 points. It's the highlight of tonight's auction, with a base price of 50 million. Chu Ci glanced at it, a trace of disdain flashing across his lips. 500 health points? You think that amount is useful to me? If I tinkered with it, it could instantly reverse and become a burden of 500 points, even leading to someone's demise. Useless trash. Get rid of it." Zhao Fugui froze for a moment but quickly recovered. After all, the boss's word was absolute. Boss, then, how about this Elven King's staff? It can increase healing effectiveness by 30%, the strongest weapon for the light attribute. Chu Ci shook his head and sneered, this kind of thing only deserves a place in the heart of a garbage dump. He rolled his eyes. A 30% increase in healing effects? Please, wouldn't that just make my true damage crits 30% more devastating? While that does sound tempting, what I really need now isn't more offensive power. I need something rare, something that gets stronger the harder it gets hit. Manager Zhao, he said, stopping in his tracks and sighing, isn't there anything here that's clearly sinister, something you just know bad things will happen if you touch it? Zhao Fugue was stunned. Boss, you mean? Chu Ci patiently elaborated, something that curses whoever touches it, something extremely malicious, with overwhelming side effects, something that, instead of helping, brings disaster to the buyer's home. Zhao Fugue gasped. Most people came to the vault looking for life-saving elixirs or top-tier equipment for protection. But his boss? He wanted the most despair-inducing, cursed, ill-omened artifact? No wonder even someone as high as Miss Lin held him in such regard, his taste was simply beyond comprehension. Actually, there is one. Zhao Fugue thought of something, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and led Chu Ci straight to the deepest part of the treasure vault. There were no crystal cabinets here, only a black iron box covered in talismans and heavily locked with thick steel chains. Just approaching it, Chu Ci felt a chilling, eerie sensation creeping into his palms. Boss, this thing is truly sinister, Zhao Fugue whispered. This is a Ring of Doom, excavated from the 7th layer of the abyss. It has no attribute bonuses whatsoever. Its only characteristic is extreme misfortune. As long as you wear it, not only will your energy drain all day, but you'll also experience constant bad luck. You'll choke just drinking water, and the lightest stumble will have you faceplanting on the ground. Worst of all, it comes with an innate taunt effect. The moment you step into the wild, every monster within a 10-mile radius will go berserk and chase you down. This ring has already caused the deaths of 3 people. We locked it here to avoid trouble, no one dares to touch it. Energy drain every second? Super unlucky? Auto taunt? Chu Ci's eyes lit up instantly, as if he'd discovered a new continent. What a joke, this was clearly a perpetual health regeneration cheat plus autogrind monster farming tool. Quick, take it out. He couldn't wait any longer. Zhao Fugue's legs went weak. Boss, this thing is deadly. If something happens to you, Miss Lin might wipe us all out. Cut the nonsense. Unlock it. Chu Ci shot him a sharp glare, and Zhao Fugue had no choice but to shakily comply. As soon as the chains were removed and the black box opened, a black ring covered in bizarre smiling face patterns was revealed. Dense black mist immediately coiled around Chu Ci's fingers. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ci slipped it onto the index finger of his left hand. Boom! A bone-chilling cold and a violent curse surged into his mind. Zhao Fugue was so terrified he almost called an ambulance. But at that moment, in Chu Ci's mind, his system was already going wild with excitement. Ding! Host has equipped an extreme doom level cursed item, Ring of Doom. Deadly curse effect triggered. Concept reversal fully activated. Negative effect 1, lose 50 points of mental energy per second. Reverse 2, recover 50 points of mental energy per second, with a permanent increase to mental energy cap. Negative effect 2, super unlucky. Reverse 2, super lucky, find treasures everywhere, guaranteed wins in lotteries, 100% critical hit rate. Negative effect 3, auto taunt. Reverse 2, aura of dominance, low-level monsters will kneel and beg for mercy upon seeing you. Chu Ci slowly closed his eyes, savoring the continuous surge of power in his mind and the wondrous sensation of being bathed in the blessings of the god of luck. The corners of his mouth gradually curved upward. Now this is a real treasure, he said, opening his eyes and calmly looking at the still trembling Zhao Fugue. Got any more junk like this? Zhao Fugue stared at his boss, who not only seemed fine but was glowing with vitality, as if he'd been reborn. His entire worldview was crumbling. Trembling, he pointed to a tattered scroll on the bottom shelf of a nearby bookcase. Boss, that's the Forbidden Codex, Flesh Rend. This is a forbidden level skill. To use it, you have to sacrifice 99% of your health and half your lifespan to inflict irreparable damage on your opponent. Normally, only death warriors willing to risk everything would use it. Sacrifice 99% of health and half a lifetime? Chu Ci's eyes sparkled with tears of joy. Was there really such a generous deal in the world? Without a second thought, he rushed over and grabbed the scroll. Ding! Would you like to learn the forbidden skill, Flesh Rend? Learn it immediately. Ding! Learning successful. Detected extreme self-damaging skill. Concept reversal in progress. Original effect: sacrifice 99% of health and 50 years of lifespan to deal devastating damage to the enemy. Reversed effect: before skill activation, host's health is automatically restored to full, with an additional 50 years of lifespan granted. Chu Ci stared at the new skill panel, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. This wasn't a forbidden spell for mutual destruction, it's practically a ruthless move that both heals himself, extends his lifespan, and leaves his enemies utterly obliterated. From now on, if anyone dares to touch him, he only needs to counter with flesh stripping, and not only will the enemy be instantly reduced to ashes, but he'll also gain an extra 50 years of life. Who would dare to challenge him head-on? This kind of skill is so overpowered it's absurd, even the laws of nature would have to step aside for him. Chu Ci was reveling in the thrill of leveling up and the sheer satisfaction of it when suddenly, buzz buzz buzz, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility. Above the Starshine auction house, the intense sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, so powerful that even the ceiling of the third underground level trembled. Zhao Fugui's premium communicator rang. After listening for just a moment, his face lit up with excitement as he turned sharply to Chu Ci. Boss! It's here! Miss Lin's Ice Phoenix heavy-armed warplane has landed on the rooftop helipad. Chu Ci raised an eyebrow and smiled. The ring of misfortune on his left index finger, sensing its owner's good mood, gleamed with an extraordinary golden light of luck. The legendary fiancé with an SSS-level talent, the most mysterious figure among the four major financial conglomerates of the Dragon Nation, had actually dropped everything to rush across thousands of miles to Jiang City just to protect him. Who else could enjoy such treatment? Casually adjusting his slightly disheveled collar, a result of the attribute points lost during his upgrade, Chu Ci's face took on a gentle, harmless, and endearing smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked steadily toward the elevator. Let's go, Manager Zhao, to welcome the wife who spoils her husband more than anyone else in the world. On the rooftop helipad, the wind howled like blades. A warplane crafted entirely from deep blue metal, the Ice Phoenix, roared as it landed. Before it had even come to a complete stop, the cabin door was violently flung open by an intense wave of cold. The moment Lin Qingyue appeared, thick frost instantly formed on the ground, and even the moisture in the air crystallized into visible ice particles. Dressed in silver-white battle armor and wielding the S-class divine weapon, Winter's Wrath, her aura was so imposing and filled with killing intent that the senior executives of Starshine didn't dare to lift their heads. Yet this goddess of war, who had emerged from the flames of battle, saw the casually dressed young man and instantly lost all her intimidating presence. Tossing aside her weapon without a care for her image, she rushed forward and embraced Chu Ci. Brother Chu Ci. Her voice was filled with worry, devoid of any trace of her usual strength. I saw the military's highest alert and heard about a super dangerous energy outbreak. Are you hurt? Were you scared? Her fingers anxiously checked Chu Ci's shoulders, as if afraid he might be missing a single hair. The Starshine executives nearby were dumbfounded. Wasn't this the legendary martial god of the Imperial Capital's military district, capable of taking on 100 foes alone? How did she turn into a doting wife the moment she saw Chu Ci? Chu Ci leaned into Lin Qingyue's shoulder, his expression instantly switching to one of excessive fright and vulnerability. Qingyue, you're finally here. That venomous Tyrannosaurus was terrifying, it was so big it almost swallowed me whole. My legs are still shaking. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly reduced the Tyrannosaurus to dust in 3 seconds, but now he played the part of a frail and helpless victim. Lin Qingyue's heart ached as she gently patted his back to comfort him. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. No one can bully you. She turned her head, her expression instantly cold and her aura once again icy and commanding. Manager Zhao, take my fiancé to rest. The defense capabilities of Jiang City are unacceptable. Nearly letting him get hurt, whoever's in charge of the garrison should be dismissed. In this moment, filled with warmth, power, and the unmistakable scent of wealth, the ring of misfortune on Chu Ci's left index finger suddenly emitted a faint dark golden glow. Ding! Extreme danger detected. Ultimate auspiciousness activated. Law of causality interference. Enemy concealment forcibly broken. Suddenly, an eerie gust of wind swept across the previously quiet helipad without warning. The wind hadn't yet subsided, but the air had already grown unbearably tense. Just 10 meters behind Chu Ci, a strange shadow was abruptly dispersed by a precise gust of wind. Lin Qingyue's eyes widened sharply. As an SSS-level frost sword spirit, her sensitivity to killing intent was sharper than that of any predator. She almost instantly judged that someone was about to commit murder. A figure emerged from the shadows, clad tightly in a black combat suit, holding a dagger glowing with a ghostly green light, a gaunt old man, his face openly displaying shock. This man was none other than a top-tier assassin at level 42, known among his peers as the Shadow Dancer. He had been hired by the Wang family after much effort, targeting Lin Qingyue and waiting for this very moment. The plan was to kill Chu Ci, disrupt Lin Qingyue's resolve, and leave her in utter turmoil. It could be said that his infiltration was flawless, so much so that even Lin Qingyue hadn't noticed anything amiss. But who would have thought he would be exposed by a strange gust of wind? He was furious. This was his signature skill. How could it be so effortlessly undone? Without hesitation, realizing he had been exposed, he made a swift decision. Burning 30 years of his lifespan, his entire body transformed into a streak of black lightning, dagger in hand, aiming straight for Chu Ci's heart. Lin Qingyue's face changed drastically, her anger surging uncontrollably. She had no time to think, instinctively pulling Chu Ci behind her while attempting to conjure an ice wall to block the attack, but she was still a step too slow. In the split second before the poison dagger was about to pierce Chu Ci's chest, Lin Qingyue's heart was in her throat. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chu Ci, however, remained calm, even showing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He was still thinking to himself, why did this old man have to show up now of all times? Can't he see I'm enjoying a sweet moment with my wife? Facing the incoming fatal strike, Chu Ci neither dodged nor flinched. He simply whispered softly, reciting the forbidden spell he had just learned in the treasure vault, Forbidden Codex, Flesh Rend. The system's voice immediately exploded in his ears, detected that the host has activated a forbidden self-harm skill. Concept reversal has been triggered at full power. Original side effects, loss of 99% health and 50 years of lifespan. Now reversed, full health recovery. Lifespan limit increased by 50 years. Guaranteed critical hit effect activated. Skill damage will inflict extreme true damage on the enemy, along with a super critical hit. At that moment, all eyes were on him. The old assassin's dagger was only a fist's distance from Chu Ci, its toxic blow about to pierce his heart. But suddenly, Chu Ci's entire body radiated a divine light 1,000 times brighter than the sun. The brilliance was incomparably pure, solemn, and majestic, as if imbued with some supreme will. Chu Ci even made a casual outward pushing gesture, not sparing the old man a glance, and said offhandedly, "Oh dear, don't rush, let me heal you." The next second, a wave of holy light swept across the scene. The level 42 Shadow Dancer, as if struck by lightning, was completely obliterated under the radiance, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. No screams, no struggle, no suspense. Under the dual effects of the forbidden skill and the inevitable causality explosion, this top-tier assassin, who burned his lifespan and dominated his peers, was erased as if wiped away by an eraser along with his dagger and clothes, leaving not even a speck of dust. The only proof of his existence was a special metal tag representing his identity as an assassin, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The vast helipad fell into dead silence. Only the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades echoed in the air. Lin Qingyue remained frozen in her forward pouncing posture, her face full of shock. Zhao Fugue and the other company executives were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Where was that terrifying level 42 assassin? The one who had just scared them so much they almost wet their pants? Why did he vanish after Chu Ci casually pushed him and uttered a healing spell? Under everyone's stunned gaze, Chu Ci let out a long sigh of relief, patted his chest, and, with a slightly trembling voice, threw himself into Lin Xingyue's arms. "Xingyue, that was so scary. That old man really wanted to stab me with a knife. I was so flustered that my hand trembled, and I accidentally crushed the protective talisman my grandfather left behind years ago." At the mention of grandfather's talisman, Lin Xingyue immediately snapped out of her daze. Seeing Chu Ci's unharmed chest, she finally felt relieved, almost shedding tears. She hugged Chu Ci tightly, as if trying to merge him into her very being. "I'm sorry, truly sorry. I failed to protect you in time. Thank goodness my grandfather left this life-saving talisman to save you." Lin Xingyue was extremely perceptive. She knew Chu Ci was merely an F-level priest with no combat abilities. Apart from the talisman left by the old master of the Lin family, she couldn't think of anything else that could instantly eliminate a level 42 assassin. Suppressing her emotions, she took a deep breath and picked up the iron token from the ground. The air still seemed to carry traces of the divine aura from the earlier move. When she saw the special pattern representing the employer's identity, it felt as if the room's temperature instantly dropped to freezing, and the air became oppressively chilling. The mastermind behind the Wang family chamber of commerce. Lin Xingyue's gaze changed completely. At this moment, she resembled the embodiment of death itself. Slowly, she turned her head to look at the fully armed Lin family black armored guards who had just disembarked from the combat aircraft. Her voice was so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. "Relay my orders. Immediately seal off the entire Jiang city. All industries of the Wang family, along with the families and guilds doing business with them, none of them are to escape. Clean them all out. I want them to disappear completely from the map of the Dragon Nation before dawn." Meanwhile, Chu Ci was quietly nestled in Lin Xingyue's arms. He had just secretly gained another 50 years of lifespan, and the feeling was akin to manna falling from heaven. He could sense his fiancée's fury erupting on his behalf, and Lin Xingyue's display was more shocking than any idle drama. For his sake, she directly ordered the complete eradication of the Wang family and all their supporters. Chu Ci's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a small, self-satisfied expression that only he understood. This kind of life, being pampered by a wealthy woman without having to lift a finger, who wouldn't want it? The most luxurious freeloading in the world, he was determined to enjoy it. The top floor of the Starshine Tower was a VIP suite with 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire floor reserved, luxurious and spacious. The most advanced temperature control system kept the room perpetually at a comfortable 22 degrees. Chu Ci lay on a thick, plush sofa made from third-tier snowfox fur, enjoying a rare moment of tenderness. Beside him was Lin Xingyue, who had just issued her annihilation order on the helicopter pad like a grim reaper. Now, Lin Xingyue had shed her silver-white combat gear, leaving only her slender, fair hands gently peeling one exquisite grape after another from the elven forest, each grape worth 100,000 dragon coins, enough to support an ordinary family for a lifetime. Like caring for a kitten, she brought the grape to Chu Ci's lips. "Chu Ci, are you still scared?" Lin Xingyue's expression softened immensely, her eyes brimming with endless affection. She watched as Chu Ci swallowed the grape, which melted in his mouth and incidentally boosted his health by 50 points. She thoughtfully took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. "I'm much better now," Chu Ci replied calmly, though inwardly he felt utterly blissful. Pretending to be obedient, he said, "Actually, I wasn't that scared. You don't need to go to such lengths for me." After hearing this, Lin Xingyue's resolve only grew firmer. A chilling sharpness flashed in her eyes. "The Wang family dared to hire assassins to target you, that's touching my reverse scale. If I don't uproot them this time, other forces will think the Lin family is easy to bully in the future." With that, she turned to look at the hotel manager Zhao Fugue, who was pale-faced and trembling in fear. "Manager Zhao, what's the situation downstairs now?" Zhao Fugue quickly wiped his sweat and nervously picked up the remote control. The large screen in the center of the room suddenly lit up, connecting to the live surveillance feed of the front door downstairs. Outside, the heavy rain in Jiangcheng poured down like a waterfall. The Wang brothers, Wang Hai and Wang Tang, along with Lu Piapiao, who was always by their side, stood in the rain, looking as miserable as drowned rats. They had just been forcefully thrown out by the security guards, surrounded by a crowd of low-level awakeners who had come to watch. The murmurs of the crowd were particularly piercing in the rain. "Big brother, we can't let this grudge go unavenged." Wang Tung, sitting in his wheelchair, gritted his teeth and slammed the armrest hard, only to pull at his wound, causing his face to twist in pain. "I want that useless scum who relies on women to die a horrible death." "Shut up." Wang Hai's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. The aura of a level 25 silver knight erupted from him. Lin Xingyue actually bought the Starlight building for an F-rank priest. But don't forget, this is Jiangcheng. Even a dragon from outside can't suppress the local snake. He pulled out a special communicator, preparing to contact his father, Wang Badian, the richest man in Jiangcheng, to mobilize all the Wang family's hidden forces in the underground guilds and turn the situation around. But before he could make the call, his father's call popped up on the screen. "Dad, I was just about to contact you." "Contact my ass. You useless fool, who the hell did you provoke out there?" On the other end of the line, Wang Badian was almost screaming in rage, his voice tinged with a sobbing tone. He was so loud that even Lu Piapiao, standing nearby, could hear him clearly. "Just 1 minute ago, all 13 of our mines in Jiangcheng were completely taken over by the Lin Group's black armored guards. Every single one of our assets has been forcibly seized. Our stock shares, some mysterious overseas funds shorted them directly. The stock price plummeted by 90%, completely collapsing. Even the trading platform has shut us out. And the important provincial connections I painstakingly built? They just blacklisted me and sent word that our family has provoked someone we absolutely shouldn't have. They told us to prepare for the worst." Wang Badian was panting heavily in anger, sounding like a cornered, terrified old dog. "Wang Hai, what the hell did you do? Why have the top 10 assassin organizations in the country issued a collective bounty on every direct member of the Wang family?" Boom! A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating Wang Hai's face, which had turned deathly pale. He was trembling all over, and the communicator slipped from his hand, falling into the rainwater. In less than a minute, with just one sentence from Lin Xingyue on the helipad, the colossal Wang family, the wealthiest in Jiangcheng, had been uprooted and utterly destroyed in mere seconds. Everything was gone. "Big brother, what did Dad say on the phone?" Wang Tung stared at Wang Hai, his entire being seemingly drained of life, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Beside him, Lu Piapiao was so terrified that she couldn't even stand. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed into the muddy ground, her face pale, her breathing almost coming to a halt. "It's over, completely over." Wang Hai's voice was like a deflated balloon, muttering to himself over and over. At this moment of utter despair, dozens of red lights suddenly lit up in the distance, piercing through the night. These were not ordinary car headlights but the distinctive warning lights of dozens of all-black heavy armored vehicles, which seemed to engulf the entire street like a horde of mechanical beasts. The ground trembled violently, and the rumbling sound was deafening, as if a massive steel army was charging toward them. On these vehicles, the family crest of the Lin Group, a frost-covered sword, was clearly emblazoned. The Lin family was one of the 4 top financial conglomerates in the Dragon Nation. The appearance of this emblem was enough to make the entire city tremble. The convoy executed a perfect, aggressive drift in the plaza in front of the Starlight building, completely encircling Wang Tung, Wang Hai, and Lu Piapiao. Each vehicle was like a moving iron wall, leaving them no room to escape, not even a chance to run. In an instant, the doors of all the armored vehicles opened simultaneously. 500 fully armed soldiers, their black armor gleaming and their presence overwhelming, stepped out. Each of them was at least level 30 in strength. The elite black armored guards of the Lin family, their mana-powered bomb guns were uniformly aimed at the 3 of them, the cold gleam of the barrels chilling to the bone, ready to claim lives at any moment. Leading them was a level 50, 4th-tier knight judicator, whose strength utterly crushed the Wang brothers. Calm and composed, he walked up to Wang Hai, his aura suffocating. Wang Hai was forced to his knees, unable to lift his head, sweat and rainwater mixing on his face, a picture of utter helplessness. Wang Hai, Wang Tong, the commander of the guards spoke, his voice as cold and merciless as death itself. We have received orders. Your Wang family is suspected of hiring assassins to target key members of the Lin family. This is treason, punishable by death. Injustice. We didn't do it. My father is the one who. Wang Hai struggled desperately to shout, but the guards had no intention of listening to their explanations. Nothing could change their fate, they had already been sentenced to death. Wang Badian has already been arrested at home. As for you two. The commander of the guards couldn't be bothered to waste words. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, break their limbs, cripple their vitality, and throw them into Abyss Zone number 10, an extreme danger area. Let them fend for themselves. Understood. Two level 30 black armored guards sprang into action, moving as swiftly as leopards. Ah! The sound of bones breaking and heart-wrenching screams pierced through the storm, especially jarring in the pouring rain. The once proud Wang brothers, who had always stood above others, now found no one to answer their cries for help. All their dignity and power were crushed to dust. Within seconds, their limbs were crippled, and they were dragged away like garbage, thrown into a transport vehicle, completely reduced to useless wrecks. Lu Piapiao completely broke down at this moment. She collapsed into the muddy water, trembling all over, her lips bitten until they bled. The scene before her eyes was like the end of the world. It felt as if her heart had been crushed in someone's hand, making even breathing in agony. She raised her head slightly and saw the commander of the guards, after completing his task, bow deeply toward the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor of the Starlight Tower. Through the curtain of rain, Lu Piapiao seemed to see a figure at the very top of the tower, calmly overlooking everything. The figure was tall and elegant, exuding an air of nobility. It was none other than Chu Ci, the young man she had once heartlessly abandoned. A poor boy who had been less than an F-tier priest had now become a figure at the pinnacle of power, while she could only despair, lying in the mud and crying. Lu Piapiao's heart was filled with regret. At this moment, she finally understood that she had not only missed her chance to turn her life around but had also completely lost the possibility of standing alongside the world's strongest. On the top floor of the Starlight Tower, Lin Qingyue coldly watched the surveillance footage of the Wang brothers being dragged away like dead dogs. Without a trace of pity, she turned off the monitor. They're lucky. I really wish I could freeze them into shards with a single sword strike. Chu Ci calmly took Lin Qingyue's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Don't be angry. It's not good for a girl to let anger affect her mood. Lin Qingyue held his hand, her gaze soft. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. No matter where you go in the future, I'll make sure the guards protect you, 24/7, without leaving your side. The corner of Chu Ci's mouth twitched. He certainly didn't want his secrets exposed. After all, he still had things to do, and it wouldn't be convenient to be constantly watched. But the matter with the Wang brothers wasn't over yet. Although Chu Ci appeared calm on the surface, he had thought everything through. He had always been someone who left no loose ends, striving for decisiveness and thoroughness in all things. After all, in this world, there were too many protagonists blessed with good fortune. If, by some chance, the Wang brothers encountered some great opportunity in the abyss, perhaps even stumbled upon a legacy after falling off a cliff, that was something he absolutely couldn't allow. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Ci feigned compassion and said, Qingyue, do you think they're in a lot of pain now, crippled and thrown into the abyss? His face bore the benevolence and concern befitting a priest. Lin Qingyue was slightly taken aback. You're not feeling soft-hearted, are you? They almost killed you. Of course not. I just think, the world is full of suffering. Chu Ci smiled faintly and turned his back to Lin Qingyue. From an angle where no one could see, Chu Ci's left hand, adorned with the ring of misfortune, made a subtle gesture, aimed directly at the transport vehicle carrying the crippled Wang brothers away. He coldly muttered to himself, since they are in pain, let me, as a priest, send them on their final journey. F-level skill, Tenacious Blessing, originally meant to enhance the target's pain resistance and vitality. Skill activation, Concept Reversal, effect reversed by 1,000-fold. Final effect, pain amplified to the extreme, vitality begins to collapse. A ghostly green light descended from the sky with pinpoint accuracy, landing directly on the Wang brothers who had been thrown to the edge of the abyss. Watching the scene, Chu Ci couldn't help but clap his hands. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yes, this is my style. Let those two brothers experience pain magnified 1,000-fold, combined with absolute hatred attraction. Tonight, even the bite of the most ordinary insect would make them feel pain far beyond countless tortures. This extreme torment is my deepest care for my enemies. After finishing everything, Chu Ci casually waved his hand, turned around, and leaned back onto the thick Arctic fox fur sofa, spreading his arms comfortably. He lazily opened his mouth. "Xingyue, come, let me have some grapes." Morning, top floor of the Starshine Tower. Chu Ci, still not fully awake, was startled by the urgent ringing of the communicator. Lin Xingyue, dressed in a soft silk nightgown, stood by the window, her calm expression tinged with tension. Holding the encrypted communicator in one hand, her voice was low and urgent. "A massive rift has appeared on the 7th layer of the abyss? 3 powerful demon lords are stirring?" Her eyes were icy cold, concealing all her anxiety within. "Notify the marshal immediately. I'll be at the front line in 3 hours." After hanging up, Lin Xingyue turned around and looked at Chu Ci, who had just sat up and still appeared a bit dazed. Her eyes were filled with reluctance and guilt. She quickly walked over, gently embraced Chu Ci, and softly kissed his forehead. "Brother Chu Ci, the military has issued the most urgent summons. The situation at the abyss is dangerous, and I must rush to the imperial capital to suppress it. The front line is too perilous. Taking you there would be too risky. Even the slightest aftershock could instantly tear a low-level awakener to shreds." Chu Ci obediently hugged Lin Xingyue back, his tone gentle. "Go ahead, Xingyue, these are matters of national importance." "I'll be fine. I'm just an F-level priest. Jiang City won't be in any danger." But only Chu Ci himself knew how happy he was at that moment. "When she's not around, can't I do whatever I want? Finally, I can let loose, and even secretly drink some poison without being caught." However, Lin Xingyue was still worried. She bit her lip, took out a purple invitation letter from her ring, and stuffed it into Chu Ci's hand. "This is a special admission letter from the Imperial Capital War Academy. Next month, you can go directly, no exams, no risks, guaranteed entry into the best logistics department of the academy. Also, I've left you 10 black armored guards. Each of them is a level 35 expert. Without their constant protection, how could I feel at ease?" Chu Ci's eyes reddened, almost moved to tears. He tucked the coveted admission letter, which countless people couldn't obtain, into his pocket and cooperatively put on a good man expression. "Xingyue, you're so good to me." Before long, the Ice Phoenix-class armed aircraft roared into the sky, carrying Lin Xingyue into the clouds and disappearing into the distance. But at the entrance of the Starshine Tower, a comical scene unfolded. 10 fully armed, muscular black armored guards, exuding the powerful aura of level 35, surrounded Chu Ci in the center, forming an impenetrable iron wall. The squad leader at the front knelt on one knee, his expression extremely serious. "Young master, the lady has ordered that from now on, no matter where you go, even to the restroom, we must guard you at the closest distance without allowing any mishaps." Looking at the 10 loyal and burly guards around him, Chu Ci immediately felt a headache. He knew very well that with this group following him, forget about sneaky actions, even taking a trip to the abyss would be nearly impossible. What's even more frustrating is that if they really encounter a monster, this group of people will definitely swarm together, slicing the monster into minced meat, leaving him no chance to make a move. But Chu Ci wasn't about to give up so easily. With a gentle smile on his lips, he said, "Brothers, you must be very tired after guarding all night, right?" His tone carried a sense of friendliness and concern. "Protecting the young master, we never complain of fatigue." The 10 men stood straight in unison, their voices as bright as a military bugle. Chu Ci shook his head with a smile. "How can I let you work so hard? I'm a priest, not very powerful, but I know a few small spells. Since you've worked so hard, let me cast a little energizing magic for you. Don't be shy, just take it as a token of my appreciation." As he finished speaking, a faint glow gathered in his hand, and he snapped his fingers. Chu Ci cast the most basic spell of energizing magic, meant to restore physical and mental energy, eliminating fatigue. However, due to the reversal effect of the curse ring, the outcome took a complete 180-degree turn. All the effects transformed into extreme backlash. Instead of recovery, it instantly drained everyone's physical and mental energy, plunging them into the deepest exhaustion and unconsciousness. A white halo flashed by. The squad leader initially wanted to politely decline, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, his head spinning as if he had been awake for hundreds of years. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed straight to the ground, dead asleep. Chu Ci looked at the elite bodyguards snoring on the ground and curled his lips playfully. It seemed that today he could finally move freely and enjoy himself. The squad leader's eyes rolled back, and before he could even draw his weapon, he fell like a log to the ground, snoring like an earthquake. Then, thud, 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 like a row of dominoes falling, the remaining 9 black armored guards, still confused about what had happened, all closed their eyes one by one, collapsing to the ground and sleeping deeper than 10 pigs. Chu Ci bent down, poked the squad leader's face, and found that the guy was even drooling in satisfaction. "I told you, you need to rest when it's time to rest." Chu Ci stood up with a smile, dusting off his hands, his face full of smugness. The reason was simple: Chu Ci carried a god-tier cheat ability called Concept Reversal. Many people only focused on the damage it could cause, completely unaware that its most terrifying feature was its ability to rewrite the rules of the world's operation at will. Even if you were 30 levels higher than Chu Ci, as long as you were hit by the debuff he said, you wouldn't be able to resist, just lie down and accept it. With the bodyguards taken care of, Chu Ci donned an ordinary black windbreaker, put on a hat, and strolled out of Starshine Tower. An hour later, he had arrived at the outskirts of Jiang City, standing at the entrance of Abyss Rift No. 2. Unlike the beginner's area filled with small monsters in Rift No. 1, Rift No. 2 was known in the martial world as Death Canyon. Here, mid-level monsters ranging from level 20 to 40 roam 24/7, not just one or two, but often in large groups. Only the top local professional guilds or teams of genius students training in real combat dared to enter. Ordinary people wouldn't even think of approaching. Chu Ci pulled down the brim of his hat and casually handed the military-stamped exemption pass to the guard. The guard initially wanted to stop this kid upon seeing the words F-level apprentice priest on the pass. But the next second, he noticed the handwritten signature of Jiang City's chief commander Lei Zhan on the back of the pass. Swallowing his words, he let Chu Ci through with a slightly peculiar look. A flash of light, and Chu Ci officially stepped into Death Canyon. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he felt the thick scent of blood and danger in the air, the gray rocks scattered everywhere, and the oppressive atmosphere that made even breathing difficult. Chu Ci didn't rush deeper but leisurely pulled out a glass bottle with a skull emblem from his storage ring. This was the good stuff he had scavenged from the old Poison King, high-grade twin-tailed scorpion venom extract. "A little soup before a meal is good for your health," Chu Ci muttered to himself as he gulped down a large mouthful. The system notification immediately exploded in his mind: "You have ingested high-grade lethal venom. Concept reversal activated. Max HP plus 1500. Nerve reflex speed skyrocketed. High-grade poison resistance acquired." Chu Ci smirked, stuffed the bottle back into his ring, and smacked his lips as if savoring the taste. Fully buffed, he was just about to unleash his ultimate move, planning to teach the monsters in the canyon a lesson with his healing aura. At that moment, a massive magical explosion suddenly erupted from behind a pile of rocks ahead, followed by a panicked shout from a young girl, Chen Feng. "Hold the line. That level 25 Shadow Panther has mutated, it's so fast we can't even lock onto it." Chu Ci raised an eyebrow and leisurely strolled toward the source of the commotion. In the clearing ahead, 4 young men and women dressed in the elite team uniforms of Imperial High School were being relentlessly attacked by a Shadow Panther shrouded in black mist, its speed so extreme it was a blur. The 4 teenagers, all clearly underage, were surprisingly already level 20+ professionals. The bulliest of them, Chen Feng, was desperately holding up a heavy shield, which was nearly shredded to pieces by the panther's claws. Behind him, a beautiful ice mage girl, Lin Yao, was frantically waving her staff, but her magical attacks couldn't keep up with the panther's speed. "Captain!" Our healer's mana is completely drained, I can't hold on much longer. Chen Feng, his face covered in blood, cried out in despair. They had come here to grind for experience, but the monster they encountered was not only higher level but also mutated, making it impossible to defeat. Prepare to teleport and retreat. Lin Yao gritted her teeth so hard they creaked, her face filled with unwillingness to admit defeat. If they retreated here, they'd never be able to face anyone again. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a lazy, slightly slurred voice suddenly came from the side, clearly from someone who had just downed poison and hadn't fully recovered. Hey, quick question, does anyone have an antidote or some plum juice? This poison is a bit too sour, I'd like to mix it with something to make it go down easier. The four prodigies turned their heads in unison, instantly dumbfounded. They saw a boy in an ordinary windbreaker and a baseball cap standing less than 10 meters away from the mutated Shadow Panther. In his hand was half a bottle labeled highly dangerous poison, and there was even a trace of green venom at the corner of his mouth. What made it even more absurd was that Lin Yao immediately noticed the badge on the boy's chest. F rank. Apprentice priest. Are you insane? Lin Yao's voice was sharp and high-pitched, almost on the verge of tears. An apprentice priest dares to come here drinking poison and courting death? Get away now. That Shadow Panther could tear you apart with a single swipe. Reality didn't keep her waiting long. The mutated Shadow Panther, which had been attacking Chen Feng, was instantly drawn to Chu Ci's harmless yet bizarre aura. Its eyes flashed with bloodlust as it abandoned the tough shield bearer and, like a black lightning bolt, lunged straight at Chu Ci, claws extended toward his throat. It's over. Chen Feng closed his eyes, feeling as if time had stopped. An unarmored F-rank priest couldn't even withstand the attack of a low-level monster, let alone an elite one. He wouldn't last even a second. But as the Shadow Panther charged at him like a black streak of lightning, Chu Ci didn't even flinch. Instead, he let out a soft sigh, raised the hand holding the poison bottle, and flicked his index finger lightly. Easy there, kitty. No need to be so impatient, he said lazily, a faint smile on his lips. Come on, let Big Brother heal you. From his fingertip burst a green light brighter than the sun. The light, warm yet blinding, instantly illuminated the entire shadowy canyon filled with jagged rocks. The speed of the shadow leopard was already unbelievably fast, almost making one think it was unstoppable. Yet, at the very moment it pounced, light surged forward like a tidal wave. No roar, no explosion, only an extreme silence. The instant the holy healing light touched the shadow leopard, at that moment, the savage beast's pupils contracted violently, its body trembling as if scorched by a branding iron. In the next second, it couldn't even let out a scream, only managing a strange low growl from its throat. Then, the green light, like a high-temperature furnace, melted the shadow leopard's fur, which could easily tear through an A-grade heavy shield, and its tough muscles at an incredible speed. In midair, the shadow leopard still maintained its pouncing posture, but its body was rapidly disintegrating. Its form turned to nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, when it was less than half a meter away from Chu Ci, with a soft plop, the shadow leopard completely vanished, leaving behind only a mutated shadow crystal core emitting black mist and a segment of tailbone that hadn't been entirely burned to ash, quietly falling at Chu Ci's feet. A gentle breeze blew, scattering the ashes, some even landing on the faces of the spectators not far away. Elite level 25 Shadow Leopard killed, 15,000 experience points gained. Congratulations on leveling up to level 8. Leveling up again to level 9. The system notifications exploded in Chu Ci's mind like raindrops. Chu Ci glanced down at the crystal core on the ground, picked it up casually, weighed it in his hand, and habitually muttered to himself, "Hey, this feels good. Looks like it'll fetch a decent price." Meanwhile, in the chaotic rocky clearing, the once confident top-tier geniuses stood there as if turned to stone statues. Chen Feng, the heavy shield warrior who had always prided himself on his indestructible shield, now couldn't even hold onto his heavy metal shield. With a clang, the shield fell to the ground. He stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide open as if seeing the true face of the world for the first time, his lips trembling. This death was way too fast, wasn't it? The level 25 elite monster we struggled so hard to hold off was turned to ash with just a casual gesture from him? Behind him, Lin Yao, the ice mage prodigy, felt as though her worldview was being stomped on and crushed repeatedly. Growing up in a family of magicians, she had read countless ancient texts but had never heard of any magic capable of instantly reducing a high-level monster to ashes, leaving not even a trace. What was even more absurd was that he had clearly only used the most basic healing spell. Lin Yao forced herself to calm down, quickly walked over to Chu Ci, bowed respectfully, and said earnestly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. My name is Lin Yao, from the Lin family in the imperial capital. I apologize for any offense earlier, and I hope you can forgive me." In her eyes, this young man in an ordinary windbreaker was definitely not the ordinary rookie he appeared to be. That F-level intern priest badge was clearly just a disguise used by a powerful expert. Chu Ci looked at her, touched his face, and laughed helplessly. "Senior? You've got it wrong. My name is Chu Ci, I'm only 18, just graduated, and I'm really not a senior." 18? This time, even the remaining geniuses couldn't stay calm. 18 years old and able to kill a level 25 mutated monster in one move? Who had ever seen such monstrous talent? Chen Feng's wounds could no longer be contained, the 3 deep gashes on his chest continued to bleed profusely, and he finally collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face pale as paper. "Shan Feng! Are you okay?" Lin Yao stomped her feet in anxiety, quickly pulling out several bottles of low-grade potions and desperately pouring them onto Chen Feng's wounds. But it was useless, the shadow leopard's claws carried a curse, and ordinary potions had no effect. The group instantly fell into despair, thinking they had survived the monster only to watch their companion bleed to death. At this moment, a light-hearted and slightly mischievous voice rang out, "If you don't mind, how about letting me give it a try?" As Chu Ci spoke, he leisurely walked over, hands still in his pockets, his expression as relaxed as if he were reading a novel. Chu Ci lowered his head, looking at Chen Feng lying on the ground, his face full of concern, appearing like a good-natured person. "Although I'm just an F-level apprentice priest, I'm definitely not good at fighting, but healing injuries and saving lives is my main job, and I can't be careless." As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand. In his palm, a green energy lit up, radiating a life-filled glow, flickering joyfully as if it had come alive. At the moment this glow appeared, Chen Feng, who had been on the verge of death and barely breathing, suddenly reacted as if he had been electrocuted. He flipped over and sprang up from the ground, scrambling several meters away in an instant, his expression more terrified than if he'd seen a ghost. "Bro, please, no. I don't want it." Chen Feng was almost in tears. "What kind of joke was this? You say you're a priest? Just now, you used that green blow to heal a level 25 shadow leopard into a pile of ashes. If that green light touches me, what will be left of me? Maybe not even my heartbeat. Brother Chu Ci, really, thank you. But there's no need." Chen Feng was still coughing up blood, but he frantically waved his hands while shaking his head desperately. "I feel great right now, bleeding is just a habit, good for metabolism, it's no problem." Nearby, Lin Yao and the other 2 team members were also so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies. They quickly ran over to block Chen Feng. "Yes, yes. Chu Ci, really, there's no need. Our captain has thick skin and can take a beating." Faced with this group of geniuses from the imperial capital acting as if they'd encountered a plague, Chu Ci felt a bit helpless and had no choice but to withdraw the green divine light in his hand, sighing regretfully. "Sigh, are young people nowadays also afraid of seeing a doctor? Actually, my technique is quite gentle." "Gentle?" Lin Yao glanced down at the pile of shadow leopard ashes being blown away by the wind, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Gentle? Brother, are you kidding me?" "Ahem, Chu Ci, in any case, we really owe you today." Lin Yao suppressed her inner shock and showed genuine respect toward Chu Ci. At 18 years old, possessing such one-hit kill strength, he was truly a 1 in 1,000 monster-level genius. If they could recruit him into their team. "Chu Ci, since you're graduating this year, which university are you planning to attend?" Lin Yao probed. "With your level of strength, you could easily get into the top war academy in the imperial capital. If you haven't decided on your application yet, we could help you consider your options." "The imperial capital war academy, huh?" Chu Ci casually pulled a crumpled gold-edged invitation from his pocket and waved it. my wife thinks I'm physically weak and worries I might get hurt during the practical exam, so she just spent money to get me an SSS level guaranteed admission letter. Next month, I'll be enrolling in the logistics department." The heir suddenly froze. For a moment, Lin Yao and the others stared at the purple gold guaranteed admission letter, which exuded an aura of supreme privilege, feeling their scalps tingle as if they were dreaming. What does an SSS level guaranteed admission letter mean? The entire country only issues a few each year, and each one is fought over by countless geniuses, willing to risk their lives to obtain it. And yet, you got one just because your wife thought you were physically weak and casually arranged for you to join the logistics department? What kind of joke is this? With your strength that can obliterate a level 25 monster in one move, you're being called physically weak? Logistics department? Chen Feng swallowed hard. Yeah, I'm just an F-level apprentice priest, so going to the logistics department to distribute medicine and run errands suits me well. Chu Ci said matter-of-factly. The four imperial capital geniuses exchanged glances, simultaneously having a ridiculous yet very real thought. If this guy joins the logistics department at the Imperial Capital War Academy this year, the geniuses in other departments are probably going to have such a hard time they'll start doubting their lives. The cold wind of Death Canyon swept across the scattered rocks. Chu Ci hummed a tune, hands in his pockets, and leisurely walked away. His figure gradually disappeared into the gray mist, leaving the four members of the Imperial Capital Squad frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until Chu Ci was completely out of sight that Lin Yao finally managed to swallow hard. "Captain." She looked at Chen Feng, who was still coughing up blood, her voice trembling slightly. "If we encounter him in this year's freshman exchange competition." Chen Feng shuddered all over, as if even his wounds had been scared into healing. "Encounter him? I'd rather jump into this canyon than face off against that kind of monster." "Did you hear me? He went to the logistics department. Who in their right mind would dare provoke a freak in the logistics department who can heal monsters into ashes?" The four exchanged glances, and no one said another word. Silently, they all felt a pang of sympathy for the other ambitious geniuses who were preparing to showcase their talents at the academy. A month later, in the heart of Longhua, the imperial capital. The Imperial Capital War Academy, sprawling like a small city, stood in the city center like a steel behemoth. From time to time, top-tier instructors riding flying magical beasts streaked across the sky. In the main campus, 8 towering professional sacred towers loomed, their imposing presence making it hard to breathe. Today was freshman registration day. The school gates were jammed with luxury cars, and the air buzzed with voices. Talents from all over the country, carrying the expectations of their families and their burning dreams, stepped into this top-tier institution. Chu Ci, pulling a small black suitcase, slowly observed the haloed individuals around him, those who walked with an air of confidence, many of them boasting ARS-level talents. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he prepared to embark on a new chapter of his life. Chu Ci nodded slightly and muttered under his breath, "As expected of the top school, this place is full of fat sheep, oh no, I mean young dreamers." In truth, only Chu Ci himself knew that he hadn't come here for fame or glory. His fiancée, Lin Qingyue, had already paved the way for him a month ago before heading to the dangerous front lines. The Lin family had originally planned a grand gesture, mobilizing a 100-person team with armored escorts to deliver him to the academy gates, ensuring everyone at the school would know Chu Ci's extraordinary status. But Chu Ci wanted no part of it. He enjoyed the fun of growing quietly. If he made too big a splash, how would he find opportunities to pick up scraps later? Following the signs, he discreetly avoided the crowded main gates of the combat department, where throngs of people and countless media cameras were gathered. The combat department was undoubtedly the top tier of the academy, surrounded by powerful individuals, with cameras practically shoved in people's faces, definitely not suitable for someone as laid back as him. Instead, he casually made his way to a quiet, neglected corner of the academy, the northwest corner. This was the logistics and auxiliary support department. Here, it was a completely different world compared to the high-end, luxurious combat department. The combat department's hall was dazzling and packed with people, while the logistics department had only a simple tent. The registration teacher looked utterly uninterested, slumped over the desk and dozing off. After all, in this era of external invasions and high-energy thermal weapons, those who managed to get into the War Academy were all geniuses carrying countless hopes and ambitions. Who would willingly stay in logistics, doing the dirty and exhausting work of mixing potions, repairing equipment, or cleaning up battlefield debris? Chu Ci walked up to the desk and lightly tapped on it. "Teacher, I'm here to register as a freshman." "Oh, put your admission notice here and take a badge to the warehouse in the back." The teacher didn't even lift his head, yawning as he casually handed him an iron badge labeled Odd Jobs. Chu Ci didn't touch the badge. Instead, he pulled out a crumpled, faintly oppressive purple gold invitation from his pocket. This wasn't an ordinary admission notice, it was an SSS-level special recruitment letter, of which only a few were issued across the entire nation in a year. "Teacher, I don't have an admission notice. My wife bought me this and said it would grant me unrestricted access." "No admission notice, you, wait a minute." The registration teacher suddenly seemed to realize something extraordinary. His previously lifeless eyes lit up instantly as he stared intently at the purple gold letter in his hand. On it floated a special military emblem, accompanied by a chilling, eerie glow. The master was genuinely startled this time. "What? An SSS-level special recruitment letter?" He jumped up instantly, his hands trembling with excitement. Letters like this signified immense prestige. Those who received them were either top-tier, monstrous-level geniuses or individuals backed by figures with earth-shattering influence. Even the directors of the main combat department would fight tooth and nail over something like this. Why would you come to a backwater place like the logistics department? The teacher's face turned bright red, his voice cracking with excitement, as if the logistics department was finally about to welcome a historic rising star. Quick, let me see your profession badge." He looked at it with great anticipation, only to see the words, Chu Ci, apprentice priest, potential rating, F. The teacher's expression instantly shifted from expectation to petrification. He even rubbed his eyes. F level? Apprentice priest? His brain froze for half a minute. An astronomically valuable special recruitment letter, used to admit an ordinary, even somewhat weak, apprentice priest? Were they planning to have this kid do odd jobs in the warehouse? What kind of bizarre family would use such a rare direct admission letter just to send someone to the logistics department? What a colossal waste of resources. Chu Ci, however, smiled cheerfully at him and asked, "Teacher, is there a problem?" Cold sweat dripped down the teacher's face. He dared not offend a family capable of obtaining a special recruitment letter. Forcing a smile, he replied, No problem. He quickly entered Chu Ci's information into the system and handed over a purple gold jade student card, the highest level access card in the logistics department. "Young Master Chu, this is your student card. With this card, you can freely access all the warehouses in the logistics department." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp voice suddenly interrupted from the side. "Oh, isn't this the gathering place for male nurses? And this year, someone actually enrolled here?" A group of new students in silver robes swaggered over confidently. The badges on their chests revealed their identities: S-level Thunder Mage freshmen from the main combat department. The leader, a yellow-haired youth, wore an expression of extreme arrogance. "Teacher Wang, stop dawdling. We, the geniuses of Class A in the main combat department, are here to collect this year's freshman resource package. Hurry up and bring it out. If there's even one bottle of advanced potion missing, I'll tear down this shabby shed of yours." The superiority complex of the main combat department had long been an unspoken rule in the academy. Looking down on the logistics department was a time-honored tradition. The registration teacher's face darkened, but he could only suppress his anger and go fetch the items. However, before he could take 2 steps, Chu Ci suddenly raised a hand to stop the yellow-haired youth. "Wait a moment." He ignored the self-important geniuses from the main combat department and instead turned to the teacher, a sly glint suddenly appearing in his eyes. "Teacher, you just said I could access all the warehouses in the logistics department, right?" The teacher nodded woodenly. "Yes. That's fantastic." Chu Ci clapped his hands, his face brimming with barely concealed excitement. "Does our academy have any warehouses filled with things like decades-old poisons no one dares to touch, broken cursed artifacts, or alchemical waste on the verge of exploding? I absolutely love cleaning up high-risk trash like that. This response left everyone dumbfounded. The three from the main combat department were equally stunned. At first, the yellow-haired youth thought Chu Ci was mentally unsound, but then he burst into a sharp, mocking laugh, a piercing sound that echoed across the square. The yellow-haired youth looked at Chu Ci with derision, as if he were staring at a discarded pawn. "Ha, so you're just a brainless F-level janitor. Someone like you is only fit to scavenge leftovers from the academy's garbage heaps." The two lackeys behind him laughed openly, their mockery reaching its peak. The yellow-haired youth, full of malice, looked at Chu Ci with undisguised contempt. Casually, he pulled a sealed glass bottle from his storage ring. Inside, a sinister, dark green liquid swirled, exuding an aura that made one's scalp tingle. He smirked, as if setting up a trap. "You like trash, don't you? Grandpa is in a good mood today, so I'll give you a good item," he continued. "This is the venom of a 7th-tier abyssal demon marsh toad that I specifically spent money on before coming to the Imperial capital. Originally, I planned to use it to coat weapons, but the purity was so high that I almost suffered backlash myself. Here, if you have the guts, take a sip. This is a poison worth 100,000. The entire room instantly fell silent. After all, this bottle of 7th-tier abyssal toad venom was said to be so potent that even advanced experts would experience flesh and bone decay if they came into contact with it. Huang Mao's so-called gift was clearly a blatant act of murder. Lei Ming. Are you insane? This is the academy. A nearby instructor, sweating profusely, was just about to intervene. The next moment, everyone froze in shock. Chu Ci, with a calm expression, bent down and picked up the terrifying bottle of poison. In his eyes, there was even a hint of gratitude and admiration. "Huang Mao, you're truly a kind person." Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and, under the stunned and nearly petrified gazes of everyone present, drank the entire bottle of deadly venom as if it were an ordinary beverage. He even casually licked his lips clean. At that instant, a system voice exploded in Chu Ci's mind. "Detected, host has ingested 7th-tier lethal poison. Ability, concept reversal activated at full power. Poison is being converted into primal life force. Max HP plus 5,000. Max mental power plus 2,000. Bone strength undergoes qualitative transformation, advanced paralysis resistance acquired." Chu Ci's body seemed to ignite like a nuclear reactor. Although he tried his best to suppress the massive energy fluctuations, some still leaked out. A powerful sense of oppression materialized like a heavy hammer, slamming into the three self-proclaimed genius freshmen before him. How is this possible?" Huang Mao's expression froze completely, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. It was supposed to be a lethal poison, yet after drinking it, not only did Chu Ci survive, but his aura became even more terrifying than before. Chu Ci calmly commented, "A bit bitter, but the aftertaste is nice." Smiling, he casually tossed the empty bottle into the trash can and then began walking toward Huang Mao step by step. That gentle smile, in Huang Mao's eyes, was more terrifying than a demon. "Classmate, friends from the Imperial capital are truly enthusiastic. Since you've given me a welcome gift, it would be rude of me not to return the favor." He raised his hand lightly, and a clear, emerald green light appeared in his palm, like the seeds of spring, brimming with vitality and sacred energy at his fingertips. Chu Ci's tone was gentle yet chilling. "Your face has gone pale. Perhaps the wind in the Imperial capital has made you unwell. Here, no need to be polite, let me heal you. It's only right, isn't it?" The green orb floated quietly, drifting toward Huang Mao Lei Ming's chest. Lei Ming, who had initially found it unbelievable, now regained his disdainful attitude. He sneered at Chu Ci, as if looking at a clown. "Is this all? I'm an S-class Thunder Mage, and my Thunderlight robe is a B-class artifact with its own energy shield. Your little trick, honestly, isn't even enough to tickle me." However, his confidence lasted only until the healing spell truly landed in front of him. The energy shield that was supposed to block all attacks automatically opened up for the healing spell without any resistance. In the world's rules, healing was considered a harmless skill, so the shield didn't block it at all. The green orb merged seamlessly into Lei Ming's body. The system prompt appeared again, concept reversal triggered. F-class basic healing spell, 15 points base healing, reverse to 1,500 points true damage plus soul burn. Ah! Before he could finish his arrogant words, Lei Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was as if the most excruciating torture in the world had been concentrated on him alone. His robe instantly disintegrated like tissue paper exposed to strong acid, followed by his skin and muscles, which shrank and smoked violently. He rolled on the ground in agony, his expression so twisted that he no longer resembled a human. The onlookers, including the mentors and followers, were dumbfounded. They watched as the overly confident S-class freshman was rendered completely powerless under a casual skill from Chu Ci, unable to even struggle, and could only scream for help like an earthworm that had stepped on a landmine. Help! Mentor, save me! Chu Ci merely curled his lips slightly, his sunny smile carrying a hint of calm composure. The imperial capital was vast, and the stage had just begun. He wanted everyone to see that even an F-class logistics student, once trampled into the mud, had the right to fight back. Fingers dug desperately into the soil, nails all broken, blood flowing everywhere. His self-proclaimed invincible S-class physique couldn't last even 3 seconds under that mysterious green glow. It was like a snowman thrown into a furnace. His vitality evaporated madly, and struggling was futile. 3 seconds later, the once arrogant S-class genius Lei Ming had turned into a human-shaped matchstick emitting scorched smoke. His hair was completely burned off, his skin charred black, foam continuously spewing from his mouth, and his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, that single moment could have sent him straight to the afterlife. The scene fell into dead silence. The entire freshman registration area for the logistics department seemed to have suddenly lost power, quieting down as everyone froze for 10 seconds, too stunned to breathe. What on earth just happened? Lei Ming's 2A-class followers now had pale faces, their legs trembling like sieves. Their gazes at Chu Ci were filled with deep fear, as if they were staring at a demon disguised in human skin. With just a casual move, he had instantly taken down the fully armed S-class Thunder Mage? And he used a priest's skill? What kind of terrifying contrast was this? Oh dear, what happened to Senior Lei Ming? Finally, Chu Ci withdrew his hand with an innocent expression, feigning concern as he walked over, sighing with mock distress. I've always said the air in the imperial capital is terrible. Senior Lei Ming must have been playing too hard and is already physically exhausted. Chu Ci then turned to the two followers who were now collapsed on the ground, his gaze incredibly sincere. You all saw it. I was just trying to help, only casting the most basic healing spell, but who would have thought he'd be allergic to holy light? You can't blame me for that, right? Allergic to holy light? Who would believe such an excuse? And who's ever heard of an allergy that turns someone into charcoal? The two followers didn't dare say a word, immediately dropping to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Big brother, spare us. We didn't do anything. It was all Lei Ming's idea. We're healthy and don't need healing, please let us go. They were now convinced that if Chu Ci cast another spell on them, they wouldn't be students registering for school but ashes ready for collection. Just as the atmosphere reached its most tense point, the balding mentor who had previously tried to act important felt his heart couldn't take it anymore. He had just witnessed the once arrogant S-class genius Lei Ming being turned into a mobile coal ball. If word got out, the maniacs in the combat department would surely explode. But when he looked down at the table, there lay an SSS-class special admission letter, the highest level in the entire academy, representing ultimate power and a mysterious background. Then he glanced up at Chu Ci's harmless smile and immediately had his answer. Who to support? Was there even a choice? Ahem. The mentor instantly straightened his back, his expression undergoing a 180-degree transformation, switching to that of a dignified and trustworthy senior teacher, exuding an air of impartiality. Pointing at the convulsing Lei Ming on the ground, he loudly reprimanded, "You three freshmen are utterly reckless. How dare you consume prohibited substances at the registration area, resulting in spiritual backlash and cultivation deviation? If it weren't for Chu Ci's healing spell stabilizing the situation, this could have turned into a major incident." The mentor spoke with utmost seriousness, fabricating a story while helping smooth things over. Hurry up and thank Chu Ci. Quickly take your companions suffering from cultivation deviation to the medical office. If you dare cause trouble in the logistics department again, next time I'll directly expel you. The two lackeys immediately realized that this was a way out for them. Their faces lit up, and they scrambled to drag Lei Ming's charred body away, crawling out of the logistics department's territory like dogs, terrified that if they delayed even a second, they might face some special effects. Watching them flee in such a panic, Chu Ci sighed regretfully. What a pity. I was planning to give them a boost with an energy spell to make them even more spirited. Hearing this, the bald mentor Wang Haiba couldn't help but shiver. Mr. Wang, thank you for speaking up for me just now, Chu Ci said with a cheerful smile, looking at the mentor. Not at all, young Master Chu, you're too kind. Wang Haiba immediately put on a flattering smile, fully transforming into Chu Ci's loyal follower. A student as intelligent, kind-hearted, respectful to teachers, and eager to help as you as someone our logistics department will definitely nurture well. Well then, Mr. Wang, since we're talking about nurturing, about that high-risk waste repository you mentioned earlier. Chu Ci's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together. Understood, understood. Wang Haiba quickly pulled out a heavy set of brass keys, along with a black magnetic card, and solemnly handed them to Chu Ci. Young Master Chu, this is the highest level access key to the Class A Abyssal Contaminated Waste Repository, the deepest part of our logistics department. He explained in a low voice, every year, we bring back a lot of spoils from the abyssal frontline. Some of them are tainted with extreme malevolence, death energy, and curses, and even fragments of unknown creatures. These items are beyond the capabilities of even top-tier purifiers, so we can only seal them away for eventual destruction. The radiation inside is extremely strong, and no one dares to enter under normal circumstances. Inside, it's all abandoned, the most dangerous waste and cursed trash? Chu Ci's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, all forbidden items that no one dares to touch. Chu Ci was so thrilled he nearly jumped for joy. He grabbed the keys and clasped Wang Haiba's hand tightly, his voice brimming with gratitude. Mr. Wang, you've really done me a huge favor. I'm definitely taking this job. From now on, leave the cleaning of this place to me, Chu Ci. Watching Chu Ci dash toward the waste repository in the back mountain like he'd discovered a treasure, Wang Haiba was left utterly baffled. What's with rich people these days? Even their hobbies are this bizarre? At the back mountain of the War Academy, in the deepest part of the waste repository, the atmosphere was entirely different. The door was astonishingly thick, engraved with intricate symbols that made it clear this was no place for ordinary people. A red light at the entrance flashed continuously, warning, extreme danger. Only top-tier experts may enter. But Chu Ci paid no attention to these danger signs. He swiped the card and inserted the key into the lock. The moment the door opened, a surge of black death energy gushed out like a flood. Enough to make anyone retreat in terror. A single breath of it could easily shave 10 years off the life of an ordinary strongman. But not only was Chu Ci unafraid, he stood at the entrance with open arms, as if welcoming something wonderful, and took a deep breath. The expression on his face was one of pure bliss, like an addict suddenly stumbling upon a stash of premium goods. As soon as he inhaled, the system in Chu Ci's mind buzzed with a flurry of notifications. Warning. You are exposed to an extremely high concentration of abyssal death energy. Deadly curse triggered. Reversal, high-dimensional life baptism. Life force, lifespan, and mental power all skyrocketing. Not only that, but the radiation, which would be catastrophic for others, turned into a super enhancement package for Chu Ci, boosting his rationality and mental power to unprecedented levels. As he watched the system interface display his stats soaring, Chu Ci looked around at the repository filled with cursed weapons, mutated armor, and unknown toxins. He realized this wasn't a garbage dump at all, this was a super treasure trove designed to elevate his power. Casually, Chu Ci picked up a broken dagger stained with black blood from the ground. Its name was rather imposing, Ghoul's Wail. Without hesitation, he slashed the blade across his hand, and in an instant, corpse poison seeped into his body. The system reversal strikes again, advanced corpse poison infection, flesh reshaping. Gain toxin damage bonus. Chu Ci laughed, "If I don't wipe out all the trash here today, I'll write my name backward." As he spoke, he shut the door, locking himself in this secret space where even death dared not tread. At this moment, Chu Ci's feast began. In the massive abyssal waste depot, the doors were tightly sealed, and the entire space was filled with poison and death. But for Chu Ci, this was his personal carnival. He sat atop a pile of broken weapons, holding a bizarre fruit covered in spikes and emitting a purple mist. Few dared to touch it, and eating it could drive one insane, but Chu Ci treated it as a snack, eating with relish. Detected intake of advanced hallucinogenic toxin, mental enhancement, immunity to all control and illusions. Chu Ci casually tossed the leftover peel aside and glanced at the massive, pitch-black iron barrel not far away. The barrel was plastered with terrifying warning talismans, reading, "Super dangerous. Abyssal level 5 despair swamp extract. Contact causes instant melting." Chu Ci's eyes lit up. Extract? Isn't this just a super concentrated drink? He tore off several talismans without hesitation, opened the barrel lid, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Inside was bubbling toxic sludge. Most people would avoid it at all costs, but Chu Ci plunged his head into the barrel and took a big gulp. The system went berserk again, warning. Strong corrosive toxin intake. Cell dissolution, extreme regeneration. Nerve destruction, reaction speed increased tenfold. Vitality skyrocketing. Chu Ci felt his body transforming and improving at an unprecedented speed. What was a dead-end waste depot for others was a free treasure trove for Chu Ci, a shortcut to insane power. He understood that this moment marked the quiet beginning of his own legend. Congratulations, host. Physical strength successfully broke through the critical point. You have obtained a unique hidden physique, immortal overlord body, prototype. Simply put, whether physical or magical attacks, within the same level, not only will they fail to harm you, but they will automatically heal you instead. Chu Ci burst into laughter, his face full of ecstasy. This is the feeling. This is the kind of potent medicine a real man should drink. 10 minutes later, he lifted his head from the now empty barrel, his face covered in dark green toxic sludge. He casually wiped his face, and the corrosive liquid, capable of dissolving steel, slid off his smooth, jade-like skin without leaving a trace. Satisfied in full, Chu Ci began surveying his surroundings. His gaze landed on a display rack isolated in the corner. There lay a blood-red robe seemingly woven from countless dried bones and a crown of thorns embedded with dead white eyeballs. Madman's blood-weeping robe, wearing it causes a loss of 10% maximum health per second, while enduring the soul-piercing pain of ghosts. Corruptor's thorn crown, wearing it results in immediate loss of sanity, leaving only the instinct to slaughter, and reduces lifespan by 10 years per hour. Looking at this outfit, Chu Ci laughed so hard he almost cried. It's perfect. This is tailor-made for me. Without hesitation, he donned the wailing robe and placed the crown that could drive anyone insane upon his head. The next moment, the entire warehouse was engulfed in a black storm, death energy forming a massive vortex that swallowed Chu Ci whole. The system's notification sounds frantically refreshed in his mind. Detected host wearing dual extreme curse level set. Initiating highest level reversal. 10% health loss per second reverse to, automatically restore 10% maximum health per second. Health cap infinitely increasing. Soul-piercing pain of ghosts reverse to, extreme dopamine secretion, soul attributes plus 100 per second. Intelligence reset reverse to, activate God's perspective, gain super enlightenment, all skills maxed out instantly with just one glance. Lose 10 years of life per hour reverse to, gain 10 years of life per hour. At this moment, Chu Ci had completely transformed into a machine of infinite self-enhancement. Even if he did nothing, just standing idly, his strength would skyrocket. The longer he lived, the more his lifespan extended infinitely. Chu Ci yawned lazily, auto-leveling up. Now this is the most comfortable pace. The start of the semester is indeed a bit tiring. I'll take a nap first. As he spoke, he casually pieced together a bone bed from the poisonous monster carcasses around him and lay down. Amid the despairing wails of the surrounding evil spirits, he peacefully closed his eyes and began to rest. Time ticked by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, the War Academy was in an uproar. Today was the annual and highly anticipated freshman ranking tournament. The arena was packed with people, and the top-tier geniuses were all raring to go. This competition not only determined resource allocation but also allowed the top 10 to enter the ultimate secret realm to select the most powerful equipment. However, in the spectators section of the Academy's main combat department, the atmosphere was anything but lively. The Thunder Mage department head, a level 70 Thunder King Mage, sat grim-faced in the chief seat. Behind him stood Lei Ming, an S-rank freshman who had yet to recover his strength. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and his face was pale, as if clinging to life despite the desperate efforts of advanced healers. The Thunder King Mage roared angrily, faint electric sparks crackling around him. "Have you found out? Where is that F-rank priest who ambushed Lei Ming?" The lackey who was called out trembled so much his knees nearly gave way, stammering in response, "Director, we found out. That guy's name is Chu Ci. He received the highest special recruitment letter and entered the Alpha Class Abyss Waste Depot in the logistics department 3 days ago. He hasn't come out since." The Alpha Class Waste Depot? The Thunder King Mage raised an eyebrow and sneered, "You mean that death zone even I wouldn't dare to enter casually? An F-rank priest staying there for 3 days? No need to investigate further, he's definitely rotted into toxic sludge by now, not even a bone fragment left. Lucky for him, he managed to escape punishment this way." Everyone was convinced that Chu Ci was as good as dead. Even the strongest experts couldn't last 3 days in that kind of death abyss, they'd essentially turn into monsters. Meanwhile, in the back mountain of the logistics department, Instructor Wang Haiba had collapsed in front of the Alpha Class warehouse door, pulling at his hair in panic. His already sparse hair was yanked out in clumps, and he was on the verge of tears. "It's over, completely over. 3 days. That's the Lin family's future son-in-law, a VIP with an SSS-level special recruitment letter. If something happens to him, and the Lin family's eldest daughter returns from the front lines, the entire logistics department will be doomed." Wang Haiba slapped himself hard across the face twice, full of regret. Why on earth had he been so foolish as to give Chu Ci the key back then? "No matter what, I need to see a body if he's dead or find him alive." Gritting his teeth, he activated all his magical shields, added 2 layers of anti-poison masks, and shakily swiped the backup access card. The heavy door slowly opened. Wang Haiba held his breath, tightly shut his eyes, and braced himself for the sight of a pile of rotting sludge. However, what he hadn't anticipated at all was the deathly shadow he had imagined didn't appear. On the contrary, a surprising freshness, like the air deep in a forest, rushed out to greet him. Wang Haiba opened his eyes in confusion, instinctively looking around. The next second, he froze as if struck by lightning. The waste depot before him, once piled high with all sorts of discarded materials and perpetually shrouded in toxic fumes, was a place everyone avoided. But now, the mountains of toxic tumors had completely vanished. Not only was there no stench or eerie black mist, but not even a speck of dust could be found. The steel floor gleamed so brightly it reflected his image, impossibly clean. At the center of the warehouse, a young man in a spotless windbreaker, with skin so fair it almost glowed, was stretching as he stood up. The vitality on his face seemed to infect the air, even causing a few clusters of tender green flowers to sprout out of nowhere. It all felt like a dream. "Mr. Wang? What brings you here?" Chu Ci yawned innocently, not forgetting to flash him a radiant smile. "I've had the most comfortable sleep these past 3 days." Chu Ci patted the warehouse behind him, his expression as sincere as could be. "Look, Mr. Wang, all the trash has been cleaned up. Is there another batch of waste? I feel like I can still do some work." Wang Haiba's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. "Cleaned up? What kind of joke was this? That waste could poison an entire army." Not only was this kid still alive, but he looked healthier than a glowing young girl. This was beyond absurd. "Chu? Young Master Chu? What kind of monster are you?" Wang Haiba's voice trembled like a sieve. "Don't panic, Mr. Wang, and don't believe those rumors." Chu Ci shrugged and spread his hands, the F-class apprentice priest badge on his chest gleaming. "I'm just a frail little priest, that's all. But no one knew that his vitality now far surpassed that of the academy's principal combined. At that moment, a deafening cannon blast echoed from the direction of the campus's main area, the signal marking the official start of the freshman ranking tournament. Chu Ci raised an eyebrow. During the earlier spring cleaning, the system had sneakily enhanced all his senses. Now, his hearing was so sharp that he could clearly catch even the hushed discussions at the referee's table in the main arena. "Mr. Wang, they're firing cannons over there. Is there some big event happening?" Chu Ci asked, feigning ignorance. It's the freshman ranking tournament. Those geniuses from the main combat division are all fighting for the top 10 spots. I heard the first place winner gets to enter a secret realm to choose powerful equipment. Wang Haiba replied mechanically. Competing for rankings? That must mean there'll be injuries. Chu Ci's eyes lit up as he adjusted the collar of his bomber jacket, his gaze brimming with confidence and boldness. If there's bloodshed, then there's no way a warm-hearted, highly professional healer like me can sit this one out. Patting Wang Haiba on the shoulder, Chu Ci strode off with a spring in his step, heading straight for the main arena. Let's go, Mr. Wang. Today, we from the logistics division are going to show those self-important combat division folks what true god-tier clutch plays look like. In the central arena of the War Academy, the stands were packed with a sea of people, not a single seat left empty. At the center of the stage, a burly young man surrounded by crackling lightning had just kicked an A-class swordsman off the platform. The audience buzzed with chatter. How boring. With skills like that, he dares to show his face here? The young man laughed arrogantly, unleashing his violent aura in full. His name was Lei Quang, the younger brother of the strongest combat division leader of this cohort and also the older brother of Lei Ming, whom Chu Ci had previously electrocuted. Lei Quang's gaze swept over the freshman below the stage, his face full of disdain as he loudly mocked, "Is this the level of this year's freshmen? Not a single one can break through my defense?" As he finished speaking, he flexed his fists, complaining about the discomfort, and shouted toward the logistics team, "Where are you guys? Hurry up and carry off these trash on the ground. And while you're at it, call a senior healer to come up and massage my fists. These small fries are only good enough for you to feed." Just as his words fell, a lazy creaking sound of wheels echoed from the passageway. A handsome young man in a faded logistics uniform, pushing a rusty medical cart, strolled unhurriedly into the center of the arena. The F-class apprentice priest badge on his chest gleamed brightly under the sunlight. Here I am. Chu Ci beamed with a sunny smile. Logistics medical support is in place. May I ask who needs on-site therapy and recovery? The entire crowd froze for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Who is this? An F-class apprentice priest? Is the logistics division out of people? Why send a gopher up here to put on a show? Get off the stage already. Brother Lei Quang asked for a senior healer. With your skills, you're barely qualified to give yourself a shoulder rub. Before the laughter had even faded, a loud bang echoed from the main battle platform. Huoran, the 70th level department head and the renowned Thunder King of the school, suddenly stood up and crushed the armrest into powder with one hand. His gaze swept toward Chu Ci, his eyes filled with an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Thunder King's eyes were fixed on Chu Ci on the stage, his face showing utter disbelief, as if he were witnessing the impossible. This can't be. How is he still alive? Behind Thunder King, Lei Ming sat in a wheelchair, his entire body wrapped in bandages. When he saw Chu Ci's innocent and harmless smile, he screamed in terror. How scared was he? He toppled over with the wheelchair, a large wet patch instantly spreading across his pants. A ghost. There's a ghost. Teacher, save me. Lei Ming used the last ounce of his strength to cry for help. In his eyes, Chu Ci was like a nightmare crawling out of hell. On the stage, Lei Quang coldly sized up Chu Ci in front of him. He was pushing a shabby little cart, wearing an ordinary windbreaker that couldn't be more plain, looking like a useless support character. His tone was full of disdain. So you're the logistics guy everyone calls trash? I asked for advanced healing, not some small fry who isn't even qualified to carry my shoes. With that, a flash of lightning appeared in his hand, and a purple thunder whip as thick as a bucket materialized out of thin air. Lei Kuang swung it mercilessly. "Get off the stage!" The purple electric whip crackled with a piercing explosion as it struck Chu Ci's chest fiercely. This blow carried 70% of Lei Kuang's full power, enough to shatter hardened steel. If it were anyone else, they'd be crippled on the spot. "He's done for. He's definitely dead." The audience erupted in commotion, convinced that Chu Ci couldn't possibly withstand the attack. But when the light of the thunder whip dissipated, the stage fell into silence. The 10,000 spectators who had been jeering moments ago seemed to have their throats clamped shut, and all laughter vanished instantly. Chu Ci stood in place, not even moving a step. His windbreaker didn't even have a single scorch mark. He tilted his head slightly, squinting his eyes, his expression as relaxed as if he just had a soothing massage. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind: detected, host subjected to level 25 lightning strike concept reversal triggered current effect, deep cellular lightning massage max HP plus 1500 lightning resistance plus 50 passive acquired, low-level lightning absorption. Chu Ci exhaled a long breath, faint sparks flickering in the air, and couldn't help but sigh, refreshing. The indestructible overlord body he had developed in the scrapyard, combined with the lightning energy he had just absorbed, made Lei Kuang's whip feel 100 times more comfortable than a high-end massage. Lei Kuang was dumbfounded, barely able to hold onto his thunder whip. His attack, capable of severely injuring tank-type competitors of the same level, had landed on a supposedly worthless little priest, yet it felt like nothing more than a tickle? What kind of monster was this? Chu Ci casually patted his clothes. "Classmate, your technique is fierce, but too rushed, it's bad for your health." He picked up a bottle of alcohol from the little cart, leisurely sprayed his hands, and then looked up at Lei Kuang with a meaningful smile. "As the saying goes, you hit me once, I should return the favor. Your hands seem injured, as a medical professional, I should treat them properly." Chu Ci raised his right hand. Having absorbed an overwhelming amount of attributes in the scrapyard, his spiritual power was now absurdly strong. A small green holy light appeared in his palm, and the entire stage seemed to resonate with angelic hymns, the air filled with divine awe. "Quick, dodge! He's about to unleash a big move." Lei Ming screamed frantically from the audience, but Lei Kuang had no time to react. Chu Ci merely flicked his fingers, and the green light instantly transcended physical distance, directly piercing into Lei Kuang's body, casting basic healing spell mental power overflow. Reversal causes critical hit, originally a weak recovery, effect reversed, 50,000 true damage plus soul dissolution. Before Lei Kuang could even react, the moment the green light entered his body, his proud S-rank thunder battle chi instantly melted away, as if a block of ice had been thrown into the sun, vanishing without a trace. Everyone present was stunned, watching as Lei Kuang's tower-like body began to dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Skin, organs, bones, all turned into a puddle of foul-smelling black liquid in less than a second. Not even a trace remained. Instant kill. This was annihilation in the truest sense, no ashes left, complete obliteration. Chu Ci pushed his small cart and innocently glanced at the audience stands. Why is this senior's body so weak? I only used 10% of my healing power, and he ended up like this? Silence. The entire arena was dead quiet. It was as if a heavy blow had struck the minds of the 100,000 spectators, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. An F-rank priest, considered trash by everyone, had merely lifted a finger and completely erased an S-rank thunder berserker from existence. Finally, someone broke the silence. "You little bastard! How dare you kill my disciple?" A furious roar shook the entire arena. In the audience stands, the level 70 Thunder Archmage completely lost control. His two most prized disciples, one was utterly crippled, and the other had died without leaving a corpse. At this moment, an unending fury erupted within him. The previously clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning and thunder raging. The Thunder Archmage could no longer contain himself. He only wanted to tear Chu Ci into pieces. He leapt from the 100-meter-high spectator stand, like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying the destructive might of thunder as he hurtled toward Chu Ci. "Pay with your life for my disciple." His roar tore through the heavens. Level 76th tier forbidden spell Apocalyptic Thunder Calamity. With a deafening crash, a pure purple thunderbolt with a diameter of over 10 meters descended from the sky, almost leveling the center of the arena to a wasteland. The destructive energy was so overwhelming that it wouldn't just obliterate a single rookie, even an entire small mountain would vanish from existence in an instant. The instructors on the sidelines were so terrified by the overwhelming power that they scrambled to retreat, some cursing as they activated their shields. He's insane. That Thunder Mage has lost it. Does he want to destroy the entire arena? But under the despair-inducing thunder calamity, Chu Ci merely let out a soft sigh, his eyes even showing a hint of helplessness. Unhurriedly, he slid his hands into his pockets and tilted his head slightly upward, as if leisurely gazing at the sky during a stroll. Boom! The thunder pillar descended from the heavens, engulfing Chu Ci entirely. The dazzling purple light blinded the entire audience for a moment, and the shockwave sent thousands of front-row spectators tumbling to the ground. The once sturdy metallic floor of the arena was instantly vaporized by the strike. Some thought that this time, Chu Ci must surely be dead, muttering under their breath, "He has to be dead now." At the edge of the ruins, the Thunder Archmage landed, his eyes filled with the satisfaction of revenge. However, as the dust settled and the thunder dissipated, before anyone could even react, they saw, standing in the center of the deep crater, the young man who should have been reduced to ashes. He was completely unharmed. What made everyone's skin crawl even more was that his aura had grown significantly stronger than before. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chu Ci's mind, warning. Detected impact from level 76th tier forbidden spell. Highest level defense mechanism activated. Damage is being converted. Max HP plus 100,000. Plus 200,000. Plus 300,000. Lightning resistance maxed. Acquired passive skill lightning immunity, all lightning damage is nullified and converted into healing. Mental power plus 50,000. Physical body strength reaches new threshold. Chu Ci leisurely extended a finger, brushing off his shoulder as if removing dust from his clothes. Two playful purple lightning bolts danced at his fingertips. He looked up at the now frozen Thunder King, a faintly provocative smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Director, your level 70 electrotherapy is indeed much stronger than your disciples," he said, his tone carrying a hint of politeness and mockery. He raised his right hand, where a ball of green healing light, 100 times larger than before, was gathering in his palm, dazzling like an additional green sun. "Since you've worked so hard, I should show my appreciation," Chu Ci's voice rang out clearly in the silent arena. "Let me give you a dose of great healing magic to nourish you properly. What do you think?" Hearing this, the Thunder King was even more terrified than before. He was no stranger to Chu Ci's methods. His prized disciple had been directly melted into a pool of blood by this young man using the most basic healing spell. "Stop pretending to be a god or a ghost," the Thunder King roared, channeling all his magic power to summon a purple thunder god shield. This defense was nearly invincible in battles of the same level. But he had miscalculated. The opponent wasn't using an offensive skill at all, he was using the purest, gentlest, yet most terrifying buff in the world, healing. The healing light sphere in Chu Ci's hand finally left his palm, transforming midair into a 100-meter-tall phantom of a 6-winged angel. The angel, like a mother embracing the world, extended her arms gently toward the Thunder King, radiating endless light. The angel effortlessly penetrated the indestructible purple shield because, in essence, this was a skill meant for friends. The shield not only failed to resist but seemed to actively invite the angel in. How can this possibly be just a healing spell? The Thunder King's face was filled with despair as he watched the angelic light envelop his entire body, his heart plunging into an abyss of hopelessness. The system notification sounded again, detected host casting high-level buff Archangel's Embrace, super healing spell. Host's mental power exceeds 100,000, critical buff achieved. Original effect, instantly restores massive health and grants absolute defense. Now, completely reversed into overwhelming damage, armor ignored, defense instantly nullified, and an irreversible soul dissolution effect that even the soul couldn't recover from. Before the Thunder King could react, a scream of agony tore through the air, as if shattering the entire sky. He had always been a lofty figure, the ruler of the thunder element for decades, but now, under a brilliant green light, his invulnerable body melted away like ice cream. The 100,000 spectators below were all stunned. No one had ever seen anyone last even a second against the Thunder King, yet today, a rookie priest had instantly obliterated him. The Thunder King's eyes were filled with despair. I am a 6th-tier powerhouse. How could I be utterly destroyed by an insignificant rookie? He struggled desperately, trying to summon magical defenses, but the opponent's true damage left no room for resistance. He couldn't even manage a single struggle before his hands disintegrated into ash. In just 2 seconds, the green light vanished, taking the Thunder King with it, leaving only a faint trace of white ash on the ground. No corpse, no blood, everything seemed as if it had never happened, except for a storage ring glinting with electric light, which fell crisply to the bottom of the pit. This was the last trace the Thunder King left in the world. The scene was eerily silent, as if no one dared to breathe. In the Roman Colosseum, 100,000 freshmen, thousands of senior students, and hundreds of instructors in the spectator stands all stood frozen, staring blankly at Chu Ci. In the silence, the sound of someone's cold sweat dripping onto a chair was particularly jarring. A level 72 berserker department head swallowed nervously, his body trembling uncontrollably. Another instant kill. This wasn't the first time. It was one thing for S-class geniuses to be instantly killed, but now even a level 70 department head couldn't withstand it? Is this still a priest? This is clearly the Grim Reaper disguised as a priest descending to the mortal world. Chu Ci leisurely walked over to the pile of ashes, bent down to pick up Thor's storage ring, casually wiped the dust off its surface, and acted as naturally as if he were picking up a piece of chewing gum. He slipped the storage ring into his pocket and added, "Sigh, I told him my massage technique was a bit heavy-handed, but Director Lei didn't believe me. Now he knows, doesn't he?" After speaking, Chu Ci raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the powerful figures on the spectator platform. Director Lei's body was too weak to handle it. Anyone else want to try some therapy? The logistics department is here to serve you. As his eyes passed over them, the group of powerhouses, all at levels 60 or 70, collectively took 3 steps back as if struck by lightning. Some of the more timid ones even activated their magical shields in fear. Therapy? To hell with therapy. This wasn't therapy, it was a fast track to the afterlife. The atmosphere on the scene became unbearably tense, with fear and anxiety written all over everyone's faces. At that moment, an aged yet authoritative voice suddenly echoed in the air, a voice that seemed to root itself in the depths of everyone's hearts, calming all restlessness and unease. A figure descended from the sky. He wore a simple gray robe, his hair and beard completely white, looking like an ordinary elderly man from next door. But the 9-dragon golden seal on his chest unmistakably marked his identity, a peak-level demigod at the 9th turn, the supreme leader of the War Academy, and a level 90 void sword saint. All the instructors present, even the usually arrogant department heads, immediately dropped to one knee in unison and shouted in reverence, "Greetings, Headmaster." The oppressive aura of the Roman Colosseum was suffocating under his presence. The old headmaster, Jian Wuji, landed in front of Chu Ci. His calm, aged eyes seemed to see right through him. But just when everyone thought he was about to personally punish Chu Ci, he let out a long sigh, his tone complex and tinged with a trace of apprehension. "Student Chu Ci, the Thunder King violated the Academy's highest prohibition by attempting to kill a freshman. His death was well-deserved. You were merely acting in self-defense. Not only are you not at fault, but you have also rendered a meritorious service." As his words fell, the entire arena erupted into chaos, with tens of thousands of people in an uproar. Yet, under the headmaster's imposing presence, no one dared voice any objections. Chu Ci's lips curled into a faint smile. The headmaster truly has keen insight. I just wonder if my actions will delay the progress of the freshman competition? The headmaster rarely showed a hint of helplessness. He glanced at the deep crater, then at Chu Ci, whose vitality seemed boundless. Finally, he directly announced, "I hereby declare the first place in the freshman ranking competition, Logistics Department, Chu Ci." According to Academy rules, the first place winner would immediately gain access to the war's secret realm to select their rewards. With a casual wave of his hand, the headmaster sent a golden token flying into Chu Ci's hand. The token was engraved with intricate spatial formations, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery. Student Chu Ci, the gate to the secret realm has been opened for you. You may enter now to claim your spoils. Inwardly, Jian Wuji was screaming, "Please, just go in already." He had just witnessed everything clearly from the void. This kid had not only emerged unscathed from a level 70 thunder tribulation but had grown even stronger. This was no ordinary awakened individual, he was a monster wearing human skin. If he stayed any longer, the Academy's instructors might all end up treated into piles of ashes. Chu Ci held the secret realm token, noticing the "please leave quickly" expression written all over the headmaster's face, and couldn't help but laugh. Since the headmaster is so gracious, I won't refuse. With that, he turned and pushed a rusty medical cart. Under the awestruck and reverent gazes of tens of thousands, Chu Ci, wearing only an F-rank intern priest badge on his chest, pushed the rickety cart and nonchalantly walked into the teleportation array leading to the highest secret realm. Once Chu Ci's figure completely disappeared into the light, the entire crowd of teachers and students collectively let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a massive weight had been lifted from their chests. At this moment, Chu Ci was already standing within the secret realm of this place, known as the graveyard and treasure trove of geniuses. The war secret realm, in his eyes, had become synonymous with danger and opportunity. In those clear eyes, a greedy desire ignited. He was deeply interested in all so-called high-risk waste. Sacred tier equipment? Meh, nothing special. Hopefully, I can encounter a few max-level, poisonous bosses to boost my stats. After a dizzying whirl, Chu Ci landed. In front of him was a dark and oppressive battlefield, with blood rain falling from the sky, as if constantly reminding him of the dangers here. The ground was piled high with white bones, and the air was filled with a despairing miasma that could instantly drive one insane and mutate their body. This was the Dragon Nation's most elite secret realm, not only storing sacred tier equipment but also sealing countless super dangerous magical artifacts and bizarre evil objects captured from abyssal battlefields. Chu Ci took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "This environment is quite interesting." He completely ignored the blood rain that resembled a ghostly domain. This terrifying environment, which forced legendary powerhouses to defend with all their might, turned into pure black energy upon touching his skin, directly absorbed into his body. The system's voice frantically popped up in his mind: detected host exposed to high concentration, despair blood rain, initiating lethal corrosion and mental contamination, reversed into high-dimensional life nourishment and soul cleansing, life limit plus 2000. Mental power limit plus 1000. Chu Ci squinted his eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Looks scary, but it's actually no different from soaking in a top-tier hot spring. Just a bit thirsty. His gaze quickly landed on a nearby poisonous swamp, and he swaggered over, pulling out a thick straw from his spatial ring and plunging it into the swamp, gulping down a big mouthful. The taste, kind of like a matcha frappuccino that's been spoiled for 10 years, with a strong aftertaste. The system notifications continued to flood the screen: ingested raw liquid from the poisonous swamp, blood limit plus 5000. Acquired passive skill, advanced toxin fusion. Meanwhile, in the central control tower of the War Academy, a group of high-ranking officials and the old principal were gathered on the top floor, staring at the massive magical observation mirror, closely monitoring Chu Ci's every move. In the past, every genius who entered the secret realm would activate their highest defense equipment, cautiously avoiding all poisonous swamps and sealed zones, only daring to head straight to the equipment pavilion to select sacred artifacts. But the current scene left this group of decision-makers utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is he doing? A department head pointed at the screen, so agitated his finger was trembling. That place is the corrosive corpse poison swamp. Ordinary people would lose a layer of skin just entering it, yet he's drinking from it with a straw? Drinking is one thing, but he just spent half an hour under the despair blood rain. That kind of blood rain, a single drop turns you into a monster, yet he's completely fine. Another instructor clutched his head, his worldview on the verge of collapse. Even the old principal, Jian Wuji, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Having lived for a century, he'd seen all kinds of geniuses, but he'd never seen someone treat a desperate situation like a buffet. The poisonous pits others avoided at all costs, he was gulping down like a frappuccino. This kid's physical constitution, Jian Wuji sighed, is more bizarre than the freaks at the bottom of the abyss. But as long as he doesn't mess with those sealed forbidden artifacts, let him drink the poison water all he wants. After all, no one else can touch these poisonous swamps. Just as Jian Wuji finished speaking, everyone's gaze froze on the void observation mirror. In the image, Chu Ci, having quenched his thirst, suddenly looked up at the sacred artifact pavilion glowing with golden light in the distance. His face was full of disdain, as if the items there were nothing but unwanted junk. Without hesitation, Chu Ci turned around and headed straight for the deepest part of the secret realm, as if going to an appointment. That area was perpetually shrouded in black mist, with warning signs everywhere that read extremely dangerous. Trespassers will die. It was the kind of forbidden sealed zone that even demigods dared not approach. My God, is he insane? Jian Wuji couldn't care less about his image anymore and directly cursed. Someone, hurry up and stop him. In that place was sealed a weapon possessed by vengeful spirits after slaying the abyssal demon dragon a century ago, the Calamity Scythe. That thing devours human souls. Several department heads were in a panic, fumbling to activate the teleportation array to forcibly extract Chu Ci. But once the secret realm's rules were activated, unless one voluntarily exited, not even a demigod could intervene. It's over. This guy is walking to his death. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. Meanwhile, Chu Ci was already strolling into the forbidden sealing zone, humming a tune, completely ignoring the suffocating darkness around him. Chains tightly bound the black altar at the center. At this moment, he stopped in front of the altar as if on a casual walk. In the center of the altar was a massive black scythe, emanating a bloody stench and a soul-chilling aura of resentment. Just approaching it slightly, the vengeful will of the demon dragon surged like a tsunami, as if it wanted to tear him apart. The Calamity Scythe, a pseudo-divine weapon of unparalleled malevolence. Chu Ci's eyes lit up, staring at the scythe as if he had discovered a treasure. Looks fierce enough. Must be some rare, high-quality material. Without hesitation, he reached out and gripped the handle tightly. Instantly, a roar exploded in his mind, like a dragon bellowing in his ear. Black mist surged madly along his arm, attempting to shred Chu Ci's soul and take over his body. A phantom of a demon dragon appeared behind Chu Ci, laughing arrogantly, "Human, you dare touch my scythe? Your soul is mine now." The arrogance lasted less than 2 seconds before a system notification suddenly popped up in his mind: host detected under attack by an extreme malevolence-grade weapon spirit. Soul Devour curse activated. Concept reversal mechanism initiated. In an instant, all the rules were overturned. Devouring was no longer devouring but became sacrifice and feedback. Chu Ci's spiritual power skyrocketed, and the system notifications went wild: spiritual power plus 500,000, plus 500,000, plus 500,000. The extreme malevolent weapon spirit was utterly subdued, life-bound to him. The demon dragon's phantom suddenly screamed as if struck by lightning. Moments ago, it had been brimming with arrogance, but now it was panicking as if skinned alive. It never expected that the vengeful aura it prided itself on not only failed to seize this human soul but was reversed, offering up its own power, memories, and even lifespan. Stop! Stop! What kind of monster are you? The demon dragon's voice cracked. The mighty abyssal black dragon had become someone's power bank? An F-rank priest turned the tables and used it as a resource? Feeling the overwhelming surge of spiritual power, Chu Ci couldn't help but squint and smile. He patted the Calamity Scythe in his hand, looking at its still trembling blade, his grin brighter than the sun. Little black dragon, stop struggling. From now on, you'll follow me and be a good walking stick for self-defense. When there's an enemy, you'll be the first to charge. The demon dragon's phantom stubbornly shouted, "Don't even think about it. I, the demon dragon, will never submit to a mere human." Chu Ci chuckled softly. He slowly released the scythe, and a pure green light glowed in his palm. The divine healing light shone as brightly as a small sun, carrying a chilling aura of destruction. Since your resentment is so heavy, as a priest, I'll give you a free major treatment and purify your filthy soul. The moment the green light sphere appeared, the demon dragon's phantom froze. It was a destructive energy that struck at the very essence, purifying the space to the point of collapse. Feeling the terror of impending annihilation, the demon dragon was truly afraid for the first time. Enough, I was wrong. Ancestor. However you want to use me, I'll comply. Point me in a direction, and I'll slash. Anyone who dares provoke you, I'll wipe out their entire family. Seeing the demon dragon's vengeful spirit completely submit, Chu Ci finally smiled and withdrew the divine light. Now that's more like it. He pulled the calamity side out with one hand and casually slung it over his shoulder. With the pseudo-divine weapon now in his possession, the once dreaded forbidden weapon had become Chu Ci's personal armament. Chu Ci's face was adorned with a radiant smile, but that very smile sent chills down the spines of anyone who saw it. He brushed off the snack crumbs on his clothes, casually slung the newly snatched scythe of calamity over his shoulder, and said nonchalantly, "I've finished eating, got the weapon, now it's time to get down to business." He glanced at the communicator on his wrist. The 10 elite bodyguards arranged by his fiancée, Lin Xingyue, were probably about to wake up from his deep hypnosis by now. But to him, such minor issues were hardly worth mentioning. A blazing light flashed, and Chu Ci, carrying the extremely dangerous scythe, stepped directly into the teleportation array, ready to return to the academy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the central control tower was unusually tense. The old principal, Jian Wuji, and a group of department heads were staring intently at the surveillance screen. On the screen, the young man was carrying a scythe that even top-tier mages dared not touch, humming an unknown tune, and strolling out as casually as an old man shopping for groceries. The air froze for a full 3 minutes, no one dared to speak. Principal. Finally, a mentor spoke hoarsely, swallowing hard. Did he really bring back the scythe of calamity? This is a weapon that can even block forbidden spells. Jian Wuji's brows furrowed deeply, his expression a mix of complexity and helplessness. He sighed and chuckled bitterly. Bring it back? You call that bringing it back? Didn't you see the phantom of the demon dragon acting like a mouse seeing a cat? It surrendered out of sheer terror. There was no doubt in Jian Wuji's mind. Chu Ci, this new student, was no ordinary logistics department rookie, he was a top-tier weapon that had wandered into the wrong script. From now on, anyone who dared to treat him as an F-rank priest would probably have to look for answers in an urn. After a violent fluctuation of spatial energy, the teleportation hall beneath the central control tower fell into dead silence. 100 fully armed elite academy mentors stood as if preparing for a world war, holding their breath and fixing their eyes on the teleportation array's exit. The old principal, Jian Wuji, stood at the forefront, his hands trembling slightly despite his age. As the teleportation array dissipated and the dust settled, Chu Ci's figure barged into everyone's view. He was wearing a windbreaker, casually humming a tune, and using the 2-meter-long, pitch-black, dragon grudge-filled scythe of calamity as a walking stick. The blade dragged across the metal floor, leaving a glaring trail of sparks. The hall was instantly filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath, as if a group of experts were facing a nuclear bomb. The appearance of the scythe caused some mentors to nearly collapse in fear. The old principal, Jian Wuji, forced a smile that was harder than crying and stepped forward to speak. Chu Ci, did you choose this weapon? Yes, principal. I wandered around the secret realm and found this stick to be the most durable and visually appealing. My health isn't great, so I wanted something handy to use as a walking stick. The mentors nearly choked in frustration. Some even began questioning their existence. Such a notorious scythe, and you're using it as a hiking staff? This was like using a tank as a baby stroller, utterly inconceivable. What was even more chilling was that the seemingly invincible scythe lightly trembled in sync with Chu Ci. A miniature black dragon head phantom appeared on the handle, its expression fawning as it said, "Whatever the master says is correct. I am just a walking stick, and being able to help the master take a few extra steps is the greatest honor of my life." At this point, the jaws of all the mentors in the hall nearly hit the floor. The spirit of the demon dragon not only submitted but was also flattering him? This was beyond their comprehension. If there was an inexplicable bug in the world, it probably started with Chu Ci. The old principal took a deep breath, his tone barely calm. Good, good, very good. As long as you find it comfortable to use. His only thought now was to quickly send this living legend away. He carefully took out a purple gold token from his chest. This token was engraved with a 9-pointed star array, symbolizing the highest honor of the entire academy. Handing it over to Chu Ci with both hands, he solemnly announced, "Student Chu Ci, in light of your outstanding performance in the freshman competition, the Academy's senior management has decided to bestow upon you the title of Honorary Elder of the War Academy. With this token, you can freely access all resource repositories and libraries in the Academy without any permission. All courses are also waived. From now on, you are a free person in the Academy, and no one can control you." At this point, Jian Wuji's voice lowered slightly, his face full of flattery, as he looked at Chu Ci with a pleading expression. This old man, have just one small request. In the future, if students have minor injuries, we have dedicated healers to take care of them. Please, don't casually heal them anymore. I beg you, they are still students after all." Chu Ci took the token, and after listening, his face showed a look of regret, as if he had lost a source of amusement. He sighed lightly. "Principal, the way you say it makes it sound like I'm some kind of charlatan. Fine, since you've said so, as long as no one provokes me, I won't bother to heal anyone on my own." "Thank you, Elder Chu." Jian Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, bowing repeatedly, and watched as Chu Ci swaggered away, carrying his dragon staff. Once Chu Ci's figure completely disappeared, a department head finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously spoke up. "Principal, isn't it a bit excessive to grant an elder's privileges to a freshman directly?" "Excessive?" Jian Wuji sneered, glancing at the scorched mark left on the ground by the magic scythe. In his heart, there was only one thought: staying alive is the most important thing. No one knew what kind of secrets lay hidden beneath the crisscrossed, rugged, and cold steel floor. If it weren't for the fear of provoking that monster, the old man would have long been willing to hand over the Academy's highest position. By his logic, letting this freak, who could take down a level 70 archmage in a second, hold a nominal position was the most stable way to preserve the Academy's foundation. What was this small sacrifice in comparison? Meanwhile, Chu Ci returned to the standalone villa specially arranged for him by the logistics department. The treatment was exclusive and luxurious. But as soon as he pushed the door open and entered, he was stunned. Kneeling at the entrance were a group of black-armored guards, 10 burly men, each drenched in cold sweat, almost turning the expensive carpet into a puddle. When Captain Taizhan saw Chu Ci appear, his face turned pale, and his trembling voice was almost stammering. "Young master, you're back. We deserve to die. It's truly our incompetence, we don't even know what happened. We were just standing there, and suddenly we all fell asleep, sleeping straight through till morning. We failed to protect you properly. Please punish us." These men were all elite level 35 warriors. To have all of them collapse without any resistance, if word got out, the eldest daughter of the Lin family would skin them alive. Hearing this, Chu Ci merely chuckled softly. He changed into his house slippers, gently helped everyone up, and spoke in a voice as warm as a spring breeze in March. "Brother Taizhan, don't be nervous. How could this be your fault? You've been traveling for days and must be exhausted. Plus, the villa has calming and sleep-inducing aromatherapy. This kind of thing is perfectly normal. I'm here safe and sound, aren't I? Let's keep this matter between us and not tell Qingyue. It'll be our little secret." At these words, Tieshan's eyes immediately reddened. Say no more. Chu Ci's character, his magnanimity, his kindness, how could he possibly resemble the rumored good-for-nothing? No wonder the eldest daughter couldn't bear to part with him. Chu Ci instructed the guards to stand watch outside the door, finally giving himself some peace. He sank into the sofa, casually pulling out a calamity demon scythe shrouded in dense black aura from his storage ring, and grabbed a bright red, spirit-filled apple from the fruit platter. "Hey, little black dragon, let's talk about something." Chu Ci casually patted the blade of the scythe. A wisp of black shadow immediately emerged, its face full of flattery, nodding and smiling. "Boss, just say the word. Who do you want me to chop down this time?" Still planning to wreak havoc in the abyss? Let's not talk about killing, it doesn't suit my role as a priest. Chu Ci flicked the blade and, without looking back, tossed an apple into the air. I had something too salty when I first entered the secret realm. I want to change the taste. Your blade seems sharp, mind lending it to me to peel this apple? The expression on the shadow of the black dragon changed instantly. Big brother, you must be joking, right? I'm not just any ordinary blade, I'm a divine weapon forged from the finest materials, capable of slaying gods and drawing their blood. My edge can split space in an instant. And you want to use me to peel an apple? If word gets out, where's my dignity? Chu Ci raised his palm, and a faint green holy light emerged, carrying a threat so intense that even the abyssal demon dragon trembled. Happy to. It's my supreme honor to have Big Brother peel an apple with me. The black dragon panicked, even going so far as to control the magic scythe to adjust its blade to the perfect angle for peeling, terrified that Chu Ci might casually unleash some holy power on him in a moment of joy. This divine weapon, which had once made countless lives tremble, had now become a compliant household tool for peeling apples. Chu Ci peacefully enjoyed the quiet of the afternoon. Unfortunately, peace never lasts long. Boom! A violent explosion erupted outside the villa. Immediately after, 10 black armored guards screamed as they were sent flying, their bodies crashing through the walls amidst the sound of shattering stones and flying dust. You useless trash dare block my way? Get lost! A chilling pressure swept across the scene. It was the absolute violence unique to a level 65th tier Dragon Knight. The display was not only intimidating but also exuded an arrogance and confidence that suggested the entire world should revolve around him. Bang! The villa's metal door was kicked into pieces. Through the smoke and dust, a young man clad in dazzling golden armor, with a student council president badge on his chest, strode into the room. Behind him followed a group of equally imposing lackeys. This was Yi Chen, the undisputed #1 genius of the War Academy, who had reached level 60 at the age of 21. Even the heir of the capital's most prestigious family paled in comparison to him. For years, he had been obsessively pursuing Lin Xingyue, treating her as his personal property. Today, he was particularly furious. He had heard that not only did Lin Xingyue have a fiancée, but she had also single-handedly destroyed the Wang family and arranged for this fiancé to enter the War Academy. Yi Chen exploded with jealousy and stormed over directly. He fixed his gaze on the young man sitting on the sofa, his aura domineering and his eyes fierce. So, you're the useless Chu Ci who only dares to hide behind Lin Xingyue? And you dare to compete with me for a woman? Who do you think you are? I'll give you 3 seconds to cripple yourself and get out of the capital. Otherwise, I'll make sure you learn today. But before he could finish his sentence, he choked on his words. He saw Chu Ci lazily sitting on the sofa, casually spinning an apple in his hand. The tool he was using to peel the apple was none other than the black scythe, a weapon so terrifying that even a level 60 Dragon Knight would feel a chill in their heart. The massive blade exuded demonic energy, and even a top-tier expert like Yi Chen felt his scalp tingle at the sight. He could even see the black dragon on the blade, its face contorted in despair as it carefully controlled the peeling angle for Chu Ci. The oppressive atmosphere in the room was suffocating, leaving Yi Chen, who had come to flaunt his power, unable to utter a single harsh word. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone was stunned. What is this? A senior lackey behind Yi Chen, usually well-informed, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. His voice was filled with fear and disbelief. This is the legendary divine weapon from the secret realm, the Calamity Scythe? The once lively villa living room fell into a deathly silence. The usually arrogant lackeys were now quieter than ever, the tension in the air stretched to its breaking point. The apple peel in Chu Ci's hand slid into the trash can. He smiled as he took a bite of the apple. His peach-like eyes were full of warmth and innocence, but behind the smile lay a chilling calmness and calculation that sent shivers down one's spine. Don't be so angry, senior. Chu Ci casually raised the Calamity Scythe, as if holding a toy stick for his own amusement. Sit down, have some apples, calm down, let's not ruin the mood. The air remained still, and everyone was frozen in place. The senior underlings behind Yi Chen were trembling like they were short-circuiting, their legs weak. They had never actually seen this legendary weapon, but the top-secret compendium had always claimed that once the Calamity Scythe appeared, even a casual disturbance could turn a city into ruins. Even more absurd was the fact that this artifact worthy of the principal's personal seal had somehow become a peeling knife in the hands of a freshman F-rank rookie, used to slice apples, with the weapon spirit shedding tears while cooperating. This scene was more devastating than seeing a nuclear bomb treated as a toy. Fake, it must be fake. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, his face full of jealousy and rage. I am a level 60, 5th-tier Dragon Knight, the eldest son of the Yi family. A priest who needs protection can make an artifact recognize him as its master? Is he even worthy? He sneered coldly, directly drawing the S-rank Dragonbone greatsword from his back, his energy erupting with a roar, instantly reducing the furniture in the hall to powder. Yi Chen's face was ferocious, his eyes saying, "If I don't take you down today, my life will have been in vain." What are you? Pretending to be mysterious. Do you think a counterfeit can scare me? Stop dreaming. Yi Chen roared, his aura surging further, his entire being like a volcano about to erupt. Come forth, my companion, 6th-tier Earth Dragon. The emblem on his chest lit up, and a massive figure descended in an instant, a terrifying beast 15 meters tall, its golden scales as thick as city walls. With a roar, the floor outside the villa shattered, dust soared into the sky, and the air was filled with an oppressive tremor. The Earth Dragon opened its blood-red maw and roared furiously at Chu Ci, the foul, hot wind blowing Chu Ci's hair into disarray. Iron Mountain and the other bodyguards had already turned pale, their hearts chilled. This is the end. Yi Chen even summoned his beast, he truly intends to kill. A 6th-tier Earth Dragon paired with a level 60 knight, this isn't dragon slaying, it's a steamroller. Who could survive being crushed? But Chu Ci merely frowned, slowly swallowed his apple, wiped his hands clean with a tissue, his movements as composed as if no one was trying to kill him. He glanced at the dragon, his face expressionless, and said, "Your lizard really needs to brush its teeth, the stench is so bad it's making me dizzy." Before he could say anything else, the Calamity Scythe in Chu Ci's hand suddenly moved on its own. A wisp of black energy surged from the hilt, and a shadow of an abyssal demon dragon appeared at the tip of the scythe, its eyes radiating savagery and disdain. The demon dragon glared fiercely at the Earth Dragon, its aura a mix of destruction and madness. It roared, its voice exploding like thunder within the villa. Where did this weakling come from? Daring to challenge my master, crushing you into pulp would dirty my hands. In an instant, the Earth Dragon seemed to hit an iron wall, its massive body trembling violently. The roar stuck in its throat turned into a whimper. The 15-meter colossus suddenly collapsed to its knees, shivering all over, even losing control and wetting the floor beneath it. It knew very well that the scythe only needed to move a thought, and it wouldn't even leave a trace behind. How could this possibly be fake? This was clearly a being far above its ancestors' level, capable of annihilating dozens of its kind with a mere flick. Stand up, crush him. Yi Chen's face turned green as he saw his dragon directly prostrate itself. He frantically mobilized his soul power to force the Earth Dragon to rise, but no matter how much he tortured it, the Earth Dragon remained firmly curled up on the carpet, not daring to even glance at Chu Ci. Chu Ci stood up, holding the Calamity Scythe that radiated an oppressive aura. He looked down at Yi Chen, a faint cold smile on his lips. Look at that, your pet understands the rules better than you do, Chu Ci said casually, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Since it's so obedient, as a priest, I should give it a little reward. At this moment, the scene was eerily quiet, with everyone waiting for the next move. Chu Ci slowly raised his left hand, showing no sign of tension. In reality, he had merely activated a basic skill, beast nourishment. Originally, this skill was meant to make pets healthier and live longer, akin to a supplement prescribed by an ordinary doctor. However, Chu Ci was different from ordinary people. The mysterious power within him directly reversed the effect. The green light, which was supposed to enhance life, turned into a terrifying curse of death. A gentle green light floated down onto the Earth Dragon. It appeared feeble and harmless, devoid of any threat. But disaster struck in the very next second. A chilling sound of corrosion echoed. In just 2 seconds, the once majestic and indestructible level 55 Earth Dragon disintegrated into a pool of foul-smelling green blood without even a chance to struggle. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Such a powerful monster had vanished in an instant. All that remained was a soil-colored crystal core, which fell into the blood with a plop. Instant kill. A true instant kill. No dazzling special effects, no complex movements, just an F-grade skill that no one paid attention to, and the giant beast was erased from existence. Not even a so-called pseudo-divine artifact was used. At that moment, the entire scene fell silent. Yi Chen's face turned deathly pale, filled with disbelief. He felt a searing pain tearing through his soul and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body swaying unsteadily. The once confident and proud Academy's #1 genius now looked at Chu Ci with nothing but fear in his eyes. Even breathing became difficult for him, his throat trembling as he struggled to speak. "What kind of monster are you? What did you do to my dragon?" Yi Chen roared, his voice filled with collapse and rage. Chu Ci smiled, a gentle smile that almost made one forget the scene that had just unfolded. He held a 2-meter-long scythe of calamity in one hand, its blade scraping against the ground with a piercing spark as he slowly approached Yi Chen step by step. He moved as if taking a leisurely stroll, as though none of this mattered to him. "You're being so hurtful." "I'm just a priest who likes to help people," Chu Ci said, looking down at Yi Chen with a soft, harmless smile. He casually picked up the long strip of apple peel he had sliced earlier and stuffed it into Yi Chen's gaping mouth, every movement dripping with mockery. "I told you to eat some fruit to cool down earlier, but you refused. Regretting it now?" Chu Ci's icy gaze contrasted sharply with his kind tone. "Go ahead, eat it. Otherwise, you might not have the strength to eat anything later." Yi Chen, enraged to the point of laughter, was nearly driven mad by the humiliation and fury. "I am the eldest son of the Yi family. I'll kill you." He gritted his teeth through the pain, lifting the heavy S-grade dragon bone greatsword. Pouring all his strength and energy into the blade, he unleashed a strike with the determination to destroy everything, aiming it fiercely at Chu Ci's neck. Dragon's ultimate slash. Yi Chen roared, the sword's light streaking across the sky like a rainbow, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stones. But then, a scene that made everyone's souls nearly leave their bodies unfolded. Facing this earth-shattering attack, Chu Ci didn't retreat but instead advanced, offering his neck as if he didn't take Yi Chen's full-force strike seriously at all. The sword's edge fell with a deafening crash, and the entire villa collapsed under the shockwave of the energy. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned. Yi Chen's prized dragon-bone greatsword not only failed to harm Chu Ci in the slightest but also cracked open with a massive fissure. Chu Ci remained unscathed, not even a single red mark on him. On the contrary, his body seemed to have become even stronger and harder, like indestructible steel. He patted his neck, looking at Yi Chen with a hint of disappointment. "Didn't you eat? With that little strength, you think you can cut me?" Chu Ci knew very well that with his current body, not even the principal himself could harm him, let alone Yi Chen. Yi Chen was utterly broken. Staring at the damaged greatsword in his hands, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees before Chu Ci. All his confidence, pride, and dignity crumbled in an instant, disappearing like dust. Chu Ci looked down at him, his tone half mocking, half serious. "Ignoring the doctor's advice always ends up costing you." The calamity scythe in his hand lightly pressed against Yi Chen's shoulder, its sharp blade slicing through the golden battle armor, drawing blood that carried a chilling sensation. Chu Ci lowered his head and whispered softly in Yi Chen's ear, "Swallow the apple peel, then get lost quickly, or I might just try a super healing spell on you." Recalling the gruesome scene of his life beast instantly turning into a pool of blood earlier, Yi Chen's body trembled even more violently. This once brilliant genius, under the helpless gaze of his little followers, stretched out his trembling hand. He picked up the apple peel from the ground, his face full of humiliation, and shoved it into his mouth with force, swallowing it along with the blood in his mouth. The taste was sharp, fishy, and bitter, like swallowing a poisonous pill of disgrace. But he had no choice. If he didn't comply, the next thing he might swallow could be his own life. Chu Ci's face showed a hint of satisfaction, as if he were watching a joke. He casually put away the death scythe in his hand and patted Yi Chen's face, his movements as relaxed as teasing a helpless little kitten. Turning his head, he looked toward the door, his gaze drifting into the air, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Principal, you've been hiding up there watching the show for quite a while now. Aren't you planning to come down and clean up the mess? A few awkward coughs echoed in the air. Suddenly, ripples appeared above the ruins of the villa, and a figure emerged from a spatial rift, looking slightly uneasy. It was none other than Jianwuji, the old principal of the War Academy and a semi-divine powerhouse. He wore a broad smile, rubbing his hands together like a neighborhood administrator being reprimanded, looking somewhat embarrassed. In fact, he had arrived at the scene long ago, but when he saw Chu Ci withstand a level 60 ultimate strike and casually turn an A-grade giant sword into scrap metal, he was so shocked that he didn't dare utter a word. Now, being called out by Chu Ci, he had no choice but to step forward. Yi Chen, who had been filled with despair, felt as if he had been saved from death upon seeing the principal's figure. With the blood-soaked apple peel still in his mouth, he desperately crawled toward Jianwuji, his voice trembling and on the verge of tears. Principal! Principal, save me! Chu Ci, this madman, killed my life beast and threatened me with a divine weapon. Please help me! Bang! Before Yi Chen could finish speaking, Jianwuji kicked him square in the chest, not even bothering to use battle energy, just pure physical strength. That single kick sent the level 60 Yi Chen flying like a discarded rag doll, crashing heavily into the ruins, his stomach churning violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Help you? My foot! Jianwuji's beard bristled with anger as he pointed at Yi Chen and cursed, do you even know who you've provoked? Chu Ci is an honorary elder of our War Academy, his status equal to mine. You're just a student, barging into an elder's home with people and even daring to draw your sword? Are you tired of living? What? Honorary elder? Yi Chen and his followers froze completely, their minds blank. Imagine, who would have thought that a rookie priest with an F-grade novice badge on his first day would suddenly become an honorary elder on par with the principal? The whole world seemed to have gone mad. Take them away. Arrest these audacious fools immediately. Jianwuji gave them no time to react, waving his hand as several level 80 academy enforcement instructors appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, they pinned Yi Chen and his group to the ground, binding them tightly with high-level anti-magic chains and dragging them away like packed luggage. Principal, the Yi family is a prominent family in the imperial capital. One enforcement instructor whispered cautiously. The Yi family? What do they count for here? Jianwuji exploded with profanity. Even if it's the son of the King of Heaven, he has to follow the rules. Strip Yi Chen of all his academic credentials and honors immediately, remove him as student council president, and lock them all in the lowest level of the ice prison. Without my orders, anyone who visits them will be treated as an accomplice. Take them away. Yes. The law enforcement team mentors dared not ask further questions, dragging away the ashen-faced Yi Chen and the others, disappearing without a trace. The villa finally quieted down. After handling these matters, Jianwuji's furious expression instantly vanished, and he turned to face Chu Ci, immediately transforming into a kind and friendly smile. Elder Chu, I deeply apologize for the disturbance. I assure you, these reckless brats will never cause trouble in the academy again. Additionally, the repair costs for this villa will be fully covered by the academy. Furthermore, as compensation, you may select 3 high-grade materials from the academy's treasury. I want 30, Chu Ci interrupted mercilessly, holding up 3 fingers with an innocent smile. Also, I don't want materials. I heard you have a forbidden area in the back mountain, the Cave of 10,000 Evils, which seals various cursed artifacts. Give me a key to it. Jianwuji's face twitched, his breathing noticeably quickened. The Cave of 10,000 Evils? Anyone who entered that place was doomed to misfortune, even he, a demigod, would occasionally be entangled by various ancient curses when venturing inside. Was Chu Ci courting death, or did he simply find the world too boring? But Jianwuji had no grounds to refuse, so he could only smile bitterly and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. No problem. Elder, you can have whatever you want, as long as you don't deal with the living in the academy, everything is negotiable. Just as the two had concluded their equal negotiation and reached a cheerful agreement, suddenly a piercing blood-red alarm sounded, as if tearing the sky apart, each shriek more ear-splitting than the last, plunging the entire imperial capital into a hellish atmosphere. The sky was immediately covered by a blood-red protective light array. Everyone knew this was no joke. It signified the highest level of crisis, a death-level alarm. Jian Wuji's smile instantly turned into seriousness and fear. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Is this the highest level national destruction alarm? Something happened at the Abyss frontline?" Boom! Before anyone could react, the air suddenly tore open into a blood-soaked rift, and a high-ranking general, covered in blood with his left arm severed, stumbled out in a sorry state. He was an 8th-tier dragon knight, someone who could command a region in any other country. Yet now, his face was filled with terror as he clung desperately to Jian Wuji's collar, his voice hoarse to the point of nearly breaking his throat. "Headmaster! The front line has collapsed. The seals on the 7th and 8th layers of the Abyss have all been destroyed. 50 million monsters have surged out. The apocalyptic beast tide had erupted, 50 million monsters charging forth, not just an ordinary beast tide. What was even more unbearable was that this beast tide was led by 3 quasi-divine level demon kings above level 95. The first and second defensive lines had completely collapsed within 10 minutes, and 3 of the 5 9th-tier ancestors on the front line had perished. Hearing this news, Jian Wuji's entire body went numb, his mind blank. He couldn't believe it, 50 million monsters, and 3 divine-level demon kings? How could the Abyss launch a sudden full-scale attack without any warning? It defied all logic. But what made the atmosphere even more dire was the next words from the bloodied, battered general, which caused Chu Ci, who had been indifferent, to suddenly have an expression colder than the Abyss itself. The general's voice tore through the air, almost breaking into sobs. To cover the army's retreat to the 3rd defensive line, Miss Lin Qingyue of the Lin family led the Black Armor Guard Battalion to hold the line at Sai Canyon. To stall the 3 quasi-divine level demon kings, she desperately overused her SSS level ability and is now surrounded by millions of monsters in the canyon, unable to hold out much longer. The military requests all mentors from the War Academy to immediately support the 3rd defensive line. As for Miss Lin, the military said there are no extra forces to rescue her, and she must fend for herself. In the ruins, a faint yet chilling sound shattered the dead silence. The calamity scythe in Chu Ci's hand suddenly erupted with a 100-fold increase in dark energy. Black flames of the underworld rose from the blade, as if hell itself had descended. The gentle, harmless smile that Chu Ci always wore, like that of an innocent youth, vanished completely in that moment. His gaze changed, as if the physical exterior had been stripped away, leaving only a cold indifference mixed with divinity and demonic nature. His expression showed no trace of emotion, only merciless, absolutely icy power. "Pray for your own luck?" Chu Ci's voice was extremely soft, yet it echoed in everyone's ears with a chilling fear. "She's my wife. I will never stand by and watch those monsters touch a single strand of her hair." Chu Ci looked ahead, his left eye flowing with the sacred golden light of a cross, while his right eye burned with the dark death aura of the Abyss. Despite bearing an F-level insignia, the aura he unleashed made it hard for everyone to breathe. That overwhelming power was nothing like F-level, it was more akin to a god who could control life and death at will. Jian Wuji's face turned pale, his breath nearly stopping from tension. He could no longer distinguish whether the figure before him was human or divine. Chu Ci ignored them, donned his trench coat to cover most of his face, and pulled out a handful of highly toxic pills from his storage ring, all of them extremely dangerous poisons. Without a word, he stuffed the pills into his mouth as if eating candy. System notification sounds exploded in his mind one after another. Host has ingested 108 types of poison. Concept reversal fully operational. Vitality, mental strength, and physical body fully activated. His entire body seemed to undergo a nuclear explosion, his aura surging to its peak within seconds. Chu Ci calmly looked at the general, giving him no chance to refuse, his tone colder than ice. "Activate the military teleportation array directly to Sai Canyon." The general was stunned, staring at the F-level badge on Chu Ci's chest, instinctively shouting, "You're going to Sai Canyon? That's the center of tens of millions of monsters. 3 demonic kings are waiting there. You're just an F level, are you going to die? Chu Ci sneered, dragging a massive scythe burning with hellfire into view, his entire being radiating a sacred green light that silenced the entire military command room. The brothers on the front lines are already bleeding their hearts out, he said slowly. I, the strongest medic of the War Academy, naturally have to go to the front lines to deliver them a big healing package. And as for those 50 million monsters, it's time they experienced what a real checkup feels like. Jian Wuji and the one-armed general were both dumbfounded. Chu Ci's voice carried the finality of a death god's judgment. Open the gate. If you don't want me to tear space apart with this scythe, open it immediately. At this moment, on the front lines, Sai Canyon. The sky resembled a hell soaked in hot blood, with a constant rain of blood falling. The canyon had long turned into a massive grinder of flesh and blood. The Lin family's black armored guards, reduced from 3,000 to just 800, were covered in blood, using the last remnants of their lives to hold the narrowest part of the canyon. The beast tide surged outside the canyon, black as an endless sea. 50 million monsters, their stench nauseating, charged forward in a frenzy. At the rear of the beast tide, 3 quasi-divine demonic kings, as massive as small mountains, sneered coldly, their eyes devoid of emotion, as if watching a play. At the center of the battlefield, Lin Qingyue's silver-white battle armor was almost entirely stained red with blood, her breathing painfully labored. She gritted her teeth, clutching the divine weapon in her hand, struggling to hold on. For the sake of allowing millions of soldiers and civilians to evacuate safely, she had been fighting the demonic kings here for 3 hours straight. Her strength was nearing its limit, yet she still refused to fall. The absolute 0 degree she had overexerted herself to unleash could no longer summon divine power, and she couldn't even kill the level 80 monster before her. Miss. The third defensive line has retreated. Please leave now. We'll fight to the death to protect you. The last commander of the guards, though already having lost an arm to the monsters, roared as he stood in front of Lin Qingyue, vowing not to retreat. But Lin Qingyue merely gave a bitter smile. She glanced around, there was nothing but pitch-black void, with no gap for escape. The space here had long been completely sealed off by the level 95 Void Spider King. Forget about her, even someone much stronger wouldn't dream of breaking out. At this moment, one of the 3 massive quasi-divine demon kings, Abyssal 100-armed giant king, finally lost its patience. Its enormous body stepped forward, crossing several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Its mountain-like fist, carrying a terrifying storm, came crashing down toward Lin Qingyue. Human genius, today you will become my sacrifice. Its roar echoed through the valley, each word shaking the soul. Facing the threat of death, Lin Qingyue's eyes were filled with determination. She was already prepared to self-detonate, using her final strength to perish together with this monster. Brother Chu Ci, I'm sorry. I can never return to be with you again. You must live on safely. She closed her eyes, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Death was imminent. But suddenly, the sky lit up abruptly. A dazzling golden light, like the descent of the sun, tore through the tightly sealed space. Even the barrier set by the Void Spider King was forcibly split open by an almost brute force, revealing a massive spatial gate. The 3 quasi-divine demon kings froze in unison, their faces full of terror. At this moment, a series of crisp footsteps sounded, followed by a slightly teasing voice coming from the spatial gate. Wife, isn't it unfair to let a girl handle all the fighting? If you take care of all the monsters, how am I supposed to make a living in the future? Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Qingyue's pupils contracted sharply, and she snapped her eyes open. It was Chu Ci, her fiancé, whom she had been longing for and thought had long since left. At this moment, he was dressed in a simple black windbreaker, with an F-class apprentice priest badge hanging on his chest. Just like a boy next door, he walked out of the spatial gate, each step exuding confidence. Chu Ci? Why are you here? Leave now. This is the Abyss Core Zone, you'll die here. Lin Qingyue panicked, using the last of her strength to shield Chu Ci behind her. But Chu Ci simply reached out, gently yet dominantly pulling her into his arms. At that moment, the terrifying giant fist of the 100-armed giant king came crashing down, landing heavily on Chu Ci's frail back. No! Lin Qingyue screamed, her voice tearing through the air. That was a quasi-divine king's attack, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a single punch. Forget an F-class little priest, even a demigod expert would be obliterated without a trace. The massive shockwave swept through, leveling the entire ground and sending dust soaring into the sky. The 100-armed giant king laughed uncontrollably. Foolish human. To dare take my strike head-on with your body, that's a death wish. But in the next second, its laughter abruptly stopped. As the dust settled, everyone was stunned. Lin Xingyue was still in Chu Ci's arms, and Chu Ci stood tall, not budging even a millimeter. His ordinary windbreaker was still intact, without a single wrinkle. In Chu Ci's mind, the system's voice was frantically popping up. Warning. Sustained level 95 quasi-divine attack. Concept reversal fully activated. Extreme impact force converted into physical limit enhancement and significant blood vitality boost. Blood vitality cap increased by 5 million. 5 million. 5 million. Bone density exceeds limits. Defense attribute upgraded to quasi-divine physical immunity, nullifying all physical attacks below level 95. Chu Ci shrugged his shoulders, exhaled deeply, and even had a hint of comfort on his face. He turned to glance at the 100-armed giant king, his tone carrying a trace of disappointment. Is that all you've got? That level 70 old guy earlier was tougher than you. Did you skip breakfast? Hearing this, the 100-armed giant king's eyes widened to their limits, and it instinctively took a step back, its massive body trembling. Lin Xingyue was completely dumbfounded. She reached out to touch Chu Ci's back, her mind utterly blank. She still remembered that the man in front of her, who used to struggle even to kill a chicken, now withstood a cataclysmic ultimate attack with his bare body, unscathed, and could still crack a joke. Chu Ci gently kissed Lin Xingyue on the forehead and said softly, "Xingyue, close your eyes and rest for a while. What happens next isn't something a girl should see." The rest was silence. The entire scene fell into a hush, and everyone held their breath. Everyone knew what was about to happen here, but no one could believe who would emerge victorious this time. The protective circle of the black armored guards was eerily quiet. Chu Ci slowly turned around, the gentle expression on his face vanishing, replaced by an absolute calmness, as if a god were gazing down at mortals with emotionless indifference. He merely waved his hand lightly, and a pitch-black scythe of calamity appeared out of thin air in his grasp, surrounded by a dark aura as deep as the abyss. An illusory demon dragon roared beside him, its oppressive presence forcing the 3 demon lords on the opposite side to their knees. "Are you reinforcements sent by the War Academy?" The flame demon lord, engulfed in flames, laughed angrily through gritted teeth, staring intently at Chu Ci. "So what if your body is strange? Even if you're a demigod, can you kill all 50 million of our army? No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand sheer numbers, we'll overwhelm you eventually." 50 million demonic creatures roared in unison, their voices seemingly shattering the entire canyon. The overwhelming tide of beasts, like a black ocean, surged forward, ready to engulf Chu Ci at any moment. Yet Chu Ci remained unperturbed. He even calmly planted his scythe into the ground and clapped his hands leisurely. "You demon lords make a good point. Fighting and killing only hurts harmony." He spread his hands, a warm and compassionate smile appearing on his face, as if he had suddenly transformed into a savior. "As I said earlier, I'm just a medic in logistics. You've come all this way, and it must have been exhausting. Why don't we settle this peacefully?" As he spoke, Chu Ci slowly ascended into the air. The terrifying constitution within his body and the mutated spiritual power born from consuming deadly toxins erupted to their peak in an instant. "In that case, let this little F-rank priest give you all a full-body checkup and maybe even replenish your energy." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky above the canyon changed color in an instant. The oppressive blood-red sky was replaced in the blink of an eye by a radiant, life-filled green. Holy light enveloped every corner. System notifications flooded his mind. Detected, host has released holy light radiance. Group healing skill applied across the entire area, reversed into maximum range damage. All hostile targets will suffer extreme true damage, soul corrosion, and instant annihilation, ignoring all resistances. The next second, a massive green magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the 50 million demonic creatures. Healing light erupted, transforming the entire sighing canyon into a sea of green. No! This light is too hot. It hurts so much. My flesh is melting. My soul is burning. No matter how powerful the demonic creatures were, as soon as they touched the green light, it was as if they had been thrown into the core of the sun. They couldn't last even a second before being vaporized into dust. There were no deafening explosions, only the hissing sound of flesh evaporating and souls disintegrating, echoing densely throughout the canyon. This wasn't healing magic, it was a cosmic scale purge, erasing every enemy completely. 3 seconds. Apart from the torrents of experience points surging into Chu Ci's body, the canyon, once teeming with demonic creatures, instantly turned into an empty expanse. 50 million monsters gone without a trace, not even blood or bones left behind, all reduced to nothingness. The black armored guards hiding within the protective circle were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. They looked at the now empty canyon, then at the figure hovering in midair like a god, unable to process what had just happened. At this moment, only 3 level 95 quasi-divine demon lords were barely holding on. But even they couldn't escape the searing burn of the green light, their proud bodies continuously rotting and melting. What kind of monstrous method is this? The flame demon lord stared at his vanishing arm, completely breaking down. Are you a devil? What kind of doctor acts like this? The 100-armed giant king let out a miserable scream as he collapsed to the ground, his body dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling pus under the green light, leaving no trace behind. Chu Ci landed on the ground, casually pulled out his scythe, glanced at the scattered Demon King crystal cores, and sighed regretfully. I told you my treatment is very gentle, but why don't you ever listen? I just wanted to help you, yet you always resist. He clapped his hands, turned around, and walked away. On the eerily silent battlefield, he once again donned his gentle and harmless smile and walked slowly toward Lin. The air was terrifyingly quiet. The battlefield, which had been filled with the roars of tens of millions of demonic creatures just moments ago, now only echoed with the sound of one's own breathing. The stench of blood had completely vanished, replaced by specks of green light floating in the air, transforming the once hellish scene into something out of a fairy tale. Lin Qingyue stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with shock, staring intently at the young man who was walking toward her with open arms from afar. Dressed in black, his face wore a warm smile, and he seemed to radiate light. Her mind was blank. Just moments ago, she had been prepared to fight to the death, to perish together with the quasi-divine demon king. Who could have imagined that her fiancé, who she had always thought was an F-rank weakling who couldn't even kill a chicken and needed 24-hour protection, would suddenly unleash a healing light so powerful that it obliterated 50 million demonic creatures into dust in an instant, without even bothering to name the move? She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Qingyue? Don't you recognize your husband anymore? Seeing her standing there motionless, Chu Ci walked over and domineeringly pulled her into his arms. It wasn't until she felt the warmth of his heartbeat and the fresh scent on him enveloping her that Lin Qingyue finally snapped out of her daze. Then, her emotions completely collapsed. She clung tightly to Chu Ci, tears streaming down her face like an unstoppable faucet. The ice-cold goddess of the battlefield, who had been ruthless to the end, now seemed like a girl who had just been terribly wronged, clutching Chu Ci's waist and sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Chu Ci. You scared me to death. You're just an F-rank. What were you doing in a place like this? What if you had really died? Lin Qingyue's voice was choked with sobs, her emotions utterly breaking down. Someone who was usually absurdly strong now had nothing left but heartache. Chu Ci gently patted her back, his heart softening. This woman, who had just been on the brink of death herself, was still more concerned about his safety. If you're willing to risk your life, how could I, as your husband, just stand by and do nothing? Chu Ci stroked her silver hair and smiled nonchalantly. Besides, look, I'm perfectly fine. That big demon king was all bark and no bite. His punches were even softer than mine, he couldn't even scratch me. Stop joking around. Lin Qingyue looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes, her voice filled with a mix of anger and worry. That was a level 95 quasi-divine demon king.
And that green light that destroyed the entire canyon, how on earth did you do that?
Lin Xingyue was no ordinary person, she knew all too well what that kind of power represented. It was something far beyond the reach of ordinary people, even surpassing the limits of human understanding. It was already at the level of the gods in legends. Chu Ci spread his hands innocently.
I just used a big healing spell.
Maybe these abyssal creatures have some kind of abnormal constitution that's super sensitive to holy type skills, so my healing magic wiped them out. I didn't expect it to work so well. You can't blame me for being too good at healing.
Just sensitive? 50 million demonic creatures all sensitive enough to turn into piles of ash?
Lin Xingyue stared at him blankly. That kind of explanation might fool a 3-year-old, but as she looked at Chu Ci's earnest face, her mind suddenly began to race, piecing things together.
Absolutely impossible. Even the legendary strongest holy pope couldn't achieve that.
The only explanation is that Chu Ci used some kind of super forbidden ancient artifact, paying a huge price or even sacrificing his own life force for such an outburst.
He looks fine now, but he must be holding on. The backlash must be severe.
Did this guy risk his life to save me? Lin Xingyue grew more distressed the more she thought about it, her eyes reddening as if they were about to bleed.
She looked at
Chu Ci, her heart aching to the extreme, her gaze nearly overflowing with love and a crazed protective instinct.
Brother Chu Ci, stop talking, I understand. I understand everything.
Lin Xingyue grasped Chu Ci's hand tightly with a trembling voice and said, no matter what price you paid, I will heal you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Don't ever use your life to exchange for such insane power again.
Chu Ci looked speechless. I'm really fine.
In fact, at this moment, he felt his body brimming with power, so strong it was almost unbelievable, as if he could punch the earth into 2 halves.
Stop pretending.
I know you're just trying to keep me from worrying.
Nothing you say will change my mind.
Lin Xingyue stubbornly rejected his words, her eyes red-rimmed, and turned to look at the 800 black armored guards in the distance. All of them were frozen like statues, either with their mouths agape or their eyes vacant, clearly having their worldview shattered by the scene earlier. Suddenly, an icy killing intent erupted from her, chilling to the extreme, making everyone present shiver involuntarily.
Listen up, all of you.
Lin Xingyue's voice seemed capable of freezing the air.
Everything that happened in the canyon today is classified as top-level secrecy.
We were saved by a mysterious superpower who used heaven-defying magic to eliminate the beast tide and then left. As for my fiancé, Chu Ci, Lin Xingyue's tone carried authority, he was just an ordinary apprentice priest with pitiful combat skills, who had only just arrived via the teleportation array. If anyone dares to reveal even a word about Chu Ci's ability to annihilate monsters, Lin Xingyue swore with a chilling tone, I vow to personally avenge this blood debt. I will make their entire family pay the price, ensure their souls suffer eternally, and trap them forever in the ice prison.
I will show no mercy. Before everyone could recover from Lin Xingyue's killing intent, all 800 black armored guards in the canyon dropped to one knee in fear.
Some even took out daggers and cut their palms, letting fresh blood drip from their hands.
We swear to.
The 800 warriors shouted in unison, we survived today only because of the help of a great master. Young Master Chu Ci is just a frail, F-ranked priest who couldn't even fight a chicken. If we dare to leak even a shred of the truth, may we be struck by lightning and die without a corpse. The scene was nothing short of shocking.
The collective oath of 800 men echoed through the canyon, sending chills down everyone's spine. Despite their usual decisiveness in battle, who would dare utter a single word now?
Chu Ci's earlier move had left them utterly convinced. After all, in this world, the one with the strongest fists makes the rules. The power Chu Ci displayed had long surpassed the imagination of ordinary people, more terrifying than the demons of legend.
Deep down, they were completely in awe.
Lin Xingyue nodded in satisfaction. She knew very well that Chu Ci could not be exposed right now. An F-ranked priest possessing the power to annihilate millions of troops, if this information were leaked, the entire world would treat him as a monster. High-ranking officials from various nations, and even true deities, would covet him. Lin Xingyue swore she would never let her man become a target for everyone. Even if the whole world had to be deceived, she would protect Chu Ci's secret. Chu Ci watched all of this unfold, a group of burly men covering up his strength, and his fiancée nervously taking care of him.
His emotions were incredibly complex.
Clearly, he had just punched through the sky, yet these people insisted on pretending he was on the brink of death and refused to let him explain.
Wife, actually, I'm perfectly fine, really strong. Chu Ci was about to say something.
Lin Xingyue didn't give him the chance, raising her hand to gently press his lips.
Don't talk, you need to rest.
She casually pulled out an extremely rare recovery pill from her storage ring and, like feeding a child a bean, directly stuffed it into Chu Ci's mouth.
Hurry up and eat it. Once you're done, I'll carry you back.
Chu Ci chewed on the divine pill, its crisp crunch echoing in his mouth. Before he could react, the pill's power surged through him, causing his vitality to skyrocket. He completely surrendered. Fine, if my wife wants to feed me soft rice, I'll reluctantly accept it. After all, pretending to be weak is quite comfortable.
Acting cool every day is exhausting.
But before everyone could recover from this bizarre scene, boom!
A deafening roar erupted as dozens of terrifying spatial rifts suddenly appeared in the sky above the canyon.
Several powerful auras descended from the heavens. An elderly principal with white hair and an overwhelming presence, Jian Wuji, led the top military commanders of the Dragon Nation and a group of academy elites, charging out from the void, fully armed. Everyone was tense, their eyes filled with ferocity, ready to fight at any moment. All troops, prepare.
Defend the canyon to the death, a general roared.
Even if the entire army is wiped out, we must stop those 3 demon kings here.
They must not set foot in our nation.
Xingyue, my dear child, this old man has come to save you. Jian Wuji was pacing anxiously, gripping the legendary divine sword, ready to fight the monsters to the bitter end. However, when these top-tier warriors, filled with resolve, landed at the bottom of the canyon, they were utterly dumbfounded. Before them lay an empty canyon, leaves swirling in the air, eerily quiet. No beasts, no demon kings, not even a trace of blood.
The entire canyon looked as if it had just been scrubbed clean by a fire brigade.
The only living beings were a group of black armored guards with peculiar expressions, and Chu Ci, who was leaning against Lin Xingyue, enjoying himself, still chewing on a high-grade divine pill, living as if he were on
vacation. Where are the monsters? Where's the 50 million strong beast tide? Where did those 3 demon kings go?
Jian Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, his divine sword slipping from his grasp as he froze in place like someone had hit the pause button. Facing the incredulous gazes of the elites, Lin Xingyue maintained a calm demeanor, her voice carrying just the right amount of respect and astonishment as she spoke naturally, reporting to the commanders. Just moments ago, a reclusive expert passed by. He found the monsters too noisy, so he casually snapped his fingers. A flash of light followed, and all 50 million monsters disappeared.
What? All the military leaders gasped, feeling as if they were dreaming. With just a casual gesture, the entire monster army vanished? How could any human achieve such a feat? Was there truly such a being in this world?
While everyone was still immersed in Lin Xingyue's explanation, questioning their reality, among the group of elites, only Jian Wuji silently stared at Chu Ci, who was lying on Lin Xingyue's back with a smile on his face. His gaze was extremely complicated. He knew very well, because earlier, he had personally seen Chu Ci on campus surveillance using Grand Healing to counter a level 70 Mage King skill. The residual energy in the canyon was also, nauseatingly holy healing energy, exactly the same as what he'd seen in the arena back then. A reclusive expert? What a joke! The terrifying figure who could wipe out 50 million monsters with just one finger was now pretending to be weak, lying on a girl's back, enjoying her care in broad daylight. Jian Wuji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He glanced at Chu Ci's warning-filled eyes, then at Lin Xingyue's stance, which clearly said she'd fight anyone who dared touch Chu Ci. As a dignified half-divine being, usually commanding respect and awe, Jian Wuji felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying, and loudly echoed to the surrounding military leaders, "Yes, that's right. I also sensed that senior's aura from the air just now. That senior is truly kind-hearted, and his medical skills, no, his magical powers are incredibly formidable.
Ha 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 ha. He laughed stiffly, while inwardly lamenting. This world has gone mad.
A monster-level figure, someone even half-divine beings must tread carefully around, is now openly living a carefree life with his girlfriend in public. Everyone else fights tooth and nail, risking their lives without enjoying their wealth, while this guy lives effortlessly.
Who could endure this? Unparalleled magical power.
Yes, practically capable of overturning the heavens and earth.
The old headmaster, Jianwuji, wiped the cold sweat from his brow.
Looking at the group of military generals whose hands were trembling with excitement, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue spinning his tail.
Old Jian. Since you've sensed that senior's presence, do you know his name? What does he look like?
A general, his eyes red with excitement, gripped Jianwuji's hand tightly. To wipe out 50 million demonic creatures and 3 quasi-gods in one move, he saved the entire nation. Even if it costs us everything, we in the military must build a temple and erect a statue in his honor.
Exactly.
We must report this to the highest authorities and mobilize the entire nation to find this savior. The other generals echoed loudly.
Find the savior? Jianwuji's mouth twitched even more violently. He sneaked a glance at Chu Ci, who was currently draped lazily over Lin Qingyue's back. What a joke, the so-called savior was right here, pretending to be dead in the arms of a beauty, too lazy even to walk on his own. If they really tracked him down and his identity was exposed as an F-rank novice priest, the entire nation's leadership would probably have a collective breakdown. Ahem. Generals, please don't.
Jianwuji shuddered and quickly adopted a mysterious demeanor, warning with feigned profundity, someone of that level has long transcended the concerns of ordinary people. Since the senior chose to remain hidden and acted so casually, it shows that he dislikes being disturbed. If you really mobilize all your resources to find him and end up angering him, don't say I didn't warn you. Someone who can wipe out 50 million demonic creatures in one move could just as easily erase the imperial capital in another. As soon as these words left his mouth, the dozen or so military generals felt a chill run down their spines. Who would dare provoke someone capable of crushing quasi-gods with ease? If they truly angered him, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Old Jian is right, we were too impulsive. The generals nodded repeatedly, then turned toward the empty canyon with utmost reverence, collectively saluting with a standard military gesture. The senior's great kindness and virtue, he completed his task and left quietly, asking for nothing in return. We mere mortals can only wish him all the best from here. Watching these usually decisive and ruthless military leaders bowing and giving thanks to thin air, Chu Ci, still lying on Lin Qingyue's back, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. His shoulders shook uncontrollably.
Brother Chu Ci, what's wrong? Are your wounds still hurting?
Lin Qingyue, feeling his movements, thought he was enduring immense pain. Her heart ached, and her eyes turned red with worry. She turned her head and coldly addressed the still grateful military generals, leaders. The demonic creatures have been cleared, and the war is over.
My fiancé is gravely injured and needs immediate treatment. I will take him back to the imperial capital now.
With that, she gave no one a chance to respond. Lin Qingyue directly pulled out an extremely rare long-distance spatial teleportation scroll and crushed it without hesitation. A flash of white light later, Lin Qingyue, carrying Chu Ci and
accompanied by 800 loyal black armored guards, vanished from the canyon.
Once Chu Ci was gone, Jianwuji finally let out a long sigh of relief, releasing all the fear that had been weighing on him.
Finally sent that god of calamity away.
He wiped his back, drenched in cold sweat, and silently vowed that if anyone ever made him deal with such a freak again, he would turn and run without a second thought. The imperial capital, Lin family's top-tier private estate. This was the headquarters of the Lin family, one of the nation's 4 major financial conglomerates. Its security measures and medical facilities were the best in the world.
Hurry!
Activate the most advanced healing arrays immediately. Bring out that 1,000-year snow lotus from the treasury and make soup with it. And the 9th-level dragon crystal, crush it and spread it under young Master Chu's bed. As soon as Lin Qingyue entered, the usually icy and aloof beauty transformed into a fierce tigress protecting her cub. She barked orders at the hundreds of top-tier butlers and doctors, and anyone who dared to move even a second slower would face her wrath.
The entire Lin family estate was thrown into chaos.
Meanwhile, as the central figure of all this commotion, Chu Ci lay helplessly on a bed covered in top-grade gemstones. He was wrapped tightly in the most expensive Firecloud silkworm quilt by Lin Qingyue, with only his head exposed, looking very much like a pampered noble young master receiving the utmost care.
"Grandma, don't worry, I'm really fine.
Just now, I didn't take poison, I took a handful of tonics.
I feel absolutely fantastic now."
Chu Ci tried to sit up, but Lin Qingyue pressed him back onto the bed.
"Don't move."
Lin Qingyue's gaze was firm yet filled with concern. "Your body is currently in backlash mode, you absolutely cannot move around. You must rest." She stared intently at Chu Ci's face, completely unconvinced by his excuse. What a joke! What kind of priest could unleash a move that instantly killed 50 million monsters and still act as if nothing had happened? He was clearly forcing himself to hold on. "Don't worry, I've already spent a fortune to invite the most skilled divine doctor in the Dragon Kingdom, Master Sun Miao, the nine-turn medicine god. He's on his way to treat you. No matter how much life force or essence you've overdrawn, as long as I'm here, I'll empty the family fortune to help you recover." With that, she rushed out to urge the servants to continue brewing medicine, leaving only a helpless Chu Ci in the room.
Chu Ci's mouth twitched. Nine-turn medicine god?
He smiled bitterly in his heart.
His current health was ridiculously high, even semi-divine level powerhouses couldn't do anything to him. If this medicine god took his pulse, would he end up being treated as some kind of monster for research? Now that no one was disturbing him, Chu Ci could finally reflect on the massive gains from the crazy harvest in the Cyan Canyon earlier. "System, open the attribute panel," he silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, a golden virtual screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes, displaying data: Host, Chu Ci, Class, Apprentice Priest, Special Form, Reaper, Level, Tier 30, unable to complete 3rd Tier Advancement Quest, forcibly suppressed, but attributes have already overflowed across the board. Base health, 130 million/130 million, mental power, 8.5 million/8.5 million, physical strength, Tier 4 Overlord body, nearly immune to all physical damage below level 99, and attacks. Convert into health regeneration, soul level, quasi-divine, immune to all mental probing and mind control. Seeing his absurdly high health and the suffocatingly long numbers, Chu Ci couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile.
50 million monsters of various levels, plus 3 level 95 quasi-divine demon lords, had forcibly elevated his vitality to an inhuman level. Now, forget about being punched by a 100-armed giant. Even if that monster launched a full-force attack in anger, it would probably end up killing itself from the recoil. However, the most valuable gains weren't the health points but the 3 super rare items. Chu Ci flipped his wrist, and 3 terrifying crystal cores, along with 3 golden glowing spoils, flew out from his spatial ring: Heart of the Emberflame Demon Lord, quasi-divine material; Severed heavy arm of the 100-armed giant, quasi-divine material; Binding web of the Void Demon Spider King, quasi-divine material. Following that, 3 skill books appeared. These were exclusive skill books dropped by level 95 quasi-divine demon lords. Any one of them could cause a global storm if thrown out. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ci slapped the 3 skill books onto his forehead and learned them.
Ding! Would you like to learn the quasi-divine skills, Doomsday Flame Meteor, Titan's Heavy Pressure, and Void Banishment? Learn! Ding! Learning successful. Detected extremely powerful offensive skills. Special physique triggered reversal effect. Original effect: Doomsday Flame Meteor summons a massive meteor to bombard enemies. Reversed effect: Vital Starfall summons a celestial body of life, reviving teammates who died within the last 24 hours and fully restoring their state. Original effect: Titan's Crushing Weight crushes enemies with a 100-fold gravity. Reversed effect: Weightless Ascension removes gravitational constraints, granting the target the ability to fly at extreme speed and pass through any obstacles. Original effect: Void Banishment throws opponents into a chaotic space for eternal annihilation. Reversed effect: Dimensional Sanctuary creates an invincible safe space, pulling the target inside, ignoring all external attacks, with infinite duration. After reading, Chu Ci couldn't help but curse. Not only could he now resurrect the dead, escape instantly with invincibility, and ignore the world's rules to ensure his survival, but
These 3 skills were untouchable even by gods. As long as he didn't want to die, not even a god could catch him. With these abilities, I can finally enjoy my life of ease without worry. Chu Ci stretched lazily, casually spinning 3 super crystal cores in his hand like walnuts. Just as he was savoring his low-profile peak moment, a muffled cry came from outside the window, "Elder Chu! Elder Chu, save me!" Chu Ci froze and turned to look. To his surprise, the dignified level 90 demigod and former headmaster of the War Academy, Ji, was clinging to the 3rd-floor window, drenched in sweat, looking pitifully inside. "Headmaster? At your age, why are you climbing windows to eavesdrop on news?" Chu Ci chuckled and waved him in. Ji scurried into the room like a big rat, carefully setting up a soundproof barrier as he entered. The moment he landed, he knelt directly in front of Chu Ci's bed, tears streaming down his face. "Elder Chu, ancestor, I'm desperate. You must save me." "Don't panic, speak slowly," Chu Ci said leisurely, still toying with the proto-divine crystal core. "Who provoked you? Dropping my name won't help? It's not someone else, it's those lunatics from the military." Ji was drenched in cold sweat, speaking incoherently. "After those generals returned, they insisted on finding out who the super powerhouse was that wiped out 50 million troops in an instant. Somehow, they dug up ancient records claiming that the green light was a long-lost forbidden technique of the Church of Light. Now, the military's top brass has mobilized overnight, dragging the old Pope of the Church of Light, who's been in seclusion for over 100 years, out of retirement. They're forcing him to admit it was his doing. Think about it, the old Pope is 120 years old, how could he handle such a scene? He was so terrified he had a stroke on the spot and was rushed to the ICU." Hearing this, Chu Ci was speechless. He hadn't done anything, yet trouble had fallen from the sky. Honestly, the old Pope was truly unlucky. "So what does this have to do with me? Why are you coming to me?" Chu Ci blinked innocently, pretending to know nothing. "Ancestor Chu, can you stop pretending?" Ji was on the verge of tears. Although the old Pope passed out, his disciple, currently the #1 divine healer in the Dragon Nation, the 9-turn medicine god Sun Miao, insists on investigating the residual aura at the scene to uncover the truth. "I just saw Miss Lin invite Master Sun inside, saying he's here to check on your health. If Master Sun takes your pulse and discovers not only that you're perfectly healthy but also that the aura in your body matches the power that annihilated the beast tide, I'm done for. The military won't let me off the hook, and I'll definitely be accused of harboring a powerhouse. They'll probably dissect me for research." Ji was genuinely terrified. He knew very well that once something of this magnitude was exposed, it wouldn't be a minor issue that could be brushed off with a position change, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Chu Ci slowly stopped spinning the crystal core in his hand. "The 9-turn medicine god? Sun Miao?" He stroked his chin, a subtle, intriguing smile appearing on his lips. "Interesting. Since this old immortal has personally come to take my pulse, wouldn't it be impolite if I didn't give him a grand gift?" Ji shuddered inwardly at Chu Ci's expression. It was over. A bizarre thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Today, this so-called #1 divine doctor of the Dragon Kingdom, Sun Miao, might not even be able to keep the coffin lid of the revered old Pope in place. Everything was about to spiral out of control. Just then, a knock came from outside the bedroom, the rhythm crisp and clear. "Brother Chu Ci, I've brought Master Sun." Lin Qingyue's gentle voice came from outside, as if afraid of startling Chu Ci. Hearing her voice, Ji instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, darting under the bed in a flash. Despite being a dignified demigod, he moved as swiftly as a ghost, terrified of getting involved in any trouble. Chu Ci watched Ji's move to hide under the bed and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Still, he played along, lying down on the bed. Using the newly learned skill Weightless Ascension, he quietly concealed all the energy on his body, making himself appear as if he were gravely ill and on the verge of death. The door opened, and Lin Qingyue entered with an elderly man. The old man wore a long robe embroidered with golden threads and a cauldron motif, his hair white but his face youthful, exuding vitality. A strong medicinal fragrance surrounded him, and the moment he stepped in, he carried the aura of a top-tier expert. He was none other than the Dragon Kingdom's universally acknowledged #1 divine doctor and the personal disciple of the old Pope of the Church of Light, Sun Miao. "Master Sun, please save him." Lin Qingyue's eyes were slightly red, her tone so sincere it was moving. "As long as you can cure him, you can take whatever you want from the Lin family's treasure trove of medicinal herbs."
"Miss Lin, you're too kind."
"Saving lives is my duty," Sun Miao smiled, his confidence tinged with a trace of pride. "I've been practicing medicine for decades and have saved no fewer than 10,000 lives. Even if someone is on the brink of death, as long as I'm here, I can pull them back." Hearing Sun Miao's confident words, Lin Qingyue visibly relaxed a little. Sun Miao approached the warm jade bed and saw Chu Ci wearing an F-rank priest badge, his face pale. Inwardly, he felt disdain and SS-rank genius of the Lin family mobilizing such a grand effort for this F-rank useless pretty boy, even using 1,000-year snow lotus to make soup. What a waste! Though he was silently critical, Sun Miao remained professional, sitting steadily on the brocade stool by the bed. "Young man, don't be afraid. Give me your hand," Sun Miao said gently, his fingers glowing faintly as he reached for Chu Ci's wrist. "Sorry to trouble you, Master Sunday. My body is very weak, so please be gentle." Chu Ci coughed weakly twice, cooperating as he extended his wrist. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Sun Miao nodded confidently, immediately activating his world-renowned diagnostic skill, Tai Divine Needle Pulse Technique. A surge of exceptionally pure energy instantly entered Chu Ci's body, like a nimble spirit snake weaving through his meridians. Sun Miao closed his eyes, entering a focused state, ready to assess just how severe the injuries of this waste were. But 1 second, 2 seconds. The previously confident Sun Miao suddenly froze, his fingers stiffening as he yanked out a handful of his own white beard. The expression on his face shifted from relaxed to shocked, his pupils dilating sharply as if he had seen something utterly inconceivable. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom it. Chu Ci's internal energy wasn't weak or sickly as expected. It was like a slumbering cosmic behemoth. Sun Miao's eyes snapped open, his entire body as if struck by lightning. He stared intently at Chu Ci's wrist, his gaze filled with disbelief, as though he had just witnessed the most absurd phenomenon in the universe. He had assumed that Chu Ci's body must have some major issues. But as soon as his energy touched Chu Ci, there was no sign of meridian exhaustion or source damage, none of it existed. On the contrary, his energy was like a tiny, insignificant drop of water, instantly swallowed by a vast, raging, and unimaginably boundless ocean of vitality. This energy was so overwhelming it made one's scalp tingle. The mere vitality within his body was more terrifying than the strongest cosmic beast from the dark abyss. The power of a single bone could almost rival the legendary black hole. And this was just the surface. He actually sensed a pure, immense, and divine power from Chu Ci's body, the same source as the legendary green light that wiped out millions of demonic armies in a single second. Could it be the legendary living king of hell, the one who scared the Pope into fainting and obliterated 3 demon kings with a single finger, was actually this sickly-looking F-rank priest boy lying in bed? Sun Miao was utterly stunned, frozen like a wooden statue. His brain felt fried, his heart pounded wildly, and his hands and feet trembled. He felt as if he were nailed to the spot. This kind of supreme figure was pretending to be an ordinary patient lying in bed, letting him take his pulse? If this got out, he and his master might be reunited in the afterlife by next year's Qingming festival. Lin Qingyue was dumbfounded as well. Seeing Sun Miao almost tear out his own beard and looking like he was about to faint, she panicked and was on the verge of tears. She quickly stepped forward and asked, "Master Sun, what's wrong? What's going on with my brother? Even you can't treat him?" At that moment, Chu Ci slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Sun Miao calmly. That gaze carried no emotion, yet it felt like a blade, instantly sending a chill through Sun Miao's entire body. Immediately after, an overwhelming sense of pressure, which only he could feel, crushed into his mind without any concealment. The threat was unmistakable. Sun Miao knew very well that if he dared to utter even half a word of truth, he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. The renowned medicine god Sun Miao, an old fox who had lived for decades and valued his life above all else, could not possibly misinterpret such a signal. He instantly understood why Jian Wuji had been so hesitant. This big shot insisted on pretending to be an ordinary person,
and anyone who exposed him would simply vanish. The next second, Sun Miao plopped down onto the floor from his brocade stool, unable to react in time. Lin Xingyue was startled and hurried to help him up. Sun Miao waved his hand, his face pale as a sheet. "Don't touch me. It's not that I can't stand up, my legs are just weak." At this point, Sun Miao's mind was racing, his survival instincts kicking in at full force. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a few words, "He can be saved. But the situation is extremely serious." He feigned composure, pointing at Chu Ci with a mysterious and exaggerated tone. "Miss Lin, your brother is suffering from an extremely rare illness, Heaven's Origin Extreme Depletion Syndrome." Jian Wuji, who had been eavesdropping nearby, almost burst out laughing. Lin Xingyue's face turned ashen. "What kind of illness is that?" Sun Miao immediately switched to storytelling mode. "This illness only afflicts those who, in order to save the world, forcibly wield unimaginable, beyond limit power and are then severely backlashed by fate. Young Master Chu's body is now like a shattered glass bottle, with meridians so fragile that even a gust of wind could break them." Chu Ci cooperatively coughed twice and, in an equally cooperative tone, said softly, "Master Sun is indeed brilliant. I really feel as fragile as a porcelain doll right now, ready to fall apart with the slightest breeze." In truth, his body was absurdly strong. Standing next to a nuclear explosion would be nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Lin Xingyue grew even more anxious. "Then how can we treat him? No matter how much it costs, my family will save him." Sun Miao put on a look of utter despair. "It's incurable. We can only preserve his life, not cure him. From now on, young Master Chu must never use even a trace of magic, nor can he endure any hardship. He can't go outside in the wind, can't do any work, and even walking must be done with extreme caution. From now on, he must live every day in the most luxurious and comfortable environment. He must eat the world's most precious delicacies and enjoy the most meticulous care and pampering." At this point, Sun Miao sneaked a glance at Chu Ci. He noticed a hint of approval in Chu Ci's eyes, a look that seemed to say, "You get me," which made Sun Miao breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly continued embellishing his story. "To put it simply, young Master Chu's life from now on will entirely depend on Miss Lin's endless resources and gentle, attentive care. This is what we often call the ultimate food comes to the mouth therapy. As long as you hold him in the palm of your hand and never let him take risks, he'll live a long life without any problems." Upon hearing such an absurd and outrageous medical conclusion, Lin Xingyue not only didn't doubt it but instead let out a huge sigh of relief. Her emotions burst out, and tears streamed down her face. "That's wonderful. As long as he can live, everything else is negotiable." She tightly held onto Chu Ci's hand, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. "Brother Chu Ci, did you hear that? Master Sun has already said that you can't push yourself anymore. Your remaining life is now entrusted to me, Lin Xingyue. I'll take care of you. From now on, I'll carry you when you walk and feed you when you eat. No refusals allowed. Sigh, Xingyue, I really don't want to become your burden." Chu Ci sighed while dramatically gazing at the ceiling, his face full of regret and helplessness. "Actually, I still feel like I can shine and accomplish something big." "Stop dreaming." Lin Xingyue interrupted him forcefully, her attitude extremely assertive. "From today on, if you dare sneak out and take risks, I'll break your legs. After breaking them, I'll heal them and continue taking care of you." Listening to Lin Xingyue's almost completely unreasonable ultimate pampering mode, Chu Ci had no choice but to put on a very pained and utterly helpless expression, pretending to accept his tragic fate. "Miss Lin, since young Master Chu's health is temporarily stable, I'll take my leave now. I need to go back and prepare medicine for my master." Sun Miao was panicking inside. He didn't want to stay a second longer, fearing that if he stayed, his own heart wouldn't be able to handle the atmosphere. "Thank you, Master Sun. Butler, please escort Master Sun out. And transfer 10 times the agreed payment to him." Lin Xingyue expressed her immense gratitude. Sun Miao practically fled the room. Just as the door was about to close, a gray shadow suddenly darted out from under the bed and disappeared through the crack in the door. At the end of the hallway, in the luxurious restroom, Sun Miao was leaning over the sink, frantically splashing cold water on his face,
his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Too terrifying. That guy isn't human, he's practically a living superweapon. At that moment, a deep voice sounded beside him. Now you understand why I absolutely refused to let the military investigate further? Sun Miao turned sharply, seeing Jianwuji, the old principal of the War Academy, covered in dust and wearing a bitter smile. Old Jian? You've been here all along? Sun Miao stared in disbelief. I was under the bed. Jianwuji sighed, casually wiped the dust off his face, and said with a bitter smile, You noticed it too, didn't you? Feeling a sense of camaraderie, Sun Miao grabbed Jianwuji's hand, his voice almost breaking into tears. Old Jian! What kind of monster is that? His pulse is even more outrageous than the legendary cosmic beasts. He looks like he's gravely ill, but forget replenishing energy, he could eat the sun right now and still be fine. Get used to it, you'll adapt over time. Jianwuji firmly held Sun Miao's hand, his tone practiced and familiar. You did well tonight. That heavenly origin exhaustion syndrome you made up was quite convincing. That kid was satisfied, and that's all that matters. Jianwuji patted Sun Miao's shoulder and said earnestly, Brother Sun, welcome to the Pretend to be Clueless Alliance. We have one principle, if Elder Chu says he's weak, then even if he punches the earth into oblivion, he's still a patient who needs care. Got it? Looking at his prematurely aged reflection in the mirror, Sun Miao nodded solemnly, tears in his eyes. Got it. For the safety of the Dragon Nation, starting today, I'm a clueless doctor. Imperial capital, Lin family's Yunshui residence. It had been 3 full days since Chu Ci was diagnosed with extreme heavenly origin exhaustion syndrome. During these 3 days, the life Chu Ci lived was one that even the most extravagant ancient emperors would envy. Every morning, the 8th-tier radiant spirit bird would collect morning dew for him, specifically used for rinsing his mouth. All 3 meals consisted of top-tier high-grade spirit meat, the kind that would cause an ordinary awakened person to explode and ascend instantly upon consuming even a tiny bit. As for the bed, it was a spirit bed carved from 10,000-year warm jade, specially replaced by Lin Xingyue. It was said that there were only a few such beds in the entire world. The most absurd part was that Lin Xingyue truly followed through on her words, not even allowing Chu Ci to touch the ground. Even if Chu Ci merely needed to go to the bathroom, the coldest Valkyrie in the entire imperial capital would personally carry him like a princess, treating him like a precious treasure, afraid that he might accidentally injure his fragile meridians. Come, brother Chu Ci, open your mouth. In the bedroom, Lin Xingyue held a bowl of fragrant, 10,000-year snow lotus stewed snow bone dragon phoenix soup, gently blowing it cool and carefully feeding it to Chu Ci with a spoon. Chu Ci's face was pale. Actually, he was using his ability to forcibly make himself look pale as a disguise, and after taking a sip of the soup, he pretended to be weak, coughing twice, cough, cough. Xingyue, you've really worked hard these past few days. My useless body is truly. Chu Ci was leaning against the bed, seemingly powerless, but in reality, the system in his mind was buzzing with excitement. You're such a burden. A teasing voice came from outside the door, but Chu Ci didn't care at all. Instead, he felt utterly at ease. System notification, high concentration extreme cold nourishing spirit soup intake complete. Detected host's blood energy exceeding limits, overflow state triggered, activating reversal mechanism. Reward, extreme cold resistance plus 100. Water magic affinity maxed. Before he could savor the moment, Lin Xingyue had already taken a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the soup residue from Chu Ci's lips. Her expression was exceptionally resolute. Master Sun said that as long as I am willing to give, you can continue to live. Even if you have to lie in bed for the rest of your life, I will always take care of you. Hearing this, Chu Ci felt a surge of emotion in his heart. This life was too blissful, being fed by a beauty every day without having to move, while his attributes skyrocketed. If he didn't have to pretend to be a useless person, he might have burst out laughing. If life could always remain this difficult, he wished the entire universe would never change. The warmth between the two was interrupted by a commotion outside. The voice of the Lin family's head steward reached the room. Old Master Zhao, you cannot enter. The young lady is feeding medicine to the young master, and no one is allowed to disturb them. Get out of the way.
As one of the 12 elders of the military, do I need permission to see my future grandson-in-law? Before the words were finished, there was a loud bang. The heavy explosion-proof door was forcibly blasted open. At the doorway, an arrogant one-eyed old man dressed in a luxurious gold-trimmed tang suit entered, followed by a flamboyantly dressed young man. This one-eyed old man was none other than Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families. The young man was his most favored grandson, Zhao Tianque. It was well known that the Zhao family had always coveted the Lin family's wealth and power, and Zhao Tianque had long harbored feelings for Lin Qingyue. Recently, upon learning that Lin Qingyue's fiancé was merely a terminally ill invalid, the Zhao family couldn't stop laughing. This time, they had come to step on him and, incidentally, elevate Zhao Tianque's position. Old Master Zhao, what do you mean by this? Lin Qingyue's face immediately turned cold, her eyes filled with killing intent. The chill in the room was bone-piercing, and the air seemed to freeze. Zhao Wuji, seeing this, still smiled indifferently. Lin Qingyue, don't get worked up. I heard your fiancé is gravely ill, so I brought my grandson to visit him. As he spoke, his one eye scrutinized Chu Ci with a mocking expression. TSK, a man whose body is ruined, how can you bear to stay by his side? Why not end the engagement early and marry my grandson instead? The alliance of our 2 families would be a strong partnership, bringing joy to all. Zhao Tianque immediately chimed in, putting on a self-proclaimed affectionate demeanor. Rest assured, once Chu Ci passes away, I will definitely give him the grandest funeral. Lin Qingyue instantly flew into a rage, glaring fiercely, her hands almost crushing the soup bowl. Even if you were the last man on earth, I wouldn't spare you a glance. Get out immediately. If you dare say another word, I'll make sure you don't leave here alive. As soon as these words left her mouth, Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes. He understood that when Lin Qingyue got serious, she could even go head-to-head with a demigod-level expert. Don't be so hasty, Zhao Wuji said with a sinister smile, pulling out a jade box covered in black talismans from his chest. As soon as he opened it, the temperature in the room plummeted, and even their souls felt a chilling numbness. I heard that Chu Ci is physically weak, so I specially brought the Zhao family's ancestral 9 Nether Revival pill. Though this medicine is harsh, it can bring someone back from the brink of death. Once taken, it works immediately. Lin Qingyue's face changed drastically. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she knew better than anyone that this so-called revival pill was actually an extremely toxic substance sealed for 100 years. Once ingested, even a level 70 expert would die instantly. Zhao Wuji clearly intended to kill someone with a borrowed knife and make the Lin family suffer in silence. Zhao Wuji, do you really take me for a fool? Using this poison to harm my fiancé? The tension reached its peak as Lin Qingyue drew her famous sword, its icy aura aimed directly at Zhao Wuji's throat. If you don't take your poison and leave, don't think you'll walk out of here in one piece today. Before Zhao Wuji could finish his sentence, he put on a look of being deeply wronged, as if trying to pin the label of heartless and ungrateful on Lin Qingyue. The atmosphere became so tense it felt like the air had solidified, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. At this point, everyone thought that Chu Ci, lying on the bed, wouldn't make it through the night. But just as the situation was about to collapse, the seemingly dying Chu Ci suddenly fixed his gaze on the black jade box in Zhao Wuji's hand. While everyone else's attention was on the argument and standoff, only Chu Ci's focus was entirely drawn to that pill. It was like a starving dog staring at freshly roasted meat, the hunger almost written on his face. At that moment, the system in his mind began flashing red warnings. Warning. Detected extremely dangerous lethal poison, 10,000 venom soul-devouring pill. Contains over 10,000 types of deadly toxins and malicious soul curses. If you can reverse these toxins, it is estimated you will gain massive life force, mental power, and the rare hidden attribute immunity to all poisons. Chu Ci's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. To be honest, these past 3 days, being restricted by Lin Qingyue to only drink bland soup, felt like torture for someone like him who relied on converting damage to level up. But now, someone had actually come to deliver a top-grade poison to his doorstep? This was practically a gift from the heavens, a living Buddha descending to save him. He deliberately lowered his voice, putting on a weak and helpless expression, and said to Lin Qingyue, "Cough, cough. Don't be rude to Grandpa Zhao." Grandpa Zhao means well. I'm already on my last breath anyway.
With this miraculous medicine, who knows, maybe a miracle could happen. Lin Qingyue panicked, gripping him tightly.
Chu Ci. Are you crazy? This isn't medicine, it's deadly poison. Let me try. Who knows, there might be a chance.
The determination in Chu Ci's eyes was almost overflowing, a mix of frailty and resilience. Before anyone could react, he suddenly burst into action, leaping out of bed with a speed that defied belief. He snatched the black jade box from Zhao Wuji's hand in one swift motion, flinging the lid and talismans aside without hesitation. Inside the jade box was a pitch-black pill emitting a pungent stench so strong it seemed almost tangible. Chu Ci's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he popped the pill enough to kill an elephant into his mouth as if it were candy. His throat moved as he swallowed it whole without even chewing.
The room fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone seemed frozen in place. Lin Qingyue's sword clattered to the ground as she stood there as if struck by lightning. Zhao Wuji and Zhao Tianque, the grandfather-grandson duo, were both stunned. They had only intended to use the poison to force Lin Qingyue into a corner, never expecting Chu Ci to snatch it and willingly consume it himself. Zhao Tianque sneered inwardly, "It's over. This kid is as good as dead. The poison is so potent that he'll drop dead within 3 seconds, and even leaving a complete corpse would be impossible." In the first second, Lin Qingyue's tears almost fell as she rushed over, trying to save Chu Ci. "Spit it out. Quickly." In the second, Chu Ci's stomach began to rumble loudly. Zhao Wuji's face revealed a cruel smile, he was already waiting to witness a bloody scene.
In the third second, warning. A lethal poison has entered the host's body. Reversal ability fully activated.
Over 10,000 types of deadly toxins destroying internal organs have been reversed into comprehensive organ enhancement, achieving immunity to all poisons.
Soul curse reversed into soul surpassing its limits.
Maximum vitality increased by +8 million.
+8 million. +8 million.
The toxins, capable of destroying everything, were completely absorbed and transformed by the mysterious system within Chu Ci's body into immense life force and power. A terrifying golden energy wave exploded within him, but he forcibly suppressed it.
3 seconds passed, and Chu Ci was unharmed. 10 seconds passed, and the smile on Zhao Wuji's face froze completely.
Zhao Tianque's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Ci, who was lying on the bed and should have turned into a pool of blood.
But no. Chu Ci was perfectly fine. Not only was he alive, but his complexion was even rosier than before.
His entire body radiated vitality, and he looked as fresh as a newly boiled egg.
Chu Ci let out a satisfied burp, a wisp of black gas escaping from his mouth, showing no signs of poisoning at all.
While savoring the aftertaste, he sincerely looked at Zhao Wuji and said, "Grandpa Zhao, this resurrection pill is amazing. After eating it, my stomach feels warm and cozy, even better than having a table full of barbecue.
But the taste is a bit bitter. Could you add more sugar next time?" Chu Ci eagerly rubbed his hands together. "Grandpa Zhao, do you have more of this miraculous medicine? How about giving me a whole basket? I'd be happy to eat it every day."
Zhao Wuji almost fainted on the spot. His mouth opened, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground. The 10,000 poisons heart-devouring pill, a poison capable of instantly killing even the most talented individuals, had turned into a tonic in Chu Ci's mouth?
Was this kid even human? And he wanted 2 baskets? Did he think this was a vegetable market selling cabbages?
This was beyond comprehension. The sight before him completely shattered Zhao Wuji's worldview. Blood spurted out like a scene from an explosion, and the 85th level master of the Zhao family, the old patriarch Zhao Wuji, was on the verge of collapse, nearly fainting. The luxurious carpet of Yunshui residence was stained with a large pool of blood, resembling a horror movie scene. Zhao Wuji stared at Chu Ci in utter disbelief.
He couldn't comprehend anything he was seeing.
This person should have died from the poison on the spot, yet he looked more energetic than Zhao Wuji himself. It must be noted that the 10,000 poisons heart-devouring pill that Chu Ci had just swallowed was the most toxic and sinister medicine passed down in the Zhao family, capable of corroding even steel floors. Back then, Zhao Wuji had to wear 3 layers of gloves just to handle it, fearing that even a tiny bit of contact would turn him into a walking corpse. Yet Chu Ci swallowed it in one gulp without even frowning, and then complained about the bitter taste, asking for 2 more baskets.
Was he treating poison as a snack? Grandpa, wake up.
Zhao Tianquo's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he rushed to support Zhao Wuji. He turned to glare at Chu Ci, his eyes filled with suspicion.
Did you not swallow it? Did you hide the pill in your mouth?
Chu Ci leisurely took a sip of water and deliberately opened his mouth wide for everyone to see. There was nothing inside. He even answered seriously, "Medicine is a good thing. How could I waste such a precious tonic? Besides, it melts as soon as it enters the mouth. It feels like a warm current running through my stomach, even better than drinking premium chicken soup." As he spoke, his face was so rosy it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. His energy was so vibrant it was as if he had been injected with adrenaline, leaving everyone speechless with anger.
Impossible.
Zhao Wuji was trembling. This was a poison refined from the most sinister substances of the 9 netherworlds, capable of instantly felling even the strongest individuals. Chu Ci was nothing more than a cripple with severed meridians. How could he possibly be unscathed?
He couldn't comprehend anything happening before him.
Lin Xingyue, who had been on the verge of tears moments ago, thinking Chu Ci was dead, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She immediately grabbed Chu Ci's wrist and sent her strongest cold energy into his body. According to Master Sun Miao, Chu Ci's body should have been as broken as a shattered jar. But now, Lin Xingyue discovered that a strange black membrane had formed on the surface of Chu Ci's meridians. Not only was it uncorroded, but it was also firmly protecting him, as if it had been repaired. This discovery thrilled Lin Xingyue beyond measure. She turned her head excitedly, her eyes shining as she questioned Zhao Wuji, "Does your medicine contain the strongest, most sinister ancient toxins?" Zhao Wuji's face turned pale, and cold sweat drenched his back. He wanted to deny it, but no words came out. However, Lin Xingyue wasn't angry at all. Instead, she looked at Zhao Wuji with gratitude. "Elder Zhao, I see now how thoughtful you are. To save Chu Ci, you even sacrificed the Zhao family's treasured heirloom. Ancient texts mention that only by using a stronger poison to lock in the source power can one come back from the brink of death. Using poison to save someone, what a brilliant move." Lin Xingyue even solemnly bowed to Zhao Wuji. This kindness, both I and the Lin family will never forget. This scene left Zhao Wuji and Zhao Tianque completely dumbfounded. They stood there like wooden statues, their mouths agape, looking both ridiculous and pitiful. Good heavens, what kind of situation was this? We came here to kill someone, and now, not only did we fail, but we're being thanked for saving a life? Zhao Wuji was so aggrieved he almost passed out. The 10,000 poisons heart-devouring pill was the Zhao family's ultimate lethal weapon, reserved for taking down their greatest enemies in critical moments. And now, it had become someone else's medicine, with Chu Ci treating it like an after-dinner snack.
And no need to thank me.
Zhao Wuji's lips twitched as he forced out a few words, but inside, it felt like his heart was being sliced by a blade.
Every second mocked his own foolishness.
Just then, Chu Ci, lying on the bed, weakly spoke, as if driving another dagger into Zhao Wuji's heart. His voice was soft, but his words were sharp enough to cut deep.
"Grandpa Zhao, this medicine is still a bit lacking. The poison is too mild.
I was hoping for something stronger, the kind that corrodes the soul and makes life unbearable."
Do you have anything like that at home? If not, maybe you could wholesale me 10 or 20 pounds of it.
As soon as he said this, everyone froze.
Zhao Wuji finally couldn't take it anymore.
This battle-hardened, level 85 veteran general was so infuriated by the phrase 10 or 20 pounds of poison that he spat out a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and collapsed straight to the ground.
Grandpa, what's wrong?"
Zhao Tianquo's wailing echoed through the room like a pig being slaughtered. Lin Xingyue couldn't help but furrow her brows, as if she couldn't understand what had just happened. Chu Ci, however, feigned a look of concern inside. Grandpa Zhao must have gone bankrupt trying to save me. He's heartbroken, and with his age, his body couldn't take it. Xingyue, quickly call someone to send Grandpa Zhao home. This poisonous kindness is something I will never forget. I will definitely visit to express my gratitude someday. Lin Xingyue immediately gave the order, butler. Prepare the best aircraft at once and send Grandpa Zhao home. The Lin family's guards rushed in and, without any courtesy, carried Zhao Wuji and the already terrified Zhao Tianqua out as if they were sacks of grain. Once the door was firmly shut, Chu Ci stretched lazily, feeling utterly relaxed. At this moment, his body had just absorbed the 10,000 poisons heart-devouring pill, causing his energy and blood to surge by 8 million. The perfect grade, immunity to all poisons body, was working at full capacity inside him, making every strand of his hair feel invigorated. It was better than a dream. Lin Xingyue rushed over, anxiously pressing Chu Ci back onto the bed and tucking him in tightly, as if afraid that even one extra breath would leave him completely drained. Chu Ci, don't move. Although you're temporarily fine, you're still too weak, she said while busily working. Chu Ci looked at her and tentatively said, Xingyue, I feel much better. I've been lying here for 3 days, and my whole body feels stiff. How about I get out of bed and walk around? In truth, being a patient in a greenhouse all day was not Chu Ci's style. He had long wanted to rush out, find some stronger poisons, and challenge fiercer monsters. Otherwise, wouldn't his max-level reversibility be wasted? No way. Lin Xingyue refused almost without thinking, her tone quite domineering. The doctor said you can't catch even a hint of cold. Besides, the National Freshman Exchange Tournament is coming up soon. The Imperial Capital is very complicated right now, and without combat power, it's too dangerous for you to go out. Chu Ci's eyes lit up instantly. The National Freshman Exchange Tournament? While peeling an apple for him, Lin Xingyue explained, this year's tournament is particularly important. The military and top combat academies have chosen the venue at the outskirts of the recently cleared, Abyss Layer 18, Despair Wasteland. Although there are no high-level monsters there, it's still filled with terrifying abyssal poison mists, traps, and ancient curses. The whole world is watching the live broadcast, and only the top 100 freshmen nationwide can compete for the title of top freshman. This competition is extremely brutal. At the end, Lin Xingyue smiled softly and looked at Chu Ci. But this has nothing to do with you. I've arranged for you to take a long leave. You can recover at home, and I'll shield you from the storms outside. Poison mists, traps, ancient curses, and global live streaming? Chu Ci's heart raced. This was clearly a tailor-made opportunity for him. Who would want to stay home and eat a single poison pill sent by an old man? Personally diving into the abyss to swallow poison waves, that was the real thrill. Not to mention, on such a globally watched stage, lacking medical support would be the perfect chance for him to shine. Let those self-proclaimed genius competitors taste his heaven-defying reversibility. Chu Ci suddenly grabbed Lin Xingyue's hand, his eyes shining brightly, his tone resolute, I want to go. Lin Xingyue froze for a moment. What did you say? Chu Ci's voice was firm and powerful, every word carrying undeniable determination. I am an honorary member of the War Academy, the chief priest. My companions are fighting bloodily on the front lines, how can I hide at home and avoid it? Even if my body is weak, even if I have no strength at all, I will push my medical cart myself and go to Abyss Layer 18 to provide the most solid support for our genius warriors. Chu Ci was already laughing inwardly. Abyssal poison mists, just wait, your new master has arrived. The bedroom fell silent, everyone was stunned by Chu Ci's words. Outside the woods, the sky above Abyss Layer 18, Despair Wasteland, was perpetually grayish-brown, filled with corrosive poisonous fog, and dark rivers flowed across the ground. Even at the outskirts, the air was laden with instant death dangers. The potency of toxic substances and ancient curses here needed no further explanation. Even a 100-member A-grade squad equipped with the most advanced weapons and top-tier training would likely last no more than 10 minutes before being completely wiped out. This was a veritable hell on earth, where no one dared to be careless. But today, right at the edge of this lifeless wasteland, a massive, fully enclosed transparent psionic dome had risen. Overhead, countless cutting-edge invisible military drones buzzed, synchronizing every frame of this scene in real time to billions of screens worldwide. Whether in urban CBDs or rural village bars, everyone was glued to this event, dubbed the first Abyss Wasteland National Freshman Exchange Tournament of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, the world's attention was focused here. Under the psionic dome in the preparation area, 100 S-class geniuses selected from the nation's top universities had gathered. These guys were fully armed, wearing top-tier anti-poison robes, expensive anti-poison pills hanging around their necks, clutching their most prized weapons, their eyes filled with tension and battle intent. Without exception, their gazes were fixed on the deadly poison mist outside, swirling with hidden currents. Everyone knew that once inside, there would be no luck involved. At this moment, the live broadcast chat was already going crazy. The host's voice was almost breaking through the microphone. Dear viewers, on screen now are the 100 strongest prodigies representing the future of Dragon Nation. This time, not only will they battle mutated monsters, but they'll also face the terrifying poison miasma that constantly drains their life. The one who survives the chaos and slays the most monsters will be crowned the sole new king. The chat was flooded with messages, fans frantically cheering for their schools and idols. Xiaoyan, the S-class fire god from Magic City Academy, is simply invincible. Quick, burn through the wasteland. Where's Yi Chun from War Academy? Didn't they say he'd definitely take first place? Why is he nowhere to be seen? You're so out of the loop. Yi Chen had an accident during training a few days ago and got crippled. But don't worry, War Academy surely has a trump card. Just as everyone focused on who the real ace of War Academy was, a sudden screeching sound echoed through the orderly and solemn preparation area. Creak, creak, creak. All the S-class geniuses, radiating powerful auras, turned their heads in unison. They saw a pale-faced, though it was an act, young man wearing an ordinary black windbreaker, with an F-class apprentice priest badge pinned to his chest, shakily pushing a rusty medical cart in slow motion as he walked in. On the cart were a few bottles of potions, some rolls of bandages, and even a bottle of what looked like medical alcohol from a small clinic. The entire scene shifted dramatically. The camera switched, and the global live broadcast chat went silent for 5 seconds. No one had ever seen an F-class priest, who looked like he was about to die, sneak into a battle of the strong. The next second, the chat exploded. What the heck? That's an F-class priest? Why is he pushing a broken cart here? This isn't a garbage dump. Isn't that the fiancé of the Lin family's eldest daughter? I heard he's dying and has a terminal illness? Has War Academy gone mad, sending a dying F-class loser here? Are they joking? Could the surrounding S-class geniuses just ignore him? One by one, they stared at Chu Ci with looks of disbelief. Meanwhile, the drone camera zoomed in on his face, capturing even the sweat on his nose in high definition. But Chu Ci remained calm and composed, showing no fear toward the camera. Instead, he put on a fake gentle Samoyed smile and waved politely. Hello, everyone. I am Chu Ci, the Chief Medical Officer of War Academy's Logistics Support Team. If any of you genius contestants unfortunately get poisoned, break a bone, or even suffer ruptured internal organs, please come to my little cart. Upholding the principle of saving lives, I will provide you with the most warm, no, the most reliable medical service. Not just the audience, even the S-class geniuses present couldn't help but burst into laughter. A fire mage from Magic City Academy sneered, "You're the useless guy being taken care of, right?" Leading the group, fire god Xiaoyan smirked coldly. A guy who can't even cure his own illness wants to provide medical care for us? Once the protective shield opens, you'll last 3 seconds at most, won't even leave behind your bones. The other geniuses couldn't be bothered to respond, treating him as nothing more than a living joke. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the main wasteland venue, in a luxurious VIP holographic viewing room in the imperial capital, Lin Qingyue wiped her reddened eyes as she stared intently at Chu Ci. Her voice was choked with emotion and pride. Brother Chu Ci, despite his poor health, is risking his life to stand on the front lines. He's truly a saint. Sitting beside her, the esteemed old principal of War Academy, Jian Wuji, was trembling so much he nearly spilled his tea. In his heart, he wished he could drag Chu Ci back. A saint? If he goes up there to act like a saint, will I still be alive to drink tea?
To put it bluntly, he's just here to freeload in the chaos.
I hope he inhales enough toxic gas to end his life quickly.
For heaven's sake, don't try to save anyone, it's a trap for the students.
At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the giant screen.
As the countdown ended, a cold mechanical voice reverberated through the venue. Time's up. Protective dome deactivated. The competition officially begins.
With a deafening roar, the massive energy dome slowly descended.
In the next second, billions of people collectively gasped.
The gray-black toxic mist, accumulated over countless years, surged out like a beast unleashed, emitting a chilling growl as it swept toward the crowd like a catastrophic flood.
Everyone,
activate your highest level shields and take your antitoxin pills immediately. Xiaoyan and the other prodigies unsheathed their weapons and fully deployed their shields. Everyone understood that the ultimate battle between the recruits and the world had officially begun. In an instant, all the top-tier talents were on high alert, pushing their combat energy and magical shields to the limit, desperately protecting themselves from the suffocating, all-corrosive toxic mist in the air.
Even through the screen, billions of viewers worldwide could feel the invisible pressure of this life-threatening scenario. Death could occur at any moment.
Many spectators on site could no longer bear to watch, their minds already conjuring the image of the F-rank priest being corroded by the toxic miasma, screaming in agony as he slowly melted. After all, he hadn't even activated the most basic shield. However, just as everyone was struggling desperately, the camera focused on Chu Ci, who appeared completely calm. Not only had he not activated any protection, but he also disdainfully tore off the gas mask Lin Qingyue had handed him, as if to say, "This little bit of poison, and you think I need protection?" The hearts of viewers around the globe seemed to skip a beat.
Everyone was wondering, has Chu Ci lost his mind? Does he know he's dying soon and has decided to end it all in a live broadcast?
But then, he did something that left the entire world utterly stunned. Facing the deadly toxic mist, not only did he not retreat, but he also took a deep breath, as if savoring the finest air, even creating a small gray vortex at the tip of his nose. At this moment, whether it was the on-site prodigies or the global audience, everyone was dumbfounded.
The live chat exploded with comments. Is this guy insane? Is he deliberately inhaling poison? Does he have a death wish and want to end it all in one go?
While the outside world was frantically speculating, the system in Chu Ci's mind was already blaring alarms. Warning.
Host has inhaled a lethal dose of ancient toxic miasma in the wasteland of despair. Concept reversal activated.
Lethal lung corrosion reversed into comprehensive internal organ enhancement.
Maximum vitality skyrocketing.
Ancient toxin invasion reversed into advanced toxin immunity.
Toxic resistance off the charts.
Neurotoxin effects reversed into mental strength breakthrough.
Chu Ci let out a satisfied burp, a hint of indescribable contentment on his lips. The toxic miasma, accumulated over centuries, was more effective than any antidote on the market.
To him, it was the ultimate nourishment. One deep breath cleared his mind, leaving him so relaxed that even his scalp tingled with pleasure.
This scene completely shattered everyone's understanding.
Xiaoyan, who was closest to Chu Ci, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. His proud flame shield was on the verge of being corroded by the toxic miasma, and his magical energy was depleting rapidly.
Yet Chu Ci, far from dying, looked invigorated, his skin glowing like polished jade. How could this be someone on the brink of death?
He looked healthier than Xiaoyan himself.
The atmosphere on site grew tense.
Suddenly, a piercing sound of bones grinding together echoed from the depths of the toxic mist, and the ground began to quake violently. Moments later, 50 high-level mutated corpse wolves, their bodies covered in bone spikes and green venom dripping from their mouths, charged toward the contestants like a tidal wave. The live commentator nearly screamed his throat raw, "Watch out!
High-level magical beasts incoming." As one of the top prodigies of the Magic City, Xiaoyan would never miss this opportunity to shine.
With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a fire dragon that surged forward, instantly blasting one of the corpse wolves into pieces, but the poisonous blood of these wolves was extremely lethal. As it splattered, even a single drop managed to penetrate his high-level shield, causing his arm to turn black and fester on the spot. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, almost dropping his staff. Damn it, this poisonous blood can even corrode shields. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and immediately prepared to take an expensive antidote. At that moment, while everyone was locked in a fierce battle, a shabby medical cart had somehow slowly made its way to Xiaoyan's side. Beside the cart, Chu Ci wore the trademark nurse's smile of his profession, looking down at Xiaoyan with a tone that was both gentle and sarcastic. Classmate, looking this miserable, if you don't deal with it quickly, you might have to amputate your arm. Only then did everyone notice that the rotting corpse wolves, which should have been attacking madly, were now avoiding Chu Ci's aura, not daring to come within 5 meters of him. Chu Ci slowly raised his hand, and a nearly pure, glowing green healing energy emerged from his palm, clear and bright, brimming with vitality. Meeting is fate. As healers, we are committed to saving lives and helping the injured, he said in a tone so gentle it was almost dangerous, as if whispering. Your fiery temper is too strong. Let me, your senior, cool you down for free. Don't worry. Then, an almost suffocating super healing spell was instantly unleashed, leaving everyone in shock once again. Senior, giving you a free healing spell to cool you down, isn't that reasonable? Chu Ci's voice was so gentle it could melt hearts, carrying a purity that brought peace of mind. The green light in his palm quietly fell onto the injured arm of the top genius of the Magic Capital S-Class contestant Xiaoyan. The world's live broadcast cameras focused on this moment, and billions of viewers held their breath. Even though many had previously thought it was a colossal joke to send an F-Class priest to the abyssal wasteland, seeing him now actively healing his teammate, many couldn't help but secretly feel admiration. But Xiaoyan merely sneered, looking at the seemingly harmless green light in Chu Ci's hand. Enduring the intense pain, he smirked with a hint of disdain. So, you finally know when to help me? But your lousy F-Class healing spell can at most just tickle me. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed. Ah! Xiaoyan suddenly let out a crazed scream, so piercing it didn't sound human. The moment his arm touched the green light, an intense corrosive burning sensation surged as if his entire arm was being melted away. At that moment, Xiaoyan's proud S-Class physique was utterly defenseless, as if thrown into a furnace of tens of thousands of degrees. His flesh burned to a crisp, and the pain forced him to his knees. Detected target casting a buff skill, basic healing spell, ability reversed, triggered at full power. Skill effect transformed, true damage that completely ignores defense plus extreme soul burning. The live broadcast cameras did not pull away, allowing all viewers to clearly see the once arrogant genius utterly defeated under the green light. In just 2 seconds, Xiaoyan's arm turned charred black like a dead fish. His body convulsed as he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The live stream fell into a deathly silence. All the comments stopped, no one could believe that a healing spell could become so terrifying. My God? Am I seeing things? A healing spell did this to an S-Class genius? Isn't this healing spell basically poison? Is this magic or sulfuric acid? Wasn't he supposed to be dying? This guy's healing is deadlier than poison. On the wasteland battlefield, the remaining 99 geniuses were all dumbfounded. Shock was written all over their faces, and they even forgot to fight. Each of them backed away in fear, terrified of coming into contact with that green light. But the danger wasn't over yet. Around them, 50 level 50 mutated wasteland corpse wolves suddenly erupted, letting out a series of blood-curdling howls. Their bodies bristled with bone spikes as they lunged at Chu Ci like shadows. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. In the commentary booth, the gold-tier commentator shouted with a trembling voice, "The medic is surrounded. 50 mutated wolves attacking at once. Even an A-level squad couldn't withstand this. Chu Ci is in danger, he has no protection at all." The audience in the live stream screamed, with some even closing their eyes in fear. There was no way out. This F-level priest looked like he was about to be torn to shreds. Yet Chu Ci remained calm. Facing the wolf pack coming at him from all directions, he didn't retreat. Instead, he slowly pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, pretending to be weak as he covered his mouth and coughed twice. Cough, cough, cough. His gaze, visible under the brim of his trench coat, met the incoming mutated corpse wolves in midair without a trace of fear. Instead, it carried a calm superiority, as if pitying these tortured, deformed creatures. These beings are so pitiful, even their bones are deformed.
Just thinking about it makes me sad.
Chu Ci slowly spread his hands and spoke with absolute composure. Since we've crossed paths, let me, a battlefield medic, give you some special care.
F-level skill, group morning dew light. In an instant, the entire screen lit up.
A burst of intense emerald green light suddenly exploded across everyone's screens, so bright that they couldn't keep their eyes open. Centered on Chu Ci, the light wave spread over 50 meters, swallowing the entire scene like a nuclear explosion's light ring. Skill detected, large-scale group buff, ability reversal, full power burst.
Original effect, restores health. Reversed effect, all hostile targets forcibly erased, completely disintegrated, no resistance possible. The next second, billions of viewers worldwide witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetime.
50 level 50 mutated corpse wolves, each exuding a stench and bloodthirsty ferocity, charged forward like a storm.
However, the moment they entered Chu Ci's green light ring, the result was so unexpected it left everyone dumbfounded.
They didn't even touch the light ring, nor did they have time to let out a scream. In the next instant, they vanished, as if pencil sketches had been erased by a rubber eraser.
No flashy explosions, no resistance whatsoever.
50 massive monsters, from fur to bone, instantly turned into countless black ashes, falling onto the dark red ground. Then, accompanied by a few crisp sounds, 50 energy-glowing monster cores lost their physical support and dropped to the ground one by one. At this point, the outer perimeter of the abyss's 18th layer, which had just been brimming with the threat of death, fell into absolute silence. No wolf howls, no poisonous mist swirling, the toxic miasma didn't even have a chance to resist and was directly purified by the green light, leaving only pure air. On the screen, only the boy in the black tactical jacket remained. Pushing an old, creaky, rusted ambulance cart, he leisurely walked toward the sparkling monster cores. Slowly squatting down, he patiently picked up one core after another, tossing them into a plastic bag under the cart, his movements as relaxed as if he were picking up breakfast rolls.
Cough, cough.
Ah, young people these days, so reckless, never considering an old man's health. Chu Ci bent down to pick up the cores while speaking to the drone camera flying overhead, feigning weakness. He deliberately sighed, even pulling out his handkerchief to theatrically wipe non-existent sweat. I deeply apologize, dear viewers. My health is too poor, my hands are trembling. Just now, I accidentally exerted too much force. How about this? I'll take these 50 cores as consultation fees.
No objections, right? At this moment, tens of billions of people across the internet fell silent.
In the livestream, in the command room, everyone was stunned, watching everything unfold with wide eyes. In the VIP holographic viewing room in the Imperial capital, Lin Qingyue let out a long sigh of relief. Her beautiful face showed a mix of pride and heartache as she smiled. Brother Chu Ci is incredible. Even though his essence is depleted, he would rather burn his lifespan to unleash such a forbidden move to protect his companions. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the stunned old principal, Jian Wuji.
Principal, do you think Brother Chu Ci is already so weak that he can barely stand?
But Jian Wuji was staring at the teacup in his hand, trembling so much that the tea spilled all over his pants without him noticing.
Weak? Burning his lifespan?
He glanced at the screen, where the Reaper was casually coughing while effortlessly taking down 50 high-level magical creatures, and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated.
Weak?
Not only had he not lost a single drop of blood, but he had also taken the opportunity to inhale a large dose of poisonous miasma to strengthen himself.
What kind of medic was this? What late-stage terminal illness? If he was considered terminally ill, then all the demigod-level big shots across the country should be sent to the hospital. Finally, after a moment of dead silence, the global livestream exploded. Viewer comments scrolled frantically, the entire screen looking like it was about to burst. Whoa! What did I just see? A green flash, and 50 mutated wolves were wiped out without a trace? You call this a medic skill? Even a full-scale annihilation missile isn't this thrilling. What registration fee? What shaky hands? This is clearly vaporizing the opponents outright. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling while watching the livestream. Is this really not the Reaper?
Meanwhile, inside the arena, the other 99 top-tier S-class students from across the nation, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, were now collectively taking 10 steps back as they stared at Chu Ci's frail figure and then at Xiaoyan, who was still convulsing on the ground. Forget stepping forward to challenge him, some even nearly dropped their weapons, all staring at Chu Ci as if he were a demon. What kind of joke was this? The skills they prided themselves on struggled to deal with a single wolf.
And him?
Casually, effortlessly, he wiped out 50 magical creatures in one go?
Who was the real genius here? Who was the medic here?
Chu Ci carefully collected all the crystal cores, placing them in a bag and hanging it on the cart beside him. He turned back to look at the group of genius students, whose faces had turned pale with fear, and smiled as he began pushing the cart toward them.
Classmates, no need to be nervous.
Chu Ci grinned and pulled out a roll of bandages from the cart. I noticed the wind was a bit strong earlier.
Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to provide some deep treatment?
As soon as he finished speaking, the 99 geniuses instantly bolted toward the depths of the wasteland, faster than rabbits.
No need, Brother Chu.
Chu Dad.
We're perfectly healthy, off to hunt monsters now.
Please don't heal me, I'd rather die from poison than be treated by you. Watching the scene clear out in an instant, Chu Ci sighed helplessly and shook his head. Young people these days, they really don't know how to cherish their health. With that, he pushed his cart and slowly walked into the death zone filled with poisonous miasma and monsters. Since you don't dare come to me, as a medic, I can only personally pay a visit to the depths of the wasteland and deliver warmth directly to these monster overlords. The 18th layer of the abyss, the so-called Despair Wasteland, Central Region. The poisonous fog here was so thick it could almost be stirred with a hand, and the rotting spores floating in the air
made it hard to breathe.
The visible distance was less than 10 meters.
Ugh!
Zhao Lei, an S-class lightning assassin from Magic City Academy, spat a mouthful of black blood onto the ground. His once proud lightning shield now emitted only faint crackling sounds, on the verge of complete collapse.
I can't hold on. The poisonous fog here is far worse than I imagined. The anti-poison pills are completely useless.
Zhao Lei shouted at his teammates with a voice that was almost breaking, if we don't retreat now, we'll all die here.
The once glorious 99 national geniuses were now huddled together in a corner of a valley, struggling to survive.
Everyone bore poison injuries, the mages were nearly out of magic, and the warrior's armor was corroded to the point of resembling scrap metal. They had originally thought that as long as they avoided the terrifying living hell medic, their S-class talents would allow them to dominate. But reality had slapped them awake. After walking just a few kilometers, the wasteland had ruthlessly taught them a lesson. If only I had stayed in the safe zone, an A-rank shield guard stomped his foot in frustration.
Stay in the safe zone? Do you want to be hit by that terminal illness maniac's green light?
Look at Xiaoyan, his hand is still charred black, another person retorted, trembling with anger. At the mention of Chu Ci, everyone instinctively shuddered. Compared to the wasteland, the shadow this man left on them was far deeper.
Stop arguing.
Suddenly, the ground of the valley shook violently, and a stench of rotting flesh mixed with blood rushed toward them.
Roar!
Accompanied by earth-shaking growls, a massive beast broke through the valley's rock wall. It looked like it was pieced together with decayed flesh and pus-filled boils, towering as high as a 3-story building.
Despair Wasteland Ruler, Corrupted Behemoth, Level 60 Boss, C. 60 level leader?
Zhao Lei's legs went weak with fear, nearly collapsing to his knees.
Are you kidding me? Didn't the military say this area had already been cleared? How is there still a level 60 monster here? In fact, to test the geniuses, this area had deliberately been left with this boss.
Originally, it was supposed to be trapped in the core, but due to the scent of living humans, this creature had temporarily broken out.
Run! Use the emergency signal Jade. The group of geniuses was completely panicked.
Forget their current state of low health and depleted mana, even at their peak, 100 of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against a single move from the boss.
But the behemoth's eyes flashed with mockery.
It swung its massive arm directly downward, smashing into the ground. Boom. Toxic sludge surged from underground, quickly forming a green poisonous liquid cage that trapped everyone tightly inside. The light from the emergency signal jade was completely sealed off by the toxic liquid. It's over. The teleportation failed. The shadow of despair instantly enveloped everyone and the global audience watching the live broadcast. Billions of people held their breath, frantically flooding the screen with calls for help, but even the fastest military response would take 3 minutes to arrive. 3 minutes, more than enough time for this monster to devour them all. Just as the behemoth opened its fangs, ready to enjoy its genius buffet, creak. Creak. Creak, asterisk asterisk, a peculiar sound of rusty wheels suddenly echoed outside the poisonous mist, as if someone was leisurely pushing a grocery cart through a supermarket. Everyone froze. Even the behemoth paused its movements, raising its massive head in confusion to look over. The camera zoomed in, and the global audience's screen suddenly displayed a scene that made everyone question reality. In the super-strong acid-toxic swamp, where even a single bone thrown in would instantly dissolve, there was a man lying comfortably on his back. He had even taken off his jacket, wearing only a white t-shirt, with his arms resting on the edge of the swamp as if soaking in a hot spring. At his feet, a rusty medical trolley was tied with a rope, swaying with the ripples, the creak-creak sound adding an oddly surreal touch to the despair. System notification: host detected fully immersed in lethal strong acid toxic swamp. Conceptual reversal at full power. Strong acid corrosion effect reversed to full body deep therapy, strengthening bones and meridians. Max HP skyrockets plus 1 million. Plus 1 million. Plus 1 million. Physical strength enhanced, passive skill acquired, advanced elemental resistance, 50% magic damage reduction. This feels amazing. The water temperature is just right. The resources in this wasteland are truly abundant. Chu Ci casually scooped up a handful of swamp water potent enough to kill a dragon, as if he was about to take a sip. He casually washed his face with it. The global live broadcast's comments section, initially silent as if the internet had gone down, suddenly exploded after a few seconds. What the hell? What is this guy doing? He's actually bathing in a strong acid toxic swamp? And washing his face? Guys, the acid in that pool can dissolve steel into liquid. Is he using it as skincare? Terminal illness? This isn't a normal person anymore. Does your terminally ill patient swim in sulfuric acid? Call the police. This streamer is definitely cheating. I'm done watching, I'm leaving the stream. In the Imperial Capital's observation room, the old principal Jin Wuji suddenly covered his face tightly with his hands, not even daring to look at Lin Qingyue. The situation had escalated to such a degree that he was completely at a loss as to how to smooth things over. Yet Lin Qingyue softly murmured to herself, her voice tinged with pity, "Brother Chu Ci has suffered so much. To keep us from worrying, he actually used strong acid to numb his nerves and endure the pain. Just how much has he gone through to reach this point?" Jian Wuji wore an expression of utter despair. He silently wailed in his heart, thinking that this girl's love-struck mindset was beyond saving, far worse than Chu Ci's so-called terminal illness by 100-fold. In the wasteland arena, Chu Ci heard the commotion and lazily opened his eyes. He slowly stood up from the toxic swamp, his entire body inexplicably clean. Not a trace of corrosion could be seen, his skin was as smooth as the finest jade, even faintly glowing, looking as flawless as a skincare model in an advertisement. Casually picking up a small medical cart, he strolled over to the venomous cage. Inside the cage, 99 geniuses had already been shocked into numbness. Their eyes were filled with fear, but even more so with an indescribable reverence, a kind of despair one feels when facing an unknown deity. Chu Ci. Zhao Lei swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Did you just finish bathing?" Chu Ci nodded and smiled nonchalantly. The water temperature was quite comfortable. "You all should try it later, it's good for your skin." The geniuses were completely dumbfounded. Chu Ci turned his gaze to the massive, festering, pus-dripping, corrupted abomination beast. The beast, with its walnut-sized brain, was equally stunned. It couldn't sense the immense energy emanating from Chu Ci, but the sight of him casually washing his face in the acid pool had triggered an extreme sense of danger. Chu Ci frowned in disgust, looking at the beast's body covered in oozing green sores.
Your skin is in terrible shape, full of pustules and dead tissue. As a battlefield medic, seeing such severe skin disease is enough to trigger my professional instincts. With that, Chu Ci picked up a bottle of medical alcohol from the cart and pushed it directly into the venomous cage. The venom had no effect on him whatsoever, as harmless as walking through mist. Roar! The beast, enraged by Chu Ci's nonchalant demeanor, let out a furious roar.
Its mountain-sized fist came crashing down like a meteor. The geniuses inside the cage screamed in terror.
But Chu Ci didn't even lift his head.
He casually extended his left hand, lightly supporting the beast's massive fist.
Boom! A muffled sound echoed.
The shockwave blew the surrounding air away, nearly causing the geniuses to tumble into a heap. But the most astonishing sight was at the center. Chu Ci's fair, slender hand had firmly caught the beast's colossal fist, several times larger than himself. Not only that, but the floor beneath his feet showed not the slightest dent.
Detected level 60 physical strike.
4th tier indestructible overlord body activated, physical damage nullified. All impact converted to vitality recovery.
Chu Ci looked up, his gaze toward the beast filled with disdain. Didn't you eat?
For someone your size, your strength is weaker than an average woman.
If you're so feeble, just stand still and prepare for treatment. With that, he slowly raised his right hand.
In his palm, the green, healing light, which had terrified all the livestream viewers and nearly brought the geniuses to tears, now radiated a sacred white brilliance.
Little one, you're gravely ill. Chu Ci's voice echoed through the wasteland valley, calm yet commanding, using a basic skill, holy purification.
Let me help you deal with all this dead skin, pustules, and your ashes, all at once.
Buzz!
A blinding holy light erupted from Chu Ci's palm, as intense as a set of floodlights illuminating the night, completely engulfing the grotesque beast towering 3 stories high.
At that moment, the entire arena was shaken to its core.
Let me help you eliminate all this dead skin and pustules, along with your ashes. Chu Ci's voice was gentle and composed, yet more despair-inducing than the Grim Reaper himself.
Boom!
A powerful pillar of pure white holy light poured out from his palm, enveloping the towering 3-story-tall monster.
Detected, host has used basic holy purification on the enemy.
Skill effect reversed to maximum power.
Original effect, remove negative states, purify the heart. Reversed effect, completely erase existence. This time, Chu Ci made his move. The atmosphere on site was tense to the extreme. Billions of viewers worldwide and countless comments in the livestream chat all held their breath.
The 99 top-tier geniuses were dumbfounded, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. That level 60 giant boss, which even A-rank teams found troublesome and required hundreds of experts to fight to the death, didn't even have time to let out a scream under Chu Ci's pure white holy light. Its body, massive like a small mountain, covered in festering sores and reeking of stench, was now effortlessly erased by the holy light, as if wiped away by the universe's most powerful eraser.
No blood splattered. No loud noise. No explosion.
All the zombies, rotting flesh, venom, and even the foul stench in the air vanished as if they had never existed.
In less than 2 seconds, with just one move, Chu Ci made the entire monster disappear into thin air,
as though such a terrifying creature had never existed in this world. Even the pits on the ground and the corrosive traces left by the venom were completely cleaned up by the holy light. The air became so fresh it felt like returning to the primeval forests of tens of thousands of years ago. The boss that everyone had been most worried about was now reduced to nothing but a high-grade boss crystal core, glowing with a dark golden hue, quietly lying on the stone ground.
Nothing else remained.
This wasn't a defeat, nor a hard-fought battle. This was a complete, crushing one-hit kill.
No logic. No common sense. The entire scene fell into dead silence.
Chu Ci withdrew his hand and, as usual, casually coughed twice, as if he had just done something trivial. Sigh, this purification spell is really exhausting.
The backlash almost made me lose my breath.
He pushed a creaky medical cart, slowly walked to the crystal core, bent down to pick it up, casually wiped it on his white t-shirt, and tossed it into the woven bag under the cart. Turning around, his clear eyes looked at the 99 S-rank geniuses who had been trapped earlier but were now huddled together for comfort, even though their cage was gone. Chu Ci calmly picked up some iodine and bandages, a gentle, angelic smile appearing on his lips. Dear classmates, that troublesome guy has been taken care of. Now, we can properly enjoy some serious treatment time. Look at you, some of you are turning pale. Don't worry, I'm a professional. I'll give you a big healing session, guaranteed to work, and you'll be healthier than a newborn. Oh, not ascending to heaven, just fully recovered. In an instant, the faces of the 99 top-tier geniuses turned uniformly pale. No, please. Brother Chu. Grandpa Chu. I'm fine, really fine. Zhao Lei, the thunder assassin from the Magic City Academy, was so terrified that tears and snot streamed down his face. Seeing the roll of bandages in Chu Ci's hand was more horrifying than seeing the Grim Reaper. Someone next to him immediately sold out their teammate, Brother Chu. Zhao Lei's body is as strong as an ox, he definitely doesn't need treatment. Another girl frantically smeared mud on her face while crying out, Lord Chu Ci, you're already gravely ill. Please don't waste your medical skills on us. I beg you, spare us, and go save other monsters instead. In just 10 seconds, all 99 top-tier contestants were scared out of their minds, desperately running away. The ones in the back stepped on those in the front, while the ones in the front cried and pulled their companions as shields, all just to get as far away from Chu Ci as possible. Even though there were poisonous miasmas outside and the risk of elimination, no one dared to look back. Compared to Chu Ci's physical treatment, being poisoned to death felt much safer. The valley was instantly emptied. Chu Ci could only regretfully put away the iodine, sighing as he pushed his cart and continued forward. Sigh, the patients these days are too guarded. My medical talents are almost going to waste. His gaze swept over the clean and efficient scene before him as he headed straight for the core area of the 18th layer of the abyss. There, the sky was a dark purple, as if tainted by some malevolent force, and the air was so thick it seemed to congeal into mud. All the strong regarded this place as a forbidden zone. Chu Ci licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a morbid hunger. The outside world is no longer thrilling enough. It seems only the core of the forbidden zone is worthy of my terminal illness. Under the stunned gaze of billions of viewers nationwide, Chu Ci pushed his rickety little cart, walking leisurely and humming a tune, as if he were an old farmer heading to the hills to pick mushrooms. He strolled straight into the most dangerous death zone, a place even the strongest dared not approach. At this very moment, in the global live broadcast room, it took a full 3 minutes before the audience collectively erupted in shock. What had they just witnessed? A single, simple purification skill had directly vaporized a level 60 boss? A seemingly insignificant move now carried the same impact as a universe-class laser cannon. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even more astonishing, he had just blocked the boss's heavy strike with his bare hands. He hadn't even shifted his footing. Was this really something an ordinary student, declared crippled and gravely injured, could achieve? The comments section exploded, with countless viewers frantically flooding the screen. I can testify. Chu Ci is absolutely acting. This guy is no ordinary logistics student at all, he's a top-tier expert hiding in plain sight. The War Academy must have deliberately sent him out to bait the big fish. The storm of public opinion spread across the internet like wildfire, quickly engulfing the entire Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, in the VIP viewing room of the Imperial Capital's military headquarters, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if the air had solidified. Over a dozen generals in formal attire stared intently at the screen, their eyes burning as they fixated on Chu Ci's carefree silhouette. Their gazes were practically ablaze. This light, this aura, there's no mistaking it. A senior general could no longer contain himself, slamming his palm on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. This is identical to the divine healing power that appeared during the annihilation of the 50 million strong beast tide in the Sighing Canyon. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he locked onto Principal Jinwuji, who was nervously wiping sweat in the corner, his legs nearly giving out from tension. Jin Lao, did you know all along? That reclusive expert who wiped out 50 million beasts with a single move is actually Chu Ci. Did you and the Lin family conspire to deceive us?
Cold sweat poured down Jianwuji's face like rain. His lips quivered, his mind racing, but he couldn't come up with a single explanation that made sense. It was over. There was no hiding it anymore. Chu Ci had gone too far with his act. The entire internet had seen him casually use forbidden-level attacks as if they were ordinary moves to instantly kill monsters. No one would believe the terminal illness excuse anymore. Just as Jianwuji was on the verge of collapse, nearly ready to kneel and beg for mercy, the cold, unprecedentedly resolute female voice suddenly rang out in the silent viewing room. Lin Xingyue stood up abruptly. Her face was icy, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet filled with an unyielding determination and a tragic resolve. She stepped in front of Jianwuji, raised her head, and met the gazes of the battle-hardened top military commanders head-on. She spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Please stop questioning. Jian Lao. Brother Chu Ci, he's not the hidden expert you think he is, nor is he some ancient monster. The military officials were collectively stunned, silently listening as she continued. You just saw him effortlessly withstand the boss's ultimate move and witnessed him kill a monster with a single small skill. You think he's invincible, that he's defying logic, don't you? Lin Xingyue couldn't hold back her tears any longer, her voice breaking with grief and piercing the air. But you have no idea what kind of price he has paid to unleash such power. Her trembling finger pointed at Chu Ci on the screen, his silhouette now disappearing into the depths of the deadly toxic miasma. In the battle at Sai Canyon, there was no mysterious master at all. Brother Chu Ci burned all his soul and potential to save me, even using the forbidden secret technique, life overdraft technique, that could instill fear in gods. This forbidden technique only allows him to gain godlike power for a very short time, but the price he pays is his life force is completely exhausted. Now, all that's left is a pitiful countdown of his remaining life. His body has become so fragile that everything could end at any moment. Just now, even though he was already barely hanging on, he used the same method to burn his soul again. To save those desperate classmates, he burned away the last remnants of his life once more. At this point, Lin Xingyue burst into tears. You think he's enjoying a refreshing soak in the acid swamp? But in reality, his soul is being tortured by intense pain within him. He's using the swamp's strong corrosion to numb his nerves, otherwise, he would have long been consumed by the despair of his soul and become utterly defenseless. Lin Xingyue's confession was like a heavy bomb, directly stunning everyone in the observation room, and even spreading through confidential channels to the higher-ups. All the generals stared fixedly at the screen, their minds recalling the fatal diagnosis given by the master, absolutely no misdiagnosis. Now, everything made sense. Destroying an army single-handedly as an F-level priest was already defying the heavens. Without such an extreme trait of burning life for power, it would be completely inexplicable. The only truth was what Lin Xingyue said: this 18-year-old boy, to save everyone, did not hesitate to destroy himself, using his life to ignite hope in the darkness. In the observation room, no one doubted anymore. Those aggressive generals now had flushed faces and moist eyes. Several elderly soldiers silently shed tears. What a noble spirit of sacrifice! The previously overbearing admiral suddenly stood upright and solemnly saluted Chu Ci's silhouette on the screen with the most respectful military gesture. We misunderstood the hero. He used his life to shield the geniuses of Dragon Nation. He's struggling in the acid swamp not out of pride, but exchanging endless pain for everyone's hope. I truly feel ashamed. In the corner, Jianwuji was completely petrified. He looked at Lin Xingyue crying her heart out, then at the military bigwigs moved to tears, and his whole body went numb. At this moment, he only felt that the bigwigs were acting, Lin Xingyue was acting, and Chu Ci seemed to be using his life to complete an ultimate reversal. Jianwuji roared inwardly. My God, what is all this? Acid-numbing pain? Don't joke around, that guy isn't suffering at all, he's soaking in a hot spring. Have all these military leaders been confused by a girl in love? Is there anyone normal left in this world? In stark contrast to the despair at this moment was Chu Ci, far away in the core area of the wasteland. He pushed a creaky little cart, fearlessly crashing into a cloud of 9-colored poisonous mist that could even corrode space. Achoo! He sneezed loudly and cheerfully rubbed his nose. Who's thinking about me?
Oh well, encountering such pure poisonous mist is rare. Perfect for a deep lung cleanse. Meanwhile, tens of billions of viewers worldwide were staring at the screen with tense and sympathetic eyes. Everyone thought this hero fighting with his life was enduring unimaginable pain. But in reality, Chu Ci looked expectant, rushing into this fearsome forbidden zone as if he were heading to a market. This was the 18th layer of the abyss, an absolute forbidden zone where death and terror intertwined. The sky was terrifyingly dark, and the air wasn't even air but multicolored poisonous mist that even gods dared not approach.
Just one breath would cause even top-tier experts to perish completely.
This eerie poisonous mist was not naturally formed but the product of some terrifying existence's breath. Just as the military sent an exorbitantly expensive top-tier drone to investigate, the moment it approached the edge of the toxic mist, its sturdy shell began dissolving rapidly.
Alarms blared incessantly, warning. Deadly toxin detected. Drone disintegrating.
In the few seconds of blurry footage, viewers worldwide felt chills down their spines. Deep within the swirling nine-colored toxic mist, a colossal monster emerged, its size seemingly capable of blotting out the sky.
Massive and grotesque, it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a mountain.
Toxic sludge continuously flowed from its body, even its bones were completely deformed.
It was the legendary plague bone dragon, a harbinger of catastrophic disaster.
The calamity that had plunged the entire world into fear 300 years ago was now here, recovering from its injuries. A veteran in the military narrowed his eyes and crushed his steel cup. Level 90, semi-divine disaster.
If it breaks through, the entire imperial capital will become a dead zone.
Even more despairing, Chu Ci was steadily pushing his broken cart, step by step, resolutely approaching the terrifying monster. He showed no hesitation, ignoring the toxic miasma that could devour everything, focusing only on moving forward.
In the
spectator stands, Lin Xingyue was crying uncontrollably, her voice trembling. He must have sensed that disaster monster. To protect everyone, he's sacrificing himself to hold it off.
He's still so young.
All the generals on site had tears in their eyes. For the country, for his comrades, knowing certain death yet still stepping forward, this is a true warrior. Several hardened soldiers simultaneously removed their military caps and bowed slightly toward Chu Ci on the screen. The live chat exploded, with countless people posting "salute to the hero" and "praying for you," while thousands of girls cried their hearts out.
Everyone was holding their breath for this 18-year-old boy.
But just as the entire world was moved to tears, Chu Ci took a deep breath of the nine-colored toxic mist, stretched comfortably, and his eyes were filled with satisfaction.
As he inhaled deeply, the miasma capable of killing gods transformed into two whirlwinds, furiously pouring into his body. Warning! Host is greedily absorbing level 90 divine level plague power.
Physical constitution reversed, soul limit increased plus 500,000.
Plus 500,000. Plus 500,000.
Rotting toxins in the flesh converted into the essence of life, greatly enhancing physical strength plus 5 million.
Plus 5 million. Plus 5 million.
Congratulations on acquiring the hidden ability of the Plague Monarch. All toxins are now seen as nourishing soup.
This feels amazing. Chu Ci squinted his eyes in satisfaction.
He felt the air entering his lungs was fresher and purer than any high-end spa treatment in the world. The nine-colored toxic mist that had terrified everyone earlier not only failed to harm him but carried a faint minty fragrance, making his mind clearer than any coffee ever could. This was no death trap, it felt more like a luxurious aromatherapy spa custom made for him. While Chu Ci was immersed in his alternative enjoyment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the core of the abyss. The level 90 abyssal plague bone dragon had finally awakened. Its massive dragon head rose, like a mountain, its sinister and terrifying eyes fixed on Chu Ci. It was utterly baffled. Its ultimate plague, always invincible, should have reduced anyone approaching to a pool of pus. Yet this human not only remained unharmed but looked increasingly healthy. Even more absurd, the plague essence that belonged to it was being crazily inhaled into Chu Ci's nostrils. A mere ant dares to devour the power of the Plague Lord. Disappear! The plague bone dragon roared furiously, opening its mouth wide enough to swallow an entire city.
It unleashed a blast of dark golden, eerie dragon breath, imbued with a terrifying aura that could dominate everything. At this moment, viewers of the global broadcast collectively held their breath.
Lin Xingyue didn't even dare to look, closing her eyes. A dragon breath that even legendary semi-divine beings had to avoid would turn anyone else to ash. But not only did Chu Ci not dodge, he was so excited he looked like he was welcoming a top-tier shower, spreading his arms wide to take it head-on.
Boom! The dark golden dragon breath instantly enveloped Chu Ci. The explosive plague energy even tore open spatial rifts. Is he still alive?
Outside the scene, many people whispered in despair.
Amid the dragon's breath, a voice with a hint of mockery and a lazy tone drifted over. Hey, is this water pressure all you've got? It's a bit too light. Feels like a hot shower. Bro, put some effort into it, didn't you have lunch? A gentle breeze blew, and the dragon's breath dissipated.
Billions of viewers worldwide, along with the bone dragon, were left dumbfounded. Chu Ci stood perfectly intact in place, not a single strand of hair missing, even stretching lazily. The clothes on him, originally covered in wasteland dust, now looked as good as new after being washed by the dragon's breath.
Hint: encountered a level 90 plague dragon breath attack. Effect reversed.
The extreme danger has been transformed into a top-tier deep cleaning spa plus massive health replenishment.
The blue ghost fire in the bone dragon's eyes shrank frantically.
It had lived for over 1,000 years and had never encountered a human who treated its dragon breath like bathwater. Chu Ci rotated his neck, producing crisp bone-cracking sounds, and pushed his medical cart forward, wearing a professional doctor's smile as he stared at the bone dragon. "Dear oversized patient, your dragon teeth have quite the buildup, and your breath is a bit strong."
Calmly, he pulled out an ordinary surgical tweezer, his smile gentle. "What a coincidence, I just prepared a high-end dental cleaning service. Intermediate skill, holy light baptism.
Today, I'll throw in a complimentary full-body bone whitening for you."
Buzz. Chu Ci elegantly snapped his fingers with his left hand, and the blood and spiritual energy within him, seemingly containing a galaxy, transformed into the purest light energy under the effect of concept reversal. In an instant, a white holy light, brighter than 10,000 suns, illuminated the entire abyss. Everyone felt as if their retinas were about to be scorched. System prompt: skill holy light baptism upgraded to divine punishment annihilation.
Surpassing all defenses and rules, the target is completely eradicated, nothing can resist.
This time, the bone dragon couldn't hold it together anymore. Its previous arrogance turned into utter despair and wailing. "What is this? No help. My power is disappearing. My soul is being torn apart."
In this miraculous cleansing holy light, the bone dragon's massive body began to vaporize rapidly like cotton candy in a microwave, starting from its head. Its entire skeleton dissolved swiftly, emitting a scorched sound. Even if it wanted to call for help from the underworld, it was far too late. In front of this man who transcended the concept of death, all resistance was like child's play, utterly futile.
His name was Chu Ci, nicknamed Invincible Poison Milk.
4. Enemies encountering him was like falling into a pit they could never climb out of.
It took only 3 seconds.
Yes, 3 seconds, the time it takes to blink a few times, and the ultimate disaster had already come to an end.
The massive pillar of light seemed to pierce the heavens, even melting a hole through the dark ceiling of the abyss's 18th layer, revealing the blue sky outside.
When the light pillar dissipated, all the poisonous mist and destructive aura in the air were completely cleared away, as if vacuumed clean. For thousands of years, this place, known as the Silent Abyss Core, was instantly purified into a fresh air, sunlit highland oxygen bar. The once mighty level 90 Abyss Plague Lord left no trace behind, as if completely erased from existence. Only a golden crystal the size of a water tank remained on the ground, demigod-level plague source core.
This was the only evidence of the calamity.
Chu Ci leisurely walked over, pretending to struggle as he picked up the massive crystal core, his exaggerated movements akin to a drama queen. He stuffed it under his small cart and even covered it with a dirty cloth, as if afraid someone might snatch it. After finishing, he leaned on the cart, taking deep breaths and even pretending to cough up some black blood, which was actually just waste being expelled from his body in reverse. He aimed at the battered drone still live streaming in the sky, revealing a pale yet resolute smile, as if to say, "Look, everyone, I've given it my all for you, even at the cost of my life." Dear viewers, the mission is complete. I didn't let you down, but I really can't hold on much longer. After saying this, he rolled his eyes dramatically and collapsed handsomely beside his little cart. In truth, this guy was feeling utterly relaxed inside. He had just swallowed a demigod demon king, his stomach hadn't finished digesting yet, and now he could pretend to faint and sneak in a nap while waiting for his wife to pick him up after work. The entire world fell silent. Billions of viewers stared at their screens, and the high-ranking officials in the Hall of Power were momentarily dumbfounded, not even daring to breathe. Suddenly, a piercing, eardrum-shattering cry broke the silence. "Brother Chu Ci!" Lin Xingyue could no longer suppress her emotions. Usually as cold and disciplined as an ice goddess, she now shattered the glass of the VIP viewing area with a kick and transformed into a streak of icy light, plunging straight into the depths of the 18th layer of the abyss. "All commanders, activate the highest level spatial array immediately." "Save the hero," a general roared hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. "Bring the best doctors, the top-tier medicinal herbs, everything. Steal them if you have to." For us, this man burned through his entire life to fend off the demigod calamity. The entire nation cannot let our hero suffer or shed tears. The entire military sprang into action. Countless mentors and generals tore through space with all their might, rushing toward the great savior lying quietly beside his cart. While everyone was shedding tears for Chu Ci, an old man in the corner, once a demigod himself, Jian Wuji, twitched his face as he watched the absurd scene unfold. He could only look up at the sky in speechless despair. A single tear of anguish slid down his cheek. "Not a drop left? Can you stop pretending already? The whole world is crying over a guy who just killed a demigod and then went to take a nap? Being a demigod is just too depressing." The 18th layer of the abyss had already become an absolute danger zone, but moments later, accompanied by the rumble of spatial fissures, countless powerful figures descended upon the wasteland. Lin Xingyue was the first to rush over. Her beautiful face, streaked with tears, appeared incredibly fragile. The usually meticulous Ice Queen Valkyrie now paid no heed to the mud, kneeling directly on the ground and clutching the unconscious Chu Ci tightly in her arms. "Hurry! Master's son! Does he still have a pulse?" she cried, pointing at the trace of black blood near Chu Ci's mouth, actually just the toxins his body had expelled, her entire being on the verge of collapse. Coming. Drug Master Sun Miao, who had been forcibly dragged over like a chicken by several generals, didn't even have time to put on his shoes before stumbling and falling in front of Chu Ci. Dozens of military bigwigs with stars on their shoulders held their breath, staring intently at Sun Miao's fingers as they rested on Chu Ci's wrist. Their hearts were practically in their throats. Everyone knew how terrifying the backlash from a move that could take down a demigod in one fell swoop must be. Sun Miao took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to diagnose the pulse, sending a thread of delicate energy into Chu Ci's body. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, he started trembling uncontrollably, his fingers on Chu Ci's wrist nearly cramping. His mind was left with only one frantic thought: what the hell? What kind of ridiculous pulse is this? 3 days ago, when he had checked this little ancestor's pulse at the Lin family, his body had felt like a vibrant ocean, brimming with excessive energy. But today, as soon as he sent his energy in, an exaggeratedly powerful force nearly knocked his own energy into chaos. This wasn't weakness at all, it was more like someone who had just swept through the battlefield and was overflowing with absurd amounts of energy. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the demigod-level viral energy Chu Ci had just absorbed was now happily digesting, like someone who had just enjoyed a grand feast. "Master Sun, please tell us. How is brother Chu Ci?" Lin Xingyue was on the verge of breaking down, her eyes filled with despair and anxiety as she stared fixedly at Sun Miao. Sun Miao's mind was racing at this moment, pondering whether to come up with an excuse. Suddenly, he felt Chu Ci's pulse on his wrist beat twice in an odd rhythm, as if sending him a signal: "Dare to tell the truth, and I'll deal with you." Sun Miao shuddered instantly, cold sweat streaming down as his heart nearly leapt into his throat. He didn't dare delay for even half a second. His eyes widen immediately, reddened at the rims, and tears flowed effortlessly.
Officers, Miss Lin.
Sun Miao's voice was filled with tragic determination as he looked up and sighed deeply, appearing as pitiful as one could imagine.
Young Master Chu, he used up the very last breath of his life for that moment. His soul is nearly burned away. Every meridian in his body is severed. His life now is like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment.
As this news spread, everyone on site and the billions watching the live broadcast were utterly stunned.
The atmosphere plummeted to rock bottom in an instant. No!
Lin Xingyue burst into tears, clutching Chu Ci tightly, completely losing control of herself.
Master Sun, you're a national treasure level doctor. There must be a way, right?
The military is willing to pay any price to save young Master Chu, a general shouted hoarsely, his eyes red.
There is a way.
Sun Miao gritted his teeth and said, he must be sent immediately to the most advanced life energy ICU in the imperial capital, sustained entirely by the rarest, gentlest top-tier divine medicines in the world.
Not a second of interruption. Otherwise, no one will be able to save him. Quick! Execute immediately.
The highest-ranking officer drew his sword, his voice nearly shattering the air.
Seal off the first military district hospital at once.
Evacuate the entire building, and prioritize saving this life above all else.
Activate the highest level of defense measures.
And transport all the most precious medicinal materials and resources from the national treasury to the hospital. Anyone who dares to obstruct will face prison. The entire military was shaken, and the nation was in an uproar. 3 hours later, the top floor of the first military district hospital in the imperial capital, the most advanced ICU in the city, was heavily guarded, impenetrable. This facility, originally reserved for saving demigod-level figures, was now exclusively opened for this young man. Inside the ward, the spiritual energy was so dense it had turned into a mist. Even an ordinary person breathing it in would gain 10 extra years of life. Chu Ci lay unconscious on a rare divine wooden bed worth billions, his body covered with talismans and top-grade jade stones symbolizing vitality and strength. He appeared lifeless, as if he could vanish at any moment. Lin Xingyue, her eyes swollen like peaches, walked over holding a precious bowl. Inside was a national treasure-level divine medicine emitting a 7-colored glow, the 9 apertures 7-colored exquisite ginseng. This was the military's most prized, heaven-defying medicine, capable of buying half a city with just one piece.
Even a whiff of its medicinal aura could instantly elevate an ordinary person.
However, its potency was overwhelming, far beyond what most could endure. Those unable to handle it would explode on the spot. Master Sun Miao, forced into desperation, had prescribed this extreme remedy, claiming that Chu Ci was now like a leaky, tattered sack, and only this medicine could keep him alive. Choking back sobs, Lin Xingyue said, "Brother Chu Ci, come on, open your mouth." Chu Ci mustered his energy to cooperate, his face deathly pale as he slightly opened his mouth and swallowed the 7-colored ginseng in one gulp.
System notification, absorbed national treasury level divine medicine, 9 apertures 7-colored exquisite ginseng. Current attribute overflow detected, initiating reverse conversion.
Converted to rapid loss of all attributes invalid, host immune to negative states, forcibly converted to euphoria plus 10,000%. Acquired passive skills, immunity to all poisons, repulsion of evil energy, and a massive increase in life force affinity. Burp, Chu Ci let out a satisfied belch, extremely low-key.
The national treasure level divine medicine lived up to its name. Though it tasted like chewing raw radish, the sensation was pure bliss from head to toe.
Seeing him burp, Lin Xingyue became incredibly anxious. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat.
Was it too strong? Brother Chu Ci, are you feeling unwell anywhere?
Chu Ci looked weak, gently holding her hand, his eyes filled with a longing for life and selfless kindness. The medicine is too powerful, and too precious.
I'm just an ordinary, useless person. I'm not worth the country wasting such valuable resources.
You should save the medicine for those heroes who need it more. These words were overheard clearly by the military leaders outside the corridor through the one-way glass. Instantly, the sound of sobbing erupted outside, and tears streamed down the faces of a dozen hardened generals.
Did you hear that?
This is what a true hero looks like. An elderly general, his eyes moist and his voice choked with emotion, could barely string his words together. This is a man who truly stands tall and proud. Even when he's so sick he doesn't have the strength to chew the medicine, he's still thinking about returning it to the national treasury for the soldiers fighting on the front lines. This is the kind of person who truly deserves our respect. How great he is, and yet we doubted he was faking his illness. We're nothing but scoundrels. Another commander, his eyes red, slammed the table hard. Pass down my order, bring all the best treasures from the national treasury. The Millennium Black Tortoise Blood Essence, the 9 Nether Reincarnation Lotus, the Holy Dragon Bone Marrow of Light, bring them all. As long as he can eat or drink them, even if we empty the treasury, we must save him. We cannot let a hero lose heart. The officers responded in unison, their tone resolute. And so, over the next 3 days, the Dragon Nation, and even the entire world, witnessed a jaw-dropping spectacle of a nation supporting its hero. Military trucks arrived at the hospital one after another, each loaded with rare treasures coveted by top-tier powerhouses, now being delivered to the hospital room in bulk like discounted vegetables at a supermarket. Major corporations and elite families were not to be outdone. To show their respect for the hero and curry favor with the Lin family, they brought out their most treasured heirlooms and sent them to the hospital. Even Xiaoyan, an S-class genius from the distant Magic City, endured his injuries, tearfully and snottily delivering his family's most precious 9-grade Fire Lotus seeds to apologize to the battlefield medic who had saved countless lives and to make amends for his past rudeness. Inside the hospital room, Chu Ci behaved like a fully automated food processor. With his eyes closed, he accepted everything without discrimination. Millennium Black Tortoise Blood Essence? He gulped it down like a beverage. 9 Nether Reincarnation Lotus? He crunched it up like a snack. Holy Dragon Bone Marrow of Light? He stuck a straw in it and drank it dry. Medicine so potent that an ordinary person might explode on contact were consumed by him in one go, while the system inside his body went into overdrive, notifying him, attributes overflowing, converting entirely into top-tier power. After 3 days, Chu Ci even felt that a casual fart from him could blow a massive hole in the deepest abyss. But outwardly, he still feigned weakness, looking as if he were on the verge of death. Meanwhile, in the smoking room at the end of the corridor, the old principal of the War Academy, Jian Wuji, and Sun Miao, the top physician of the Dragon Nation, 2 men whose combined age was nearly 200, were huddled in a corner smoking, like 2 lost and helpless children. Ashes piled up on the floor, and their expressions were filled with despair and confusion. Old son. Jian Wuji sighed, his voice hoarse like a saw. That kid has basically swallowed up all the treasures in our national treasury. Sun Miao's hands trembled, his eyes brimming with tears. Not just the grade A ones, even the bright relic my master used for his seclusion was taken by the military to make tea for him. Old Jian, how much longer can we keep this up? Yesterday, that kid, while Miss Lin wasn't looking, secretly asked me if I had any cumin and chili powder because he thought the Millennium Black Tortoise Blood Essence was too fishy and wanted to grill it. Sun Miao wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking utterly defeated as he said, "That's a divine medicine, and he wants to use it for barbecue. As a doctor, my heart is bleeding just watching this." Jian Wuji patted his shoulder and sighed, "Hold on. It's too late for us to get off the ship now. Look at the way the Lin family and those people from the military are looking at him. Chu Ci has practically become their faith. If you were to step forward now and say he's faking illness, there's no telling if those lunatics from the military might execute us on the spot for insulting a hero." The 2 elderly men, full of grievances, could only sigh. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, in the blood-misted foreign territory of Sakura Island, the Shadow Hall, a group of onmyoji dressed in black, exuding a chilling aura, were kneeling devoutly before a massive statue of the Yamata no Orochi High Priest. A shadow assassin knelt on one knee, his voice cold yet tinged with excitement. The intelligence has been confirmed. The Dragon Kingdom's monstrous genius Chu Ci, who annihilated a demigod in the wastelands in seconds, has just suffered a severe injury. He is currently extremely weak and on the brink of death, lying in the intensive care unit of the Imperial Capital Military Hospital, relying solely on miraculous drugs to stay alive. He can't even get out of bed. The High Priest's narrow, snake-like eyes gleamed with a mad and cruel light. "Excellent. His voice was icy. "If this monster recovers, it will be the greatest disaster for our nation. Listen to my orders. Immediately activate the Blood Sakura assassin squad lurking in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital. At all costs, infiltrate the hospital while he's weak, end his life. Shatter the Dragon Kingdom's future hope, along with his hospital bed, into pieces. Maintaining the nation's strongest protective barrier, which wouldn't even let a mosquito through, the entire upper echelon of the Dragon Kingdom was nervously monitoring the situation, fearing that anything might happen to the hero who had protected the people with his life. But just as everyone thought everything was secure and worry-free, the air outside the top-tier divine-level intensive care unit suddenly began to ripple faintly. The fluctuation was so subtle that even the most powerful mages failed to notice it. 3 figures, like black phantoms, quietly emerged. Their movements were eerie, with no detectable breath or heartbeat. They silently penetrated the so-called absolute defense barrier and clung to the walls of the ward, appearing like 3 intangible shadows. The leading shadow let out a cold laugh. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he didn't take the Dragon Kingdom's defenses seriously at all. "Your so-called national guardians are nothing to us." This man was named Hattori Hanzo, the top assassin of Sakura Island's Blood Sakura assassin squad. Not only was he level 75, but he was also the legendary ultimate assassin. The 2 individuals behind him were also high-level assassins at level 70. This time, their nation had gone all in, deploying a treasure-level invisibility talisman just to assassinate Chu Ci. "Boss, the target is inside," one subordinate said, staring at Chu Ci in the room with glowing eyes, itching to rush in and act immediately. TSK, look at all those miraculous treasures. The Dragon Kingdom really spared no expense. Just for a bedridden invalid, they've brought out all the good stuff. Once we take his head, let's grab all those precious medicines too. Move quickly. That kid can barely turn over right now. One strike, and make sure not to alert anyone outside." At Hattori Hanzo's command, the 3 instantly transformed into shadows, sliding into the room like wisps of air. At this moment, Chu Ci was lying on the bed, wearing a respirator. He thought it was amusing and decided to put it on, his face pale to the point of being frightening, like a dying little animal. Hattori Hanzo stood by the bed, coldly gazing down at this legendary genius. Truly pitiful. He deliberately took his time pulling out a pitch-black dagger, a foul stench and sinister aura spreading through the air. This eerie weapon, called the Blade of Wailing Souls, was not only coated in deadly poison but also sealed with countless unjustly killed souls. Even the slightest skin contact would drag the soul into endless darkness. "To die by my hand is your honor." Hattori Hanzo's eyes were filled with malice as he raised his blade without hesitation and thrust it toward Chu Ci's chest. The result, clang. A sudden metallic clang echoed through the room. The smug smile on Hattori Hanzo's face froze instantly. He was shocked to discover that his so-called divine weapon, which was said to pierce dragon scales, couldn't even penetrate Chu Ci's skin. Instead, it felt as though it had struck a piece of super metal of cosmic proportions. A powerful recoil force surged back through the hilt of the blade. Crack! He watched in disbelief as the priceless dagger shattered from tip to hilt, disintegrating into scattered fragments on the floor. Meanwhile, the dying, exhausted Chu Ci lying on the bed didn't even have a scratch on his skin. But in Chu Ci's mind, a notification sounded: sustained a level 75 toxic curse attack. Full reversal ability activated. Physical damage nullified, poison automatically converted into massive life force plus 2 million. All negative curses transformed into a super soul nourishment pack. Current body strength, tier 4 indestructible overlord physique, about to break through the limit. Ha! Chu Ci slowly opened his eyes, casually yanked off the ventilator, and his eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness, locking onto Hattori Hanzo like a predator eyeing its prey. Hattori Hanzo felt a chill run down his spine under Chu Ci's gaze and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Weren't you struggling to breathe? How is your body harder than steel? Chu Ci wasn't scared. In fact, he was so delighted he almost burst into tears. Over the past few days, people had been feeding him all sorts of rare and precious medicines. While those remedies made him feel better, they were all meant to replenish his vital energy, leaving no negative side effects. As a result, he couldn't use his reversal ability and was nearly driven mad with frustration. And now, someone had finally brought him poison and curses? It was like they had come to satisfy his cravings. Chu Ci sat up effortlessly, stretched lazily, and glanced at the broken knife hilt in Hattori Hanzo's hand, clicking his tongue in disdain. Your poison is way too weak. This stuff isn't even stimulating. Got anything stronger? Something that can dissolve a corpse completely would be ideal. Hurry up and bring out the good stuff. I've been eating so many tonics these past few days that my mouth is numb. I desperately need some poison to spice things up. The hospital room fell into a dead silence. The three assassins, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, were now utterly dumbfounded, their eyes filled with despair. Who complains that poison isn't strong enough and treats curses like after-dinner snacks? Who's the real villain here? Wasn't this guy supposed to be a terminally ill patient who could die from a gust of wind, according to the intelligence reports? What kind of joke is this? Those incompetent fools in the intelligence department should all be dragged out and made to reflect on their failures. The person standing before them wasn't an ordinary human at all, he was clearly a monster disguised as one. Stop playing games. All of us, attack together. Use deadly poison mist to finish him off. Hattori Hanzo was completely panicked now, screaming as he and the other two assassins launched their attack. In the next moment, three dense clouds of deep purple poison mist, so thick they seemed to solidify the air, erupted like volcanic lava, instantly engulfing Chu Ci's hospital bed. This poison mist was said to corrode steel into dust in an instant. Just one breath of it could kill even the most skilled martial artist. Die already! The three assassins, having lost all reason, poured every last bit of the toxic gas onto Chu Ci. Any normal person would have been scared to death by now, but instead, from within the poisonous mist, a sound of deep, satisfied breathing emerged. Inhale, exhale, this feels so much better than that lousy dagger earlier. It even has a bit of a pickled vegetable flavor. The three assassins couldn't believe their eyes. Chu Ci, as if he had turned into a super vacuum cleaner, opened his mouth wide and sucked in all the poison gas that could have wiped out an entire city. In less than half a second, not a trace of it remained. System notification: inhaled an excessive amount of specially formulated deadly poison mist, triggering reverse activation, extreme enhancement of cardiopulmonary function. Max HP plus 3000000. Hic. Chu Ci let out a satisfied burp, exhaling a faint puff of white air. He looked at the three assassins whose legs were trembling with fear, and a gentle, angelic smile appeared on his lips. You came all this way to deliver such a generous gift. As a doctor, it would be rude of me not to return the favor. He slightly raised his left hand, and a ball of holy light, greener than emerald, instantly lit up in his palm. Although it evoked thoughts of saving lives and healing the wounded, its overwhelming aura was so intense that it instilled fear deep in one's heart. Beginner skill, light of soothing. You all seem too excited. Let me give you a physical calm down. No objections, right? Run. Run. Hattori Hanzo broke out in a cold sweat the moment he saw the green light. Although he didn't know what it was, his body instinctively understood he must not get hit. Before he could make any move, Chu Ci casually waved his hand, and the light of soothing instantly split into three beams of light, directly piercing into the bodies of the three assassins. System notification: released light of soothing on enemies, original effect, calm emotions, slightly restore mental state, concept reversal, extreme soul pain plus complete nervous system collapse. In just an instant, two level 70 assassins couldn't last even half a second. Their eyes bulged, and their blood vessels burst like popcorn. The soul-wrenching pain made their screams more harrowing than a tragic death. In the blink of an eye, their bodies disintegrated into two piles of black ash amidst their screams, completely purified on the spot. Hattori Hanzo, being slightly stronger, managed to hold on for an extra second. He collapsed to the ground, frantically clawing at his own face, howling like a tormented soul from hell. Black blood poured from all 7 orifices, and finally, his mind completely broke, leaving him a madman. Half a second after the assassins began screaming, a loud bang echoed as the ICU door, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, was kicked open. Brother Chu Ci. Lin Xingyue, fully armed and exuding a chilling aura, stormed in with Winter's wrath in hand. A group of high-ranking military officials followed behind her, radiating murderous intent. Hearing the screams from the sealed room earlier, they had feared Chu Ci was in danger, their hearts lodged in their throats. But as they rushed in, everyone froze in place. There was no bloody massacre, no Chu Ci lying lifeless on the ground, only two neat piles of ash and an assassin convulsing on the floor, already driven insane. And the Chu Ci who was supposed to be so gravely ill that a gust of wind could kill him was now slumped against the headboard, looking as frail as ever. Seeing Lin Xingyue rush in, Chu Ci seamlessly played along with the scene. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he even conveniently coughed up a mouthful of black blood, actually just waste residue expelled during detoxification. He stretched out his trembling hand, his voice quivering with tears. "Xingyue, you're finally here. I almost thought I'd never see you again." Just now, a few men in black barged in without saying a word. They self-destructed right away and even released poison gas at me. As he spoke, he clung tightly to Lin Xingyue's hand, his eyes brimming with tears. "I'm just a patient who can barely stand, and they came specifically to scare me. I really thought I was done for." The room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The military officials' expressions shifted dramatically as they looked at the piles of ash on the ground, the deranged assassin, and then at Chu Ci's frail and aggrieved appearance. Lin Xingyue's eyes reddened, her heart aching so much that she wanted to lead an army to annihilate Sakura Nation right then and there. She glared at the convulsing Hattori Hanzo on the ground, her eyes filled with killing intent. The moment a senior military officer spotted the emblem on Hattori Hanzo's clothing, he erupted in fury. "These bastards! How dare they send assassins to infiltrate the ICU and attack our national hero while he's critically ill?" Hattori Hanzo, already mentally shattered, seemed to see a final lifeline when he noticed the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation storming in. He pointed fiercely at Chu Ci, his voice distorted, almost tearing his throat as he screamed, "He's a monster. You have no idea how terrifying he is. He's not sick at all. He's scarier than a cosmic beast. My knife broke when I tried to stab him. I attacked him with poisonous mist, and he just burped, emitting a green glow. You fools, you've all been deceived by him." Hattori Hanzo's words echoed endlessly in the hospital room, filled with despair and fear. But no one in the room believed him. Lin Xingyue's gaze was icy enough to freeze, tinged with barely concealed sadness and fury. Without hesitation, she struck, freezing one of Hattori Hanzo's arms into shards of ice with a single sword stroke. "You actually dared to do such a thing, attempting to assassinate a critically ill patient who couldn't fight back. Failing the assassination and then slandering him? You claim he's stronger than a cosmic beast? That he swallowed your poisonous mist? Why not say he casually destroyed the sun while you're at it? If he truly had such power, would he be lying here in the ICU, being bullied by you?" The military leaders nearby were also furious. "Even on the brink of death, you dare to smear our nation's hero. Drag him out. Make him wish he were dead." Seeing that no one believed him and that they were pushing him to his doom, Hattori Hanzo completely broke down. He looked at Chu Ci and noticed a sly smile hidden at the corner of his lips. Poof, no more words could be said. Anger and despair ultimately caused this top assassin to die from sheer rage, blood spurting from his mouth as he perished on the spot. At the door, the old principal Jian Wuji and Master Sun Miao witnessed the entire scene. The two exchanged glances, feeling overwhelmed, and silently took out emergency medicine to chew on. "Old son, see? I was right again." Jian Wuji's hands trembled. "As long as Elder Chu acts a little weak. Even if he crushes a divine artifact in public, everyone will think he's being wronged." Sun Miao wiped his tears and nodded heavily. On the hospital bed, Chu Ci quietly leaned into Lin Xingyue's gentle embrace, enjoying the top-tier treatment and security. He secretly felt smug. This kind of life, relying on the strong and lying low, is really growing on me. A piercing sound of freezing exploded in the air, and the temperature in the top-floor ICU of the Imperial Capital's first military district hospital instantly dropped to an extreme level. The surrounding walls, specially made explosion-proof glass, and even the dust in the air all crystallized into countless sharp ice shards under Lin Xingyue's unleashed cold aura. Lin Xingyue tightly protected Chu Ci, her face devoid of her usual gentleness, her eyes filled only with an intimidating killing intent. Her voice was chilling to the extreme. They sent assassins here while my husband is critically ill? Fine, they've got guts. Send out the notice. All trade relations between the Lin family and Sakura Nation are to be terminated immediately. From now on, a global bounty of 1 trillion dragon coins and 10 top-tier magical artifacts is offered for the Blood Sakura assassin group members. Leave none alive. If they dare to harm Chu Ci even a little, I'll make sure their entire group is buried with him. Her tone was like a declaration of war, and the sheer intimidation made all the military leaders present feel their blood boil, unanimously agreeing. That's right. This is no longer a family feud, it's a provocation against our nation. He exhausted himself to save tens of millions of soldiers, and now he has to endure such threats. This is our failure. The highest commander directly punched the steel wall beside him, leaving a dent, and roared orders: immediately notify all border war zones, full military readiness at level 1. Have the surveillance system lock onto all targets in Sakura Nation. If they dare make even the slightest move, we'll use the harshest measures. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme, and the Dragon Nation's leadership was utterly enraged. At this moment, Chu Ci was comfortably nestled in Lin Xingyue's arms, appearing frail and weak despite his lofty demeanor, like a frightened little animal. Yet, inside, he was secretly laughing, safe and cozy. Life couldn't get any better. No fighting, fighting leads to death. Chu Ci feigned weakness, clutching his chest dramatically and coughing twice in an exaggerated manner. In truth, he was perfectly fine. He had just been startled by the sudden appearance of those black-clad assassins, leaving his chest slightly sore. In his heart, Chu Ci couldn't help but give those assassins a thumbs up. They had shown up at just the right time. Not only had they helped him vent the residual energy in his body, but they had also reinforced his image as too frail to take care of himself. Lin Xingyue was already panicking. Her previously fierce demeanor had vanished, and she now cautiously leaned close to Chu Ci, afraid of scaring him further. Her voice was as soft as a kitten's. Brother Chu Ci, don't speak. You must stay calm, don't get agitated. As she spoke, she couldn't help but stroke Chu Ci's pale face, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect you. This wretched hospital is completely unreliable, it's practically a death trap. The Supreme Commander also nodded with a face full of guilt. Suddenly, his gaze swept across the room, landing on the old headmaster Jian Wuji, who was smoking in the corner, and the silent tea-drinking nine-turn medicine god, Sun Miao. Elder Jian. Divine Doctor Sun. The commander stood up abruptly, his demeanor as solemn as could be. The ordinary hospital ward can no longer ensure little friend Chu's safety, nor can it cure his fundamental ailment. I propose we immediately activate the nation's highest level forbidden ground, the Dragon Vein Ancestral Land, Creation Green Lotus Pool. Instantly, everyone in the room gasped. The Dragon Vein Ancestral Land, Creation Green Lotus Pool, this place was practically the nation's ultimate trump card. Hidden 10,000 meters beneath the imperial capital, it gathered the country's fortune and the purest essence of life. Legend had it that a single soak in the pool could bring the dead back to life and mend broken bones. Everyone regarded it as a mythical treasure. However, the place was equally perilous. The energy within the Green Lotus Pool was wild and pure. Even a tiny touch could cause an ordinary person to explode on the spot and meet their end. Even the strongest individuals, comparable to deities, could only soak for an hour any longer, and death was certain. An old general panicked and loudly objected, "Commander, this is absolutely out of the question. The energy in the Green Lotus Pool is too terrifying. Little friend Chu's meridians are completely severed, he won't survive it. This will only hasten his death." The Supreme Commander began to waver, turning to Sun Miao for his opinion. "Divine Dr. Sun, what do you think?" Sun Miao, who was holding a teacup, trembled at the mention of the Creation Green Lotus Pool, spilling tea all over his pants. He sneaked a glance at Chu Ci, only to see a wolfish green glint in Chu Ci's eyes, like a starving predator eyeing a mountain of meat.
In that instant, Sun Miao understood, Chu Ci was itching to dive in immediately. He even imagined Chu Ci threatening him, "You'd better not ruin this for me, or you'll be in trouble." Sun Miao shuddered all over, quickly composed himself, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and stood up straight. In a voice brimming with righteous conviction, he shouted, "Commander! This is an excellent idea. Absolutely brilliant." Everyone present was dumbfounded. Had Divine Dr. Sun lost his mind? Sending Chu Ci, whose meridians were completely severed, into the Green Lotus Pool, wasn't that a death sentence? At this moment, Sun Miao fully embraced his role as an Oscar-worthy actor. With reddened eyes, he earnestly persuaded everyone, "Listen to me, everyone. Young Master Chu's essence has already been depleted to its absolute limit. Ordinary tonics are less effective than a drop of water in the desert, they're utterly useless. Only the large-scale, almost violent vitality of the Green Lotus Pool has a chance of forcibly breaking through his blocked meridians and reforging his shattered body, like hammering iron into shape." As he spoke, he deliberately put on a pained expression. Of course, this process is extremely agonizing. Young Master Chu will have to endure pain akin to being pierced by thousands of arrows and having his soul torn apart. It's practically a life-or-death ordeal. What? Like being stabbed in the heart by thousands of arrows and having your soul shattered? Lin Qingyue panicked instantly, clutching Chu Ci tightly. "No! I can't let you go to such a dangerous place. I won't seek treatment anymore. At worst, I'll use my life force to sustain you for a lifetime." At this moment, Chu Ci slowly raised his hand and interrupted Lin Qingyue with a weak yet resolute voice. His handsome face forced out a bitter smile. As long as I don't burden you, as long as I can continue to protect this country, don't just talk about being pierced by thousands of arrows, even if I have to go to hell, I'm willing to give it a try." Inner thoughts, "Someone hurry up and help me into the Azure Lotus Pool. Such an intense treasure, let me experience the thrill of my body exploding already." Lin Qingyue was already sobbing uncontrollably, holding Chu Ci's head tightly against hers. "Wherever you go, I go. Even if it means dying, we'll do it together." The big shots in the audience were all deeply moved, one after another, overwhelmed by Chu Ci's courage. Their eyes turned red, and they held him in the highest regard. Meanwhile, Jian Wuji, standing in the corner, coldly stared at Sun Miao. Some people only know how to put on airs and spout nonsense, pretending to be righteous and justified. Looking at Chu Ci's outwardly tragic and righteous demeanor, his inner thoughts were already in turmoil. He couldn't help but cover his face, his mind on the verge of collapse, feeling so frustrated he could almost spit blood. "This is killing me. Old son, what on earth are you up to? This is the nation's most important treasure. And you actually managed to fool the military into throwing that starry sky beast directly into the core of the dragon vein as lunch, letting it eat freely? The dragon vein is going to be drained. The nation's feng shui will be ruined." But Jian Wuji dared not speak out. He could only watch helplessly as the military big shots, overwhelmed by emotion, immediately executed the plan with lightning speed, racing against time to arrange the transfer tasks. Half an hour passed. Deep beneath the imperial capital, at the ancestral site of the dragon vein. This was a massive underground cavern, its walls embedded with countless top-grade dragon crystals, illuminating the entire cavern brightly, outshining any artificial light. At the very center was a gigantic pool, its depths unfathomable, radiating a rich azure glow. Floating on the water's surface were clusters of azure lotus flowers, not ordinary flowers, but divine objects condensed purely from the laws of life. The pool water boiled, churning like magma, releasing massive bubbles. Each bubble burst with energy so intense that even a ninth-tier awakened expert couldn't withstand it. Forget ordinary people, just touching this energy would render them unconscious instantly. Chu Ci, carefully supported by Lin Qingyue, approached the edge of the Azure Lotus Pool. "Brother Chu Ci, if you can't bear it, make sure to cry out or crush this jade slip immediately. I'll save you right away." Lin Qingyue clutched his hand tightly, her eyes red and unwilling to let go, her face full of worry and heartache. "Don't worry, Qingyue. For you, I must persevere to the end." Chu Ci mustered all his strength to force a weak smile, even pretending to sweat nervously, his acting worthy of an Oscar.
Under the watchful eyes of the highest commander, Lin Qingyue, and a group of teary-eyed generals, Chu Ci removed his outer clothing, leaving only a thin pair of white trousers. Like a warrior heading to his death, he slowly and tremblingly lifted his foot, stepping into the boiling pool water. Shoo! As soon as he touched the water, the energy on the pool's surface erupted like a ferocious beast, frantically invading Chu Ci's feet. His body trembled violently, and his facial expression instantly contorted in pain. Chu Ci! Lin Qingyue almost rushed down to save him. Don't come over. I can still endure. Chu Ci gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, immersing himself bit by bit into the pool water. The next second, the entire ancestral land of the dragon vein shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Tens of thousands of streams of azure dragon energy roared like tangible dragon phantoms, completely engulfing Chu Ci. Everyone present felt their hearts tighten and instinctively closed their eyes. Lin Qingyue even burst into tears, collapsing to the ground. Brother Chu Ci, you must hold on. But just as everyone thought he was about to die, submerged at the bottom of the pool, wrapped in countless waves of violent energy, Chu Ci's face appeared twisted in pain on the surface. Yet underwater, his expression instantly shifted to one of utter refreshment and unparalleled joy. The pained look from earlier was nothing but an act. At this moment, he felt so exhilarated he could almost fly. His entire body seemed to be charging up, with his cells growing wildly and his power levels skyrocketing. System notification, concept reversal activated. All destructive attributes reversed to ultra-high-speed cellular repair and reconstruction. Body nearing energy overload reversed to infinite spatial expansion within the body, complete organ evolution. Max HP plus 10 million. Plus 10 million. Plus 10 million. The officers present were shedding tears and praying for his heroic endurance, completely unaware that Chu Ci was lying at the bottom of the pool, sprawled out, scrubbing himself, even drinking the pool water, casually grabbing a handful of green lotuses as snacks, enjoying himself as if soaking in a top-tier hot spring. Old son, that guy, truly reliable, Chu Ci muttered, leisurely blowing a green bubble. This dragon vein hot spring is simply the pinnacle of life, way better than those toxic miasmas. Today, I'll drain this pool dry to live up to my terminal illness persona. Meanwhile, changes continued to unfold above ground. In the pool of creation green lotuses, the azure energy churned like a subterranean tsunami. From the shore, the water's surface had already formed a massive azure vortex, seemingly ready to shred Chu Ci into pieces at any moment. Brother Chu Ci! Lin Qingyue collapsed by the poolside, clutching the dragon crystal ground with both hands, her nails nearly digging into the stone, blood seeping out. She stared at the terrifying vortex, tears streaming down her face, her heart on the verge of breaking. The deafening roar was like the collapse of heaven and earth. The surrounding officers, watching the scene before them, had reddened eyes. None of them had expected such agony to fail to elicit even a single sound from that man. So brutal. This kind of energy seems like it could tear a person apart from the inside out. How much pain must he be enduring? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, clenching their fists tightly, even holding their breath for fear of missing something. A general with a face full of authority stared resolutely, though his voice carried an undeniable mix of reverence and sorrow. He is the most hardcore warrior of our nation. He gazed incredulously at the center of the pool, murmuring softly, such intense torment, steel willpower wouldn't be enough to endure it, yet he hasn't uttered a single scream. It's unimaginable how strong his spirit must be. But in reality? The true state of Chu Ci, worshipped by all, pitied by all, regarded as a godlike existence, lying at the bottom of the green lotus pool, was entirely different from their imaginations. Ah, so comfortable. Chu Ci sprawled out, completely relaxed at the bottom of the pool, even blowing a string of small bubbles from his mouth. For others, the energy capable of destroying a 9-turn demigod felt to him like countless pairs of hands from elite massage therapists, pampering him from head to toe, down to the cellular level. The pleasure was indescribable, better than any dream. In his mind, the system's notifications kept flooding the screen, warning. Detection of extremely volatile high-dimensional life essence infusion. Concept reversal fully powered up. Internal organ rupture crisis reversed to comprehensive spatial expansion, defense increased tenfold. Meridian rupture pain reversed to top-tier neural massage, euphoria index off the charts. Max HP continues to soar plus 20 million, plus 20 million, plus 20 million. Happiness came so suddenly that Chu Ci felt so comfortable he was about to fall asleep. Even more jaw-dropping was that he reached out and plucked a green lotus formed from condensed life energy, rolled it into a ball, and used it as a bath sponge to scrub the dirt off his back. His demeanor was as if the whole world owed him a top-tier spa treatment. Why is the pool water decreasing? Chu Ci wondered while scrubbing himself, noticing that the water level had only reached his neck. The reason was simple: his absorption speed was astonishingly fast. Coupled with the system's 100% absorption feature, the energy stored in the green lotus pool for hundreds of years had all become his nourishment, nearly depleting the 1,000-year foundation of the pool. Meanwhile, outside, chaos erupted. "Commander! Look! The water level of the green lotus pool has dropped by a third." A monitoring officer, pale-faced, pointed at the data and shouted. The Supreme Commander and numerous generals were startled, rushing to the poolside in shock. The originally full-to-the-brim green pool water had now receded significantly, and even the floating green lotuses had visibly withered due to energy loss. How is this possible? Even the strongest cultivator couldn't absorb this fast after soaking here for a year. The commander was furious, grabbing the collar of the medical sage Sun Miao and pulling him forward. "Dr. Sun! What's going on? Is Chu Ci in danger? Tell me, how could his frail body possibly consume so much energy?" Sun Miao stared at the receding pool water, feeling utterly miserable. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself on the spot. Danger? He's not in any danger at all. He's not absorbing, he's treating the national treasure like a drink. And he's even using the green lotus as a bath sponge for fun. None of these fools have figured it out. Sun Miao was screaming internally, but he didn't dare to speak the truth. He sneaked a glance at Jian Wuji's warning gaze nearby and then at Lin Qingyue's murderous glare, feeling utterly hopeless. He could only brace himself and start spouting nonsense with a serious face. "Commander, don't panic. This is actually an extremely dangerous funnel effect." Sun Miao wiped his sweat while shouting dramatically, "Young Master Chu's meridians have long been riddled with holes, unable to retain energy. The green lotus water entering his body is all leaking out like a broken bucket." Pointing at the pool water, Sun Miao almost convinced himself, the water level isn't dropping because he's absorbing it, but because the energy is being consumed to repair his terrifying old injuries. At this rate, if the pool water runs dry, young Master Chu might be in mortal danger. Possibly unable to retain even his last breath. This string of nonsense, understood only by Sun Miao himself, caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, plunging the atmosphere into an icy chill. "We can't let this happen." Lin Qingyue was utterly panicked, clutching the commander's hand tightly. "Commander, the Lin family is willing to contribute all our resources. Whatever it takes to stop Chu Ci's energy loss, we'll do it. Miss Lin, this concerns the dignity of the military." The commander shook off Lin Qingyue's hand, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly drew the pistol from his waist and roared into the air, "Issue the order. Immediately unseal the highest level resources from the national treasury. Bring out all the national treasures. The crystal cores of the nine-headed star beast, the 5,000-year earth vein core, and the extreme cold divine ice, bring them all to me." The commander, watching the rapidly decreasing pool water, was in tears, his face full of anxiety, as the entire scene descended into chaos. If liquid energy is leaking, then stop wasting time. Use the most top-tier solid divine artifacts to forcibly block his meridians. Even if we have to use explosives, we must save his life. Off to the side, the old principal Jian Wuji, upon hearing the names of these priceless divine artifacts, went weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Clutching his chest tightly with both hands, his heart nearly stopped beating. This was madness, everyone had gone mad. Those were the priceless treasures of the Dragon Nation, the most precious of all, originally reserved for crafting the ultimate artifact. Now the commander is actually going to throw it all in, like pouring cement, to patch up the hole for Chu Ci? Will Chu Ci be overwhelmed? Those are stones. But military orders are as unyielding as iron, and no one dares to disobey. In less than 5 minutes, several 8th rank generals personally transported a few imposing jade boxes and rushed to the edge of the Azure Lotus pool in a flurry.
Commander!
The divine artifacts have been delivered.
Throw them in.
The Supreme Commander didn't hesitate, pointing at Chu Ci in the center of the vortex, shouting so loudly his voice nearly tore, "As long as we can save him, it doesn't matter if we exhaust all our resources. Throw everything in and protect his heart and veins." With a series of heavy thuds, 3 super divine artifacts, enough to spark global contention, were mercilessly hurled into the vortex at the center of the Azure Lotus pool. At this moment, at the bottom of the pool, Chu Ci had just finished scrubbing his back and was lazily preparing to turn over.
Suddenly, thud! Thud! Thud!
3 loud impacts landed, and several divine artifacts radiating blinding light, carrying destructive energy waves, directly struck his forehead before rolling to his side. Chu Ci froze for a second, casually picking up the starry energy-filled, star core soul calming jade, then cradling the suffocatingly heavy, earth essence core.
Wow, is this a supply drop from the heavens? Chu Ci's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights.
His freakishly powerful system perception immediately detected the terrifying energy levels of these divine artifacts. These things weren't just more useful than the pool water, they were practically a supercharged feast. No wonder I felt a bit hungry earlier, turns out someone thought to give me a snack.
This treatment is just too considerate.
His heart was filled with gratitude, tears welling up.
The higher-ups of the Dragon Nation were just too thoughtful.
Not only did they let him soak in a top-tier hot spring, but they even airdropped grinding tools.
Without hesitation, Chu Ci grabbed the divine jade that even top-tier artifacts couldn't split and took a bite. A crisp cracking sound echoed at the bottom of the pool.
With his invincible, indestructible overlord body, he actually managed to bite off a chunk of the top-tier divine jade, chewing it like candy, crunching away.
Warning!
Host is ingesting ultra-high-density star core energy.
Digestive system overloaded, facing extreme risk.
Forced reversal activated, stomach evolves into a galactic furnace, digestion power skyrockets by 10,000 times. Extreme cold ice marrow affecting soul state, reversal, soul fully materialized, indestructible. Blood energy cap surges by 50 million.
Another 50 million. Continues to skyrocket.
With every bite, energy surged, and a dark golden chaotic beam of light shot violently from the bottom of the pool to the sky. On the lakeshore, everyone could see the massive beam of light spanning heaven and earth. Within the beam, a faint but incredibly resilient soul projection stood tall, refusing to collapse despite being torn by energy. Actually, Chu Ci was just too excited from eating, and his mental energy was running wild, creating the projection.
Look, it's Chu Ci!
Lin Xingyue cried her heart out, screaming at the soul projection, he's still fighting.
He hasn't given up.
The big shots on the shore were moved to tears, collectively removing their hats and saluting the pool with solemn faces.
So strong.
He actually withstood the violent impact of the divine artifacts and sealed his broken meridians.
Sniff, sniff, so determined.
The entire underground cavern was filled with the bold cries and reverence of the military high command. At the very back, the old principal Jian Wuji and 9th rank medicine god Sun Miao hugged each other tightly. They looked at the soaring beam of light and the unyielding soul projection. Upon closer inspection, the shadow was actually happily munching away with a blissful expression. Sun Miao's lips trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks.
He stammered, Sword Elder, he seems to be gnawing on the soul calming jade.
That thing, I couldn't cut it even if I tried my hardest, but he's eating it like it's a
biscuit.
Jian Wuji's eyes were vacant, like a hollowed-out wooden puppet. He mechanically patted Sun Miao on the shoulder.
Stop looking, old Sunday. If you keep watching, I'm afraid the two of us might end up as his snacks in a moment.
While the people on the shore were crying their hearts out, and 2 white-haired elders were in utter despair, questioning their very existence, Chu Ci at the bottom of the pool finally managed to swallow the last bite of the precious core of the earth essence. The sensation was so overwhelming that he let out a massive burp, one so powerful it seemed to shake the entire dragon vein pool to its core.
Burp!
With that earth-shattering sound, the last of the creation green lotus pool's water was completely absorbed through Chu Ci's pores. Whoosh, the sound of water vanished. The crying on the shore also stopped abruptly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring unblinkingly at the green lotus pool, which had once been brimming with immense energy. Now, the pool was completely dry, not a single drop of water left. The supreme dragon crystal at the bottom of the pool had cracked, covered in a web of fissures, resembling a desert wasteland scorched by 10 years of drought. At the center of the parched pool bottom stood Chu Ci, the young man who had the entire dragon kingdom watching him with bated breath. Using the last of his strength, he propped himself up with his hands and slowly stood, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. His bare upper body, once pale, was now covered in a dense layer of sweat, resembling beads of blood from excruciating pain. In reality, it was just sweat from being overly full. He slowly lifted his head and looked at Lin Qingyue and the high-ranking military officials on the shore, all of whom were frozen in place, their expressions blank. A bitter yet relieved smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Qingyue. Commander. Chu Ci's voice was so weak it seemed like it might fade away at any moment. Yet his eyes shone brighter than ever. Cough. I think I made it through. Those stones, really, cough, really worked. I feel like my meridians seem to be blocked. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Ci's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed once more into the dry pool bottom. The air was eerily silent. The next moment, the dragon vein ancestral land erupted in a thunderous cheer. Everyone went wild with joy, as if the entire earth was shaking from the sudden celebration. In the top-tier intensive care unit of the imperial capital's first military district hospital, 10 hours had passed since the Dragon Vein ancestral land rescue operation that had shocked the nation's leadership. Chu Ci struggled to slowly open his eyes. The first thing he saw was Lin Qingyue's breathtakingly beautiful face, now marked by exhaustion and worry. The usually composed and fearsome ice-cold beauty, respected by all, now had red, swollen eyes and was clutching Chu Ci's hand tightly, as if afraid that letting go would mean losing him forever. Around the hospital room, the Supreme Commander stood with over a dozen high-ranking military generals, all standing ramrod straight, so tense they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Qingyue. Commander. Am I still alive? Chu Ci's voice was feeble as he stared blankly at the ceiling, his expression utterly drained, like someone who had just returned from the gates of hell. In reality, though, he felt fantastic, even as if he could punch the moon out of the sky. The energy and blood within him had already surged past 3 billion. The star core soul calming jade and core of the earth essence he had swallowed earlier were continuously releasing terrifying energy into his internal organs. If not for the conceptual reversal within his body transforming it into the highest grade nourishment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a single exhale from him could blow the entire building apart. Brother Chu. You're awake. You're finally awake. Lin Qingyue finally broke down in tears, gently helping Chu Ci sit up, treating him as delicately as if he were a fragile glass doll. You're safe now. Your meridians are completely blocked. You've made it through. The Supreme Commander was so overjoyed that he slammed his hand on the stone table, shattering it into dust. That's fantastic. God bless our country. Quick, Divine Dr. Sun, go check his pulse and see if those treasures managed to preserve his heart and veins. In the corner, Sun Miao, the 9-turn medicine god who had been keeping a low profile to the point of blending into the air, shuddered as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. His legs nearly turned to jelly. With extreme difficulty, he shuffled to the bedside, looking at Chu Ci, who was leaning weakly against Lin Qingyue's embrace, a faint, forced smile still lingering at the corner of his lips. Chu Ci cooperatively extended his wrist and even gave Sun Miao a reassuring look, silently signaling, "Don't worry, do your thing." Sun Miao gritted his teeth and gently placed his fingers on Chu Ci's pulse, cautiously channeling his energy inward. Boom! It was as if his mind had suddenly experienced a cosmic explosion. He remembered that Chu Ci's body had previously been like a vibrant, surging wave. But now, that wave had completely solidified into an infinite starry sky. As soon as his energy entered, he felt an overwhelming pressure, along with a terrifying gravity capable of instantly annihilating even semi-divine beings. He could practically see the supposedly indestructible, national treasure-level star core soul-calming jade obediently dissolve like cookie crumbs, quietly merging into Chu Ci's stomach.
Is this a human body?
This is practically a black hole monster capable of swallowing an entire galaxy and slowly digesting it.
Master Son? Master Son, what's wrong?
Lin Xingyue saw his face turn pale, his eyes roll back, and his body tremble as if electrocuted. She immediately called out in alarm.
Huff, huff.
Sun Miao finally withdrew his trembling hand, gasping for air as if he had been rescued from underwater.
He clutched his arm tightly, desperately trying to keep himself from fainting.
Sun Miao felt as though he had been dragged onto a roller coaster. His inner world was already in shambles.
He forced his wavering medical principles to pull his rationality back to reality. I'm fine.
He clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted loudly to everyone, his eyes red, his tone carrying a tragic determination that would move anyone who heard it.
Everyone, a miracle has occurred. You have witnessed the most incredible moment in medical history.
Pointing at Chu Ci, Sun Miao, at the peak of his emotions, began to speak solemn nonsense, piling on every word he could think of.
Commander, Miss Lin, everyone, take a good look.
Young Master Chu Ci has relied on a terrifyingly strong willpower to forcibly embed 3 world-class divine artifacts into his shattered meridians. And that dragon vein pool water, though most of it was lost, actually completely absorbed, at least served its purpose as an adhesive. Chu Ci now is like a broken porcelain bowl barely pieced together with divine iron. While his life has been temporarily preserved and the crisis of the heavenly Tao's origin stabilized, however. At this point, Sun Miao's voice dropped, carrying a heart-wrenching despair. But the energy of those 3 divine artifacts is too immense. Too heavy. Chu Ci's body was already fragile, and now every second he endures the pressure of the artifacts, he's at risk of exploding at any moment.
He's practically a super fragile glass doll now.
He can't use magic, can't be touched, and even his emotions can't fluctuate too much. Even the slightest bump could collapse the balance within him, and those 3 artifacts would immediately blow him to smithereens, leaving nothing behind. The room fell silent. Sun Miao's words were like a heavy bomb, directly detonating in everyone's hearts, making them want to cry but unable to shed tears.
Glass doll.
Lin Xingyue almost couldn't breathe, tears streaming uncontrollably as she instinctively held Chu Ci tighter. Chu Ci could have chosen not to push himself so hard, but to protect everyone, he had turned himself into a ticking time bomb.
Who wouldn't be moved by his sacrifice and courage?
Even the Supreme Commander had reddened eyes, speaking in a deep voice, "Our country owes Chu Ci too much."
He solemnly saluted Chu Ci, "Chu Ci, from now on, you are a top-level protected individual of our nation.
The military will assign 2 of its strongest experts to protect you around the clock. No matter who or what it is, they will not allow you to be harmed in the slightest."
Commander, isn't this a bit too much?
Chu Ci coughed weakly, his face full of guilt.
That creation green lotus pool, it seems I destroyed it.
That was a national treasure. Not only did I not die, but I also wasted so many resources.
I truly feel ashamed. Stop overthinking. The commander slammed the table and scolded loudly, "What do you mean by waste? No matter how precious that pool water is, can it be more valuable than your life? You saved an entire army of 50 million. You are more precious than anything.
The pool may dry up, but it can recover in 1,000 years.
If we lose you, the future of our nation will be cut off."
The commander stepped forward, hesitating as he tried to pat Chu Ci on the shoulder, but in the end, his hand hovered in midair, afraid of breaking the glass doll.
"Chu Ci, don't feel burdened.
The only thing you need to do now is to live well, eat well, drink well, and enjoy life.
As long as you're here, that's the greatest contribution to the nation."
Hearing this, Chu Ci immediately closed his eyes in emotion, but inside, he was overjoyed. "Brothers, listen up.
It's officially confirmed, living off others is legal. From now on, I'll just lie back and enjoy the benefits.
Anyone who dares to criticize me is going against the entire nation." Standing in the corner, The old principal Jian Wuji silently took out a heart pill from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. He was already used to this. Thinking about it now, if there ever came a day when Chu Ci didn't stir up chaos, that would truly be strange. At this moment, Lin Qingyue suddenly stopped crying. Her gaze turned icy, and her tone was so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. What about the Blood Sakura assassin group from Sakura country? How's the investigation going? The commander's face immediately darkened, his voice filled with anger. Rest assured, last night, the border general led a team to wipe out 3 secret bases in Sakura country. Over 1,000 assassins were completely eliminated. Unfortunately, that old Onmyoji is extremely cunning. After realizing the plan had failed, he went completely into hiding. Moreover, the commander's expression turned extremely grave. According to military intelligence, Sakura country's high priest might be targeting the upcoming newcomer exchange tournament. Those guys are planning to release an extremely terrifying abyss curse during the competition, aiming to wipe out all of our nation's top S-class geniuses in one fell swoop, attempting to sever our country's future. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hospital room froze. Those bastards! Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth. The competition venue is set in the wasteland of the 18th abyss. If the curse breaks out there, the consequences are unimaginable. Commander, I request to go to the scene immediately and oversee it personally. The commander sighed. You are the future of the Lin family and a frontline commander. If you show up now, it will only alert the enemy and ruin the plan. We've already secretly arranged for 3 top instructors to infiltrate the competition site. They will enter under assumed names as judges. Let's hope they can hold the line. Beside them, in Lin Qingyue's arms, Chu Ci appeared to be weakly dozing off, but at this moment, his ears were sharper than a hunting dog's. He heard every word. Abyss curse? Wipe them all out. Sever the future of Long country? Oh my god, are these Sakura country people saints or what? Just a moment ago, Chu Ci was still fretting over the fact that his dragon vein pool had dried up, leaving him to languish in the hospital drinking nutritional soup every day. Without enough toxins and curses to absorb and reverse, his newly broken-through realm was far from stable. And now, Sakura country was planning to unleash a super curse at the national competition, generously delivering a feast? Such a rich, violent, and fresh curse banquet, if Chu Ci didn't personally go to pack it up, could he even call himself a medic? He coughed twice for effect, opened his eyes, and spoke in the weakest voice possible, yet with a tone of tragic resolve. The national competition concerns the lives of our top young talents in Long country. As a logistical medic, I cannot stand by and watch my comrades suffer. Chu Ci struggled to prop himself up, his tone resolute. Please allow me to push my little cart to the edge of the arena to provide medical support for everyone. Even if my body is as fragile as glass and could be blown over by a gust of wind, I would have no regrets as long as I can save one classmate. Silence. The hospital room was so quiet that no one dared to breathe. The military bigwigs looked at the boy in front of them, who seemed ready to shatter at any moment, and their hearts couldn't hold it anymore. Several tough men turned their heads and cried, "Brother! Stop talking. You're going to move us all to tears. You're already like this, and you still want to head to the front line?" Even Jian Wuji, who was cooperating in the act, roared inwardly, "Damn it, enough already. Are you really saving people? You're clearly trying to absorb all the curses from Sakura Nation. You greedy, insatiable giant beast." On the outskirts of the 18th layer of the abyss, in the competition area of the Despair Wasteland, the national freshman competition had reached its most intense stage. When Chu Ci entered the arena, he used a purification spell to directly eliminate a level 60 boss. The result was a brief vacuum of monsters in the central area of the competition. The remaining 99 S-class freshmen, after a moment of chaos, reignited their fighting spirit and began fiercely hunting, scoring points, and competing for resources. But at this moment, the live broadcast perspective of the entire nation was drawn to the bottom right corner of the screen. That absolute safety passage forcibly established by the military, guarded on both sides by 2 level 80, 8-turn experts, with a protective team of over 100 people. And in the center of the passage, a boy's figure slowly advanced step by step. In the muddy ground, he wore loose hospital clothes with a black coat draped over them. He pushed an old, paint-peeling cart, struggling to move through the wasteland. Every step seemed to exhaust all his strength. His face was frighteningly pale, actually a fake appearance created using a blood-drawing technique, occasionally coughing, sometimes so violently that he had to cover his mouth to stop it. Every few steps, he would wipe away the tears that seeped out due to pain. The live broadcast rooms across the internet were almost flooded with crying and prayers. "Brother Chu! Don't go, we beg you. I'm a proud 2-meter tall man, and now I'm crying like this." His body is clearly shattered, yet he insists on coming to protect his comrades. The commander said he's only surviving thanks to a few divine artifacts. What if this fragile body really gets blown apart by the wind? In the arena, the 99 geniuses also received Chu Ci's latest medical report through internal communication. Seeing the struggling figure pushing the broken cart, their initial awe instantly turned into immense guilt and profound admiration. "Brother Chu! We misunderstood you." Jalei from Magic City Academy, with reddened eyes, bowed in Chu Ci's direction. "You risk your life to protect us, yet we always thought you were scary and even avoided you. It's so shameful. Brother Chu, stop the cart and rest for a while. You don't need to worry about us killing monsters. Anyone who dares to make you take action is going against all of us freshmen." Seeing everyone's emotional reaction, Chu Ci forced himself to endure his fatigue, a holy smile appearing on his face as he softly said, "Everyone, cough cough, focus on the competition. I'm just, logistics, cough cough. If anyone gets injured, don't try to tough it out. Remember to come to me for bandages." Chu Ci inwardly ranted, "Stop being moved. Hurry up and get going. If you don't get injured, how can I use this opportunity to cast skills and improve my proficiency?" Just as everyone thought Chu Ci was silently sacrificing himself for the greater good, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. With a loud rumble, the sky over the desolate land tore open without warning, revealing a massive scarlet rift. In the next second, dozens of blinding blood-red beams shot up from the ground, crisscrossing in the air to instantly form a scarlet barrier that tightly enclosed the arena, cutting off all escape routes. Alarms blared frantically in the command center. "Warning! The arena is sealed by mysterious energy. Warning! Spatial coordinates have shifted, all teleportation tools are ineffective." The 2 8th-tier mages on guard were stunned. They unleashed powerful spells capable of destroying mountains and shattering peaks to strike the barrier, but not even a ripple appeared. Instead, the scarlet glow of the barrier absorbed their attacks completely. A chilling laugh echoed through the sky, sharp as nails scraping against glass, making everyone's scalp tingle. In the center of the arena, the 3 instructors who were supposed to maintain order suddenly tore off their disguises, revealing the eerie tattoos unique to Japanese onmyoji. Among them, the high priest raised a black ceramic jar, crafted from countless infant skulls, that sent shivers down the spine. His eyes were filled with a crazed blood-red light. "Prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom. Amaterasu has come personally to send you to your graves." The high priest's face twisted with madness as he crushed the black jar with force. A deafening explosion followed, and a blood-red toxic mist, a mixture of extreme poison and deadly curses, erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the arena. This mist was not only lethal, even the slightest contact could corrode both body and soul. Even the strongest 7th-tier masters would instantly dissolve into blood in despair if touched. Someone screamed, "No! It's Japan's Blood Sakura Death Warriors. How did they infiltrate? Quick, activate the highest level barrier protection." 99 prodigies raised their shields, but in the face of the toxic mist, these barriers were as fragile as paper, rapidly corroding away. "Ah! My magic is being drained. Help!" An A-grade mage's shield had just shattered, and as the mist touched his body, his arm turned into stark white bone in the blink of an eye. In front of countless livestream cameras, billions of viewers watched this hellish scene and went mad. "Where's the army? Hurry and save them! These demons dare to launch such a terrorist attack during the national competition. Are they trying to wipe out our future generations?" On either side of the passage, Two hidden 8th tier mage gods were so furious their eyes turned red.
Damn it! The barrier won't open. Young Master Chu is still inside. With his body, he could shatter like glass at any moment. This toxic mist, if even a trace drifts over, the divine artifacts within him will immediately lose control and explode.
The two mage gods burned their souls desperately, using every possible method to attack the barrier, but it was all in vain. Inside the arena, the high priest from Sakura country watched the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies struggle in despair within the toxic mist, as if admiring trapped beasts. His gaze suddenly locked onto Chu Ci, the man still pushing a medical cart, seemingly paralyzed with fear.
He laughed excitedly. This is the highlight of today's show.
He approached Chu Ci and mocked loudly, "The Dragon Kingdom hails you as some hidden world powerhouse, but we've already tested your limits. You're nothing more than a useless wretch clinging to a few broken stones to stay alive, relying on sheer willpower just to breathe, aren't you?" The high priest's taunts grew harsher, and suddenly he waved his hand. The thickest toxic mist condensed into a blood-red poisonous dragon, roaring as it lunged toward Chu Ci's face.
No!
Outside the barrier, Lin Xingyue had just arrived and screamed hysterically as she watched the toxic mist attack. She could almost see the horrifying scene of Chu Ci shattering like glass under the mist's impact. Across the nation, countless viewers broke down, closing their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. However, at the very moment when everything seemed destined for destruction, at the center of the most dangerous attack, Chu Ci remained motionless. He showed no fear, nor did he cry for help. Instead, he shook his head and sighed helplessly. He murmured to himself, "I was planning to quietly play the role of a bystander and come out to earn some tears when you were on the verge of collapse." Chu Ci slowly raised his head, and his previously calm, lifeless eyes suddenly erupted. Chu Ci stood there like a beast on the verge of awakening. Black and gold halos exploded around him, as if the grim reaper from the abyss had descended upon the arena. Everyone stared at him. Even the high priest from Sakura country was stunned, his eyes widening at the sight before him. "Bro, your poisonous mist smells a bit strange." Facing the blood-cursed poisonous mist capable of killing an 8th tier master, Chu Ci acted completely out of the ordinary. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took a sudden step forward, spread his arms wide, and took a deep, deliberate inhale of the rolling poisonous mist. The people around him almost thought he had gone mad. But before they could react, Chu Ci had completely absorbed the terrifying poison dragon, leaving not a trace of the mist behind. It didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. In his mind, the system's alarm sounded incessantly, warning. Player is consuming the extremely lethal abyssal blood-curse poison mist. Concept reversal has reached max level, initiating burst. Physical toxic corrosion reverse 2, extreme internal organ enhancement. Maximum health continuously skyrocketing plus 8 million. Soul withering curse reverse 2, spiritual ascension. Soul power surging plus 5 million. With just one breath of the poisonous mist, his entire body's attributes soared instantly. Chu Ci let out a loud, satisfied burp and casually exhaled a faint wisp of blood-colored mist. Looking at the Grand Priest of Sakura Island across from him, he even wrinkled his nose in slight disdain. "Why does your poisonous mist taste a bit sour? Is it spoiled? Moreover, this dose is too small, it's not enough to eat at all. Do you still have more in that jar of yours? If it's not enough, bring more. I've been starving for 3 days, and this is just enough to whet my appetite." A deathly silence. The entire venue was dumbfounded. At this moment, all the geniuses who had been forced to the brink by the poisonous mist stopped struggling. Outside the arena, even the powerful figures who had been bombarding the formation froze in their actions. Even Lin Xingyue, who had been kneeling on the ground crying, was stunned, her tears frozen on her cheeks. Billions of viewers were all left in shock. Everyone's jaws were about to hit the floor. What was going on? Everyone had always thought that Chu Ci's body was fragile, that a single touch would shatter him, and that he wouldn't survive the night. Who could have imagined that he would inhale all the poisonous mist capable of corroding a 7th tier expert in one breath? Not only was he unharmed, but he even complained about the taste and the quantity being insufficient. Weren't you beyond saving? Weren't you supposed to shatter with just a touch? The Grand Priest shrank back into a corner, trembling as he pointed at Chu Ci. Chu Ci spread his hands, looking innocent. Of course, he wouldn't ruin the tragic hero image he had painstakingly built. The next second, he precisely forced out a mouthful of fresh blood, which was actually waste blood reversed by his ability, his entire body swaying as if he were about to collapse. He even leaned on a rusty medical cart nearby, acting as if he were in extreme agony. He coughed painfully, but his voice carried a resolute tone, "For the geniuses of my homeland. For our future. Even if my body shatters into dust and my soul collapses, I will never let you harm my companions. That mouthful of poisonous mist just now has already consumed the last of my life force, cough cough. Next, I am willing to burn my soul and perish together with you." The tragic performance, combined with his pained yet determined voice, instantly reignited the emotions of the global audience. Countless people were moved to tears, frantically flooding the screen with comments. "Chu Ci, you're too great." He used his own body to absorb the poison, living up to everyone's trust. "This is a true hero. He was joking earlier to boost everyone's morale, but he's been enduring the pain all alone. I'm going all out. I swear to protect the one who protects us." Outside the barrier, Lin Qingyue, watching Chu Ci's incredibly convincing performance, broke down completely and shouted, "Brother Chu Ci, don't sacrifice yourself." On sight, the Grand Priest of Sakura Nation finally snapped out of his shock. Seeing Chu Ci on the verge of collapse, he was convinced that Chu Ci was merely holding on by sheer willpower. Regaining his confidence, he let out a maniacal laugh. He pulled out the last of the poisonous mist, gathering all the remaining blood curses into a massive shadow of death, and mercilessly hurled it at Chu Ci. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared at the corner of Chu Ci's lips. Just as everyone thought he couldn't hold on any longer, he raised his head, his eyes shining as brightly as the sun, and lifted his right hand high. "Beginner skill, holy light radiance. Today, let me put an end to the arrogance of your Sakura Nation. Go meet the god you think will protect you." Chu Ci, with his last breath, raised his hand and murmured softly, "Beginner skill, holy light radiance. Today, with the last bit of my strength, I'll send you despicable people to meet your Amaterasu." Chu Ci's words carried a calmness tinged with the acceptance of life and death. His voice was soft, but like a hero about to take his final bow, it carried a tragic dignity that brought tears to everyone's eyes. There were no complex incantations at the scene, nor were there any over-the-top explosive effects. Yet, all the billions of viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath. Opposite him, the Grand Priest of Sakura Nation was still laughing maliciously, as if victory was already in his grasp. At that moment, an unprecedented green sun suddenly erupted from Chu Ci's pale palm. This green light was 1,000 times more sacred than the first rays of morning sunlight, a miracle born from the essence of life itself. System notification detected that the host has activated a large-scale group buff skill, Holy Light Radiance. Current host's mental power has surpassed 10 million, with blood energy surging to a 3 billion limit. Concept reversal mode, divine punishment and redemption, highest dimension activated. Enemy forces identified, Sakura Nation Death Warriors irreversible annihilation, ignoring defense, ignoring levels, directive apparition. Allied forces identified, Dragon Nation Geniuses extreme healing, full recovery, limb regeneration, soul soothing. In an instant, the green holy light swept across the entire competition arena at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The High Priest's laughter had just escaped his lips when it was abruptly cut off, as if someone had choked his throat. His scarlet death god phantom, forged from tens of thousands of vengeful souls and blood curses, barely touched the holy light before it vanished silently into a refreshing mist, like snow under scorching sunlight, without even a chance to struggle. Impossible, what is this? My curses, my divine power. The High Priest was left in utter despair. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his entire being consumed by a fear that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. He didn't even have the courage to attempt an escape, helplessly watching as his hands and feet slowly turned to dust under the warm holy light, disappearing completely. What did you sacrifice? Are you a monster? The High Priest let out the most anguished cry of his life. Chu Ci, still teetering on the brink of collapse, blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, revealed a faint, serene smile.
He whispered softly, "What I burned. It's simply because I deeply love my homeland."
As his words fell, 3 of Sakura Nation's most arrogant top-tier Onmyoji, along with their prized weapons, were instantly obliterated by the green light, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Even the scarlet barrier, said to be impenetrable by the strongest, was effortlessly swept away by the green light, bursting like a soap bubble. In the next moment, all 99 S-class geniuses trapped in the poisonous mist were bathed in the holy light. Some experienced limb regeneration, others were completely cleansed of toxins, and some even felt themselves breaking through their own limits. "My hand. It's grown back." A mage, whose arm had been reduced to bare bones, was overcome with excitement.
"The poison is gone. My magic power is restored. Am I about to break through?" This feeling, it's like being saved by a divine being. Everyone was too stunned to speak. Though healed by the holy light and comforted by its power, none of them felt joy. Instead, their eyes brimmed with tears as they gazed at the frail figure, Chu Ci. He was still standing, but he was barely holding on. The holy light gradually faded, and the sealed arena returned to tranquility. Chu Ci's system panel flickered wildly, his vitality and mental strength were replenished, and even the 3 divine stones within him felt more comfortable than ever. Yet, as satisfaction washed over him, an overwhelming drowsiness surged forth. "This feels like devouring a seafood feast and getting a full-body massage afterward. Time for a nap," Chu Ci mused internally, draining the last ounce of his strength. His eyes, like a candle about to extinguish, held a faint glimmer, tinged with regret yet filled with peace. Chu Ci extended a trembling hand, as if trying to grasp something, but ultimately let it fall weakly. With a thud, he finally collapsed, under the gaze of billions of viewers worldwide, having burned his life to save his compatriots. At this moment, the entire world held its breath. The national hero Chu Ci, whose soul and the 3 divine artifacts within him had been completely exhausted, lay on the ground like a porcelain doll drained of all energy. He didn't even manage to steady the rickety old medical cart beside him. With a loud crash, the cart toppled over, and several rolls of pristine white bandages tumbled into the muddy wasteland. The vast world seemed to freeze entirely in this moment. The silence was suffocating, making it hard to breathe. The next second, a piercing cry shattered the stillness, "Brother Chu Ci." The despair in the voice was so profound it seemed capable of splitting the world apart. Lin Qingyue charged forward like a madwoman, resembling a wounded yet ferocious and beautiful beast. The extreme cold radiating from her body was so intense it caused the air around her to shatter. She suddenly lunged forward at the moment before Chu Ci fell to the ground, holding him tightly in her arms as if the whole world had been reduced to just the 2 of them. "Brother Chu Ci. Wake up. Look at me. Don't leave me."
Lin Qingyue knelt in the mud, no longer caring about her image.
Her hands frantically caressed Chu Ci's pale face, tears streaming down and soaking his skin. Deep down, Chu Ci wanted to comfort her. "Honey, don't cry. Your tears are making my face itch. But I still have to pretend to be asleep, hold on, and take a little rest for now." Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. The barrier shattered, and 2 8th-tier magic gods, along with a general from the military command far away, simultaneously used spatial teleportation to rush directly to the arena. "Quick! Call Divine Dr. Sun over." A battle-hardened general, his eyes red and voice hoarse, shoved aside anyone in his way, frantically searching for help. "I'm here. I'm coming." 9th-tier medicine god Sun Miao was kicked over by the old principal, stumbling as he rushed to Chu Ci's side, only to see Lin Qingyue tightly holding the motionless Chu Ci. Sun Miao extended a trembling hand, gently placing it on Chu Ci's wrist, his face full of despair. But in the next second, Sun Miao froze completely. At that moment, he could feel the deep, starry sky-like power within Chu Ci, calm and serene, like a well-fed giant beast snoring contentedly. Chu Ci's soul power was not only intact but even repelled Sun Miao's probing magic, as if saying, "Don't touch me, don't disturb me, I'm sleeping soundly." Sun Miao's eyes widened, his expression stiff to the point of cracking. Lin Qingyue clung tightly to Sun Miao's sleeve, her eyes filled with despair and a glimmer of hope. "Master Sun, please tell me. Is there still a chance to save him? I'm begging you, just say something, even one word. The surrounding military generals and the geniuses saved by Chu Ci all stared at Sun Miao with equally pleading eyes, their gazes fixed on him. Cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew that if he dared to tell the truth, he's actually just asleep, these agitated lunatics would tear him apart on the spot. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground in a tragic manner, looking up as tears streamed down his face, and let out a wailing cry that echoed throughout the arena, "Heaven is blind." At this moment, Sun Miao slapped his thigh, gritted his teeth, and mustered all his strength to deliver the highest level lie of his life. Young Master Chu, in order to eliminate the blood curse capable of destroying heaven and earth, exhausted his last ounce of strength, detonating 3 top-tier divine artifacts within his body and transforming his soul into a purifying light. Now, the divine artifacts within him have all dimmed, his meridians shattered inch by inch. He has fallen into a state of extreme soul slumber, a pseudo-death state. The crowd was stunned by his words, their scalps tingling. Lin Xingyue nearly fainted on the spot but bit her tongue hard to stay conscious. Pseudo-death means there's still a chance. Tell me how to save him. No matter if it costs my life or my heart's blood, I'll do it. Lin Xingyue, we, the Dragon Nation military, will never back down either. The Supreme Commander gripped his sword tightly and thrust it into the ground, facing all the live broadcast cameras with a voice firm and full of resolve. Chu Ci reached this point to save the geniuses. From now on, Chu Ci's life is the life of the Dragon Nation. Whatever divine artifact is needed, even if we have to search heaven and earth, even if the cost is immense, we will find it for him. Sun Miao wiped his tears and said with difficulty, right now, even the most top-tier treasures can't help him. Only forbidden items from ancient times, those of extreme cold, extreme poison, and extreme curses, might stimulate his slumbering soul and awaken him. These words sounded incredibly convincing, but inwardly he was panicking. You all go ahead and search, at most, you'll just give him some snacks to enjoy. Just don't expose me. However, upon hearing this, the military leaders and Lin Xingyue's eyes lit up with unprecedented madness. Extreme cold? Extreme poison? No problem. Lin Xingyue's voice was resolute at the moment she picked up Chu Ci, her gaze burned like fire. Even if she had to go against the entire world, she was determined to save the hero in her heart. Standing before the crowd, her voice carried a mad yet unwavering strength. From this moment on, the Lin Group is issuing the highest bounty to the entire universe. Anyone who can find even one ancient forbidden medicine or any artifact cursed with evil will be rewarded with billions in assets and directly granted the title of nobility. As soon as her words fell, the rallying call for top-tier geniuses was sounded. Zhao Lei from Magic City Academy was the first to kneel abruptly. His cries pierced through the ruins, our lives were saved by Chu Ci. From today onward, no one should hide away for selfish cultivation. We will venture into the most dangerous abyssal forbidden zones, and even if we have to overturn the earth, we will find the poison that can save Chu Ci. 99 geniuses knelt simultaneously, bowing their heads in unison, their determination unshaken by the mud. Facing the boy who lay quietly as if asleep in Lin Xingyue's arms, they expressed their gratitude and reverence for Chu Ci with the utmost ceremonial respect. This scene was broadcast live nationwide, and people across the Dragon Nation and even the entire human world stood up in front of their screens, some in silent mourning, others in tears. Saving Chu Ci's life became a collective mission. In Lin Xingyue's arms, Chu Ci appeared to be in a deep sleep, but the corners of his mouth subtly curved into a faint smile. If someone could see the barrage of thoughts in his mind, they might burst out laughing. Brothers, thank you for your poisons and blessings. The medic needs to rest for a while. After my nap, I'll continue to enjoy the feeling of being pampered by the entire universe. In the imperial capital, the Lin family's most mysterious forbidden zone, originally used by the elders of the family to push their limits, had been transformed into the world's highest standard intensive care unit, the Absolute Zero Crystal Palace. On an ice bed crafted entirely from millennia-old ice, Chu Ci lay quietly. A thin blanket covered his body, making him appear extremely frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. However, any true powerhouse capable of sensing the energy within him would undoubtedly be terrified to the point of trembling. The terrifying blood energy within Chu Ci, exceeding 300 million, formed miniature storms within his body with each breath. Even a casual turn of his body caused the surrounding space to creak under pressure, as if a giant beast lay dormant,
ready to awaken at any moment. In the corner of the room crouched two elderly figures of great renown, Jin Wuji and Sun Mao. These two masters were trembling, huddling together for warmth. Jin Wuji swallowed hard, looking at Chu Ci on the bed, his voice shaky. Old son, did you hear that thunderous sound from his body? Why do I feel like he's grown stronger after just one nap? Even the space around him is being compressed. Sun Miao, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, wore a bitter expression. Don't even mention it. I touched him yesterday and almost got swallowed up and turned into an idiot. This ancestor isn't seriously injured, he's just digesting energy and taking a nap. Just as the two were engrossed in their complaints, the Crystal Palace's doors were slammed open with a loud boom. Lin Xingyue, dressed in plain clothes, entered with a fatigued yet resolute expression, her eyes showing no trace of giving up. Behind her, Zhao Lei, his clothes torn and his body covered in blood, stormed in. He had lost an arm but paid it no mind, kneeling with a thud and raising a black jade bowl sealed layer upon layer high above his head with his remaining hand. The moment the jade bowl appeared, the extremely low temperature of the palace was suppressed by a wave of toxic energy, and eerie black patterns even grew on the ice. Sun Miao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw the jade bowl. Are you insane? This is the source poison of the abyss's 9th layer ghost mother. Even a single drop can tear a person's soul to shreds. Zhao Lei, his face smeared with blood, grinned ferociously, his eyes wild yet steadfast. For Chu Shen, forget a level 70 ghost mother, even a level 90 demon king, I'd fight to the death. My life was given by Lord Chu, and this hand was broken to save him. I have no regrets. After saying this, Zhao Lei raised the jade bowl high and shouted almost maniacally, let's try this poison. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, we must wake Lord Chu. The scene left Sun Miao and Jin Wuji both shocked and terrified. Inwardly, they cursed, it's over. These geniuses have truly been brainwashed. Instead of leveling up by fighting monsters, they're scrambling to use poison to save someone. But amidst the desperate and expectant gazes of everyone, no one noticed the faint, enigmatic smile that briefly appeared at the corner of Chu Ci's lips. Sun Miao, at this moment, just wanted to cry. He knew full well that what he held in his hands wasn't a life-saving medicine but a hellish nightmare. But could he say it out loud? If the truth were revealed, the eldest Miss Lin's glare alone could swallow him whole. His hands trembled uncontrollably, as if he were holding a bowl filled with toxic gas, and he cautiously approached Lin Xingyue. Miss Lin, the poison in your hands can send a living person straight to hell. But only such a potent remedy might save young Master Chu. Giving it to him is like throwing him into the fire, but this might be the only chance. Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, tears welling up in her eyes, her entire being on the verge of collapse. Yet the determination in her gaze twisted everyone's hearts. Without a word, she took the jade bowl from Sun Miao's hands and walked straight to Chu Ci's icy bed. Chu Ci's face was as pale as a corpse, and Lin Xingyue's heart ached to the extreme, as if countless knives were stabbing it. She choked back sobs and murmured to herself, I'm sorry. Brother Chu Ci. I know this will hurt a lot, but Divine Dr. Sun said that only the most extreme poison and pain can pull you back from the depths of your soul. No matter how much it hurts, you must hold on. Just wake up and look at me, okay? Crying, she picked up the special jade spoon meant for the poison, trembling as she scooped up a spoonful of the pitch-black liquid, potent enough to kill an elephant. Even those standing nearby could smell the nauseating stench, and the air around Chu Ci's lips seemed to freeze. In truth, Chu Ci had already woken up long ago. He was just forcing himself to feign unconsciousness. After all, this was the soul silence phase, and he had to act convincingly like a gravely injured person, leaving no room for error. As he silently lamented that his life felt like a movie set, an unprecedentedly strange smell suddenly wafted into his nose, sour and spicy with a hint of putridness, so intense it nearly made his soul leave his body. Chu Ci cursed inwardly, this smell was even more overwhelming than the spiciest hot pot in the world. Brother Chu Ci, open your mouth. If you really can't take it, you can bite me. Lin Xingyue sobbed as she coaxed and cajoled, finally managing to feed the terrifying black poison into Chu Ci's mouth. Gulp! Chu Ci swallowed it down smoothly. In the icy crystal chamber, the sound of swallowing was particularly clear. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind, warning. You are ingesting a highly lethal poison of the highest grade, soul-devouring ghost mother origin poison. Effect reversal initiated, maximum level healing activated. All negative effects from spirits and curses will be completely rebounded. Soul recovery speed significantly increased, vitality surging instantly. It was as if he had consumed an elixir of immortality. The previously lifeless Chu Ci felt as though a fire had been ignited within him. Color gradually returned to his face. Not only did he not feel any pain, but he also felt an unparalleled sense of relief, and even a faint flush appeared on his lips. At that moment, Zhao Lei stood dumbfounded nearby, almost unable to believe his eyes. Lord Chu's throat moved. He swallowed it. Using poison to counter poison actually worked, his soul has been forcibly pulled back. Lin Xingyue was so overjoyed that tears streamed down her face, as if witnessing a miracle. She looked at the remaining poison in the bowl, her eyes filled with the hope of salvation. Without much hesitation, she scooped up another spoonful, then another, and fed all the poison into Chu Ci's mouth as if she were feeding a precious treasure. Brother Chu Ci, drink a little more. No matter how painful it is, you must hold on. I will stay with you. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Every sip Chu Ci took made his strength soar like a rocket. The system continuously displayed various data in his mind, skyrocketing vitality, a powerful soul, even directly breaking the human limit. The god-level marker lit up, and the overwhelming confidence he felt was indescribable. When the last spoonful went down, Chu Ci even licked the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue, not wasting a single drop of the poison. He secretly smacked his lips in satisfaction, his heart blooming with joy. At this moment, Zhao Lei was so excited that he knelt on the ground, kowtowing with tears and snot streaming down his face. God, Chu Ci is awake. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Lin Xingyue completely broke down, tightly hugging Chu Ci in her arms, unable to stop crying. You're finally awake. Do you know how scared I was? I thought you wouldn't come back this time. That kind of pain must have been unbearable for you. I'm sorry. Chu Ci leaned against Lin Xingyue's embrace, trying his best to appear weak. He gently raised his hand to pat her back. The pain in his back was still there, but even so, he forced himself to speak in a strained yet affectionate voice. Silly girl, cough, cough. I really don't feel any pain. As long as I can see you again, even if I have to drink the most lethal poison in the world, in my mouth, it would still taste sweet. Inwardly, Chu Ci was overjoyed. To be honest, this poison actually tasted pretty good, is sour with a hint of spice, better than many dishes. If some seasoning were added and paired with barbecue, it would be perfect. Old son, how about bringing me 2 more bowls? Chu Ci's line, even poison tastes sweet in my mouth, instantly became the most tear-jerking bombshell of the scene. Lin Xingyue and Zhao Lei could no longer hold their emotional defenses, and tears streamed down their faces. Wah! God, Chu Ci. You're so great. To comfort Miss Lin, you turned the excruciating pain of poison into happiness. Zhao Lei cried like a big child, pounding his chest with clenched fists as he sobbed. Don't worry. Although this poison woke you up, the 99 of us classmates have sworn to immediately head to the most dangerous depths of the abyss to capture a super poison king and prepare medicine for you. After saying this, he stood up, blood boiling, as if carrying a great mission. Like a martyr with a halo, he rushed out of the Crystal Palace without looking back, continuing his career as a courier. In the corner, 2 elderly men, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao, were forced to witness this absurd and ridiculous touching poison-feeding drama in its entirety. Their inner turmoil was so overwhelming it could spill into the heavens. Sun Miao clutched Jian Wuji's arm tightly, his lips trembling as he muttered in a voice only the other could hear. Old Jian, did you see that? He just smacked his lips. Of course I saw it. Not only did he smack his lips while drinking the poison, but he also let out a loud burp. This, oh heavens, my conscience is being mercilessly interrogated by the entire universe. Sun Miao closed his eyes, breaking down. This kid is a god-level foodie who loves drinking poison. Yet the whole world thinks he's enduring extreme pain. Jian Wuji's eyes were unfocused, his entire being like a soulless old zombie. Mechanically, he pulled out some fast-acting heart medicine from his pocket, poured it into his mouth, and chewed while sighing. Old son, take it easy. Do you believe that if he pointed at a pile of the Demon King's dung right now and said it was chocolate, people all over the world would feed it to him with heartache and then cry over his strength? Sun Miao looked at Chu Ci, who was lying on the hospital bed, enjoying the gentle care of his fiancée with an expression that clearly said, "I'm not full yet." Suppressing his frustration and humiliation, he nodded. "I believe it." Sun Miao's eyes reddened. "Not only do I believe it, but I also have to be the one to write the prescription for eating that chocolate." In the depths of the Lin family's crystal palace in the imperial capital, since Chu Ci drank that bowl of super spicy hot pot, actually soul-devouring venom, and woke up again, his treatment in the crystal palace instantly elevated from precious protected animal to a treasure that all humanity must carefully serve. At this moment, Chu Ci was slumped in a specially customized wheelchair in a posture of extreme weakness. The wheelchair was carved entirely from rare agarwood, its surface engraved with protective formations and energy-gathering patterns, and even the cushion was made of soft celestial fox fur. Honestly, sitting on it was 100 times more comfortable than any luxury mattress. Chu Ci, open your mouth. These are top-grade grapes freshly picked from the extreme cold ice plains. Master Sun said they can help you recover some vitality. Lin Qingyue knelt beside the wheelchair, gently peeled a crystal-clear grape, carefully removed the seeds, and then lightly brought it to Chu Ci's lips. Chu Ci cooperatively opened his mouth and swallowed, though he felt helpless inside. Ding! Consumed as 7th tier spiritual fruit, joy value plus 10. Sigh, still just tasteless supplements, Chu Ci grumbled inwardly. With his current superhuman physique, these spiritual fruits were like feeding tofu chunks to an elephant, far from filling his stomach, let alone providing any improvement. But outwardly, he maintained a weak and touched demeanor. Cough, cough. Qingyue, you should eat too. I've become a cripple, yet you take care of me every day. I really feel bad about it. I forbid you to say that. Lin Qingyue's eyes reddened as she firmly grasped his hand. You risked your life to save me and rescue the nation's geniuses. Taking care of you for a lifetime is the least I can do. No matter if you can only sit in a wheelchair in the future, I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth. This sweet interaction between the couple made the onlookers in the Crystal Palace, Principal Jin Wuji and pharmacist Sun Miao, feel so awkward they wanted to dig their toes into the ground. Standing in the corner, they wished they could disappear into the floorboards. Old son. Jin Wuji rubbed his cheeks and muttered helplessly, "Don't you think this kid is getting more and more into his act?" Last night, while Lin Qingyue was off brewing medicine, he actually used this 100,000-pound wheelchair as a dumbbell for exercise. I saw it all clearly. Sun Miao rolled his eyes dramatically and sighed deeply, be grateful. If he gets bored and decides to carry the entire Crystal Palace around the imperial capital for a lap, I'd believe it. Compared to letting him gnaw on priceless artifacts, this is practically bliss. Honestly, the daily warming and nourishing prescriptions I give him are just fancy ways of making him some dessert. But what I'm most afraid of now is these crazed geniuses actually concocting some heaven-defying poison. If that kid ever swallows it whole in front of me, my heart might really need hospitalization. But as fate would have it, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the grand doors of the Crystal Palace were violently slammed open. This time, not only did Zhao Lei barge in, but beside him was the Shanghai S-class fire god, Xiaoyan, whose arm had been scorched by Chu Ci's healing technique. Now, Xiaoyan and Zhao Lei looked as if they'd just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Xiaoyan's once prized fire god battle armor was shattered into a heap of scrap metal. Zhao Lei's body was covered in terrifying wounds, with fractures so deep the bone was visible, and dark purple poisonous blood gushed out, corroding the hard ice floor into numerous pits. Yet, the faces of these two were filled with fervent excitement, as if they were thrilled to be courting death on the battlefield. Master Sun. Miss Lin. We're back. Xiaoyan knelt forcefully on the ground, as if he wanted to offer his very heart, presenting a specially crafted safe wrapped tightly in 108 golden talismans with both hands. What is this? Lin Qingyue immediately sensed something was wrong. Even though the box hadn't been opened, the ominous aura emanating from it made her scalp tingle. This is the ultimate poison sac of the Abyss 18th layer Overlord level 80,000 venomous toad. Xiaoyan's lips were stained with blood, yet his tone was still absurdly excited. The 99 of us fought to the death to set up the formation, 70 brothers lost their substitutes, and only then did we manage to forcibly extract the venom sac from that monster. This poison is more than 10 times stronger than the previous soul-devouring liquid. It can even instantly dissolve the defenses of an 8th-tier mage god. Xiaoyan reverently pushed the safe in front of Sun Miao, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Chu Ci in the wheelchair. God Chu. The brothers didn't let you down. This divine medicine will surely stimulate your soul again, helping you stabilize your meridians. Upon hearing the words extreme venom sac, a wolf-like green light suddenly flashed in Chu Ci's eyes. Holy crap! The venom sac of an 80-level boss? 10 times more toxic than soul-devouring liquid? Brothers, you're practically lifesavers, like my own parents. Forget delivery riders, you're Michelin chefs delivering the ultimate feast. Chu Ci was so excited he almost jumped out of the wheelchair, but he gripped the armrest tightly, letting only a layer of cold sweat bead on his forehead. He feigned a look of pain mixed with gratitude and rasped, "Xiaoyan, Zhao, why would you risk your lives for someone as useless as me? What have I done to deserve this treatment? God Chu, don't say that. Saving you is worth any injury." Xiaoyan's tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, the terrified medicine god Sun Miao, whose legs had gone weak, stared at the extreme venom sac capable of corroding even alloy, his soul nearly flying out of his body. Lin Xingyue, tense to the point of drawing her sword, urged, "Master Sun, hurry up. How do we use this thing? Should we feed it like last time with the jade spoon?" Sun Miao, pale as a sheet, blurted out nonsense without thinking. "Miss Lin, hold on. This venom sac is overwhelmingly potent. You absolutely cannot consume it directly. It must first be diluted 1,000-fold with my true energy, and only a trace amount of the venom can be extracted for use." Sun Miao was stalling for time, trying to prevent anyone from realizing that Chu Ci was far from ordinary. But at this critical moment, Chu Ci suddenly spoke, his voice weak yet resolute. He reached out to stop Lin Xingyue from drawing her sword. "Xingyue, this thing is too dangerous, don't let the venom splash on you." Chu Ci looked up at the ceiling with a heroic expression and said, "You've already done so much for me. This final step, I'll handle myself." Before anyone could react, Chu Ci suddenly leaned forward as if injected with adrenaline, and with precision, grabbed the still pulsating giant venom sac. "Let go. That thing will dissolve your hands into mush." Xiaoyan and Zhao were stunned speechless. Lin Xingyue lunged forward to snatch it back, but she was no match for Chu Ci's speed. To be honest, Chu Ci had been waiting impatiently, there was no way he'd bother with slow feeding. He directly cupped the venom sac, which was larger than a human head, even though it was covered in pustules and dripping acid. Everyone could only watch in shock as Chu Ci brought the venom sac to his mouth. Chu Ci pressed the sac to his lips as if holding a giant, juicy beef meatball or an oversized bubble tea with extra pearls. Without hesitation, he gripped the venom sac tightly with both hands, using a force so intense it made anyone watching feel their teeth ache. He squeezed it until it burst. A muffled explosion echoed through the Crystal Palace as the top-tier venom sac was crushed in Chu Ci's hands like an orange, right in front of everyone. In an instant, the thick, almost black venom and acid sprayed onto Chu Ci's face, with most of it pouring directly into his wide-open mouth. Chu Ci didn't hesitate, gulping down the venom faster than those beer-chugging contest champions. The toxic liquid dripped from the corners of his mouth, corroding his outrageously expensive hospital gown into ashes. Even the luxurious wooden wheelchair he sat on began to sizzle and smoke, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. For a moment, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Xingyue was completely dumbfounded, Xiaoyan and Zhao were petrified on the spot. Sword Wujie and Sun Miao, the two elderly men, whether out of sheer terror or utter fury, clung to each other, pinching their own philtrums to avoid fainting from shock. Everyone's expression seemed to say, "Are you taking medicine? You're treating the poison sac like an energy drink and chugging it. You're so skilled, do you usually use it to make ketchup?" At this moment, the system panel in Chu Ci's mind was already sounding alarms like crazy.
Warning signals flashed into a sea of red, and the next second, they rapidly switched to a dazzling golden glow of upgrades. Warning!
The host is ingesting the raw liquid from the poison sac of an 8th-tier overlord level 1000-eyed venomous toad. Toxin levels exceed the limit by 10,000 times.
Initiating universe-destroying reversal mode.
All organs corroded reversed into poison patterns attached to the body surface, granting absolute immunity to all negative states. Soul severely corroded reversed into soul advancement into the abyss of poison, divine soul strength skyrocketing by 10 million.
Blood vitality limit skyrocketing, plus 80 million, plus 80 million, plus 80 million. Boom! A surge of immense power that even the Crystal Palace's formation couldn't suppress erupted within Chu Ci's body. His blood vitality value instantly broke through 500 million. This was no longer human, he was akin to a miniature universe wrapped in human skin. Burp! Chu Ci contentedly let out a thunderous belch. The green venom not only failed to melt his face but instead made his complexion so radiant it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. However, he quickly realized his behavior was far too arrogant, completely inconsistent with the tragic persona of a fragile doll. With a quick turn of his eyes, Chu Ci's masterful acting skills came online. He clutched his neck, rolled his eyes, leaned heavily against the wheelchair, and convulsed dramatically, even forcing out 2 tears. Ah, it hurts, my soul is burning, this venom is too overpowering. Chu Ci convulsed while acting, successfully portraying the agony of fighting poison with poison, pain to the extreme. Lin Qingyue rushed forward, tightly hugging Chu Ci, completely ignoring the venom still corroding him, tears streaming down her face. Dr. Sun! Hurry and save him! Has the poison completely ruined him? Dr. Sun Miao looked at Chu Ci, whose skin was as rosy as a boiled egg yet still convulsing and secretly swallowing saliva. Unable to keep up the act, he sighed deeply and said, "Miss Lin, don't worry. This is an extreme soul transformation, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. The venom is indeed potent, but it has awakened all his life force. Although he's in excruciating pain now, he's already pulled through. God Chu! Your willpower is harder than steel." Xiao Yan and Zhao Lei knelt down, tears streaming as they kowtowed. To directly crush and drink the poison sac, how much courage does that take? God Chu's heroic act is absolutely our role model. The atmosphere among the crowd instantly shifted into collective self-moved mode. Meanwhile, Chu Ci took the opportunity to painfully convulse in Lin Qingyue's embrace, secretly rubbing his head against the soft spots twice. His heart was bursting with joy, and he silently gave 5-star reviews to his co-actors like Sun Miao. Old Sun's talent is wasted, he should just write novels. And Xiao Yan and Zhao Lei, I'll call you guys next time to help with takeout. But before Chu Ci could fully enjoy the venom afterglow and the warmth of his wife's embrace, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a strange and icy mysterious wave descended from the sky, bypassing all defenses like a missile locked onto its target, heading straight for Chu Ci. Jin Wuji reacted faster than anyone. His aura exploded instantly, and without hesitation, he slashed his sword at the black curse mark. As a half-divine being of 9 transformations, his strength was already at the top of the food chain, a living legend in others' eyes. Yet the sword energy passed through as if cutting air, it had no effect. This move from the opponent completely broke the fundamental rules of the world. This is a conceptual curse, it completely ignores physical defenses. Whoever it targets, dies. Jin Wuji's face turned pale as he shouted in terror. Meanwhile, in the highest shrine of Sakura Nation, tens of thousands of miles away, the atmosphere was eerily tense. The Onmyoji Grand Priest, who had failed an assassination attempt not long ago and was now furious, was leading over 100 Onmyoji, kneeling before a black flame altar, frantically performing sacrifices of blood spurted out as if it were free, painting a scene of cruelty and madness. Ha ha ha, mere people of the Dragon Kingdom, do you really think hiding in the Crystal Palace will save you? The High Priest shouted maniacally, activate the strongest national treasure of Sakura Island, Amaterasu Annihilation Death Curse. Even if it targets a god, there's no escape. Kill that sickly Dragon Kingdom man and crush their last hope. Inside the Crystal Palace, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Brother Chu Ci, be careful.
Lin Xingyue was on the verge of tears as she threw herself forward, trying to block the death curse. But everyone quickly realized that this thing ignored all defenses, it couldn't be stopped. Without warning, the black curse drilled straight into Chu Ci's forehead. In that instant, everyone froze. A terrifying black skull mark appeared on Chu Ci's forehead. Seeing this, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao couldn't help but gasp. This was the super death curse of Sakura Island, created at the cost of countless lives and said to be an ultimate killer. No matter how extraordinary Chu Ci was, this time it seemed he was doomed. Lin Xingyue felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. She clung tightly to Chu Ci, her eyes filled with despair. No. No. But in this life and death crisis, Chu Ci's reaction was completely unexpected. At that moment, Chu Ci, who had just defeated an 80-level venomous beast, was planning to lie down for a comfortable nap. Suddenly, he sensed the strange energy breaking through to his forehead. Instead of being afraid, his eyes lit up like two spotlights. He even felt a bit excited. A system notification exploded in his mind, warning. Host has been targeted by a conceptual level lock, Amaterasu Annihilation Death Curse. Detected an invasion of extremely pure ancient death energy. Host's hunger level detected as severe, system initiating accelerated reversal. Death curse conversion, soul level up and reorganization. Ultimate soul spa max. Amaterasu Death Curse Essence successfully absorbed, additional skill acquired, Reaper's Eye, allowing the user to see all enemies' soul weaknesses. Blood capacity increased by plus 1 billion. The entire scene was filled with dramatic contrast. Everyone had been bracing themselves to witness Chu Ci's tragic death, but instead, he let out a soft, satisfied hum in Lin Xingyue's arms. It wasn't a sound of pain or a scream of agony. It was the kind of contented sound one makes after a full-body spa treatment. The black skull mark began to disintegrate, transforming into streams of pure energy that merged into Chu Ci's body. Even the final pop sounded like the opening of a delicious beverage. Chu Ci let out a satisfied burp, opened his eyes, and smiled with a devilish charm. He looked up at the still-open spatial rift, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he thought gleefully to himself, Sakura Island's international food delivery was surprisingly fast. The death curse even had a hint of matcha flavor, much tastier than that venom sac earlier. In his mind, Chu Ci gave them a 5-star review and secretly decided that since they were so generous in delivering snacks from afar, he, as a healer, wouldn't let them down. The reason he didn't counterattack immediately wasn't out of mercy, it was to let them experience the taste of large-scale healing. True revenge doesn't need slogans, it speaks through action. The Crystal Palace fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Chu Ci. Pop, as the so-called super death curse, said to be capable of killing even gods, completely shattered, the air grew so tense it felt like it might freeze. Lin Xingyue, Xiaoyan, Zhao Lei, and even Jian Wuji and Sun Miao in the corner were all dumbfounded. Their minds were racing to replay everything that had just happened. The enemy's ultimate weapon had turned into Chu Ci's energy supplement? The terrifying death curse, born of countless sacrifices, was consumed by him as easily as drinking water, and he even made a satisfied sound? Chu God, are you okay? Zhao Lei couldn't hold back any longer and asked, his voice trembling. That death curse, where did it go? Chu Ci, still savoring the delightful matcha flavor, suddenly heard the question and immediately became alert. Internally, he groaned, damn, I was enjoying it so much I almost forgot about my touch me and I'll die persona, but Chu Ci reacted extremely quickly. His gaze suddenly changed, and the terrifyingly surging vitality within him was instantly mobilized, forcing out beads of cold sweat all over his face. He deliberately made his complexion pale to the extreme, his lips trembling as if enduring immense pain. The next second, Chu Ci clutched his chest dramatically, tilting his head back and spitting out a large mouthful of blood mixed with green toxins. The scene was nothing short of shocking. No one could distinguish between reality and pretense, they only saw the blood as dark and terrifying, as if he had been cursed with a deadly poison. Chu Ci's body shook violently in the wheelchair, looking as though he could barely hold on. It hurts so much. This curse is so vicious, he tightly gripped Lin Xingyue's hand, his eyes full of struggle, his voice hoarse and broken. Xingyue, this damn curse seems to have its own consciousness.
It wants to spread and harm all of you. I absolutely cannot let that happen. Cough, cough, cough.
As he spoke, he coughed violently, as if every cough brought him closer to the brink of life and death. He turned his head to glare at Sun Miao and shouted, "Divine Dr. Sun. I'm using the last bit of my vitality to forcibly trap the death curse deep within my soul. Right now, it's devouring my spirit. I can't hold on much longer. Quickly, take Qingyue and everyone else out of here." As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere on site exploded. Everyone who had been relatively calm instantly broke down emotionally. Brother Chu Ci. Lin Qingyue couldn't stop her tears and threw herself into Chu Ci's arms, holding him tightly and refusing to let go. "I won't leave. If you leave me alone, I'll die with you. Why did you keep the curse inside yourself?" Xiaoyan and Zhao Lei, the two burly men, also knelt on the ground without hesitation, crying like children, their emotions completely out of control. "We actually doubted that Chu Shen was fine? He's been enduring pain all along just to keep us from worrying." Only now did they realize that Chu Ci wasn't fine at all, he had been bearing all the pain alone. At this moment, Sun Miao, the nine-turned medicine god standing in the corner, almost couldn't hold back from cursing aloud. He screamed internally, "You were clearly so satisfied earlier that you burped with a matcha flavor. You weren't cursed at all, you treated this thing like dessert." But could he say that out loud? Sun Miao sneaked a glance at Lin Qingyue's "If anyone dares to slander Chu Ci, I'll die right here" expression and could only cooperate with a sigh, his face full of tears as he loudly proclaimed, "Heaven is truly blind. Young Master Chu actually used his own soul to trap the enemy nation's death curse. Every breath he takes now subjects his soul to the cruelest torment. This is no ordinary man, this is a fearless saint." With Sun Miao's authoritative endorsement, Lin Qingyue and the talented students present were moved to tears, overwhelmed with admiration and sorrow, unsure how to express their feelings. However, just as everyone was crying their hearts out, deeply moved by Chu Ci's spirit of sacrifice, Chu Ci quietly shifted his gaze to the still open spatial rift in the ceiling. It had been torn open by the enemy nation's high priest specifically to deliver the death curse accurately. At this moment, it hadn't fully closed. Chu Ci sneered inwardly, "Since they've sent such a poisonous gift, it's only polite to return the favor. After eating and drinking his fill, it's time to leave them a good review." He gently patted Lin Qingyue's back, his voice becoming exceptionally soft, like that of an angel. "Qingyue, although they tried to kill me with a vicious curse, but as a priest of the War Academy, my faith tells me to forgive the sins of my enemies. That spatial rift is still open. Please help me, I want to send my last bit of warmth to our friends far away. I hope this world will be free of slaughter from now on." As soon as he said this, everyone froze in place. He was already on the brink of death, yet he was still thinking about forgiving his enemies and using his last strength to send blessings across space. This is no ordinary kindness, it's as if an angel has descended to earth. "Chu Shen, you're too kind. How could they possibly deserve your blessing?" Zhao Lei sobbed uncontrollably, desperately trying to dissuade him. Chu Ci shook his head and insisted on extending his frail hand. Lin Qingyue held back her tears and carefully supported Chu Ci's hand, guiding it toward the spatial rift in the ceiling. Chu Ci took a deep breath, a trace of dangerously golden light flashing in his eyes. He softly murmured, "F-level skill, glimmering blessing, may our friends afar be free from illness forevermore." A massive golden light erupted. People could only see his gentle expression, unable to fathom whether this strike would leave the enemy nation in peace. As Chu Ci's barely audible whisper fell, the pure white glimmer in his hand slowly ascended. The soft light seemed fragile, as if it might vanish at any moment. Yet who could have imagined that this unassuming beam of white light would pierce through the spatial rift at an incomprehensible speed? The system notification sounded, "Detected, host has crossed space to release a buff skill on the enemy, glimmering blessing. Current host's vitality exceeds 5 billion, soul level, divine. Concept reversal triggered, maximum power intercontinental destruction initiated. Original skill, minor life restoration, emotional soothing. Reversal result, divine punishment, cross-dimensional collapse. Locks onto the root of causality, ignores all spatial distances, and initiates a superdimensional annihilation strike. Effect: all life, structures, and rules within the target area are forcibly erased, reduced to the purest cosmic dust. Irreversible. The white light entered the rift, and the space instantly closed, as if everything had returned to tranquility without a trace of disturbance. Chu Ci lowered his arm, seemingly exhausted, leaning back in his wheelchair with his eyes closed, a serene smile on his face.
I did it, Xingyue. I feel like I've transcended.
As soon as he finished speaking, he began snoring contentedly, as if his entire being had relaxed and all he wanted was a good sleep.
Chu Ci secretly thought to himself, that feast was too much, I need a good nap to digest it.
Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the island nation's shrine. In the temple, regarded as the highest symbol of power, over 100 mages had collapsed around the altar due to the overload of their sacrificial ritual, gasping for breath like cattle. The elderly priest at the center of the altar laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face, convinced that his curse had permanently obliterated the genius from the Dragon Nation.
Ha ha ha. Wonderful. We've succeeded.
That genius must have been reduced to ashes. The Dragon Nation's future is severed, our island nation will dominate the abyss of darkness. The old priest grew increasingly ecstatic, twisting his body in a bizarre ritual dance. The surrounding mages also wore cold, smug smiles, awaiting their ultimate victory. But at that moment, none of them noticed the faint, almost imperceptible white light that suddenly appeared 100 meters above the shrine's dome, pure as the first star in the night sky. At first, everyone thought it was a divine miracle descending from the gods. The high priest looked up in confusion, but the moment he saw the white light, his pupils reflected an unimaginable scene of terror, a brilliance more dazzling and fearsome than countless suns. There was no sound in the air, not even time for sound to emerge. That once gentle glimmer transformed in an instant into a pillar of destruction with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters, enveloping the entire shrine, altar, and all buildings within a 10-mile radius. No explosions, no screams, no dust. The sacred light descended silently, completely engulfing everything.
The high priest was no longer arrogant.
He, along with all the Onmyoji around him, the shrine that had been worshipped for 1,000 years, and its sacred artifacts, were all vaporized in 0.001 seconds, their basic physical structures vanishing without a trace. Only faint wisps of gas drifted away, not even a speck of dust remaining. 0.3 seconds later, the blood mist that had shrouded the island nation for years was torn apart by the beam of light, and the sky was forcibly cleared to reveal a bright hole with a diameter of 10,000 meters. At the original site of the shrine, only a massive, flawless hemispherical crater remained. The bottom of the crater was devoid of any debris and exuded a faint mint fragrance, compelling people to take deep breaths. It was the sacred scent left behind after Chu Ci's blessing. In the distance, countless ordinary citizens and awakened individuals stared blankly at the vanished shrine site, utterly dumbfounded. Soon, countless people collapsed to their knees, frantically bowing toward the miraculous crater.
Divine punishment. This is truly divine punishment. The gods have descended to cleanse all evil. The high priest and the others are completely annihilated. They've all been judged by the gods. The entire island nation plunged into extreme panic and a collapse of faith at that moment. Everyone felt that the heavenly way had truly descended, and all evil and arrogant beings had silently vanished in the light. At the same time, deep within the Dragon Nation's crystal palace, the old principal Jinwuji remained silent. As someone who had once approached the realm of the divine, he keenly sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation from afar before the spatial closure. That fluctuation was powerful enough to flatten half a country. Jinwuji stiffly turned to look at Chu Ci, who was still resting quietly in his wheelchair, with Lin Xingyue carefully cradling him. At that instant, as a former demigod-level powerhouse, Jinwuji felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and shock. Forgive the enemy?
Jinwuji's mind was on the verge of exploding with frustration.
He roared internally, "You call this healing?
You clearly followed the network cable and sent the island nation's highest command straight to meet their maker.
Healing? You're nothing less than a Grim Reaper with an intercontinental missile button."
Chu Ci was peacefully nestled in Lin Xingyue's arms, sleeping soundly, even letting out faint snores. The terrifying 5 billion units of blood energy within him flowed slowly like a cosmic torrent. Each breath caused the surrounding rare ice to tremble slightly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Lin Qingyue carefully tucked a soft blanket over Chu Ci, then glared fiercely at the military generals who dared not even breathe loudly, warning them in a low but stern voice. Chu Ci exhausted all his mental energy to forgive the enemy.
If anyone wakes him up, I'll fight them to the death.
The dozen or so iron-blooded generals in the room nodded like children who had made a mistake, even tiptoeing as they walked, afraid to make the slightest noise. In this eerie yet warm silence, suddenly, a military intelligence officer with stars on his shoulder burst into the room in a panic, as if chased by a wild dog, tripping over the threshold and falling flat on his face. An old general nearby lowered his voice and scolded, "Mind your manners.
The commander is here, don't shout. Chu Ci is resting."
But the intelligence officer, gasping for breath and trembling uncontrollably, stammered, "Say, Commander.
Something terrible has happened. A major incident." He lay on the ground, shaking like a leaf, holding up a document marked SSS Top Secret, a satellite report marked urgent.
The latest global satellite images, Sakura Island Nation, the Amaterasu Shrine has disappeared.
What do you mean, disappeared?
The Supreme Commander snatched the photos on the spot, and the roomful of senior generals immediately gathered around to look. They stared at the high-definition satellite images as if time had frozen. The scene was so quiet it was suffocating. In the satellite images, the island nation's highest shrine, once shrouded in mist and fraught with danger, had completely vanished. In its place was a massive hemispherical crater with a diameter exceeding 10,000 meters, its edges smoothed to near perfection. The bottom of the crater was unnaturally clean, no debris, no bloodstains. Infrared imaging revealed not residual radiation but a layer of pure white light representing vitality and purification. Everyone was stunned. The intelligence officer swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Commander, the frontline agent risked their life to send back a message. Just 10 minutes ago, a holy beam of light with a faint mint fragrance descended from the sky, instantly vaporizing the Amaterasu Grand Hall, along with the high priest, hundreds of onmyoji, and all the evil god artifacts worshipped for 1,000 years. Not a single trace was left." This news was like a supernuclear bomb, exploding fiercely in everyone's hearts.
Mint fragrance? Holy beam? Vaporized?
All the senior military officers were stunned into silence. The Supreme Commander suddenly turned around and stared at the sleeping Chu Ci, his eyes wide open, his face clearly showing shock. Lin Qingyue froze for a moment, and after a few seconds, it was as if she had suddenly understood the truth of the universe. Her eyes burst with tears of extreme excitement.
She trembled all
over, pointing at the satellite image, her voice hoarse yet sacred. "Do you remember the last words Chu Ci said before falling asleep?
May there be no more killing in this world. Let us give the distant enemy the final warmth and healing."
The glimmering blessing he released with his last ounce of strength was not an ordinary skill. It was his ultimate compassion, born from a soul of pure kindness, sent to this world while enduring extreme pain. Lin Qingyue became so emotional that she knelt directly in front of Chu Ci's bed, unable to control her tears, but her face was full of pride and excitement. It was the will of the world, deeply moved by Chu Ci's kindness. He healed the enemy who wanted to kill him with a forgiving heart, and this nobility triggered a response from the entire world. The world could not bear to see kindness betrayed, so it followed his glimmer of light and descended divine punishment, wiping out those wicked island demons entirely. The entire conference hall was in shock. All the military high-ranking officials present were completely conquered by Chu Ci's actions, so excited they almost jumped up directly.
"So that's how it is. I finally understand."
The commander's emotions erupted completely. He slapped his thigh hard, his eyes red, shouting loudly, "What does it mean to be a saint?
This is a true saint.
He never intended to harm anyone, yet he simply sent a blessing to the enemy, and even the heavens couldn't stand it, taking action to eliminate the enemy for him.
Heaven is protecting us. Destiny is on our side. The will of heaven is already clear. Chu Ci is undoubtedly worthy."
All the generals almost simultaneously knelt on one knee, facing the sleeping Chu Ci, shouting with frenzied worship, as if they were seeing a true deity for the first time, their eyes filled with reverence and fanaticism. At this moment, in the farthest corner of the hall, two people huddled together: old Principal Jin Wuji and medicine god Sun Miao, leaning on each other as if they had survived a disaster. Jian Wuji held an empty medicine bottle, shaking it desperately but finding no trace of medicine left, his entire being plunged into despair.
Old son.
Jian Wuji's expression was dazed as he looked at the military high-ranking officials kneeling and kowtowing in excitement, his heart almost bleeding.
The will of heaven?
Jian Wuji's voice was low. We, who have lived as masters for half our lives, haven't felt a shred of heavenly will. All I felt was that kid's killing intent, terrifying to the extreme.
He clearly didn't leave the enemy any chance to survive.
With one move, he sent the entire family packing. That's just the power of his skill.
Do you remember the Sai Canyon incident?
50 million demonic creatures, gone in an instant, leaving only a refreshing mint scent, and nothing else. Sun Miao clamped his hand over Jian Wuji's mouth, tears streaming down, his voice suppressed to the lowest. Old Jian.
Don't say such things.
Those generals have been moved to madness. If you speak the truth now, they'll definitely treat us as heretics and deal with us on the spot. The wisest thing for us to do now is to pretend to be just as moved as they are. The more invested we appear, the safer we'll be. After finishing, Sun Miao wiped his tears fiercely, then turned directly toward Chu Ci, shouting tearfully and passionately, "Young Master Chu! You truly move heaven and earth. You are our hope, the spokesperson of miracles." Sun Miao cried like a dramatic actor. Jian Wuji held his breath, tightly shut his eyes, and though his heart was filled with defiance, he still forced out a sob and wailed twice. Meanwhile, in a distant island nation, the atmosphere had completely collapsed. In the ruins of the dazzling palace, the high-ranking officials of the island government huddled around a satellite image labeled mint-flavored pit, trembling in fear.
What do we do? What on earth happened?
The leader almost screamed in hysteria.
What kind of deity did that high priest provoke? Chu Ci from the Dragon Kingdom is no ordinary person. He's practically a divine adjudicator sent by the heavens.
A minister, trembling all over, reported, "The Dragon Kingdom has announced the latest news. Chu Ci is gravely ill and has fallen into a soul slumber. That beam of light from the heavens that destroyed the divine palace was his blessing in his final moments. If we dare act recklessly again, the next miracle will wipe out our entire nation."
Blessing?
The leader nearly jumped out of his skin upon hearing the word, his soul almost leaving his body.
He calls that a blessing?
If he really gets serious, we wouldn't even have a speck of dust left.
Right now, surrender immediately. Send someone to apologize at once.
He shouted frantically while slamming the table. Go to the treasury.
Pack up those cursed artifacts that have been passed down for millennia.
Send them to the Dragon Kingdom on a special plane as an apology gift. A subordinate hesitated, but those are cursed artifacts.
If we send them, won't it be misunderstood as malicious intent? You know nothing.
The leader had completely lost it.
God Shu needs this kind of extreme stimulation right now.
Only by showing absolute sincerity and remorse, and sending the cursed artifacts, will the Dragon Kingdom be satisfied.
Hurry up and arrange it.
Move fast, or if God Shu delivers another blessing, we're all finished. 10 hours later, in the icy crystal palace of the Dragon Kingdom's capital, Chu Ci slowly woke up. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking like thunder, instantly feeling the terrifying energy within him completely settled, so powerful it was beyond description.
That was such a good sleep.
Chu Ci muttered to himself. He felt brimming with energy, as if he could punch a planet into pieces.
However, waking up left him a bit hungry. Qingyue.
Chu Ci skillfully switched back to his frail state, his voice full of weakness.
Cough, cough. I'm a bit thirsty. Do you have any medicine with a stronger taste?
Brother Chu Ci, you're awake. Lin Qingyue, who had been guarding him, was so excited she nearly cried. She quickly, gently helped Chu Ci sit up, holding him in her arms, her face glowing with a mix of pride and a hint of madness.
Chu Ci, you must be very thirsty, right?
Don't worry. She lowered her voice, her tone full of smugness. Take a look, people from that island nation are already kneeling in surrender.
They even brought 3 legendary cursed artifacts, said to be so dangerous that even demigods wouldn't dare touch them, as supplements for you.
Upon hearing this, Chu Ci's previously weak and faint expression instantly changed. His eyes lit up with a ravenous gleam, like a starving wolf. He quickly glanced toward the foot of the bed. Sure enough, there were 3 black jade boxes neatly placed there, covered in sealing talismans, with an ominous aura faintly emanating from within. Chu Ci discreetly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, pretending as if nothing had happened.
This is absurd. I merely sent out a remote attack, and these islanders actually went out of their way to deliver a grand gift across borders? And the gift is top-tier forbidden snacks? He almost couldn't resist rushing over to devour them, but he maintained his righteous yet frail facade and spoke, "Xingyue. These 3 artifacts are filled with overwhelming resentment. If left unchecked, they will surely bring great calamity. Quick, bring them over. I will descend into hell if no one else will.
Even if it costs me everything today, I will use my body to cleanse these 3 cursed items." Chu Ci coughed twice as he spoke, portraying a sense of noble sacrifice to the utmost. The words of Chu Ci still echoed in the grand hall of the Crystal Palace, and the atmosphere on site was as heavy as it could get. The highest commander present and over a dozen military generals were moved to tears upon hearing his words.
Shu Xin. No, you can't. A tough-looking general couldn't hold back his tears and knelt heavily.
These 3 cursed artifacts have been enshrined by the island nation for over 1,000 years, each steeped in the resentment of countless lost souls.
Even the most powerful masters wouldn't dare touch them lightly. That's right. Your body has just recovered, how could you possibly endure this?
Xingyu clung tightly to Chu Ci, her voice trembling with fear.
The divine doctor already said that you're as fragile as glass right now, you can't withstand even the slightest trace of evil energy.
But Chu Ci had already begun his self-directed performance, gently pushing Xingyu's hands away. He raised his head to look at the ceiling, his expression filled with sorrow and compassion. Staring at the 3 jade boxes emanating black energy, his eyes were resolute with the determination of sacrifice.
You don't understand.
He coughed twice for effect. Now that these 3 items have been delivered, they must be dealt with immediately, or the entire imperial capital could be in grave danger.
As long as I'm still alive, I cannot stand idly by. Come, help me up. I will handle this personally. I will seal these items within my body.
At this moment, Chu Ci was laughing hysterically inside. Stop wasting time. The toxins smell so delicious.
If I don't eat them now, wouldn't that be a waste?
These top-tier snacks from the island nation can't wait any longer, any more delay, and they'll go stale.
Such greatness. This is true responsibility.
The highest commander was so moved that his entire body trembled. He pulled out his pistol and fired a shot into the air, his voice hoarse.
All soldiers, hear my command. Remove your hats, stand at attention, and salute our greatest national hero.
Whoosh! Every general in the room simultaneously removed their military caps, their eyes red as they gave Chu Ci the most solemn military salute, as if bidding farewell to a hero about to sacrifice himself. In the corner, the old headmaster Jianwuji and the medicine god Sun Miao leaned on each other for support, their legs weak as if all strength had been drained from them.
Old Sun, did you see that? He just swallowed his saliva.
Jianwuji whispered in near despair, his voice low.
Is he performing a ritual?
It's obvious he's just craving it.
Sun Miao pinched his philtrum hard, tears streaming down his face. I'll believe anything you say now.
Even if he stuffs the entire earth into his mouth like a preserved plum, I wouldn't be surprised.
This little ancestor is truly unreasonable. The atmosphere in the hall reached its peak.
Xingyu, tears streaming down her face, gently opened the 3 black jade boxes covered in seals. In the next moment, a ferocious and suffocating wave of evil energy surged into the air, twisting like 3 black dragons. The entire cold hall turned eerie, with even the frost on the walls being suppressed, and black liquid began to seep out. The names of the 3 artifacts were as follows: the skull of the Blood Sea Underworld Sovereign, as heavy as iron mountains, with a toxicity so potent it could wither souls. The Eye of 10,000 Curses, which would strip away all sensation and plunge one into eternal fear with just a glance. The corrupt venom pill of the eight-headed serpent, containing corrosive acid and plagues capable of destroying everything.
Chu Ci. Be careful. Everyone backed far away.
Chu Ci, however, faced the three dragon-like streams of evil energy head-on, slowly extending his hands. He grabbed the bone, as hard as black iron and exuding a sinister aura. This was the skull of the Blood Sea underworld sovereign, an ancient cursed artifact that countless powerful figures had failed to deal with.
You wretched thing, get in here.
He raised his voice to the maximum, his shout echoing off the ceiling in a dramatic roar, as if afraid no one would hear what he was
about to do. Everyone was dumbfounded.
No one could have imagined that he would directly bring the skull to his mouth, open wide, and take a fierce bite.
Crunch!
A crisp sound, accompanied by the chilling crack of bone, exploded in the hall.
Sparks flew everywhere.
It must be noted that this skull was so tough that even top-tier masters couldn't bite through it. Yet Chu Ci bit off a large chunk as easily as if he were munching on a potato chip. Everyone present froze like stone statues. Lin Qingyue was stunned, the Supreme Commander was stunned, and all the onlookers, everyone seemed to have been paused, staring blankly as Chu Ci chewed without hesitation. Before anyone could react, the system inside Chu Ci's body began to issue warnings. Warning.
The host is attempting to bite into an ancient cursed artifact. Teeth are about to shatter.
Reversal mechanism activated, teeth transformed into a galactic shredder, bite force off the charts. Curse toxin converted into an ultra-delicious experience, achieving a top-tier chocolate crispy shell texture.
Max HP plus 20 million.
Chu Ci paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Damn, this texture is amazing. The outer layer is as crispy as a chocolate wafer, and there's even a burst of filling when you bite into it.
His appetite was instantly ignited.
Under the horrified and despairing gazes of the crowd, he took several big bites, crunch, crunch, and directly crushed the entire skull of the Blood Sea underworld sovereign into pieces, swallowing it all.
But he wasn't done yet.
He casually picked up the Eye of 10,000 Curses and Calamities, which still carried a cursed aura and was spinning incessantly. This sinister eyeball was still trying to strip Chu Ci of his five senses and devour his spirit. Chu Ci, as if eating a cheese ball, stuffed it directly into his mouth and bit down with a crunch. Crisis of 10,000 Curses reversed into a super soul explosion, soul strength plus 10 million.
It has a bit of a blueberry flavor, not bad. Chu Ci gave it the highest praise.
Next, he grabbed the corrupt poison pill of the eight-headed serpent.
This thing was so acidic it could dissolve steel into liquid. Chu Ci didn't even flinch, swallowing it whole like popping a bean.
Strong acid crisis reversed into a super internal organ cleanse, max HP plus 50 million. In just under a minute, 3 ancient cursed artifacts were devoured, leaving not even a trace of residue.
Chu Ci even licked his lips, still wanting more.
The room fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop.
The Supreme Commander rubbed his eyes, looking incredulously at Oldly beside him. Oldly, am I seeing things? Did Chu Ci really eat that piece of bone that even lasers couldn't cut through?
Oldly was trembling all over, grabbing the commander's hand as tears streamed down his face, his voice breaking as if he were about to cry out his soul. Commander, you're not mistaken.
He really ate it. He really swallowed it whole. This isn't just bravery, this is the most insane feat in our nation's history. The Supreme Commander was still in shock. Bravery? What do you mean?
Oldly took a deep breath, his emotions erupting. Chu Ci is just an ordinary patient right now, his body fragile, without any divine power. To prevent leaving us with any danger, to save everyone, he completely abandoned the traditional method of slowly dispelling curses. He didn't hesitate to use his mortal body to bite into these artifacts, swallowing these terrifying cursed objects into his own stomach. What he crushed wasn't just artifacts, it was his last bit of vitality. Before the words had even finished, the entire room of big shots felt as if they'd been struck by lightning, instantly snapping to their senses. Of course, Chu Ci had no power right now. The reason he chose such an extreme method was because he was staking his life. Lin Qingyue completely broke down, rushing to the bedside, holding Chu Ci's still glowing red face tightly in her hands, crying so hard she could barely breathe. Why are you torturing yourself like this?
That was a bone. Are your teeth okay? Won't your stomach be corroded through? Please, spit it out, I'm begging you.
But Chu Ci only felt his energy and blood surging within him, as if countless waves of power were churning. His internal organs felt as tough as steel, and his stomach was brimming with energy, so comfortable it was almost euphoric. He couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, the taste still carrying a hint of blueberry chocolate sweetness. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked at the tear-streaked Lin Xingyue and put on an incredibly heroic expression, forcing a faint smile. "Xingyue, don't cry. I don't feel any pain. These 3 artifacts have all been destroyed by the flames of my soul. My stomach seems to still have some strength." Blood trickled from Chu Ci's mouth. Actually, it was just that he had eaten too hastily earlier, causing his teeth to cut his palate, and the wound had just healed. He weakly whispered, "It's fine. I stopped the enemy and protected the Dragon Kingdom." After saying this, a peaceful smile appeared on Chu Ci's face as he slowly closed his eyes. "I'm a bit tired. Let me sleep well on this cold bed laden with glory." To others, it sounded like a hero's farewell, but Chu Ci's thoughts were far from conventional. At this moment, he only felt overly full, with one thought in his mind: the venomous fruit of the Yamata no Orochi is indeed overpowering, truly filling. Now, he finally had the chance to lie down and rest openly. Since outsiders already believed his stomach had been melted, he might as well take the opportunity to feign death for 3 days and sneak in some laziness. The next second, his head tilted to the side, and he effortlessly entered a deep pseudo-death state. The entire ice palace fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of the highest commander suddenly dropping to his knees hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He raised his head to the sky and howled, his voice piercing the skies of the imperial capital, "A peerless patriot. We owe you a life. Sakura Nation, we are irreconcilable with you." A dozen military generals stared at Chu Ci lying motionless on the ice bed, their emotions completely collapsing as they collectively burst into tears. Lin Xingyue even fainted outright, falling headfirst in grief. In the corner of the ice bed, 2 elderly educators, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao, looked at the chaotic scene before them, feeling their mental defenses crumble. Sun Miao bit his sleeve desperately, trying to suppress his laughter. "Old Jian, he just said his stomach melted, but I clearly heard his stomach rumbling like a meat grinder." Jian Wuji stared blankly at the ceiling and sighed deeply. "Old Sun, go draft the obituary." Right, the Dragon Kingdom's sole patriot, having swallowed the enemy nation's divine artifact, succumbed to indigestion and is now sleeping. The nation will lower flags to half-mast in mourning. He paused and added another jab. This world truly makes one despair. Just as the scene of what should have been a touching national mourning spiraled out of control, the sound of frantic footsteps suddenly erupted outside the ice palace, like thousands of troops charging forward. Moments later, 99 top-tier geniuses, covered in wounds and wearing tattered clothes, burst in with an unusually excited energy. Zhao Lei led the charge, throwing down a massive sack the size of a small mountain from his shoulder. The sack emitted multicolored toxic fumes so potent that even the surrounding ice began to discolor and sizzle. He shouted excitedly, "Miss Lin! Divine Dr. Sun! We're back!" Xiaoyan proudly opened the sack, shaking it as he listed its contents. "Look! Gallbladders of 9-headed venomous dragons, pollen from abyssal mandrake flowers, and saliva from a 10,000-year-old venomous dragon. We've brought the most poisonous things in the universe. Quickly give them to God Chu to drink, guaranteed full recovery." On the ice bed, Chu Ci, who had been stubbornly pretending to be dead, felt like he was hearing a horror story when he heard their menu: gallbladders of 9-headed venomous dragons and saliva from a 10,000-year-old venomous dragon. His tightly closed eyelashes twitched uncontrollably as he mentally ranted, "Just finished the main course, and now you're serving a full imperial banquet? Do you really think I'm a pig to be worked to death?" At this moment, the solemn and sorrowful atmosphere instantly shifted to absurdity. Zhao Lei slammed the sack onto the ground again, and even through the seal, the toxic fumes were strong enough to make the ice surface emit white smoke. Xiaoyan grabbed the stunned Sun Miao and shouted, "Divine Dr. Sun, stop dawdling. Quickly crush the poison and pour it down his throat. Fight poison with poison, don't you understand?" Sun Miao stared at the sack of ultimate toxins, then glanced at Chu Ci on the ice bed, feeling completely numb.
He wanted to cry, do these guys even know what medicine is?
Mixing these three things together would probably make even immortals dissolve into bones and ascend.
Asking him to pour it into Chu Ci's mouth, what kind of death wish is this? The highest commander lamented, you're too late.
Patriot Chu sacrificed himself for everyone long ago. His stomach was poisoned and corroded.
He has already passed away peacefully.
The group of geniuses froze in shock, their spirits completely deflated, standing motionless in place. Everyone stared in despair at Chu Ci lying on the icebed, feeling as though they were on the verge of collapse.
Impossible. God Chu can't die.
Zhao Lei, like a madman, threw himself in front of the icebed, his eyes brimming with tears, his voice hoarse, crying out in anguish.
We sacrificed over 70 lives to obtain this super poison. God Chu, even if you just take one more bite, please wake up. Just one more bite.
The air in the Crystal Palace seemed to freeze, and everyone was engulfed in profound sorrow. But at that moment, no one knew. Although Chu Ci lay on the icebed with his eyes tightly shut, his fate uncertain, his mind was bustling like a festival.
Oh my God, this flavor is simply irresistible.
The gallbladder of the nine-headed venomous jiao smells like extra strong bitter coffee, refreshing and invigorating. The pollen of the mandrake has a pungent aroma like a mix of cumin and chile, and as for the saliva of the 10,000-year poison dragon, it's like wild gourmet broth, rich and intense. When these three are combined, this is the most luxurious spicy medley straight from hell.
Chu Ci's throat involuntarily moved.
Gulp. Amid the sorrowful cries, the sound of swallowing was particularly jarring and abrupt.
The crying stopped instantly.
Everyone stared fixedly at Chu Ci.
Wait, his throat, did it just move?
Lin Xingyue, standing closest, rubbed her eyes hard, her despair turning into excited hope as she nearly jumped up.
Dr. Sun. Commander. He swallowed. He still has instinctive reactions.
In the corner, Sun Miao closed his eyes, his face filled with hopelessness.
It's not a survival instinct, he's just so greedy he's practically drooling.
But he wouldn't dare say such a truth.
Absolutely not.
Sun Miao immediately put on an Oscar-worthy performance, slapping his thigh and jumping up, shouting, "This is a medical miracle. A miracle of epic proportions." He improvised fearlessly, it must be the power of the supreme poison, stimulating the last shred of survival instinct in young Master Chu. His body craves these poisons, he needs them to fight the terrifying curse within him.
Miss Lin, quickly, mix these poisons together. This is young Master Chu's last chance for salvation. Lin Xingyue, hearing this, didn't hesitate for a moment.
She pulled out a large white jade basin and threw everything into it. The gallbladder of the nine-headed venomous jiao, she crushed it without a second thought.
The pollen of the abyss mandrake all poured in.
Finally, the bottle of 10,000-year poison dragon saliva, whose corrosive stench had scared everyone away, she splashed it all in. The toxic trio mixed together, and the jade basin erupted with a black-green glow, as if the air itself was being corroded. Even though Lin Xingyue carried the essence of extreme cold, she felt as though she was about to melt from the toxic fumes, and the icy jade emitted mournful cries. The liquid in the basin churned violently, bubbling nauseatingly, more terrifying than 1,000 hells. She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face, trembling as she scooped up a large spoonful of the toxic concoction and brought it close to Chu Ci.
"Brother Chu Ci, if it hurts, you can bite me."
But just as the spoon approached Chu Ci, he suddenly moved. Though he wasn't breathing and his eyes remained shut, he suddenly sat up like a corpse coming back to life. He struggled to maintain the pretense of unconsciousness, yet he accurately grabbed the jade basin from Lin Xingyue's hands.
Then, the entire room was stunned.
Chu Ci, like a homeless man who hadn't had water for 3 days, hugged the basin-sized jade bowl and gulped it all down. His speed was so fast that not a single drop spilled.
"My God! God Chu!"
Zhao Lei screamed in terror. The Supreme Commander was on the verge of fainting.
How is this even possible? Isn't his stomach already melted? How can he still do this? Won't it burn straight through his intestines?
But at that moment, the system in Chu Ci's mind began to operate frantically.
Warning!
Extreme absorption of ultra-high-intensity abyssal poison in progress.
All skills activated. Black hole level energy engaged. Corrosion effect of the poison dragon's saliva reversed. Chu Ci's stomach lining now exhibits divine dragon scale protection, digestive power breaking all limits. Reversal of the poison Jiao's gall and mandrake toxin, mental strength greatly enhanced, the sea of consciousness directly liquefied into a divine ocean of power. Blood energy skyrocketing. Plus 200 million. Plus 200 million. Plus 200 million. In the next second, the aura within Chu Ci's body erupted like a galactic explosion, surging uncontrollably to the top of his head. The entire crystal palace was engulfed by a torrent of life force. The dome of the millennium-old ice was forcibly shattered by Chu Ci, leaving a massive crack. His previously pale and colorless skin suddenly radiated a mysterious and noble dark golden glow. This wasn't just ordinary strength, it was a complete breakthrough of the fifth-tier barrier, ascending to the legendary body impervious to all laws. Not even a steel bomb could harm a single hair on him. Chu Ci tilted his head back and down the last mouthful of the terrifying poison, exhaling a thick white mist in comfort, as if the power of life was violently reviving within him. He slowly opened his eyes, his movements clearly strained and painful. Yet anyone could see that his gaze held a hint of confusion, a trace of hurt, but more than anything, the complete transformation of someone reborn from hell. In a hoarse voice tinged with drama, he clutched his chest and asked, "Xingyue, is this hell? I feel like I just swallowed a volcano, my insides are melting, and the pain feels like being scraped by the bottom of a pot." But he quickly laughed at himself. "Still, it seems I've come back to life. The curses of those 3 artifacts have been completely dispelled by this new power." Feigning weakness, Chu Ci leaned against Lin Xingyue's embrace. Facing the stunned geniuses, he managed a gentle smile, his expression like that of a sacrificial hero. "Zhao Lei, Xiaoyan, thank you. This bowl of poison was truly awful and incredibly painful, but I didn't let you down." The atmosphere instantly exploded. The previously silent Crystal Palace seemed to ignite everyone's passion. The Supreme Commander was so excited he jumped around the room, grabbing General Oldley beside him and nearly shaking the poor man apart. "Did you see that? Using poison to counter poison actually worked." Chu Ci survived, snatching his life back with a pot of super poison. All 99 geniuses present knelt down, tears streaming uncontrollably, bowing fervently to Chu Ci in worship. God Chu endured inhuman pain for us, drinking all the poison. This is the true responsibility of a king. No matter how awful or painful the poison was, God Chu didn't even frown. Lin Xingyue held Chu Ci tightly, burying her face and crying uncontrollably. Her heart felt as if it had been crushed by Chu Ci. "Chu Ci, you liar, you were clearly in unbearable pain but pretended like it was nothing. From now on, you're not allowed to suffer like this again." In truth, Chu Ci's heart was utterly calm at this moment, even a little smug. If he weren't afraid of being beaten to death by his wife, he would have confessed that the pot of poison wasn't difficult to drink at all. In fact, he thought it would have been even better with some fried dough sticks and could have gone for another bowl. But he knew everyone around him thought he had suffered terribly, so he could only continue pretending to be on the brink of death for their sake. While everyone was immersed in the emotional impact of his revival, the old principal Jin Wuji in the corner was struggling to hold it together. He squatted on the ground, clutching his head in agony. "Old son, did you see that? He drank it all and even secretly licked the bottom of the bowl." Never before had anyone been so enthusiastic about drinking poison, enjoying it more than others enjoy hot pot. Sun Miao, the doctor, stared blankly at the ceiling, his gaze hollow. "Old Jian, just get used to it. I'm even considering whether to add some scallions and cilantro to the next batch of poison for variety. After all, I am a doctor with aspirations, I can't let him eat such bland food." Just as everyone was still in shock and joy over Chu Ci's revival, suddenly, the highest level air raid alarm in the entire Dragon Kingdom blared within the deathly silent Crystal Palace, like the horn of the apocalypse. Even the Crystal Palace, buried thousands of meters deep, trembled violently. The Supreme Commander's face turned ashen, and the top-secret communicator at his waist flashed incessantly. He picked it up, listened for just a second, and all the joy on his face instantly vanished without a trace. His hands even began to tremble. "What's going on? Commander, what happened?" The officers were anxious.
The Supreme Commander turned his head to look at the newly awakened Chu Ci, his voice hoarse to the point of breaking. The abyss, the seal on the 20th layer of the abyss, the Sea of Ragnarok, has shattered. A abyssal world-destroying black dragon god, with a lifespan of 100,000 years, a true deity, has appeared directly above the capital, accompanied by over 100 demigod-level demon lords. The legendary SSS-level protective array of the capital lasted less than half a second before completely collapsing. The Dragon Kingdom is truly finished. The entire room froze instantly, and it felt as if the air had been sucked dry. Just as a glimmer of hope had been reignited, the world was suddenly plunged into an apocalyptic crisis. Chu Ci had just been reborn from the ashes, only to face a disaster more terrifying than hell itself. At this moment, no one knew if they would survive the next second. In the blink of an eye, the fate of 30 million people in the capital was ruthlessly torn apart like paper. Lin Qingyue's face was as pale as paper, her slender hands gripping her weapon tightly. The oppressive aura of the deity was like a mountain, causing her entire body to tremble slightly, but she did not retreat. She stood resolutely in front of Chu Ci's icy bed. Her eyes, apart from fear, were filled with utter determination. "Commander! Activate our last teleportation array now." Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth, her voice carrying a glimmer of hope amidst despair. "Send Chu Ci away. Send him as far as possible. As long as he's alive, the Dragon Kingdom hasn't lost all hope. As for that black dragon god..." Lin Qingyue's eyes burned with madness. "Even if I have to exhaust every last ounce of my strength, I'll make it pay the price." The Supreme Commander, his eyes bloodshot with rage, drew his battle blade, ready to issue the order for the entire army to fight to the death. But just as everyone was prepared to face their end, as despair loomed and it seemed all was lost, Chu Ci, lying on the icy bed, moved. His face was flushed from the poison, and in his agony, he struggled to extend a hand, grasping Lin Qingyue's wrist. "Qingyue, don't go." Chu Ci's voice was like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Yet his gaze was extraordinarily resolute, like the brightest lighthouse in the deep sea. Chu Ci, if I am to be seen as the last hope by everyone, how could I run away at the critical moment?" He coughed up blood, a bitter smile on his lips. "Even if my body is as fragile as glass, I'd rather die on the front lines than be a deserter." His tone was weak, but every word was as firm as iron. "So what if it's a deity? Back then, I could seal others. Now, even if my body shatters completely this time, I'll still fight this old monster to the end." Deep inside, Chu Ci was actually roaring. "Are you kidding me? Isn't this a god-level black dragon? Tens of thousands of years of power and curses, it's practically the ultimate delicacy in the universe. If I let this feast slip away, wouldn't all the poison I've swallowed be for nothing?" Chu Ci. Lin Qingyue could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Chu Ci's arms, tears streaming down her face, clinging to him tightly. "No! Your body is too weak, you can't even stand, let alone fight." "That's right, Lord Chu. You've already sacrificed so much, please, save yourself." A group of genius disciples knelt on the ground, weeping and begging him to flee. Chu Ci coughed, stubbornly pointing to the nearby wheelchair, which was corroded and battered. "Push me out. As a medic, I must charge forward with everyone to the very end. Qingyue, if you still consider me your husband, then push me forward." This sentence struck heavily on the hearts of everyone present. The Supreme Commander's pistol fell to the ground as he covered his face and wept, letting out a beast-like roar. Such a person is truly unparalleled in the nation. Such a soul, how could the heavens bear to torment him? In the corner, the old principal and the medicine god were utterly despairing. The medicine god pinched the philtrum above his lips, his face contorted, muttering in a voice on the verge of tears, "Sword Elder, did you see that? Just now, when Chu Ci said Old Loach, he actually swallowed. He actually drooled in the face of a divine dragon." Sword Wuji stared blankly at the ceiling, wearing an expression of someone who had seen through life, and sighed, "Old son, stop talking. Right now, I feel like that black dragon isn't here to destroy the world, it's practically here to deliver takeout. I even feel a bit sorry for it." Under Chu Ci's near-mad insistence, Lin Qingyue finally, with tears streaming down her face, helped this man who could shatter at any moment into a wheelchair. Dozens of generals, ready to die, guarded them as the group, accompanied by the creaking sound of the wheelchair, charged toward the surface. The moment they emerged, an overwhelming aura of despair descended upon them, suffocating everyone and draining the life from their bodies in an instant.
The once azure sky had turned into boiling black flames.
A colossal dragon, several kilometers long and covered in pitch-black scales, was coiled above the city. Its eyes, like two burning blood-red suns, gazed mercilessly at everything below.
Its divine presence was suffocating, freezing even the air itself.
Surrounding it were hundreds of demon lords, as massive as moving mountains, slaughtering the defending forces with earth-shaking laughter.
Every second, thousands of soldiers vanished into the black flames, reduced to ashes. Laughable humans, tremble and despair.
The voice of the black dragon god roared like thunder, exploding in the air, toppling buildings, and causing countless civilians to collapse in tears, unable to rise again.
10,000 years. I've finally broken free from my seal. Today, I will erase your entire nation.
The black dragon god opened its massive jaws, as if intending to swallow the entire starry sky.
A deep purple dragon breath began to gather in its mouth, carrying the power to annihilate everything. If it unleashed this breath, the entire imperial capital and even half of the dragon nation would be wiped out in an instant. No one would survive.
Under the shadow of death, humanity's supreme commander closed his eyes in despair. Faced with such power, they didn't even have the courage to struggle, everything was meaningless. Lin Qingyue stood in front of Chu Ci's wheelchair, gripping her sword tightly, ready to burn her life for one final strike. But just as everyone closed their eyes in despair, awaiting death, no one expected the sound of the wheelchair to suddenly break the silence. Creak, creak, the wheelchair rolled forward, its sound starkly abrupt in the suffocatingly quiet air. Lin Qingyue turned sharply, only to see Chu Ci, with his pale and feeble hands, slowly pushing the wheelchair to the front of the group. In the storm, his thin hospital gown was nearly torn to shreds, yet he still resolutely raised his head, looking up at the 10-kilometer-long black dragon in the sky. In this apocalyptic moment, he spoke, "Hey, you big black thing up there." His voice wasn't loud, but every word echoed clearly across the entire imperial capital, as if guided by some mysterious force, ensuring everyone could hear.
"You're disturbing my rest. Do you know that?" A deathly silence.
The hundreds of demon lords laughing wildly in the sky froze in place. Even the black dragon god stopped in shock, its blood-red dragon eyes locking onto the insignificant human boy in the wheelchair below.
"A worthless weakling who doesn't even have strength dares to speak to me?"
The black dragon god found it utterly absurd, as if it had heard the most ridiculous joke in the universe.
Its massive dragon whiskers trembled furiously as it let out a deafening laugh. "Ha ha! Is there no one left to stop me? They've sent a dying man to provoke me, the black dragon god?"
Behind him, the geniuses, warlords, and commanders all felt their minds collapse. They knew that Chu Ci was using himself to attract the attention of the black dragon god, just to buy everyone even one more second. The black dragon god was enraged, lowered its head, and unleashed a roaring dragon breath toward Chu Ci.
This time, there was no light, no heat. Because wherever it reached, space, light, and even time disappeared. Complete annihilation.
Whether atoms or souls, everything would be reduced to ashes. Lin Qingyue let out a desperate cry, trying to rush forward to save him, but was firmly held back.
Billions of people watching the live broadcast via satellite around the world were heartbroken. Was humanity's greatest hero about to be wiped out of existence along with his wheelchair by the black dragon god?
But at the core of the black destructive energy falling, Chu Ci was actually leaning back in his wheelchair. He stared at the black pillar of apocalyptic light with a disdainful expression.
"Is this all? That's way too weak. I thought you'd be much stronger. With this level of heat, you couldn't even cook a steak to medium rare."
The next second, the black dragon breath swept across the ground, engulfing Chu Ci along with his wheelchair. The system's voice frantically echoed in his mind, warning, "Host is undergoing god-level annihilation. Dragon breath detection of dimension-transcending obliteration concept reversal system activated. Destruction laws converted to revival, power infusion in progress." Soul tearing transformed into divine evolution, vitality surging. At this moment, in the center of the black storm, Chu Ci leisurely stretched. His vitality exploded to 30 billion, and he felt as though a casual breath from him could turn the black dragon into a roasted lizard. A personal miracle of his was officially beginning. The wheelchair, crafted from 10,000-year 9 nether agarwood, was never an ordinary item. But today, it encountered something even more extraordinary, mysterious forces mixed with the essence of creation in the air. The wheelchair seemed to absorb some divine nourishment, instantly sprouting dazzling golden branches that emitted mysterious energy waves. This wasn't a mere transformation, it had fully upgraded into a divine artifact. Meanwhile, high above, the black dragon god was furious, madly spewing apocalyptic dragon breath. 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds. For the black dragon god, these 10 seconds nearly drained all its strength. As it continued to spew, the legendary dragon itself began to feel its throat dry and even struggled to catch its breath. It smugly stopped, ready to savor the scene of despair on the ground. It thought Chu Ci had long been reduced to ashes, his soul burned clean. But as the wind blew, the black dragon god's confidence began to crumble. The spot on the ground that should have been a wasteland was eerily quiet. Billions of viewers, all the generals in the imperial capital, hundreds of demigod demon kings in the sky, and even the black dragon god itself dared not blink, all staring intently at the place where Chu Ci had been. Originally, it should have been an abyss. But at the center of that deep pit, a small earthen pillar stood alone. Chu Ci was sitting there unharmed in his wheelchair, lazily crossing his legs. The wheelchair was not only intact but had sprouted branches and leaves, glowing with golden light. Even more astonishing, Chu Ci, dressed in a snow-white hospital gown, was spotless, without a speck of dust. Not only that, but he faced the black dragon god in the sky, whose blood-red eyes were wide with rage and on the verge of losing control, and blinked innocently. Finally, he didn't forget to let out a burp. Burp! Chu Ci patted his stomach and, in a tone that could drive anyone mad, mocked, "Oh dear, 10,000-year-old water monster, are you too weak? You've been spewing fire for ages, and you haven't even scratched me. Instead, you gave my wheelchair a top-notch upgrade. Your service standards are really lacking." The air fell silent, and the entire earth plunged into a terrifying stillness. From the heavens to the earth, no one spoke, everyone seemed to have been frozen in time. The black dragon god nearly fell from the sky. Its eyes were filled with utter horror, as if it had seen something completely impossible. How is this possible? The black dragon god's body trembled violently even after enduring a direct blast of divine-level dragon breath for 10 seconds. Not only was he unharmed, but he even feigned innocence and burped. Is this guy even human? Even deities wouldn't dare to be this audacious. The black dragon god, on the verge of collapse, roared in fury, unleashing an even more apocalyptic aura. It seemed ready to crash down and pulverize the entire city into dust. Chu Ci merely sighed, slowly reaching under the armrest of his wheelchair to pull out an ordinary roll of medical bandages. He looked up at the black dragon god, and a pair of dark golden lights, as if piercing through the cosmos, suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Since you're out of strength, let me lend you a hand. As a medical professional, I might as well give you a free one-way ticket." Chu Ci raised the bandage in his hand and gently tossed it. In the next moment, the seemingly ordinary bandage split into countless thick golden chains in midair, each one radiating divine brilliance like the judgment of the gods. The scene fell into dead silence, and all the demon lords were left utterly dumbfounded. The seemingly insignificant strip of cloth had suddenly become incomprehensibly powerful. The black dragon god sneered disdainfully, laughing as it deliberately rammed its massive dragon head into the bandage, as if crushing a pitiful insect. But that was the last mistake it would ever make. The moment the dragon's head touched the bandage, Chu Ci's system issued frantic warnings in his mind, and his own power surged beyond all limits. The once cheap medical bandage rapidly transformed into divine chains, instantly encircling and binding the black dragon god. There was no explosion, no roar, no struggle, just the crisp sound of chains locking into place. The entire world was plunged into utter shock. No one could have imagined that a $2 bandage could bind the black dragon god, a being that had terrorized countless realms.
Chu Ci's actions demonstrated to everyone that true strength often comes from the most unassuming places. In that instant, Chu Ci unleashed the most awe-inspiring strike of the entire scene. It was a burst of golden light so dazzling it was impossible to look at directly, brighter and more sacred than the simultaneous explosion of 10,000 supernovas in the universe. This light ignited the nerves of everyone present in an instant. Across the internet, billions of viewers, along with all the military leaders in the imperial capital, stared wide-eyed, forgetting even to breathe. Before anyone could react, the golden light suddenly underwent fission, transforming into countless massive chains. These chains, like colossal silver serpents, danced through the stars, each one thick enough to crush skyscrapers. These chains of divine law seemed alive, instantly entangling the enormous black dragon god in the sky. The dragon, over 10,000 meters long and capable of leveling an entire city with a single sweep of its tail, now appeared as helpless as tofu pressed into a tin can. No matter how formidable its body, it was instantly immobilized. For 100,000 years, it had roamed the universe, capable of destroying countless stars, yet now it was pinned down like a helpless insect. Even more terrifying, the golden chains swept across the sky, stringing up over 100 high-ranking demon lords like kebabs, neatly suspended in midair. Drained of their power, they let out heart-wrenching screams, their cries so harrowing they made one's scalp tingle. Even their physical forms began to distort, their massive bodies compressed into grotesque shapes. Black Dragon God, save us! My power is completely sealed. The demon lords screamed for help, but the Black Dragon God itself had fallen into despair. It roared and struggled, but the more it fought, the tighter the chains constricted. With each contraction, the horrifying sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. The once mighty ruler of the cosmos was now bound as tightly as a piece of candy. On the ground, Chu Ci sat quietly in his divine wooden wheelchair, adorned with golden leaves. He gazed at the black dragon god, now squeezed into the shape of a Michelin tire, coughed twice, and a glint of undisguised hunger flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "These chains are so tight, will it affect the texture of the meat later? If the premium dragon meat ends up overcooked and tough, that would be such a waste." It was just a light-hearted tease. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers decisively, "Collect." With that single word, countless chains of order instantly contracted. The black dragon god and over 100 demon lords let out their final screams. No blood, no flesh. Under the immense power of order, hundreds of demon lords were directly crushed into the purest dust. All that remained were over 100 gem-like demon lord cores, which clattered onto the plaza. The black dragon god's colossal body, spanning 10,000 meters, was also compressed to the extreme, and the radiant golden light, with even the toxins and deathly aura within it, instantly evaporated. Finally, all the light vanished. The sky returned to tranquility, and the black dragon god was no more. All that remained was a truck-sized piece of fragrant, premium black dragon meat, along with a massive core that could illuminate the night sky, which landed steadily in front of Chu Ci's wheelchair. The world fell into a dead silence, no one dared to make a sound. The wind stopped, the clouds dispersed, and the once despair-inducing apocalyptic scene was completely swept away. Even the air carried a faint aroma of roasted meat, making people involuntarily swallow their saliva. The highest commander of the military rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was dreaming. Lin Qingyue's mouth hung wide open, her sword dropping to the ground. 99 prodigies, along with billions of viewers watching on screens worldwide, were all stunned, their brains nearly shutting down. What was going on here? A once invincible, world-destroying true god-level black dragon, accompanied by so many demigod demon lords, ended up as premium materials and a giant slab of meat, all because of a weakling sitting in a broken wheelchair who looked like he was about to cough himself to death, with just a raise of his hand and a single command? Someone's legs gave out, and they fell to their knees. A soldier pointed to the sky, his voice trembling. That was a true god. A being that could destroy a nation in a single breath. And it was slaughtered so effortlessly, like killing a regular farm pig? On sight, no one dared to question Chu Ci's power anymore. He was no longer just a simple divine healer, he seemed more like a god who could casually alter the fabric of the universe. At the center of the storm, Chu Ci had become the focus of the entire world's attention. He secretly glanced at the piece of premium black dragon tenderloin still emitting its enticing aroma at his feet, and the hunger within him was driving him mad. He wanted nothing more than to tear off a piece and devour it immediately, but he had to maintain his fragile doll persona, the image of a delicate, pitiable soul who could shatter at the slightest touch. Chu Ci silently narrated to himself, "Brothers, today's takeout is definitely a top-tier feast. But if I eat it now, everyone will realize I'm actually a beast, and this persona will be ruined. No choice, I have to put on a real show." He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the overwhelming energy within him, which felt like a galactic explosion threatening to burst him apart. Gritting his teeth, he ruthlessly cut off 98% of the blood supply to the capillaries in his face. The next second, the entire world was dumbfounded. Chu Ci suddenly tilted his head back, and a fountain of fresh blood sprayed high into the air, the crimson liquid seeming to cry out to the heavens. His already pale face turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse, and he slumped lifelessly in his wheelchair, as if his life was about to end. The hand he had raised fell weakly onto the golden armrest, looking more tragic than any scene in a movie. His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, "Xingyue." His gaze turned to the sun, now bright in the sky once more, and his lips curled into a smile that was both knowing and utterly serene. "The enemy leader has been eliminated. The bandages in my hand have consumed all my life force and the last remnants of those rare divine treasures. I'm sorry, Xingyue. I may not live to see the day we get married. Distribute these demon lord cores among the classmates, and give the dragon meat to the generals to make soup and nourish their bodies. I, Chu Ci, have no regrets in this life about joining Dragon Nation." After saying these emotional words, Chu Ci closed his eyes, tilted his head, and pretended to die in the wheelchair with swift and decisive movements, looking more convincing than anyone else. In reality, Chu Ci was internally ranting, playing dead is more exhausting than defeating a true god. "Xingyue, my wife, hurry up and push me back to enjoy the air conditioning, and slice that wagyu beef thinner and freeze it. Tonight, I must have black dragon hot pot." Just as Chu Ci finished his act, a scream echoed throughout the imperial capital, "Brother Chu Ci! No!" Lin Xingyue, like an enraged beautiful beast, lunged forward, clutching his cold body and crying as if the heavens were collapsing. Even Commander Old General Li's eyes turned red. He looked up to the sky and roared, his voice choked with emotion, "Did you all see that? Did you all hear that? He burned himself to ashes, destroyed the enemy, and even thought about sharing the dragon meat with us. What kind of hero is this? He didn't use any magic, he clearly sacrificed his life, soul, and national treasure-level divine artifacts to exchange with fate for that moment of miracle." These words struck everyone like a thunderclap, awakening them. Yes, that was a legendary true god. What kind of bandages could restrain it? The only explanation was that Chu Ci had used up all his life and 3 top-tier divine artifacts to offer to the universe's most powerful existence, trading for a miracle. Everyone was moved by his sacrifice and selflessness. "All warriors, attention! Salute the true hero." The highest commander, tears streaming down his face, drew his pistol and fired several shots into the sky. Across the imperial capital, millions of people knelt on one knee, their voices echoing to the heavens. In the livestream, billions of viewers cried so much that the global network crashed. Meanwhile, in a corner of this tragic atmosphere, 2 pretend-to-be-dead Alliance veterans, Sword Wuji, the old principal, and medicine god Sun Miao, were already slumped on the ground like 2 helpless salted fish. Sun Miao clung tightly to Sword Wuji's sleeve, tears streaming down. "Did you see that, old sword? A true god of 10,000 years. He wrapped it in bandages like a twisted donut and then flattened it into a meat patty. This world is too absurd. I'm starting to feel sorry for that black dragon." Sword Wuji stared at the truck-sized premium black dragon tenderloin, dumbfounded. He directly poured a bottle of heart-saving pills into his mouth, chewing as if crushing his own aspirations. "Old son," Sword Wuji sighed in utter despair, his voice floating like a ghost, "didn't you hear what Chu Ci just said? That piece of meat is reserved for soup." He didn't sacrifice his soul, he simply chose the menu too precisely and turned the bandages into a meat slicer. "What do we do now?" Sun Miao's voice was filled with hopelessness. Sword Wuji closed his eyes, 2 silent tears sliding down. His voice trembled. What else can we do? Is there another way? Hurry up and save him.
Wait, you shout, a miracle has appeared, and I'll drag that divine beef back. If the meat defrosts a bit and the taste deteriorates, Sword Wuji shivered involuntarily, I'm really afraid he'll rise from the dead at midnight and tie us up as skewers. In the imperial capital, in front of the Lin family's financial conglomerate's absolute zero crystal palace, the entire nation, even the world, was enveloped in an overwhelming sorrow, suffocating to the extreme. All entertainment programs were suspended. On every electronic screen, there was only one image, the tightly closed, heavy ice door. Outside the door, the nation's highest commander, over a dozen military leaders, hundreds of geniuses, and 10,000 fully armed imperial guards all knelt on one knee in perfect formation, guarding the door with unwavering determination. Each of them had red eyes, unable to stop their tears. Lin Xingyue, dressed in white, stood at the forefront, her face pale as paper. Her hand gripped Winter's wrath tightly, her usually cold gaze now bloodshot. Dr. Sun said, this is Brother Chu Ci's only chance of survival. Lin Xingyue's voice trembled. Inside, he is enduring the ultimate pain of soul and body to fuse with the true God's remains. Any interference, and he will die without a burial place. Lin Xingyue turned around, her gaze fierce and resolute, a chill filling the air. All troops, listen to my command. From now on, even if a mosquito flies in from outside the door, it must be frozen into ice shards. Anyone who dares to make any noise and disturb divine Dr. Chu will pay with blood. Understood. The 100,000-strong army responded in a low and tense voice. Inside the door, recognized worldwide as the gateway of life and death, the door clicked shut and locked completely, the formation isolating all external senses. Within the Crystal Palace, the temperature dropped to the extreme. A piece of top-grade black dragon meat, larger than a truck, exuding an overwhelming pressure and an irresistible aroma, lay quietly beside the ice bed. Jian Wuji and Sun Miao sat slumped on the ground like lifeless husks. Sun Miao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing at Chu Ci's pale face on the ice bed, trembling as he whispered, Old Jian, do you think he might have overacted this time? His heartbeat and pulse have been gone for 3 hours. Could he really have been injured in the explosion? Jian Wuji glanced at Chu Ci, then at the black dragon meat, mechanically popping a heart-saving pill into his mouth. Old son, as the #1 divine doctor of Dragon Nation, can't you even tell this? He sighed, his face full of life's weariness. Have you ever seen a dead man drooling? Sun Miao froze for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Sure enough. Chu Ci's mouth was tightly shut, his complexion terrifying, yet transparent drool was dripping down his chin, about to fall onto the ice bed. Just as they stared in despair, a sudden snore broke the silence. On the ice bed, the invincible national hero who had made all humanity weep suddenly sat bolt upright. Not only did he sit up, but he also stretched dramatically, his bones cracking like popping beans. Ugh, I was suffocating. Chu Ci suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with hunger, showing no sign of weakness, only vitality. Without hesitation, Chu Ci jumped off the ice bed, barefoot, and dashed toward the black dragon meat. Good meat. Top-grade divine dragon marbled meat. He took a deep breath, the enticing aroma almost intoxicating him, tears or rather, drool nearly streaming from his eyes. 10,000 years of aging, plus my special compression method, this meat is more elastic than jelly. Look at this marble pattern, and the aura of death's law. It's perfect. Chu Ci turned around, his face filled with crazed joy, his eyes gleaming green as he stared at the still slumped Jian Wuji and Sun Miao. Old Jian. Old son. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get me a pot. We're having hot pot. The air froze instantly. Jian Wuji and Sun Miao were like two completely petrified statues. Outside, Lin Xingyue was still wailing in grief about the pain of purgatory, while inside, Chu Ci had completely changed faces, looking like a starving wolf ready to devour hot pot. The two men clutched their heads in utter despair, crying bitterly, the hundreds of billions of people outside all think you're dead, they're all wailing in mourning. And you're shutting the door to make us cook divine hot pot? Stop whining, hurry up, I'm starving. Chu Ci snapped, walking over and kicking Jian Wuji directly. Old Jian, aren't you supposed to be amazing? Aren't you known as the fastest swordsman in the world? Jian Wuji couldn't feel more aggrieved, clutching his backside, tears almost falling. He nodded, not daring to argue. Chu Ci nodded in satisfaction, pointing at the truck-sized black dragon meat and loudly commanding, "Today, you're going to be my meat slicer. Use your world-class swordsmanship to slice this meat into 1 millimeter thick hot pot rolls. If you cut it too thick, I'll dock your pay." Jian Wuji felt his vision darken, nearly fainting on the spot. His sword, once used to slay demons and dominate the world, was now reduced to a mere meat-cutting tool. But seeing Chu Ci's threatening gaze, Jian Wuji dared not protest. He could only endure the humiliation and draw his peerless divine sword from his back. This sword, once capable of intimidating a nation, was now being used to slice hot pot meat, a historical disgrace. I'll cut. Sword Wuji gritted his teeth, and the sword in his hand erupted with light. A series of sword energies, too fast to see, slashed out, instantly filling the crystal palace with a chillingly powerful energy. The massive piece of black dragon meat was sliced into thin, even slices in the blink of an eye, each piece translucent, interwoven with red and white, covering an entire bed like a rain of premium meat rolls. Chu Ci clicked his tongue in amazement and couldn't help but praise, "With skills like this, if you worked as a meat slicer in a hot pot restaurant, you'd definitely win a gold medal." He then turned to Sun Miao, the trembling nine-turn medicine god standing nearby. "Old Sunday." Sun Miao's shoulders shook as he stammered, "Ancestor, I'm here." Chu Ci raised an eyebrow and asked bluntly, "Don't you have that big cauldron for refining medicine?" "Did you bring it?" "I did." "Take it out and use it as the hot pot base." Sun Miao's heart bled. That cauldron was a treasure passed down for 3,000 years, imbued with the essence of the ancestors of the medicine world, and now it was to be used as a cooking pot? It was practically a crime. But Chu Ci's gaze was sharper than a blade, leaving Sun Miao no choice but to summon the legendary medicine cauldron and place it respectfully in the center of the crystal palace, handling it with utmost care. Chu Ci was still unsatisfied. Stroking his chin, he casually ordered, "A pot alone isn't enough. The soul of a hot pot lies in its base. Take out all those rare divine medicines in your storage, 9 nether lotus, 10,000-year vermilion fruit, abyssal toad bile, everything. Today, we're going for the spiciest and deadliest hot pot base." Sun Miao nearly spat blood. Any one of those medicines could spark a world war, yet now they were being used as hot pot ingredients? Unfortunately, Chu Ci clearly wasn't interested in hearing excuses. Sun Miao, on the verge of a breakdown, had no choice but to toss these priceless treasures into the pot as ingredients. The fire was lit, and the cauldron's unique divine flames ignited at the base. Soon, the cauldron began bubbling, releasing an indescribable aroma so overpowering it felt like it could elevate one's very soul. Chu Ci grabbed 2 tree branches he had casually snapped off, using them as chopsticks, and picked up a slice of nearly transparent black dragon meat. The slice curled instantly upon touching the boiling medicinal broth, its surface emitting a strange black glow, the final struggle of the 10,000-year black dragon's toxins. "This is the taste." Chu Ci didn't hesitate, swallowing it in one bite. At the same time, his unique system issued frantic warnings, "You are consuming 10,000-year divine black dragon meat raw. This is a world-class taboo." But in that critical moment, the system activated, converting all toxins and curses into powerful energy and an unparalleled taste experience. Chu Ci felt as if his body had been cleansed by a volcanic eruption, every cell ablaze. His power surged by tens of billions, transforming him into a super-ultimate monster walking the universe. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating, Chu Ci couldn't help but laugh, waving the 2 tree branches in his hands at lightning speed, unable to stop. "Faster. Today, I'm going to eat this entire black dragon clean." The black dragon was devoured down to the last scrap. The hall echoed with the sound of frenzied slicing. The dignified 9-turn demigod Sword Wuji was now utterly exhausted. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his face filled with helplessness, and his divine sword sliced the black dragon meat at breakneck speed, tears mingling with sweat as they streamed down. "My dignified life has come to this, reduced to an unrelenting meat-slicing machine. This world is truly beyond saving." Meanwhile, outside the grand doors of the Crystal Palace, forged from 10,000-year ice. Lin Xingyue, the supreme commander, and an army of 100,000 were all kneeling in unison. Suddenly, everyone seemed to catch a whiff of something, their noses twitching simultaneously.
Ha! Did you smell that, a particularly magical aroma?
The supreme commander raised his head, his face full of astonishment. The scent penetrated the heavy doors, tantalizing everyone's taste buds to the extreme. The flavor was incredibly unique, as if the richest aroma of meat had been stewed from top-tier ingredients combined with divine medicinal herbs. Just one whiff made the spine tingle, saliva flow uncontrollably, and the soul feel as though it was being drawn away. Even behind the heavy door, faint sounds of bubbling gurgle could be heard, accompanied by the sizzling of oil bursting in the pot, resembling the cries of a soul in torment.
Could it be? Sun Nia's chief disciple, an 8-turn medical sage, trembled with excitement. Commander! Miss Lin! This aroma!
My master is using the 9-turn glazed divine fire to refine the remains of a true god from 10,000 years ago, reconnecting the severed bloodline of the god of Chu. Listen to that gurgle sound, that's the soul of the god of Chu undergoing intense agony, burned by the energy of the true gods.
Remains, struggling desperately. And the sizzling sound when flipping, that's the sound of the god of Chu's physical body being reborn in the divine fire.
Every word struck the soldiers' hearts like a drumbeat.
The atmosphere of tragedy instantly soared to its peak. Brother Chu Ci!
Lin Xingyue cried so hard she nearly fainted, clutching the cold, icy door with both hands, her fingernails bleeding.
He must be enduring hellish torment right now.
All for the sake of Dragon Nation, he's bearing unimaginable pain. All troops, hear my command.
Bow to the god of Chu.
The supreme commander, tears streaming down his face, tore off his military cap and solemnly knelt before the door emanating the aroma of meat, bowing deeply.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
100,000 soldiers wept in unison, bowing their heads. The night in the imperial capital was completely ignited by the earth-shaking cries and prayers.
God of Chu! You must hold on. Even if you endure the pain of boiling oil, you must come back alive. Meanwhile, behind the heavy door, a hot.
Chu Ci, like a wild man who hadn't eaten for 10 days and nights, pulled out a large piece of black dragon meat dripping with divine medicinal chili oil from the creation cauldron and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, hissing from the heat. As he ate, savoring the explosive flavor of the divine meat, he listened in confusion to the overwhelming cries outside the door.
Ha! Why are they crying so miserably out there?
With his mouth still full of meat, Chu Ci looked innocently at Jian Wuji, who was still slicing meat.
Old Jian, are those people outside starving? How about you slice up some fatty beef and take it out for them to try?
Jian Wuji froze in his tracks. The dignified 9-turn demigod stared at the ceiling, his heart filled with despair, tears slowly sliding down his cheeks.
Ancestor Chu! I beg you. Just eat in peace.
If you really take it out, they won't be unable to eat it, they'll die on the spot from the collapse of their faith. In the imperial capital, within the Lin family's crystal palace, Chu Ci stuffed the last piece of premium black dragon meat, as large as a bedboard, into his mouth, chewing until oil glistened at the corners of his lips. As he swallowed the final bite, he collapsed contentedly into the divine wood wheelchair covered in golden leaves, holding a rare lotus stem toothpick in his hand, leisurely picking his teeth. Burp! A massive burp, infused with divine power and the spicy aroma of hot pot broth, echoed throughout the empty crystal palace. System notification, congratulations, host. Successfully consumed the remains of a 10,000-year true god. Concept reversal system upgrading, maximum vitality increased to 10 billion.
System measurement module has surged to galactic level units.
Physical strength has reached the level of a true god. Even if the universe explodes for 3 days and nights, not a single scratch will appear on you. Chu Ci felt the energy within him surging like a nuclear explosion.
Satisfied, he patted his stomach. This delivery was totally worth it.
He turned his head to look at a corner of the crystal palace. The 9-turn demigod Jian Wuji was currently clutching his divine sword, now dulled from slicing, his eyes rolled back, foam bubbling from his mouth, and his arms twitching violently.
I really can't cut anymore.
Even if pigs from all over the universe fell from the sky, it wouldn't be as exhausting as cutting up this black dragon. Sun Miao collapsed to the ground, his mind still echoing with the terrifying broth Chu Ci had just used for hot pot. A single drop splashed on the ground could probably reduce a ferocious beast to ashes. The leftover soup he had scooped out of the divine cauldron was bubbling with dark red toxic bubbles, mirroring his own despair. Meanwhile, Chu Ci, looking like an all-powerful boss brimming with energy, clapped his hands in satisfaction, declaring that today's hot pot staff meal was excellent and that he wouldn't mind ordering this kind of exciting takeout again. Sun Miao and Jian Wuji exchanged glances, their smiles on the verge of collapse, as large tears rolled down their faces. Who would dare come back for this? Their bodies were nearly drained dry. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Ci patted his stomach and solemnly announced that he was going out to reassure everyone. The immense energy within him was tightly sealed, lest anyone notice anything unusual. He looked in the mirror and saw his hair drenched and his face flushed as if he had just emerged from an oven, looking nothing like a critically ill patient. A sudden idea struck him. He forced out a mouthful of black dragon essence blood, held it in his mouth, and deliberately adjusted his breathing to appear as if he were on the verge of death. With trembling hands, he pushed a wheelchair and slowly made his way outside. At that moment, outside the Crystal Palace, an army of 100,000 soldiers, the supreme commander, and all the prodigies, including Lin Xingyue, had been kneeling on the ground for 3 hours. They had cried until their voices were hoarse, their hearts filled with despair. The supreme commander was on the brink of collapse, suspecting that Chu Ci might not make it. Lin Xingyue was still holding on, shouting that no one was allowed to say Chu Ci would die, but her tears and trembling had already betrayed her inner fear. The air was frozen, and everyone seemed to be suffocating. Just then, the grand doors finally creaked open, slowly and laboriously, leaving a narrow gap. In that instant, the entire scene fell silent, and 100,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on the crack in the door. As it opened wider, a wave of heat mixed with a strong spicy aroma and white mist wafted out. Originally the scent of hot pot, to the soldiers, it seemed like the breath of life and death blowing out from the depths of hell. Amid the hot mist, Chu Ci's frail figure quietly appeared in everyone's view. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, and his face was unnaturally red. What tugged at everyone's heartstrings the most were the beads of sweat on his forehead and neck, as if he had used up every last ounce of strength to hold on. Lin Xingyue rushed forward and hugged Chu Ci tightly, her tears gushing out uncontrollably. "You're alive! You really made it!" Her voice trembled, as if the entire world had suddenly brightened. Cough, cough. Xingyue, not so tight. Chu Ci feigned extreme weakness, swallowing the black dragon essence blood and letting a trace of fresh blood deliberately trickle from the corner of his mouth, making him look as if he were on the brink of death. His voice was feeble to the extreme. I made it through. That curse and heavenly fire were so cruel. It felt like my soul was thrown into a frying pan and fried 10,000 times. As he spoke, he tried his best to appear in pain, his sweat dripping onto Lin Xingyue's hands. At that moment, the entire army and the generals could no longer hold back. General Oldly pounded his chest and wailed, "Look at him! God Chu is sweating from the pain. This isn't ordinary sweat, this is the blood and sweat squeezed out as his very soul was nearly burned away." Another general joined in, crying, "The redness on his face isn't blood, it's the last remnants of his life force burning out." Everyone began speaking at once, deeply moved. The 100,000 soldiers stood up, using their war blades as drumsticks, pounding their chests fiercely, their shouts shaking the entire space, "God Chu, may you live forever." This was the highest respect and gratitude soldiers could offer to the hero in their hearts. Inside the Crystal Palace, Sun Miao was still collapsed, repeatedly recalling how he had almost lost his soul to the hot pot earlier. Seeing all the soldiers worshipping Chu Ci with such reverence, he was left speechless. He knew that at this moment, Chu Ci had become a miracle in the hearts of countless people. Sun Miao's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees at the doorway, his knees hitting the floor heavily. He looked up in despair at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, letting out the most humiliating wail of his life. "This is just too absurd. I was the one sweating buckets from eating that insanely spicy butter hot pot, my sweat practically dripping oil. What's this about being fried in an oil pot 10,000 times? I was just dipping black dragon meat rolls in the pot, exhaling steam and shouting how great it was. I was practically floating, okay? These people, they can't see the truth. Can't you smell the hot pot aroma on me? There's even a hint of cumin and chile. It's like a hot pot restaurant was moved right here. But now, the entire world had fallen into a frenzy of overactive imagination. No one truly cared about the strange aroma lingering in the air. Even if someone noticed it, they would, like that so-called medical expert, imagine it as the ultimate divine fragrance emitted when the remains of a deity burned. As the crowd wept bitterly, Sun Miao's chief disciple, the renowned medical sage, rushed into the Crystal Palace with several top doctors, ready to examine the scene. Quick! Get in there and see what kind of heaven-defying formation Chu the Great used to subdue the true god. They burst through the door and immediately saw the massive cauldron placed in the center. Inside, dark red bubbles rose, accompanied by an incredibly strong and peculiar aroma. It was the hot pot broth Chu Ci had just used, mixed with various divine medicines, black and red, steaming hot. Thud! The medical sage fell to his knees before the cauldron of creation, his eyes shining, his entire body trembling with excitement. Commander! Master! A major breakthrough! An earth-shattering discovery! He dashed out the door like a madman, holding a test tube filled with hot pot broth high above his head, shouting at the top of his lungs, "This is holy liquid! The holy liquid of rebirth and nirvana!" The medical sage pointed at the bright red test tube, so excited he could barely form coherent sentences. Chu the Great not only suppressed the true God with his soul but also, in extreme agony, boiled the true God's flesh and marrow with the most precious divine medicines into a pot of unparalleled holy liquid that defies the heavens. I just took one whiff of the broth's aroma, and the bottleneck I'd been stuck at for 30 years actually loosened. Boom! The entire crowd erupted like a bomb dropped into water. What? The Supreme Commander rushed over, staring intently at the red liquid in the test tube that smelled like butter hot pot, his eyes turning red. It's true, Commander. The medical sage wept as he knelt before Chu Ci's wheelchair. Chu the Great, even in your severely injured state, you endured unimaginable pain to brew this holy liquid for the Dragon Nation. This is to elevate the nation to new heights. Chu Ci slumped in his wheelchair, watching the doctors treat his leftover hot pot broth as a priceless treasure. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Oh my God, have they all gone mad? That broth was just my leftovers. And you're telling me just smelling it can help you break through your bottleneck? But then again, it was a broth made from the flesh of a 10,000-year-old deity and dozens of divine medicines. Forget you guys, even a pig would ascend to heaven after drinking a bowl. Chu Ci stifled his laughter with all his might, forcing himself to speak in a weak yet resolute voice. Cough, cough. As long as the nation needs it, even if it means exhausting myself, I am willing. Distribute that pot of holy liquid to the soldiers so they can replenish their strength. Chu the Great! We are not worthy! 100,000 soldiers fell to their knees, crying so hard they could barely breathe. Many were so moved that they carved Chu Ci's name into their bodies with their blades. At the threshold, Sun Miao and Jian Wuji exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with despair. Jian Wuji stared blankly at the bottle of hot pot base that had been treated as a sacred treasure and said bitterly, "Old son, I thought I was invincible in this world my whole life. Today, I finally understand I'm not even worthy to compare to the leftover broth he used." Sun Miao bit the back of his hand, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. "Elder Jian, please stop. If the entire army finds out that the holy liquid they revere as divine is actually the broth he just used to cook tripe, the whole world might collapse from the loss of faith and completely lose their minds." At the climax of this tragic yet absurd holy liquid distribution ceremony, the black clouds that had dissipated after the fall of the black dragon god suddenly began to gather across the global atmosphere at an even more frenzied pace. Gravity went haywire, and debris shot into the sky. Alert! Ultimate alert! The communication equipment in the command center exploded on the spot. The Supreme Commander, pale-faced, looked up at the sky. On the massive projection screen, a terrifying scene unfolded, as if the apocalypse had arrived. "Commander! Something catastrophic has happened." The intelligence officer's face was filled with despair, his voice trembling. The fall of the Black Dragon God has opened all 19 layers of the abyss. A new danger zone has appeared in the center of the Pacific Ocean, now called the Ultimate Abyss, the Divine Burial Ground. The aura there is far stronger than that of true gods, it's the pressure of ancient gods. The moment the words ancient god-level pressure were spoken, everyone present, including the demigod Jian Wuji, who dared to challenge the heavens, felt as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar, their souls completely frozen. A true god could already overturn the world, what about an ancient god? That was a monster capable of rewriting the very rules of the universe. But just as everyone was gripped by terror and despair, feeling as though their lives were reaching their final chapter, Chu Ci, the terminally ill patient sitting in a wheelchair, had an unexpectedly intense reaction. Hearing phrases like 19 layers of the abyss unlocked, ancient god-level pressure, and new dimensional forbidden zone, the weakest person in the room began trembling violently, his breathing growing alarmingly heavy. What the hell? A 19-layer abyss combo? An ancient god-level buffet? And a brand new adventure map? Chu Ci's eyes suddenly widened, and in his clear pupils, a light more fervent than a cosmic supernova began to shine. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from on the brink of death to battle maniac. Xingyue! Quickly! Push me to the Pacific Ocean, he roared, his voice so loud and powerful that it cracked the ice walls of the Crystal Palace. I'm going to cough cough, save the universe. Chu Ci's words echoed throughout the massive Crystal Palace. The army of 100,000, the supreme commander, Lin Xingyue, and the 8-turned divine physician all froze in place, the atmosphere grinding to a halt. Just a moment ago, this man had been so weak he could barely keep his eyes open. How had he suddenly erupted with such energy, as if he'd been injected with adrenaline? His transformation was faster than flipping a page in a book. Lin Xingyue stared blankly at Chu Ci, who was gripping the wheelchair handles with eyes so bright they were almost blinding. She was completely dumbfounded. Have you recovered? As the air grew so tense it felt like it might shatter, Chu Ci's mind raced at lightning speed. Damn! I got too excited and almost blew my cover, almost ruined my act. I can't let anyone know I can actually move, and I definitely can't let them think I'm faking it. How else am I supposed to live a carefree life of freeloading in the future? In an instant, countless crisis management plans flashed through Chu Ci's mind. He immediately forced his internal energy to create a top-tier illusion. Bleg! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chu Ci suddenly tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, tinged with an unnaturally spicy hue, leaving everyone stunned. His body slumped back into the wheelchair as if his soul had been drained. The wheelchair, perfectly in sync with his performance, creaked ominously, as though it might fall apart at any moment. Brother Chu Ci! Lin Xingyue broke down on the spot, crying out in anguish. Quick! Divine Physician's son, why is Chu Guosher suddenly vomiting so much blood? The Supreme Commander rushed over, panic written all over his face. The Divine Doctor Sun Miao, huddled in the corner, was almost scared out of his wits by Chu Ci's actions. The intense smell of hot pot nearly knocked him out, but he steadied his mind, bit the tip of his tongue, and forced out 2 streams of tears. Enduring the humiliation, Sun Miao threw himself into the act and shouted deeply, "This is the final radiance of life before death." Pointing at the frail and nearly lifeless Chu Ci, he cried out with tears streaming down his face, "Do you think he's recovered?" Wrong. Completely wrong. He heard that Blue Star is about to be destroyed by the ancient gods, and because his heart is tied to the fate of the world, he forcibly burned the last of his life force to shout, "I must go to the Pacific to save the universe." That mouthful of blood is the ashes left after his soul burned out. He is using his shattered life to make a final stand against the ancient gods. The entire scene froze for 3 seconds, then erupted. God Chu! General Oldley burst into tears, falling to his knees so hard that the ice cracked beneath him. Chu Ci, who should have been lying on his deathbed, had suddenly sat up. He did all this for the Dragon Nation, even knowing that this mission was a death sentence. The entire atmosphere was imbued with an irresistible heroic aura. His body was so weak that he could barely stand, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to fight the enemy in the Pacific. At this moment, countless healthy individuals suddenly felt utterly ashamed because compared to him, their courage was insignificant.
99 of the top geniuses were moved to the extreme. They drew their weapons and slashed deep wounds into their arms, swearing with their blood to follow Chu Ci and fight to the end. We swear to live and die with God Chu, even if it means shedding our last drop of blood. Online, billions of viewers were in tears, many crying so hard they nearly fainted. It seemed as if the entire world was ignited by Chu Ci's courage at that moment. He knew full well that this journey was fraught with peril, yet he relied on sheer willpower, clinging to his last breath, to stake everything on saving humanity. This kind of heroism drove everyone mad with admiration. Sitting in his wheelchair, Chu Ci looked frail, his eyes closed. He seemed on the verge of collapse, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, smug smile. Brother Sun, if you don't run for an Oscar, it would be the greatest loss to the global film industry. With the atmosphere this intense, I have to arrange for a Pacific seafood buffet today. Cough, cough. Qing Yue. Chu Ci painfully raised his hand, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Don't worry about me. Distribute the holy liquid to everyone, then push me to the Pacific. Even if I die, I want to fall on the path of the charge. Brother Chu Ci, you can't die. Lin Qingyue completely broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. She suddenly turned to the divine doctor distributing hot pot base, screaming hysterically, "Hurry, distribute all the holy liquid. Drink it all, and charge to the Pacific with my husband." 100,000 troops erupted in a roar that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, outside the Crystal Palace, a holy liquid ceremony unfolded, more absurd than any ritual in Earth's history, yet more blood-pumping. The highest commander, several generals from the military, and 99 top geniuses all respectfully held a small jade cup. Inside the cups was a dark red, bubbling liquid with an extremely strong aroma, a sacred drink that was, in reality, nothing more than diluted, insanely spicy black dragon hot pot base. Everyone! This holy liquid was brewed by God Chu with his life and soul. The highest commander, tears streaming down his face, raised the jade cup high and shouted hoarsely, "Drink this holy liquid, follow God Chu, and head to the Pacific to destroy the enemy." 100,000 soldiers tilted their heads back and drank it all in one gulp. Soon, everyone's faces turned an unusually bright red, their expressions twisted. Tears and snot poured down like fountains, and some even had steam coming out of their ears. This holy liquid has a burning sensation of pain. Zhao Lei, a genius who couldn't handle the spiciness, rolled on the ground, his tongue sticking out long, drooling and crying uncontrollably. My goodness, this is insanely spicy and torturous. My stomach feels like it's being slashed by knives. But then, something shocking happened. Just as everyone was crying out from the unbearable spiciness, dazzling beams of breakthrough light erupted one after another among the 100,000-strong army. The highest commander's bottleneck of 10 years was suddenly shattered in one go. All the geniuses leveled up as well. I really broke through. General Oldley, tears streaming down his face, knelt down in the direction of Chu Ci, his swollen lips so deformed they barely moved. Commander, did you feel it? That heart-wrenching, fire-like pain when the holy liquid entered our mouths, that's the suffering Chu God endured while brewing the holy liquid. Chu God not only passed his power to us but also deliberately let us experience a fraction of his pain. It's to make us forever remember today's humiliation and hatred. Oldley cried his heart out. It hurt so much. Just how much torment did Chu God endure? Everyone was moved by his words, gasping in pain while sobbing uncontrollably in excitement. Chu God is so great. We will never retreat and swear to die alongside Chu God. At this moment, Principal Jin Wuji and Sun Miao stood to the side, watching the 100,000 people, who were in utter misery from the spiciness yet still desperately worshipping Chu Ci, with speechless expressions. Jin Wuji looked utterly hopeless, crushing the empty medicine bottle in his hand into powder. Old son, do you call this pain? To hell with that, it's clearly the most extreme chili mixed with magic flame fruit as the base. Sun Miao's face was full of helplessness. These people are crying from the spiciness and still manage to rationalize it as experiencing Chu God's pain? This world is beyond saving. Sun Miao's gaze turned completely blank. Old Jian, at this point, even if Chu God pooped and called it an elixir, these people would believe it's good for their health. We might as well head to the Pacific and see how he eats seafood.
Half an hour later, humanity's highest-level military operation officially commenced. Everyone regarded Chu Ci as the last hope of humanity, escorting him all the way to the Pacific battlefield. This time, the Dragon Nation's military was playing for real. They directly deployed the nation's trump card, the unimaginable SSS-class floating fortress, Titan's Heart. To put it simply, it was a super fortress capable of flying in the sky, so massive it was like an entire medium-sized city had taken to the air. In the deepest, safest, and most fortified part of this colossal fortress, there was only one item placed. Yes, it was none other than Chu Ci's creaky, golden leaf-adorned divine wooden wheelchair. At this moment, Chu Ci appeared particularly frail, slumped in the wheelchair, covered in blankets made from the pelts of legendary beasts, looking like a lamb awaiting slaughter. But don't be fooled, his inner resolve was anything but weak. Lin Xingyue, gripping the legendary divine sword, stayed by Chu Ci's side without taking a single step away, her eyes scanning every corner vigilantly. The outer layers of the fortress were filled with elite guards. 100,000 soldiers, all having just downed the extreme spicy holy liquid, were flushed red and brimming with explosive combat power. The atmosphere was on the verge of ignition. Suddenly, Titan's Heart, relying on its unimaginable spatial jump capabilities, descended directly into the center of the Pacific Ocean. The temperature seemed to drop, and even the seawater turned as black as ink. At that moment, dozens of massive, distorted spatial rifts appeared in the sky. These rifts seemed to exude an overwhelming, soul-shaking pressure, as if terrifying creatures from another universe were about to emerge. A sea bubble with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters rose from the ocean, leaving people around the world speechless as they watched on their screens. Then, a monster larger than half the Pacific Ocean slowly crawled out of the abyss. It was a sea monster so massive it filled the entire field of vision, covered in countless tentacles, each thicker than a skyscraper, bristling with barbs and terrifying eyeballs. This was the legendary ancient god-class abyssal calamity sea kraken. With a casual flick of its tentacle, the Earth's oceans instantly rose by 1,000 meters, and coastal cities were met with apocalyptic tsunamis. Powerless mortals. The creature spoke without using its mouth, its voice piercing directly into the soul like a scream. The fortress's energy shields trembled, and many lower-ranked soldiers collapsed, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Blue Star will become the new granary for our great Cthulhu divine race. It seemed to regard humanity as utterly insignificant. The high-ranking generals all turned pale, their courage drained by the scene before them. Yet deep within the Titan's heart, Chu Ci still sat in his wheelchair. While others were on the verge of losing their minds, his eyes suddenly lit up as if they were about to unleash 2 new suns. My God, what kind of monstrous seafood is this? A god-tier octopus? If I could slice it up for sushi, dip it in wasabi, how incredible would that taste? Chu Ci was so excited he nearly drooled. He mustered his strength to pat the armrest of his wheelchair, seemingly fragile yet carrying an inexplicable seriousness and resolve, as he extended a pale hand. Xingyue. Commander. Amid the soul-crushing terror, Chu Ci's voice was barely audible but surprisingly firm. This creature's tentacles carry a curse that drives people mad. If it descends upon Earth, we're finished. Push me to the front line, he said, his expression not one of fear but of determination. Today, even if this body collapses completely, I will swallow its tentacles one by one and seal them all inside my stomach. At that moment, deep in the Pacific Ocean, the entire world held its breath. Countless sinister tentacles writhed, dripping black slime that could corrode space and drive even the strongest humans into paralysis and madness with just a single drop. Humans, surrender your sanity and become my fodder. The sea monsters will crush everyone's spirit. Even within the Titan fortress, many super soldiers couldn't withstand the mental assault, vomiting blood and collapsing. Everyone felt that hope had been utterly extinguished. This mental attack was simply insurmountable. The military's highest commander shouted in despair, "Protect Chu Ci. Forget about us, we'll cover the retreat." But Chu Ci sighed softly, his broken smile carrying a hint of resignation. Retreat? To where? Who's retreating? He steadied himself in his wheelchair, staring at the monstrous octopus with a gaze that was greedy and fervent, like a top chef about to savor a divine delicacy.
In a low voice, he said, "Next, let me show you what it means to be Blue Star's ultimate foodie." With one swift motion, Chu Ci's blade sliced cleanly, leaving no trace of filth behind. All that remained were pieces of deep-sea sashimi, delicate as jade and crystal clear. The parasitic eyeballs and eerie black sludge that had clung to the tentacles were peeled away layer by layer, like onion skins, leaving not a speck behind. Silence. A deathly silence. The soldiers on Titan's fortress stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the most unbelievable magic show in the world. They even forgot to breathe. The entity that had just threatened to destroy the Pacific now looked like a drenched chicken, completely reduced to sushi ingredients by an unassuming little scalpel. The ancient sea monster froze. Thousands of eyeballs spun wildly, filled with terror, rage, and unwillingness, tearing at the void. Impossible. You're using nothing but a human's pathetic knife. The world shouldn't be like this. Chu Ci grinned, his tone casual, like a seasoned gourmand unfazed by the heavens falling. Stop shouting. Eating something fresh will improve your mood. Just relax and be my dinner. He waved his hand, and the massive dark gold net spanning the Pacific slowly tightened, lifting the sliced tentacles piece by piece into the sky. The air was filled with an intoxicating aroma of gourmet food, making everyone involuntarily swallow their saliva. Lin Xingyue's eyes widened, her body trembling, her voice hoarse. This is the legendary divine culinary skill? Zhao Lei and Xiao Yan were completely stunned, their minds muddled as if filled with paste. They had thought that Chu Ci was merely putting on a brave front. Little did they expect that this guy would trample myths underfoot and turn a monster into a sashimi feast. The crowd erupted in an uproar, their morale soaring to the extreme. God Chu, mighty and invincible. With you, Blue Star needs no ancient gods. At that moment, the ancient sea god went berserk. It roared in fury, and the remaining thick tentacles lashed out simultaneously, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if the entire space was about to shatter. But Chu Ci remained utterly unperturbed. He even took a moment to lick the grease off his hand, as if savoring a top-tier delicacy. No rush, the next dish will be ready soon. His tone was so casual, it was as if he had just gotten up from the couch to grab a soda from the fridge. With a flick of his index finger, that ordinary little scalpel once again sliced through the void. Silently and effortlessly, all the frenzied tentacles of the ancient god were severed without a trace. Each piece of tentacle meat looked as if it had been prepared by a master chef, free of any impurities, offering only the most perfect texture and the ultimate freshness. The ancient sea god let out a shrill, despairing scream, its voice filled with terror. "You, what kind of monster are you?" Chu Ci lazily leaned back in his wheelchair, a cocky grin spreading across his face. "I'm just an ordinary person. But today, I'll be your head chef." Above the Pacific Ocean, tens of thousands of people were dumbfounded. For the first time, humanity on Blue Star realized that when faced with the invincible terror of the ancient gods, they no longer needed to pray for miracles, because Chu Ci himself was the greatest miracle. Soldiers roared hoarsely, their eyes brimming with unprecedented confidence and fervor. In that moment, all fear and despair were utterly torn apart. As long as Chu Ci was there, Blue Star had a future. In that instant, a sharp white light streaked across the sky, slicing through the massive tentacles with unparalleled precision. The fragments disintegrated into countless tiny particles in midair, like cosmic dust, blown away without a trace by the wind. And the true miracle was just beginning. The once translucent, pinkish, top-grade octopus meat was being sliced at an astonishing speed under the manipulation of the white light, 10,000 cuts per millisecond. Each slice was uniformly thin, almost just 1 millimeter thick, so perfect it was hard to believe it was real. On the table before them, a miniature mountain of the finest ancient god octopus sashimi had already piled up. Under the protection of divine power, these sashimi slices seemed to be held aloft by invisible hands, obediently lining up and floating down onto the frosty table in front of Chu Ci. That ice table had been unconsciously created by Lin Xingyue in her shock. The entire process took less than half a second. The tentacles, originally tens of thousands of meters long, were now reduced to paper-thin slices of sashimi on the ice table, exuding a refreshing and tantalizing seafood aroma. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. It was as if the entire world had paused above the Pacific Ocean.
Even the terrifying ancient sea gods forgot their pain, their eyes fixated on the table of sashimi, their minds momentarily short-circuited, unable to believe that their tentacles had been turned into gourmet food. On the Star Fortress, everyone is supreme commanders, over a dozen generals, and 99 prodigies stood frozen in shock. Their jaws practically shattered the metal floor beneath them, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How is this even possible? Zhao Lei was utterly dumbfounded, trembling as he pointed at the mountain of meat. Using a small surgical scalpel to slice the ancient god's tentacles into such uniformly thin slices, even the plating is flawless? Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the stage, the two elderly members of the Playing Dead Alliance, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao, were huddled together, trembling like a washboard. Jian Wuji clutched his beard, tears streaming down his face, as if witnessing the final scene of his life. "Old son, I told you long ago, he didn't come to save the world. This guy came for an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet." Sun Miao nodded vigorously. "Look at that knife work. How is this medical skill? If this isn't the result of a top sushi chef practicing for 50 years, I won't believe it." While everyone was questioning their reality, Chu Ci became the center of attention. Supporting himself on his wheelchair, he struggled to steady his frail body, staring at the mountain of sashimi in front of him, nearly drooling all over himself. Inside, Chu Ci had already unlocked a new mental chapter. "This smells amazing. For an ancient god-level sea monster like this, only the purest raw consumption can bring out the ultimate freshness and springiness." But he knew he had to put on a show. With trembling hands, he pulled out two small bottles from his chest, one containing a jade-green paste, ultra-spicy purified wasabi, and the other a black liquid, premium squid ink soy sauce extracted from tentacle skin. Lin Xingyue was completely dumbfounded, even forgetting the unscientific knife skills from earlier. "Brother Chu Ci, what is this?" Chu Ci struck a tragic pose, as if a martyr heading to the gallows, forcing a smile at the corner of his mouth. His voice was low and sorrowful. "Xingyue, these two things were prescribed by Divine Dr. Sun for me: soul-sealing fatal powder, wasabi, and bone-melting heart-eating liquid, soy sauce. The contamination of this ancient god's flesh is too strong. If I don't consume these extreme poisons with it, the will within the meat will immediately revive and explode my body." As he spoke, he used his trembling hand to pick up a thick slice of sashimi, dipped it generously in the squid ink soy sauce, and then smeared a massive dollop of green wasabi on top. Chu Ci's inner monologue: eating seafood without wasabi, now that's the real adventure. Today, I'm going all out. On the high platform, the Supreme Commander instantly lost it. Hearing the names of the poisons, his face turned pale, and he rushed forward like a madman to stop him. "No! God Chu, you absolutely cannot eat this. This poison is enough to kill a deity. With your current condition, one bite will surely kill you." Chu Ci shook off the commander's hand, his expression resolute and his voice particularly tragic. "Commander, for the Dragon Nation, I must eat this." With that, he directly threw the sashimi, coated in wasabi and soy sauce, into his mouth. "Ah woo!" Chomp chomp. The next second, alarms blared in his mind. "Warning! The host is consuming top-tier flesh of an ancient god-level sea monster. Soul contamination is invading at high speed. Reversal system operating at full capacity. Extreme twisted madness transformed into ultimate soul massage. Passive ability acquired: ancient god will, no method can hypnotize or control you. Vitality skyrocketing plus 10 billion. Plus 10 billion. With one bite, the elasticity and umami of the premium ancient god octopus meat completely. Chu Ci swallowed it in one gulp, and the stimulating wasabi exploded in his mouth like a fireworks show. But that was just the beginning. The wasabi he had just dipped wasn't an ordinary condiment, it was extreme wasabi purified from a true god-level abyssal mandrake, comparable to a soul bomb. The next second, he felt an unstoppable spiciness shoot straight through his nasal cavity to his brain, like a bullet piercing his skull. Chu Ci gasped sharply, and even his body, known as a mobile black hole for its resilience, was forced to bow under this unimaginable spicy assault. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, tears uncontrollably streaming down like rain. His nose turned red from the wasabi's assault, and his entire face twisted into an exaggerated expression of pain and ferocity from the overwhelming sensation.
Ugh, cough cough cough.
He almost burst out laughing, clutching his mouth tightly to hold it in, but the tears still betrayed him, flowing down relentlessly. In the eyes of everyone present, this scene completely shattered the last line of defense in their hearts.
God, Chu is crying.
General Old Li's emotions completely collapsed as he howled loudly, pointing at Chu Ci. Did you see that? This is the pinnacle of true pain.
That feeling is even more terrifying than melting steel. He ate the flesh of an ancient god. He even swallowed two kinds of unparalleled deadly poisons together.
Those three forces capable of destroying the universe are tearing his soul apart in his stomach. Iron-willed Chu Ci actually shed tears this time. He's never cried before in the face of true purgatory flames. A strong figure in the army was already incoherent.
Brother Chu Ci.
Lin Qingyue suddenly knelt beside him, clutching Chu Ci's leg tightly, crying until her voice was hoarse.
Spit it out. Please don't eat it. We'd rather the world be destroyed than see you endure this torment worse than hell.
At that moment, the entire army of 100,000 soldiers and 99 geniuses dropped their weapons, all kneeling on the deck, covering their faces and weeping. The wails on site even echoed across the Pacific Ocean. They felt like a group of useless people who could only watch a hero descend into hell. Meanwhile, billions of people online were watching the screen, where the white-clad young man with red-rimmed eyes and tears streaming down his face appeared. Countless people fainted from crying on the spot, and emergency hotlines worldwide were overwhelmed. Amid the desperate cries, only in the corner, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao mechanically turned their heads to look at each other, their faces full of fear and despair. Sun Miao's hands were trembling as he struggled to speak. Old Jian, look at Chu Ci's expression and the green paste in his hand. I think he's not making some soul-sealing death powder at all, he's clearly squeezing out a massive lump of ultra-spicy wasabi for himself. Jian Wuji closed his eyes in pain, tears streaming down. Old son, stop talking. I can already imagine the scene where he's shedding bloody tears while clearing that mountain of sashimi. Sure enough, Chu Ci struggled to swallow the first bite. The suffocating spiciness of the wasabi finally passed, and he felt his whole body clear, ecstatic. He screamed inwardly, so satisfying. This is the taste. Sashimi paired with top-grade wasabi is simply the ultimate enjoyment in the universe. At this moment, while others saw him as full of pain, his own eyes were shining as he looked at the mountain of sashimi before him and the ancient god sea monster trembling above him. Pretending to be weak but resolute, he picked up another large handful of sashimi, dipped it generously in wasabi, and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating and shedding tears, he managed to rasp out, Xingyue. Commander, don't cry. His voice was low and solemn, as if bidding farewell to life, yet carried an unyielding spirit. As long as I, Chu Ci, am alive, this ancient god, its tentacles, I will never let them go. He pointed his chopsticks at the giant octopus trembling in the sky. Hey! You up there, big octopus! After I finish this tentacle, bring over the one next to it that looks like teppanyaki. I'm going to take care of it too. The scene fell into dead silence. The ancient god sea monster, which had just been strutting around and laughing wildly, was now completely dumbfounded. For the first time, the thousands upon thousands of eyes on its body revealed an emotion erupting from the depths of its soul, ultimate fear. Chu Ci's extreme showdown with the ancient god had only just begun. The air seemed to freeze. The entire world plunged into an eerie, hair-raising silence. In the sky, the ancient god sea monster, which had just been arrogant enough to treat Earth as its buffet, now resembled a helpless little beast being targeted by a hunter. Its countless massive eyeballs were now filled with one emotion, a fear born from the soul's depths. It was as if it had just realized for the first time that it wasn't only a hunter but could also become prey. You, what kind of monster are you? The ancient god sea monster's voice was powerful enough to shatter stars, but at this moment, it carried tremors and terror. It could hardly believe its senses. My body contains billions of universes worth of malicious curses. And you dare to eat them directly? Dipping them in two kinds of green toxins even I find terrifying? You're crying and snotting from the spiciness, yet your eyes still show a greedy hunger. What's wrong with you? The ancient god sea monster was utterly collapsing. It had lived through countless eras, destroyed innumerable worlds, witnessed brave resistance, and seen people collapse on the spot, crying and begging for mercy. But it had never encountered someone who, while crying and eating, still wanted seconds, a complete lunatic. That tiny scalpel in the eyes of the sea monster was 1,000 times more terrifying than any divine artifact. Madman. This planet is full of madmen. I can't handle this anymore. I'm going back to the abyss to hide. All the humans were stunned. Who could have imagined that an ancient godlike behemoth, large enough to blot out the sky, would suddenly scream like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on, frantically retract all its tentacles, and desperately dive into the abyssal rift that had torn through the Pacific Ocean. It really wanted to escape. An ancient god, scared off by a human sitting in a wheelchair, eating sashimi, and forced to flee in terror. Commander! Look! That monster, it's trying to run away. On the Titan fortress, Oldly ran frantically to the Supreme Commander, pointing to the sky, his voice cracking. The Supreme Commander looked up, only to see the massive octopus abandoning all dignity, desperately squeezing itself into the rift, its enormous rear end getting deformed in the process. The scene was more shocking than any comedy film. At this moment, Chu Ci, sitting in his wheelchair, had eyes reddened from the spiciness. Seeing this top-grade squid trying to escape, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Damn it! My grilled squid is trying to run away? You've whetted my appetite, and now you want to leave? Did you ask me and my knife for permission? Even if the tires on my wheelchair catch fire, you're not leaving my grill today. He roared internally, but outwardly he put on a desperate act. He slammed the armrest of his wheelchair, suppressing his weakness, and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly tragic. Xingyue, Commander, we can't let it return to the abyss. If it fully recovers and comes back next time, we'll have no chance of winning. Today, no matter how much life I have left, I will ensure it stays on Earth forever. I will use my life to seal it here, never to rise again. His impassioned words, paired with his blood-spitting act, ignited the emotions of the 100,000-strong army. Men and women alike were moved to tears. Brother Chu Ci. No! Lin Xingyue cried her heart out, trying to stop him. But Chu Ci couldn't wait any longer, because he was simply too hungry. He weakly pulled out a seemingly ordinary but crucial little item from his pocket, an infrared medical heat lamp. In Chu Ci's eyes, there was a madness and determination that only a top-tier foodie could possess. Alright, ancient god seafood, today you're going to experience a 360-degree, all-encompassing high-temperature disinfection. Beginner skill infrared sterilization therapy. This ancient god patient truly requires a special treatment plan. As he spoke, he activated the heat lamp without hesitation. A system notification exploded in his mind warning. Host has used the basic medical skill infrared sterilization therapy on the fleeing ancient god. Host's vitality has skyrocketed. Foodie obsession has reached the highest universal priority level. System operating at maximum capacity, Starry Sky Canteen mode activated. Basic infrared sterilization function upgraded to Divine Judgment Cosmic Teppanyaki Formation. Forcefully altering the physical laws of the Pacific Ocean, transforming a 10,000-mile radius into an absolute vacuum high-temperature roasting zone. A sizzling sound erupted, szzzzz. It was as if the entire universe had been thrown into a frying pan. Billions of people stared wide-eyed as the black waters in the center of the Pacific Ocean, spanning 10,000 miles, were instantly evaporated in less than a second. In their place was an unimaginably massive, dark gold flaming cosmic-grade iron plate. The ancient sea monster, half of its body already in the rift, let out a blood-curdling scream beyond human comprehension. In that instant, the mysterious flames erupting from the cosmic iron plate forcibly sealed the abyssal rift shut. Its thousands upon thousands of massive tentacles were firmly pinned to the scorching hot steel plate by an irresistible and terrifying force, unable to move. Immediately after, the sizzling sound of grilling meat filled the air. An overwhelmingly rich aroma swept across the entire blue star, making people so hungry they wished they could swallow their tongues on the spot. This scent was more effective than any high-end cuisine. It was practically a cosmic-level teppanyaki octopus feast. My God, this smells incredible. Among the 100,000 soldiers, someone couldn't hold back and audibly gulped. The Supreme Commander was stunned.
He sniffed the aroma deeply, his mind racing. This smell was 1,000 times more enticing than all the luxurious banquets he'd ever attended combined. This was an ancient god, yet it had been grilled to smell like street food squid? This world was becoming increasingly absurd. On his wheelchair, Chu Ci was staring at the ancient god octopus on the steel plate, writhing madly as it turned golden and oozed oil under the heat. He couldn't help but gulp desperately. He knew the dish was missing one final, crucial step. Chu Ci reached into his chest pocket and, with difficulty, pulled out 2 massive packets of seasoning. Looking at the packets in his hands, he put on a solemn expression, his voice trembling slightly. Dr. Sun, these are your ultimate secret recipes for dealing with the resentment of ancient gods, bone-crushing soul corrosion powder and 9 hells gut-wrenching red. Today, I'll rely on them to send this ancient god on its final journey. With that, he unhesitatingly scattered the 2 large packets of seasoning into the wind. Whoosh, the seasonings, like a golden sandstorm, completely covered the sizzling, oil-dripping ancient god octopus. In the air, the rich aroma of cumin and the spicy kick of chili instantly fused with the meaty scent of the sea monster, turning the Earth's entire atmosphere into a tantalizing golden haze. Meanwhile, in the farthest corner of the crowd, the 9-turn medicine god Sun Miao nearly fainted. Clutching his chest, he squatted on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The old headmaster Jian Wuji pressed down hard on his shoulder, tears almost streaming down his face. Old Sun, when did you ever give him those medicinal powders? Sun Miao's eyes rolled back, foam forming at his mouth as he gritted his teeth and growled, give him what? Those were top-grade cumin and ghost peppers I just received yesterday, and he snatched them to use for barbecue. This brat not only grills ancient gods but also brings his own barbecue seasonings. My reputation is ruined. While the 2 old men were losing their minds, General Li on the Titan Star Fortress suddenly let out an enraged roar. Inhaling the soul-stirring aroma, he saw Chu Ci scattering the seasonings and finally broke down with a thud. He knelt on the ground, pointing at the iron plate array in the sky, tears streaming down his face. This is absolutely a miracle from the heavens. Can't you smell it? That's not an ordinary aroma, it's the scent of a cosmic divine elixir crafted by Chu God with his very soul. The poison he scattered is actually the ultimate divine medicine. He's turning this ancient god into a legendary divine elixir to protect our world. Chu God. You're using your own life to refine the elixir. The scene erupted into uncontrollable sobbing. Brother, come back. Lin Qingyue collapsed to the ground in tears. The 100,000 soldiers raised their war blades, striking their chests with the flat of their swords, tears streaming as they chanted, National Hero. Saint refining the elixir. Heaven bless us. Amidst the sea of tears, a sudden crisp sound of crunch crunch, munch munch broke out. The crowd turned their heads to see Chu Ci, already having dismantled the massive ancient god octopus into 8 glowing, cumin-scented pieces of top-tier grilled squid. He was taking big bites, tears streaming down his face from the spiciness. Zhao Lei cried as he shouted, Chu God isn't just refining the divine elixir, he's personally tasting this god-level elixir infused with curses. The entire scene collectively fainted. A fountain of power surged wildly. At that moment, the system alarm in his mind exploded, warning. You are eating the ancient god-level grilled octopus tentacle, extra spicy and numbing edition, raw. Immediately after, even crazier news followed, the ancient god-level soul annihilation curse is fully invading. But the system remained utterly unflustered, countering with a godlike move, concept reversal system at full power, activate. In the next second, the once terrifying soul annihilation curse was completely reversed. Annihilation? Not a chance. It directly transformed into a universe-level dopamine surge. Not only that, Chu Ci instantly acquired a god-tier passive skill, everything is edible, eat to replenish, with all toxins and curses rendered completely ineffective. His vitality skyrocketed to 50 billion in an instant. His physical body leaped to become a supergalactic-level immortal form. Chu Ci let out a satisfied burp, the air filled with the aroma of cumin and chili. He looked down at the heartbroken soldiers, then at Lin Qingyue's unbelievably beautiful but tear-streaked face. Pretending to struggle, he casually tossed the remaining iron skewer in his hand aside, closed his eyes, and put on a heroic expression as if he had made a great sacrifice. Qingyue. Commander. Chu Ci's voice was weak yet full of emotion. I have completely refined the ancient god, but the curse of this divine pill is too terrifying. My internal organs have already been burned to ashes. With that, he tilted his head and skillfully collapsed onto the golden leaf-adorned wheelchair, as if about to slumber for 1,000 years. I really need to sleep now. This time, no one should wake me up. ZZZ. In truth, Chu Ci's inner thoughts were brutally honest. I'm seriously stuffed. I just finished sushi, and now I've had barbecue. This pot of ancient god seafood is killing me. I need to sleep for 3 days and nights to digest all this energy. Xingyue, my dear wife, push me home, and remember to set the air conditioning to 22 degrees. Thanks. Nu. As Chu Ci fell asleep, the entire Pacific Ocean, and even the whole earth, erupted in a wail of despair. Heart-wrenching cries echoed everywhere. Chu God. National mourning. Issue a global announcement immediately, declare the highest level of state funeral. The Supreme Commander spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the deck. The atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. 2 veteran generals, Sun Miao and Jian Wuji, clung to each other tightly, their eyes filled with despair. Old Sun, he actually fell asleep snoring after eating barbecue. Old Jian, get the stomach medicine ready. When this guy wakes up, he might just roast the entire earth into a seafood platter and eat it all. In the Dragon Nation's imperial capital, under the Lin Family Corporation, stood the globally renowned Absolute Zero Crystal Palace. It was no longer an intensive care unit but had been transformed into the largest and most solemn ultimate national mourning hall in history by the entire Dragon Nation and even the world. Snowflakes formed by top-tier ice magic drifted gently from the sky. Across the nation's 9.6 million square kilometers, air raid sirens wailed nonstop for 3 days and nights. A billion citizens donned white garments, kneeling and weeping in the streets, on the front lines, and in every corner of the cities, all facing the direction of the imperial capital. At the center of the Crystal Palace, the golden leaf-adorned wheelchair was revered as a divine artifact and placed to the side. Chu Ci lay quietly in a hollowed-out world tree trunk coffin, a supreme coffin worth enough to buy 10 nations. Draped over him was a national flag stained with the blood of heroes. His face was pale. In reality, he was in a deep sleep, and his breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, as if his soul was barely holding his body together. Lin Xingyue cried so much she couldn't stand, having not closed her eyes for 3 days and nights. Her gem-like eyes were swollen like walnuts, and even her SSS-level extreme cold constitution was nearly melted by her grief. Wake up, won't you? Didn't you say you were going to marry me? How could you lie to me? The Supreme Commander and all the generals, dressed in mourning attire, stood solemnly on either side. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as if the world had ended, each treating Chu Ci as their faith. At the front of the Grand Hall, on a high altar, stood a sculpture carved from the finest millennium-grade warm jade. On the altar, a treasure wrapped in golden silk was securely locked with top-tier restrictions. This was the remnant of the battle Chu Ci fought for his life in the Pacific Ocean, using an infrared grill and premium spices to refine an ancient god-level sea monster, a supreme divine pill of the ancient gods, which was, in fact, a leftover grilled octopus tentacle sprinkled with cumin that Chu Ci hadn't finished. General Oldley solemnly stepped forward, wearing the highest-grade antitoxic and anti-radiation gloves. His hands trembled as if electrified as he cautiously picked up the grilled octopus wrapped in yellow silk. This divine pill was forged by Chu God at the cost of his life. It carries an unfathomable divinity and an indescribable aroma. As he spoke, Oldley took a deep whiff of the grilled squid's fragrance, swallowed hard, and resisted the urge to take a bite. Smell it. How domineering. How tempting. This is undoubtedly the result of Chu God's skill, removing all impurities of the ancient god and leaving only the purest energy. The Supreme Commander, with tears in his eyes, nodded firmly. Oldley, this divine pill can elevate 10 top-tier warriors. This is a true miracle. This is our Dragon Nation's ultimate trump card. The commander's expression turned grave as he ordered those around him, offer this to the deepest part of the dragon vein. It must only be used when the nation is on the brink of destruction. No one is allowed to touch it otherwise.
But before his words had even settled, Lin Xingyue suddenly stood up. Once as cold as ice, she now resembled a sharp blade ready to cut down anything in its path, her killing intent so intense it seemed to freeze the air. Without hesitation, she rushed to the altar, snatched the cumin-scented divine pill into her arms, and shouted, "It must not be sealed. No one is taking it." The commander's face changed at her actions. "Xingyue, are you insane? That's Chu God's relic." Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face. "Precisely because it's something Chu Ci gave his life for, no one is allowed to take it. Divine Dr. Sun said this pill contains Chu Ci's blood and the vitality of the ancient god. Vitality, why can't it save his life? I will personally feed this pill to Chu Ci. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I'll pull him back from death." Her reasoning instantly awakened everyone present, and the atmosphere ignited in an instant. Yes, this was a true divine pill. Why couldn't it be used to save the one who created it? Even if it was just a slim chance, they couldn't give up so easily. Below the altar, 99 elite martial artists simultaneously drew their weapons, standing in front of Lin Xingyue with determination. "Whoever dares stop us from saving Chu God, will fight them to the death. The divine pill must be fed to Chu God." The Supreme Commander looked at everyone on and off the stage, then at Chu Ci lying lifeless in the coffin. He closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and then waved his hand. A desperate measure for a desperate situation. "Divine Dr. Sun, prepare to feed the pill." At this moment, Sun Miao, the nine-turn medicine god, was huddled in the most inconspicuous dark corner behind the divine wood coffin with the old headmaster, Jian Wuji. Hearing the order to feed the pill to Chu Ci, Sun Miao was so terrified he collapsed, his face turning ashen. He roared internally, "Are you all blind? Have your noses stopped working too? This is nothing but a piece of street-side barbecue sprinkled with chili and cumin powder. And you're actually going to treat it as a divine pill and feed it to a dead man? Could there be a more absurd medical malpractice in the world?" Clutching Jian Wuji's sleeve with trembling hands, he whispered in a panicked voice, "Old Jian, save me. If I really feed barbecue as a divine pill, when I die and go to hell, my ancestors will curse me 1,000 times over." Jian Wuji, on the other hand, wore a look of utter despair as he stared at the ceiling. Out of habit, he reached for a heart-saving pill, only to find the bottle empty. Left with no choice, he chewed on air and resignedly advised, "Old son, accept your fate. Just think of this grilled squid tentacle as a cumin-flavored resurrection pill." Anyway, Chu Ci has a big appetite. He dared to eat an ancient god raw, so a bit of cold barbecue as a midnight snack is nothing. Tens of thousands of people held their breath, their gazes filled with both hope and despair, all fixed on Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue held the barbecue in her hands, kneeling before the coffin, her voice choked with uncontrollable sobs as she whispered through her tears, "Brother Chu Ci, have a bite." She carefully tore off a small piece of the crispy, tender grilled meat coated with chili powder and cumin, her teary eyes fixed on the reddish hue on the surface. "This chili powder must represent the effort you put into refining elixirs, and this golden cumin is the mark left by the fire of your soul." Her voice grew increasingly choked. "You've suffered so much. This time, you must come back to life." With trembling hands, Lin Xingyue still managed to place the small piece of divine elixir into Chu Ci's dry, slightly parted lips. Meanwhile, inside the coffin, Chu Ci was in a deep sleep, digesting the feast he had consumed with 100 billion points of vitality. But as the familiar and enticing aroma of late-night barbecue wafted in, his taste buds reflexively awakened, his inner thoughts instantly reacting, "Huh? Isn't this the grilled squid tentacles I packed up last night in the Pacific and didn't finish? Who's giving me a midnight snack? And the chili and cumin ratio, it's absolutely perfect for my palate. Though it's a bit cold, the texture is still chewy and crisp." No matter how deep his sleep, Chu Ci's foodie instincts completely overpowered his rationality to play dead, munch, munch, gulp. The entire crowd of 10,000 stared wide-eyed at the coffin, their disbelief palpable. Some even forgot to breathe. Chu Ci, without anyone's assistance, chewed twice with his eyes closed and swallowed the piece of divine elixir, even instinctively licking his lips as if savoring the lingering taste of the delicacy. At that moment, his internal system sounded frantic alarms, warning. Host has passively ingested remnants of an ancient god-level grilled squid tentacle while in a comatose state. Extreme spiciness and the curse left by the ancient god are rapidly infiltrating. System operating at full capacity. Ultra-spicy gastrointestinal stimulation converted to galactic-level enhancement of the digestive system. Passive skill unlocked, dreamtime eating, absorb all nutrients from food even while asleep. Vitality cap skyrockets plus 2 billion. Plus 2 billion. The instant that midnight snack entered his stomach, a miracle occurred. Chu Ci's lifeless, deathly pale body suddenly emitted a faint yet undeniably real golden glow. This light seemed to ignite hope in everyone present. Just when the crowd thought he was beyond saving, Chu Ci's face, previously ashen, showed a trace of serene and satisfied smile, as if he had found relief after a long drought, leaving everyone stunned. The Supreme Commander widened his eyes, stumbling back several steps, his voice trembling. He actually swallowed it? He swallowed it on his own. For a moment, it felt as though the world had collapsed and reassembled. Lin Xingyue could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face as her entire body trembled with excitement. She immediately tore off a second, then a third piece of grilled meat, relentlessly stuffing them into Chu Ci's mouth. Brother Chu Ci, you must eat more and replenish all the vitality you've lost. The sound of chewing echoed eerily in the deathly silent hall, clear and distinct, like the midnight chime awakening the stillness. Chu Ci ate the barbecue piece by piece, accepting every bite without hesitation. When Lin Xingyue's movements slowed slightly, his hand inside the coffin would unconsciously lift, signaling her to hurry up and add more seasoning. The 10,000 soldiers stationed in the hall all knelt down at this moment, bursting into tears. They knew this was not mere eating, it was a battle between life and death, a miracle of hope. This is nothing short of a miracle. A divine act. Who could imagine someone whose soul is nearly gone, yet their body still fights against fate with all its might? Look at Chu Ci. He's using every last ounce of willpower to survive. For the nation, for all of us. Faced with such a scene, General Oldley cried so hard he fainted, and no one around him had the presence of mind to help him up. In the distance, the medicine god Sun Miao was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He bit down hard on his fist, blood trickling out, yet he forcibly suppressed his wild impulses. He saw Chu Ci actually smiling in satisfaction while eating his last meal of life and felt as if the entire world had become unreal. My God, he can actually laugh while eating barbecue in a coffin. Has the whole world gone mad? Treating barbecue like some life-saving elixir? Who could have imagined people would overthink things to this extent? I've never seen such a condition before. Beside him, Jian Wuji patted Sun Miao on the shoulder with a calm demeanor, as if he had seen through everything. Don't get worked up, old Sunday. What you should really worry about is whether Chu Ci will suddenly sit up after finishing the barbecue, say he's thirsty, and ask for beer. When that happens, just tell him it's the elixir of life, and drinking it will make him invincible. In less than 10 minutes, the entire ancient divine elixir, grilled octopus tentacle, revered as a sacred relic, was devoured clean by Chu Ci, who was lying in the coffin, leaving not even a speck of seasoning behind. A loud, resounding burp erupted from the coffin, accompanied by a rich aroma. He finally opened his eyes slowly. At this moment, a trace of confusion, a hint of pain, and a profound weariness, as if reborn, flashed through Chu Ci's eyes. He looked at Lin Xingyue, who was crying her heart out, then swept his gaze over the 100,000 soldiers kneeling around him. He reached out to touch Lin Xingyue's face and murmured in an extremely weak and hoarse voice, "Xingyue, am I in hell? Why does my mouth still feel like it's burning?" Actually, the seasoning was too strong, and he hadn't rinsed his mouth. This divine elixir is simply incredible. I feel as if I've been cleansed by 1,000 cosmic explosions. As soon as Chu Ci said this, the emotions in the grand hall were instantly ignited. Tears poured from everyone's eyes like a volcanic eruption of emotions. God Chu, you've really come back to life. The Supreme Commander couldn't help but fire a shot into the sky, shouting, "The hero of our nation has truly been reborn." Lin Xingyue was crying so hard she could barely breathe. She clung tightly to Chu Ci. "You were chewing so hard just now, you must have thought you were in hell, right? It must have hurt so much." Leaning against her embrace, Chu Ci closed his eyes and murmured in a low, exhausted voice, "For you all.
I'm not afraid of anything." Though in his heart, he was thinking, hurt? Not at all.
At most, the grilled octopus tentacle was a bit cold.
If I ever get to eat such divine food again, I must eat it while it's hot.
Just as the entire world was rejoicing over Chu Ci's miraculous resurrection and the national mourning was about to turn into a grand celebration, at that very moment, beyond the blue planet, deep in the universe, a terrifying presence 1,000 times more fearsome than the previous giant octopus locked onto the entire solar system.
A crisis was quietly descending.
Suddenly, a voice more profound and terrifying than the universe itself exploded in the minds of all humans on the planet, as if even the brightest stars would tremble in its presence.
You dare to eat my offspring as barbecue. This is absolutely unforgivable. Do you understand? Absolutely unforgivable. I am the ancient mother goddess of this universe. Now, I shall descend upon your planet myself. I will utterly annihilate you greedy, insignificant insects, leaving nothing behind. As soon as the voice fell, the entire sky instantly turned into a chilling, blood-red hue. Countless massive meteors, covered in eyes, began hurtling toward the ground like the end of the world. The Supreme Commander, upon hearing the words "Mother Goddess descending," felt his legs go weak. The tears he had just wiped away were still wet when he froze in place again. It's over.
The ancestor of the ancient gods, a monster of this caliber, is actually coming to settle accounts with us. The 100,000 soldiers looked as if the life had been drained from their eyes. There was no moment more despairing than this. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, leaving only fear and helplessness. However, no one could have anticipated that the very person lying in the divine wooden coffin, who had just finished his midnight snack, would spring up the moment he heard phrases like "eating my offspring as barbecue" and "Mother Goddess descending." He opened his eyes wide, and the once dim gaze suddenly shone with an excitement brighter than a supernova.
Wait! That enormous octopus just now was actually her child? Then how big must the mother god be? And how much meat would there be? Isn't this the universe's largest gourmet gift package sent by heaven? Chu Ci instantly snapped awake.
He flung open the lid of the divine wooden coffin above him and, under the gaze of all the despairing humans and billions of livestream viewers, leapt out as if he were on a sugar rush. His lips still bore traces of cumin residue, and his eyes shone like emeralds. The entire scene erupted in chaos as he shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Quick! Get me a spaceship! The mother god monster has a super curse. You can't deal with it. Let me charge into space and devour this thing completely." The news spread across the globe instantly, leaving countless viewers watching the live stream feeling as if their brains had been hammered into a daze.
Resurrected from the dead? Not only alive again, but now jumping out of a coffin to go to space and eat the ancient god's mother? Wasn't this the same critically ill patient who had just been declared dead, with his soul nearly dissipated?
Lin Xingyue was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the bouncing Chu Ci, almost forgetting to cry.
Your body, what's going on? You're completely healed? Just as everyone was left in stunned silence, Chu Ci, who had been overwhelmed by the thought of gourmet food, suddenly regained his rationality. Oh no, I got too excited and exposed myself. I jumped out too energetically just now. What if people realize I'm actually stronger than the galaxy?
How am I supposed to keep pretending to be sick and freeloading in the future? In an instant, his mind calculated 10,000 crisis management plans. The next second, he forcibly suppressed the surging power within him and ruthlessly broke one of his own ribs.
Put!
Before anyone could react, Chu Ci suddenly tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of thick blood, the scent of grilled squid still lingering in the air. His body collapsed weakly, falling back beside the coffin. His face quickly turned pale and lifeless, his voice so feeble it seemed like it could vanish with the wind.
Xingyue, Commander, I'm
not healed at all. There's an ancient god's curse inside me. When I heard the mother god descending, it triggered a resonance, and it felt like my entire soul was about to be drained. I just had a brief moment of lucidity earlier. Chu Ci coughed up blood in large gulps, his eyes filled with despair as he gazed at the dark red cloud of magic in the sky.
I can feel it, I only have 10 minutes left to live. But I absolutely cannot die on Earth. The mother god's size is too massive. If she lands, she wouldn't even need to make a move, the impact alone would crush the entire planet into dust. You must send me to outer space immediately, right now. I need to completely detonate the ancient god's curse within me in space and disappear along with her. Boom! Chu Ci's words were like an emotional nuclear bomb, directly striking the heart of every citizen of the Dragon Nation. His lips still bore traces of blood, his face pale, but his gaze was more resolute than ever. At this moment, everyone was ignited with emotion, as if witnessing an unprecedented act of self-sacrifice. Shu God. The highest commander fell to his knees on the cold ground, pounding his fists against it, crying uncontrollably. So it was the ancient god's curse controlling you all along. You've been enduring unimaginable pain, yet you still remained clear-headed and chose to sacrifice yourself to save us. This isn't ordinary bravery, this is absolute greatness. Lin Qingyue rushed toward Chu Ci like a madwoman, trying to hold him tightly, but Chu Ci pushed her away with one hand. Don't come near me. My body is full of the ancient god's poison. It'll harm you all. Chu Ci coughed up another mouthful of blood, his gaze unwavering. There's no time left. The mother god is about to descend. I have only one request now, prepare a spaceship for me immediately. If you still regard me as a national hero, then listen to me. His voice was like a bolt of lightning, striking directly into everyone's hearts. 100,000 soldiers felt as if the sky was collapsing, and the more sentimental men cried so hard they fainted. But amidst this overwhelming atmosphere of grief, two elderly figures in the corner exchanged a secret glance, the medicine god Sun Miao and the old principal Wuji. These two old men watched Chu Ci's exaggerated performance and the puddle of heart's blood that smelled like lamb skewers, feeling a mix of emotions. Wuji bit the cap of a medicine bottle and muttered weakly, "Old son, did you see his actions just now? Did it really look like he was going to perish together with the curse? Why did it look to me like he was starving and fighting for food?" Sun Miao bit his sleeve, unable to hold back his tears. "Stop talking, or I'll start doubting my faith in medicine. Didn't he say he could only live for 10 minutes? I bet those 10 minutes aren't the countdown to his life but the time the mother god can hold out in his mouth." But the whole world, stirred by Chu Ci's death declaration, was boiling with passion, paying no attention to the two old men's complaints. In less than a minute, the Dragon Nation's Strategic Command activated its top-secret equipment, the SSS-class shuttle Starbreaker. Originally designed to carry nuclear warheads, the shuttle had now become Chu Ci's space hearse, a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Chu Ci weakly lay in the life support pod, though he was just shifting to a more comfortable position, while outside, 100,000 soldiers were crying in unison, and Lin Qingyue was sobbing so hard she was about to faint. "Attention, all units! Sound the alarm and send the nation's hero into space." The Supreme Commander drew his sword and shouted, his voice tearing through the heavens. Rumble, amid the sorrow and despair of all humanity, the Starbreaker shuttle spewed blinding flames, like a meteor defying gravity, shooting straight into the dark red cosmos filled with bizarre meteors. Beyond Blue Star's atmosphere, the universe was silent, cold, and profound. There, a colossal, unimaginable monster loomed, the supreme mother god of Cthulhu, eternal abyss mother. It resembled a chaotic mass of nebulae, decaying flesh, tentacles, and countless giant mouths, its body dozens of times larger than the moon. Its mere presence could collapse and reshape space. "Foolish humans of Blue Star." The mother god's voice, capable of crushing souls, coldly echoed through the universe. "You dare to eat my offspring? I will make your entire planet rot in despair for 10,000 years." As her words fell, her massive tentacles, capable of encircling Earth, suddenly extended. Whoosh! At this critical moment, a single pilot shuttle, as inconspicuous as a speck of dust, suddenly stopped in front of the mother god. The hatch opened, and a young man in a hospital gown, without even a spacesuit, lazily pushed a golden leaf wheelchair and floated out. In the vacuum, extreme cold, and radiation-filled environment of space, not only did he not die, but he seemed to be breathing fresh air. Chu Ci looked up at the monster, his excitement boundless. His eyes suddenly erupted with greed and passion hotter than a supernova. "Oh my god!
There's so much meat. These tentacles, this collagen, this black mud dripping skin, it's basically a cosmic seafood buffet. Today, I'm going to have the ultimate space feast. The mother god's countless eyes instantly locked onto Chu Ci, her tone filled with disbelief. A human without a spacesuit? Are you the one who ate my child? Why does your soul carry a hunger so terrifying that even I feel a chill? Chu Ci didn't respond. Struggling, he pulled out a portable high-temperature spray gun from under his wheelchair. Originally meant for sterilizing medical equipment, it had now become his weapon. His gaze was calm as he looked at the mother god, a being as vast as a cosmic catastrophe, and transmitted his voice into her mind using his mental power. You, as a patient, to be honest, you're way too big. Your weight is severely over the limit, and your entire body is covered in diseased fat. Today, I'm risking my life to give you the most thorough high-temperature fat melting and ultraviolet sterilization surgery. Before he finished speaking, Chu Ci pulled the trigger on the spray gun. The system alert suddenly blared, warning. The host has used a basic medical skill, high-temperature spray gun sterilization, on a cosmic elder god-level enemy. The host's blood energy has surpassed 10 billion, awakening the universe's highest obsession with appetite. The concept reversal system is operating at full power, black hole level overload ultimate starry sky midnight diner, god of tempera mode activated. Ordinary flamethrower flames reversed to divine punishment cosmic level super high temperature deep frying battlefield. The physical laws of the solar system have been forcibly rewritten. In an instant, the space within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius turned into a massive holy cauldron, churning with boiling waves of oil. Boom! There was no sound in the vacuum, but the impact of that moment made the entire solar system tremble. Dazzling golden light burst forth in the cosmic space outside Blue Star, dyeing the satellite surveillance footage in a brilliant gold. Everyone was dumbfounded. On the television screens, a massive golden cauldron of boiling oil, heated to billions of degrees, appeared out of nowhere in the vacuum outside Blue Star. The body of the mother goddess, a terrifying existence capable of tearing apart galaxies, was now being pressed directly into the overwhelming cauldron of oil. Sizzle! 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 The sound of frying seemed to pierce into the depths of everyone's soul. The black sludge and enormous evil eyeballs on the mother goddess's body were instantly fried into a crispy golden tempera shell under the sacred high temperature. The terrifying part was that the aroma was so intense it directly penetrated the atmosphere, wafting into the nostrils of every person on Earth. At that moment, no one could resist swallowing their saliva, their bodies craving uncontrollably. What is this smell? It's too fragrant. My soul has been awakened by the aroma. The Supreme Commander was nearly dumbstruck, staring at the screen where the golden, crispy, unknown giant entity floated, his drool dripping onto the floor. In the corner of the office, the old headmaster, Jin Wuji, covered his eyes and wailed, "Deep-fried." He really deep-fried the legendary ancient cosmic god ancestor in batter and oil. That's a god bigger than the moon. And now it's like a giant cosmic tempera sitting in the cauldron. In space, Chu Ci silently gazed at the mother goddess, rolling in the golden oil cauldron, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He casually grabbed a can of ice-cold alcoholic beverage from nearby, an exquisite happy water he had just brewed using a casual purification method in the extreme cold abyss. Few eating such a massive cosmic deep-fried feast, of course, it has to be paired with an ice-cold drink to hit the spot. With a thought, Chu Ci conjured a pair of dark golden chopsticks, each over 10,000 meters long. He glanced in the direction of Blue Star, his face filled with resolute sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Xingyue, this time, I really have to say goodbye. The pollution of this mother goddess is too overwhelming. The only way to seal her completely is with my stomach." On Blue Star, the eyes of all humanity were fixed on the screens, and everyone felt an indescribable sense of tragedy and reverence. Chu Ci manipulated the giant chopsticks, picking up a piece of the golden tempera-coated remains of the mother goddess, larger than Mount Everest, and stuffed it into his mouth, which seemed to connect to a cosmic black hole. Crunch! The sound of crispy, shattering bites resonated through the laws of the universe, echoing directly in the minds of every human, as if they were personally experiencing the bite of a divine, judgment-level delicacy. The system issued frantic warnings. Warning! The host is consuming the supreme tempera-grade remains of an ancient cosmic god. Supreme divine madness and the curse of cosmic reboot are beginning to invade. Concept reversal system has fully reversed. Curse of cosmic reboot transformed into a fully formed microcosm within the body, granting the passive skill, Creator God, you are the universe itself. Madness pollution transformed into ultimate euphoria, a divine dopamine storm is incoming, with the crispy texture breaking through sensory limits. Blood energy cap instantly increased by 100 billion. Another 100 billion. Burp. Chu Ci chewed heartily, the golden crispy shell and juicy, tender seafood bursting on his tongue, the incredible aroma filling the air. His very soul felt like it was about to escape his body. He took a big gulp of the ice-cold surgical alcohol and let out a burp so satisfying it echoed across the entire solar system. On Earth, General Oldley fell to his knees with a thud, pointing at the sky above, tears streaming down his face. This is a miracle. A miracle of the Creator God. Look! To prevent the Mother God's corpse from polluting the universe, the divine Chu actually made up his mind to personally place the Mother God into the most sacred flames of the universe to deep fry and purify her, and then seal her within his own stomach. Everyone understood that, at this moment, the fate of the universe had been completely rewritten. Every bite he took seemed to carry the pain and curse of a universe exploding. Listen to that crisp cracking sound, it's definitely not ordinary chewing. It's as if his very soul is shattering in agony under extreme torment. He drank that bottle of medical alcohol, using the most potent toxin to forcibly numb his nerves, which were already on the verge of collapse from the pain. At this moment, the emotions of all humanity were pushed to their peak by Oldley's words, and the entire world was on the verge of roaring into collapse over Chu Ci's actions. Divine Chu. Our Savior. Billions of people across the planet knelt in unison, wailing and crying, their tears forming a massive tidal wave. Meanwhile, Chu Ci, floating in space, was surrounded by the shouts of humanity. As he took big bites of a tempura the size of a skyscraper, he helplessly muttered to himself, "Are these people crazy? I'm just eating tempura with some cola. Isn't this the happiest thing in the world? Soul-shattering? This is just crispy batter, for crying out loud." Even so, the act had to be played to the end. Chu Ci feigned an extremely difficult expression as he swallowed the last bite of the delicious tempura and casually wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the divine wooden wheelchair floating in space, closed his eyes dramatically, and said, I can't eat anymore, cough cough. My soul has already merged with the Mother God. Xinuet, in this lifetime. I, Chu Ci, have no regrets. After finishing his lines, Chu Ci expertly rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the wheelchair as if he had died, though in reality, he was just too full and wanted to take a nap. What he didn't know was that the last small piece of the Mother God's tentacle, coated in the finest batter, was hurtling toward Earth at meteoric speed. Its golden crust shimmered under the starlight, transforming into a dazzling meteor. An unprecedented offering ceremony was about to sweep across the globe once again, driving everyone into utter frenzy. In the majestic capital city, the sky finally cleared, and the dark red demonic clouds dissipated completely with the fall of the Mother God. The long-lost sunlight bathed the shattered lands of the Pacific in brilliance, but no one could feel joy. Instead, their hearts were as cold as an ice cellar. Divine Chu and the Mother God perished together. No one knew who cried out first, but soon, earth-shaking wails erupted across the globe. The pain seemed as if it would overturn the entire planet. Just as everyone was immersed in despair, a sudden glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. A dazzling golden light, like a meteor, carrying sparkling stardust, which was actually tempura crumbs, shot toward the capital square at an incredible speed. The radar alarms in the command center blared wildly. High-energy reaction detected. An unidentified object is falling from space. The Supreme Commander and 100,000 troops all raised their heads, their gazes fixed intently on the sky. That's a relic of the Divine Chu. General Oldley, his eyes bloodshot, roared like a lion, "All troops assemble. Welcome the hero's return with the highest honor." The massive golden meteor landed perfectly on the icy altar in the center of the square. 100,000 soldiers, Lin Xingyue, various geniuses, and even the forcibly carried in old Principal Jian Wuji and Sun Miao, all held their breath, their eyes glued to the mysterious object on the ground. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, everyone was dumbfounded. The air fell deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the golden object in the center of the altar, which was as large as an armored vehicle. Its surface was explosively crispy, with tiny, scale-like bubbles puffed up all over. The aroma was overwhelming, glistening with oil, and steaming hot. It was actually the highest-grade tempura octopus tentacle. The fragrance instantly swept across the entire square. 100,000 soldiers swallowed in unison, the sound erupting like a landslide. What is this? The Supreme Commander stared in disbelief at the golden fried object before him, his brain momentarily freezing. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the plaza, and if he didn't know it came from the cosmic battlefield, he would have rushed forward to take a big bite. This was clearly the finest, freshly fried calamari. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao, two elderly men, were clutching each other and crying hysterically, their legs trembling with fear. Old Sun, this is definitely battered in fried dough. It's even coated with egg wash and breadcrumbs or something. Jian Wuji shouted in despair, pulling at his hair. Sun Miao desperately covered his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Old Jian, I can even smell the chilled soda scent. This is like eating skewers and drinking cola, with a crumb falling off while eating. As they were losing their minds, General Oldley suddenly knelt down with a thud before the altar. His entire body trembled as he carefully cradled the tempura, which exuded the aroma of fried food, in his hands. His eyes were filled with reverence and excitement as he tilted his head back and let out a soul-stirring roar. This is the true miracle. It's not just culinary skill, it transcends human limits. Tears streamed down General Oldley's face as he pointed at the golden, crispy coating, crying and muttering to himself, moved to the brink of madness. Are you still hesitating about what this is? Are you all blind? Can no one see that this coating is not just batter? It is the invisible soul barrier forged by God Chu, burning his soul to the limit. Look at these golden, scale-like fragments. How could this be the surface of ordinary food? These are the scars left when God Chu's soul was torn apart while fighting the Supreme Mother God. To protect everyone, he used his soul as a furnace, forcibly purifying the destructive power of the Mother God, power that should have annihilated the world, into a piece of fried food that brings warmth and fragrance to humanity. He wants to tell us that even gods are not invincible. Even the most terrifying enemies can be completely purified by human will, warmth, and courage. Oldley's words hit everyone's minds like a mental nuclear bomb, as if the entire worldview of humanity had been overturned and rebuilt in an instant. God Chu. His soul was burned into this crispy form. How tragic and magnificent! 100,000 soldiers knelt on the ground, wailing uncontrollably, while countless people bowed fervently to the seemingly ordinary tempura. Lin Xingyue trembled all over, barely able to stand. She rushed forward and tightly embraced the golden coating on the altar, as if trying to feel the lingering warmth with her heart. Brother Chu Ci, you're so foolish. You left everything of yourself here. Is this your way of giving us a little hope and warmth? She sobbed uncontrollably, her body shaking, and vowed word by word, from now on, this tempura will be the highest faith of our nation. I will ensure it is enshrined in the highest temple and guarded for generations. Seeing countless people collapse over a piece of fried food, with some even planning to treat it as a national treasure to be worshipped forever, the scene was absurd to the extreme. In the corner, Sun Miao's eyes were vacant, and he was so furious he was about to faint, foam forming at the corners of his mouth. Old Jian. I can't take it anymore. If someday a history book writes that the greatest faith of our nation was a leftover piece of tempura, even if I'm dead, the lid of my coffin won't be able to suppress my urge to flip the table. Jian Wuji numbly chewed on heart-saving pills, patted Sun Miao's shoulder, and said with utter resignation, accept it. If he drops something now, Oldley could imagine it as some divine stone purifying the impurities of the universe. Launch the battleship immediately. Set out. The Supreme Commander wiped away his tears, drew his sword with bloodshot eyes, his voice trembling as if it were about to explode. Although God Chu has turned into a soul crystal, his body is still floating in space. All troops, ascend with me.
No matter which corner of the galaxy, we must bring him home. Bring God Chu home.
The shouts of 100,000 troops tore through the night sky, deafening. Half an hour later, Dragon Country's most advanced interstellar battleship, Expedition, broke through the atmosphere and arrived at the orbital space where the cosmic oil pan incident had previously occurred.
When the searchlights pierced the darkness, everyone present was stunned.
Beneath the vast starry sky, a wheelchair covered in mysterious dark golden branches quietly floated. Sitting in the wheelchair was Chu Ci, his eyes closed, his expression peaceful yet tinged with loneliness. The hospital gown he had worn was gone, replaced by a spontaneously formed dark golden divine robe, exuding an oppressive aura, as if the entire starry sky was bowing to him. Even though he was merely asleep, everyone present could feel the transcendent aura emanating from him.
Brother Chu Ci.
Lin Xingyue, disregarding the danger, ignited all her inner power and rushed out of the battleship, pulling Chu Ci into her arms.
Wife, you're here?
Chu Ci, in extreme exhaustion, slowly opened one eye, his stomach bulging as if he had swallowed a planet, still frantically digesting the terrifying energy he had absorbed earlier.
You're alive. You're really alive.
Lin Xingyue could feel the slow yet overwhelmingly heavy heartbeat within Chu Ci's body, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. The commanders and generals aboard the battleship also lost control, rushing out into space to kneel and bow before Chu Ci's wheelchair. Chu Ci leaned weakly against Lin Xingyue's embrace. He knew clearly that at this moment, he had to say something to maintain the precarious, battered image of a gravely ill young man. But the problem was, he had eaten too much and was unbearably full. Even his brain was sluggish, and he felt like he was about to pass out.
Xingyue.
Chu Ci mustered a bit of strength, trying to say some deeply moving final words. But as soon as he opened his mouth, burp. A massive burp exploded in the silent space. This burp was utterly absurd, not only thunderously loud but also carried the unmistakable scent of fried seafood and chilled soda, making it impossible to ignore. Even more terrifying, the sound penetrated souls, directly echoing in everyone's minds, leaving no one unaffected.
The entire space fell into dead silence.
The generals, who had been crying bitterly, froze, their expressions as if someone had hit the pause button. Lin Xingyue's tears even hung suspended in her eyes, unable to fall. Everyone stared at Chu Ci. This was unscientific. That burp just now, why did it sound exactly like the ultimate satisfied burp of a greasy middle-aged man who had just devoured 30 skewers of barbecue and a large bottle of ice-cold cola at a night market? The atmosphere turned into a social death scene, and everyone was dumbfounded. But just when everyone thought the act was about to fall apart, Chu Ci's inner theater immediately kicked into gear. In a flash, he gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and convulsed violently as he collapsed into Lin Xingyue's arms, his acting skills cranked to the max, leaving no time for anyone to react.
It hurts, is this a curse?
Chu Ci convulsed violently while screaming with spiritual power into everyone's minds. That burp just now was definitely not mine, it was the remnant soul of the Supreme Mother Goddess. Her soul is still tormenting me, she's mocking me from within my organs, trying to tear my body apart and escape. This smell, it's the stench of the Mother Goddess's decaying soul. It's too painful.
Xingyue, please kill me quickly. I don't want to become her puppet.
Chu Ci, drenched in sweat, wailed in agony, his performance more convincing than a Hollywood blockbuster. The crowd erupted. God Chu! Admiral Oldley slapped his own face, blood spilling from his mouth as he cried to the heavens, how could I doubt that God Chu was burping? That was clearly the Supreme Mother Goddess's soul stirring God Chu's internal organs. How could she possibly resign herself to being destroyed like that? That's not an ordinary hiccup, it's the demonic sound of the Mother Goddess emanating from Chu Shen's body. Brother Chu Ci, stop talking nonsense. You must hold on. Lin Xingyue held Chu Ci tightly, almost fainting from crying, her cold tears floating in space. Dr. Sun! Hurry over and help him. The soul of the Mother Goddess is about to resurrect in his stomach. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battleship, the divine Dr. Sun Miao, forcibly dragged into space, stared at the screen showing Chu Ci's exaggerated convulsions and the suffocating Mother Goddess mockery theory. His head tilted in despair, nearly fainting on the spot. Master Jian,
please kill me. I really can't take this anymore.
Sun Miao's forehead was covered in blood as he wailed in despair. Eating too much and hiccuping, yet claiming it's the remnant soul of the mother goddess condemning humanity's fragility, this level of shamelessness, I've truly never seen in my life. Jian Wuji silently pulled out a band-aid and robotically stuck it on Sun Miao's forehead. Stop banging your head, old Sunday, stay somewhat lucid, everyone is counting on you to diagnose when we return to Earth. They'll definitely ask you to prescribe something to deal with the mother goddess's remnant soul in Chu Ci's stomach.
Jian Wuji sighed deeply, his gaze hollow as he stared into the cosmos.
I bet this time you'll have to prescribe Chu Ci some digestive medicine, along with a batch of barbecue as a medicinal guide. In the Lin Financial Group's Absolute Zero Crystal Palace in the Dragon Empire's capital, Chu Ci had once again been urgently rescued and was now lying weak and powerless in an incredibly luxurious divine wooden coffin. His face was pale as kitchen parchment paper. Actually, he was just overstuffed and sleepy, sweat beads continuously forming on his forehead, clearly from the heat, and his brows furrowed tightly, as if enduring the most brutal and indescribable torment in the universe. Around the coffin, the Supreme Commander, over a dozen generals, Lin Xingyue, and 99 geniuses all held their breath, staring intently at Chu Ci's slightly bulging stomach. Suddenly, gurgle.
Boom, followed by squish squish. Clang. Sounds erupted from Chu Ci's stomach.
The noises were so loud that one might suspect a prehistoric monster was lurking inside, causing the entire crystal palace to tremble slightly. With every thunderous rumble, Chu Ci's body convulsed violently. His lips, pale from weakness, could only let out muffled groans of pain, as if enduring some extreme torment. Inside, Chu Ci was on the verge of exploding. Dear heavens, the size of this mother goddess is absurd, wrapped in a thick layer of batter. This cosmic-level squid tempura has given me indigestion, and the gas in my stomach is churning like a tidal wave, as if millions of soybeans are throwing a party inside. But to outsiders, this was far from a mere case of indigestion.
Everyone's eyes widened, unable to breathe. The entire scene was silent except for the deafening gas noises from Chu Ci's stomach. Did you hear that?
General Old Li's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably. He stared fixedly at Chu Ci's stomach, shouting like a madman, "That's the soul of the mother goddess that hasn't dissipated. That cosmic monster is still wreaking havoc inside Chu Ci's body, biting and crashing around. That rumbling sound is the mother goddess striking Chu Ci's dantian with her tentacles. And those gurgling noises, it's her trying to devour Chu Ci's flesh and blood. Chu Ci actually used his fragile stomach as a prison to seal such a terrifying monster, imprisoning this supreme cosmic deity within his body."
Old Li suddenly fell to his knees, frantically kowtowing. It's too cruel. Chu Ci is enduring the agony of being torn apart by a living monster every second.
Old Li's words exploded like a bomb in the air, and the terrifying gas noises from Chu Ci's stomach completely shattered everyone's psychological defenses.
Brother Chu Ci.
Lin Xingyue had already collapsed in tears. She trembled as she reached out her hand toward Chu Ci's stomach, but fearing to worsen his pain, she could only guard him from a distance.
You can't die. You must suppress the monster.
The Supreme Commander, already in tears, suddenly grabbed Sun Miao and dragged him to Chu Ci's side, pressing him against the coffin like a chick.
Divine Dr. Sun, save him. Use the strongest medicine.
Sun Miao's soul had practically left his body by now, his face written with utter despair. Yes, he was the renowned nine-turn medicine god, someone who had weathered countless storms, but prescribing medicine for someone bloated from overeating cosmic creatures? His career had truly hit rock bottom. This isn't divine mischief, he actually ate an entire planet-sized fried squid and stuffed himself to death. How did my life come to this, prescribing digestive pills for someone who overate? Sun Miao's inner turmoil reached its peak, but with countless pairs of eyes glaring at him with a save-him-or-die intensity, he could only grit his teeth, tearfully placing his fingers on Chu Ci's pulse. The moment he checked, Sun Miao's face changed drastically. He gasped in horror, collapsing to the ground, his voice filled with despair like a funeral bell.
Commander, Miss Lin, it's too late.
Young Master Chu's body contains the massive remains of the Mother God, and his essence is nearly depleted.
That dead flesh has turned into an indestructible stone in his stomach.
That dead flesh is crazily releasing gas, already blocking young Master Chu's stomach,
and could explode him at any moment. The entire crowd fell into despair.
Lin Xingyue was so anxious she nearly lost her mind.
Think of something, Divine Dr. Sun. Use medicine, use it now.
Sun Miao gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and couldn't hold back his tears. In truth, he had no high-end medicine to offer, so he improvised, making the digestive pills sound miraculous.
Ordinary detox medicines are useless now.
We can only use the extremely corrosive abyssal acid, combined with the corpse-dissolving nether fruit that can break down all blockages. If he takes both together, there might be a chance to dissolve the dead flesh.
Inside.
Hearing abyssal acid and corpse-dissolving nether fruit, Chu Ci almost burst out laughing in the coffin.
What divine medicine? In reality, it was just vinegar and hawthorn.
Old Sun really understood him. After eating too much fried food, vinegar and hawthorn were indeed the best combination for digestion.
Thinking of this, Chu Ci cooperatively twisted his body in the coffin, pretending to be in extreme pain, and groaned weakly, "Xingyue. My stomach feels so bad, it's so bloated.
If only there were some particularly sour, slightly sharp fruit, maybe it could help me deal with this damned magical seal."
Boom!
Chu Ci's painful and helpless plea instantly drove the 100,000-strong army into madness.
Chu God has spoken. He needs sour poison to deal with the Mother God.
Zhao Lei, like a madman, drew his twin-bladed sword, roaring to the heavens, his eyes bloodshot.
Divine Dr. Sun. Where are those things you mentioned? Even if I have to turn the abyss upside down, I'll get them for Chu God.
Sun Miao's lips trembled, his face full of despair, as he pointed to a void and said, "In the deepest part of the 21st layer of the abyss, there's an eternal nether bone-dissolving black spring, a super-acidic vinegar with deadly poison, nothing else will do. In the center of the 22nd layer, there's a blood-weeping nether king fruit tree that blooms only once every 10,000 years. The fruit is so sour it makes people question their existence, almost dissolving their very soul." The Supreme Commander roared, drawing his gun.
"All troops, listen up. No matter what it takes, even if you have to turn those 2 layers of the abyss into rubble, bring back that vinegar and fruit.
As long as it can disintegrate the Mother God inside Chu God's body, any cost is worth it."
"Yes, sir."
Boom! Hundreds of thousands of battle-hardened elite soldiers, along with 99 of the top geniuses, drank specially made spicy medicine, their combat power instantly skyrocketing. Like a swarm of crazed locusts, they tore open space and charged toward the deepest parts of the abyss, all to find digestive pills for Chu God. At this moment, the old principal, Jianwuji, shrank in the shadows, utterly dumbfounded. He mechanically took out his notebook and despairingly jotted down a note, "New Era, 2026. Chu Ci overate fried ancient gods and felt uncomfortable in his stomach. As a result, the 10,000 troops of the Dragon Kingdom were heartbroken and rushed to the 21st layer of the abyss to find vinegar and hawthorn to help him digest. If the world were to end sooner, this old man, would truly be relieved. Meanwhile, in the 21st and 22nd layers of the abyss, which were originally teeming with terrifying demon lords that no ordinary person would dare to step into, the demons were now cowering in dark caves, holding a desperate emergency meeting.
"Have you heard?"
A venomous dragon, trembling and filled with fear, spoke up. "That freak from the Dragon Kingdom, Chu Ci, actually ate the Mother God as tempura.
Now he's overstuffed.
And he wants us poisonous creatures to make him digestive medicine."
"It's not just you. The entire thorn forest is almost flattened by those lunatics."
A tentacle-covered banshee wailed, "They're uprooting trees while shouting to pick the sourest demon fruits to help Chushan digest."
"Digest? He overate and now wants to use my fruits as snacks?"
The banshee screamed in despair.
"That's nothing."
The swamp lord nearby spat out half a mouthful of green blood, pounding the wall and crying bitterly, "Humans are using pumps to drain my swamp. My bone-melting black spring, which I've soaked in for 50,000 years, has been taken to use as dipping sauce for his tempura.
This is madness." The demon lords of the abyss were all trembling in fear.
They finally understood that, in the eyes of humans, their abyss was nothing more than a massive takeout restaurant, ready to serve whenever they wanted, with free delivery.
"Let's run away quickly. If Chu Ci finishes the hawthorn in vinegar and still isn't full, what if he sets his sights on us?"
As soon as the demon dragon king suggested this, the Abyss demons nearly broke down in tears, preparing to collectively flee for their lives.
Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital, the Crystal Palace,
Chu Ci was lying in a large coffin, his stomach bloated and increasingly uncomfortable. He moaned and rolled around, causing the entire ice bed to shake. Lin Qingyue, her eyes brimming with tears, held his hand tightly. "Brother Chu Ci, you must hold on. Zhao Lei has gone to fetch the poisonous vinegar and sour soup, it will soon help you digest." Chu Ci squinted at Lin Qingyue, who was sweating profusely in her anxiety, and felt deeply moved in his heart.
A wife is truly wonderful, going to such lengths for me even when I've overeaten.
Not wanting Lin Qingyue to worry too much and eager to quickly digest the tempura in his stomach, Chu Ci secretly activated a tiny bit of his ancient god-level digestive ability. Suddenly, a long, peculiar sound, mixed with dark energy and filled with the laws of death, silently escaped from beneath him, violently and uncontrollably erupting from his body. To put it simply, he farted. But this was no ordinary fart. It was a cosmic-level toxic gas bomb, a mixture of hundreds of billions of blood energy, explosive tempura residue, and a hint of divine despair and resentment.
In an instant, the tense atmosphere inside the Crystal Palace was completely drowned in an indescribable ultimate stench.
It was as if even souls could be corroded, causing instant disorientation. Lin Qingyue froze on the spot. The nearby generals were all dumbfounded. In the corner of the room, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao caught a whiff of the stench, managed only to roll their eyes, and immediately foamed at the mouth, passing out. The air became eerily still.
What is this?
The Supreme Commander, struggling to endure the choking stench, pinched his nose as tears streamed down his face.
Yet, his expression was one of extreme shock and excitement. "Commander! This is a curse. The Mother God's curse has finally been expelled."
General Oldley, while violently retching, excitedly cowed out on the ground, his eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. "It's nothing short of a miracle. The Divine Chu actually used his abnormal willpower to grind down the Supreme Mother God's nearly impossible to dissolve death aura into a wisp of turbid air and expelled it from his body."
"Did you smell it?"
Amidst the rotting stench, there's also the extreme despair of the Mother God's unwillingness.
Chu God has won.
In the life and death battle with the Mother God's remnant soul, he completely suppressed her.
Chu God is invincible.
Even the toxic gas he releases can stir the heavens and earth. Several generals, on the verge of losing consciousness from the stench, were moved to tears and gave thumbs up to Chu Ci, as if celebrating a historic moment. Meanwhile, inside the coffin, Chu Ci, who had just let himself go by releasing a sky-shaking divine fart and felt much better in his stomach, could only awkwardly close his eyes and start a mental monologue. "Oldley, your imagination is truly boundless. I just wanted to fart, and you managed to interpret it as the Mother God's resentment?
Is your nose made of steel? I'm doomed.
Now even my fart has become a heroic tale sung by the entire nation. How did relying on connections to get by turn into something so inexplicably bizarre?" In the Lin family's Crystal Palace, known as Absolute Zero, located in the Dragon Empire's capital, Chu Ci's unparalleled, universe-level toxic gas bomb finally began to dissipate under the powerful purification of the magic array. Several big shots knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, but their eyes revealed an excitement of witnessing a miracle. "It's finally expelled. Chu God has accomplished the impossible." In the corner, Jian Wuji and Sun Miao finally began to regain consciousness after being gassed to death. Sun Miao had just opened his eyes and was about to complain about his sense of taste when suddenly boom 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 deafening rumbling sounds erupted outside the palace, accompanied by shouts that echoed across the sky.
"Commander! Miss Lin! Dr. Sun!"
Amidst hurried footsteps, Zhao Lei and Xiao Yan led 99 top-tier warriors, commanding an army of 100,000 battle-hardened, blood-soaked elite guards, storming into the hall like a group of cosmic marauders fresh from pillaging a galaxy.
"We've cleared out the 21st and 22nd layers of the abyss."
Zhao Lei knelt down, raising both hands high to present his spoils, his excitement so overwhelming that one of his eyes was swollen. He claimed it was from fighting monsters, but in reality, he ran into a tree in his excitement. In his hands were 2 special jade barrels emitting eerie death aura.
"Dr. Sun!
We've brought back the netherworld bone-melting black spring and the blood-weeping underworld king fruit you needed."
Xiaoyan, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, pointed to dozens of heavy trucks loaded with black spring water and red fruits behind him, laughing loudly. That abyss demon king dared to block our way? We chased it for 800 miles with our army of 100,000 brothers. We even drained the bathwater of the corrupt marsh lord with pumps. Quickly prepare the antidote to save Chu God. Everyone present looked at this group of brothers who risked their lives to save Chu Ci, even emptying hell in the process. The Supreme Commander was moved to tears, standing at attention and saluting. Brothers, you are the pride of the nation. As long as Chu God recovers, you will have achieved the highest merit. Lin Xingyue couldn't hold back her tears, bowing deeply to the 10,000 warriors. The atmosphere reached its peak, both tragic and passionate. Meanwhile, standing before the barrels of peerless poison, Sun Miao, the nine-turn medicine god, stared at the pitch-black, sour-smelling netherworld bone-melting black spring, essentially ultra-aged vinegar, and the truckloads of bright red, teeth-achingly sour blood-weeping underworld king fruits, basically super-sour hawthorn, and his soul practically ascended to heaven. Old son, just mix it. Jian Wuji's eyes were filled with emptiness and despair as he patted Sun Miao's shoulder, his voice hoarse to the extreme. Don't resist anymore. I just saw it, Chu Ci's stomach is as bloated as a balloon. He really needs a bowl of ice-cold sour plum soup right now to suppress the grease and stench in his stomach. Sun Miao gritted his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. His heart was filled with frustration, and he wanted to shout, my hands were meant to craft holy elixirs that could bring the dead back to life. And now I have to make drinks for this bunch of lunatics? What an insult! But the 10,000 spectators on site all watched coldly, each exuding an intimidating aura that screamed, if you don't make it, I'll kill you right now. Sun Miao didn't dare refuse. He could only swallow his pride and take out the divine artifact, the Shinnon creation cauldron. Instantly, 9 colored divine flames shot into the sky. With tears streaming down his face, Sun Miao swiftly poured an entire cart of weeping blood underworld king fruits into the cauldron and crushed them with all his might, essentially turning them into hawthorn paste. He then added netherworld bone-melting black spring, which was actually just aged vinegar, to enhance the flavor and acidity. Finally, he threw in some 10,000-year-old mysterious ice, basically just ice cubes to make it more refreshing. As the cauldron bubbled and boiled, a tantalizing aroma swept across the entire square. Who would have thought that this intense fragrance wasn't the scent of poison but the mouth-watering aroma of top-tier ice-cold sour plum soup? Sweet and tangy, it cut through the grease, and the fragrance shot straight to the brain. This medicine is way too overpowering. Even the Supreme Commander couldn't help but cover his nose in amazement, though he was mostly drooling uncontrollably from the aroma. Divine Dr. Sun, can this medicine really dissolve the Mother God's dead flesh in Lord Chu's stomach? Someone couldn't help but shout. With his back to the crowd, Sun Miao couldn't stop his tears from falling. While skimming the foam off the surface, he wailed, yes. No problem. This medicine is practically the ultimate creation of Pangu himself, specifically designed to dissolve stubborn residues. Once he drinks it, any impurities will turn to water. Hurry! While it's still cold, get it to young Master Chu right away. Sun Miao shouted. Lin Xingyue took the large bowl of frosty, red-glowing sour plum soup with a solemn expression. She walked to the coffin, looking at the unconscious Chu Ci. Her voice trembled as she said, Brother Chu Ci, this medicine is powerful, but drinking it will probably make your stomach feel like it's being slashed by 1,000 knives. But you must endure it and dissolve that Mother God's dead flesh in one go. At that moment, Chu Ci's entire body was swollen and in pain, barely holding on as the remnants of the Mother God's tempera wreaked havoc inside him. But as soon as the bowl of ice-cold sour plum soup was brought to his lips, his taste buds instantly ignited. A surge of unparalleled craving flashed through his mind. This flavor was his lifeline. His hand moved uncontrollably, snatching the jade bowl and gulping it down in just a few swigs, leaving not a single drop behind. Everyone on site was dumbfounded. Is he crazy? He actually dared to drink it like that? Lin Xingyue screamed, slow down. That's highly toxic. Other geniuses collapsed to the ground in fear, sweating profusely. But no one could have predicted what happened next. The system notification inside Chu Ci's body immediately chimed in a cheerful tone, warning. Host is consuming super toxic acid. However, system auto-reversal protocol activated. In an instant, all the poisonous side effects were transformed into super digestion abilities. His stomach and intestines erupted with power, eliminating all impurities within seconds. Chu Ci was instantly restored to full health. Not only were the grease and bloating completely gone, but his internal energy surged by hundreds of billions of points. His physical body directly evolved into the indestructible cosmic form, so resilient that even blowing up Blue Star wouldn't harm a single hair on him. He exhaled deeply in utter relief, leaning against the divine wooden coffin with a rosy complexion and a look of pure satisfaction. Only one thought remained in his mind: this feels amazing. Forget the Mother God's remnants, he could probably devour 2 divine beasts now without breaking a sweat. Then, Chu Ci slowly opened his eyes. The entire crystal palace fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone around him, whether standing or sitting, was utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed. Someone had not only survived drinking such deadly poison but had become even stronger? At this moment, not only was there no trace of pain on Chu Ci's face, but it was also flushed as if he had just exercised, accompanied by a reassuring smile. The Supreme Commander stared blankly, his throat feeling as if it were stuck, swallowing hard repeatedly. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as he pointed at Chu Ci, his face full of disbelief. Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun. Chu Ci, he's actually smiling? He swallowed a poison potent enough to harm the soul. This kind of poison brings pain that no ordinary person could endure. But why is he able to smile? Could it be that the pain has driven his nerves completely out of order? Standing to the side, Sun Miao was already at his wits' end. He looked as if his soul had been drained, mechanically facing the commander. His voice was dull, yet he shouted hoarsely, as if tearing his heart apart, "No, Commander!" Sun Miao's face was streaked with tears as he pointed fiercely at Chu Ci's unexpectedly flushed face, his voice breaking with sobs. It's not nerve disorder. He's using the most tragic method to transform the excruciating pain into a satisfied smile. You think drinking that poison is harmless? You're wrong. That corpse-dissolving poison is now in his stomach, battling the Mother God's decayed flesh. The kind of pain it causes would have driven anyone else insane long ago. But Chu Ci didn't want us to worry. He gritted his teeth and forcibly controlled his expression to show a satisfied smile, just to put everyone at ease. The redder his face, the more pain he's enduring inside. In front of us, he has forcibly concealed hellish agony behind a harmless smile. These words spread like wildfire, and in an instant, the eyes of 100,000 people turned red. Lin Qingyue finally broke down, throwing herself into Chu Ci's arms, crying so hard she nearly fainted. You're lying. You're in so much pain, so why are you still comforting us? Your smile hurts more than a knife cutting into my heart. The soldiers on the scene also had reddened eyes, kneeling in unison and pounding their chests with their fists, their cries piercing the night sky. Chu Ci, you are our role model, the pride of all humanity. To keep us from worrying, he was willing to endure such immense pain. What kind of unshakable faith does that take? Everyone cried as if sharing the same grief and pain, and the atmosphere of the imperial capital night was ignited at that moment. Meanwhile, inside the coffin, Chu Ci had just finished drinking a glass of chilled sour plum juice. He was comfortably preparing to burp. When he saw Lin Qingyue lying in his arms, crying uncontrollably, and the 100,000 people outside weeping as if they had lost their entire families, Chu Ci couldn't help but complain inwardly, old son, if you weren't a doctor, you'd be wasting your talent. Your storytelling skills could make you the leader of a cult." In reality, he had just taken a sip of a delicious drink and couldn't help but smile happily. Where was this so-called expression masking excruciating pain? But with Sun Miao's explanation, even he almost believed he had gone through some hellish torment. Chu Ci was speechless at the moment but also understood that his good guy persona was now firmly established. There was no way he could step down from being a universe-level saint. So, he cooperatively restrained his smile and replaced it with a weak and weathered expression. With utmost gentleness, he wiped the bloodstains from the corner of Lin Qingyue's mouth. "Qingyue, Commander, don't worry about me. I'm fine." Chu Ci's voice was hoarse and low,
as if he had just used up all his strength. The Mother God's curse has been suppressed by me. As long as I don't use my powers again, I can hold on for a few more years. He looked up at the ceiling and exhaled. In these years, I just want to spend time with Qingyue, sit in a wheelchair, and look at the homeland I protected with my life. In truth, Chu Ci thought to himself, finally, I can take a legitimate vacation. I've been overnourished lately, it's time to travel, eat, drink, and enjoy life. The Supreme Commander, overwhelmed with emotion, waved his hand and shouted, listen up. From today onward, Chu Ci is the faith of our nation. Wherever he goes, provide him with the most comprehensive security. Anyone who dares to wrong him is an enemy of our 10 billion citizens of Longhua. Never, ever allow it. The entire crowd cheered, with tears and passion igniting the entire imperial capital. Yet, just as the world was preparing to hold a retirement of honor ceremony for this hero, at the same moment, in the distant 23rd layer of the abyss, a group of abyssal kings, who had once been terrified out of their wits by the 100,000-strong army of the Dragon Nation, were frantically gathering before a massive altar. Too terrifying. Those humans are crazier than beasts. They even used my bathwater to feed that maniac. Tomorrow, they might just throw us into the pot. The demon ruling the corrupted marsh trembled all over. Beside him, the void behemoth king's eyes were filled with panic. Chu Ci, he's not human. He's the nightmare of the universe. If we don't come up with a plan, we'll be the next ones to be dealt with. Facing him head-on will only end with us being turned into grilled meat on an iron plate. We have no choice but to act first. Act? How? The group of demon kings was dumbfounded, spinning in circles in their anxiety. The air seemed to freeze as the void behemoth king panted heavily, forcing out a sentence with great difficulty. The moment he spoke, even his ancestors would have been enraged back to life. Surrender. Kneel. Offer tribute. We'll gather the deepest, most forbidden ingredients of the abyss, the most forbidden calamities of the ancient times. Pack them all up. Send them to Chu Ci. As long as we can fill him up, as long as he's willing to eat the special delivery we send, maybe he'll spare us old bones that are no longer of any use. Yes. Offer tribute. Let him devour the most poisonous takeout in the universe. The group of abyssal kings was nearly driven mad, but somehow, in their frenzy, they united in determination, ensuring that this operation would not fail. At this moment, in the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation, Chu Ci had just announced his plan to enjoy the scenery from a wheelchair. Suddenly, an inexplicable premonition made him sneeze loudly. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, a strange glint flashing in his eyes, looking like a foodie waiting for takeout. Wait, why do I suddenly feel like a massive number of delivery guys are scrambling to take my order? Could it be that my retirement life comes with a personalized delivery service? This is too good to be true? Jiangnan City, Taihu Scenic Area. As the invincible hero who saved Blue Star and became renowned worldwide, Chu Ci's retirement journey was arranged in an almost ostentatious manner. The scenic area spanning hundreds of kilometers was directly cleared by the military, with even the skies patrolled by 3 interstellar cruisers on constant guard. Beneath the lake, water-based exotic beasts tamed by the military lurked, leaving no room for error. And Chu Ci, weakly slumped in a luxurious wheelchair crafted from golden leaf divine wood, was wrapped in a thick blanket. Behind him, Lin Qingyue gently pushed the wheelchair, treating him with utmost care, afraid that even the slightest mishap might occur. Brother Chu Ci, do you like the scenery in Jiangnan? Lin Qingyue's beautiful face was full of concern, her hands pushing the wheelchair with such caution that she feared Chu Ci might fall apart with a single misstep. Cough. It's good, quite good. Chu Ci pretended to be weak, squinting his eyes, but internally, he was restless. What scenery? There's not even a single snack stall within 100 kilometers, just a bunch of fully armed soldiers. My stomach just finished digesting a giant octopus, and now my mouth feels so bland it's bitter. I'd kill for a little snack to satisfy my cravings. Not far away, the accompanying old principal Jian Wuji and Sun Miao followed like 2 babysitters. Sun Miao secretly noticed Chu Ci swallowing his saliva and immediately had a twisted expression.
Old Jian, did you see that? He actually swallowed while looking at Taihu Lake.
Don't tell me he's thinking of scooping up the entire
lake to make fish soup? This is a national-level water body. Just as Chu Ci was bored out of his mind, contemplating whether to fake fainting to get some poison to eat, boom.
Out of nowhere, the previously clear skies above Taihu Lake were torn apart by a terrifying pitch-black rift. In the next instant, the stench of the abyss filled the air as the ancient forbidden laws descended upon the entire city, bringing an oppressive force even more terrifying than a demigod.
Enemy attack. Protect Chu Ci immediately.
100,000 soldiers were all red-eyed, and the highest commander drew his sword and leapt into the air, determined to annihilate all invaders. Everyone was dumbfounded. Emerging from the crack was a massive creature, hundreds of meters long, entirely crimson, with two terrifying pincers, the ancient void-devouring worm.
It descended from the sky and landed on the lake's surface.
Strange yellow acidic liquid seeped continuously from the gaps in its hard red armor, corroding the air until it twisted and deformed.
That's an ancient forbidden monster. The ultimate weapon of the 23rd layer of the abyss.
An old general broke down, shouting, "That acid can dissolve souls.
It's here to kill Chu Ci. The abyss is going all out."
At that moment, everyone fell into despair. Such a monster was impossible for humans to resist. If anything happened to Chu Ci today, Earth might truly be doomed. However, at this moment, Chu Ci, sitting in his wheelchair, saw the enormous crimson creature with pincers, dripping garlic butter sauce from its body, and his eyes instantly lit up with a dazzling green glow.
Holy crap! What kind of god-tier delivery is this? A supersized lobster, hundreds of meters long? And garlic butter sauce?
It matches my taste perfectly.
The Abyss brothers really understand me. They know I'm craving, so they sent delivery straight to my door, cross-server, with garlic butter lobster? Incredible!
Lin Xingyue screamed, trying to protect Chu Ci.
Chu Ci, be careful. Don't come over. Cough, cough. Let me handle this.
Chu Ci blocked Lin Xingyue with a solemn expression, his face radiating heroic determination. In truth, his heart was racing with excitement. He seized the opportunity to pull out a pair of medical tweezers, usually used for cotton balls, from the armrest of his wheelchair. Narrowing his eyes like a hunting leopard, he locked onto the garlic butter lobster with unwavering focus. Without hesitation, trembling with excitement, he raised the tweezers. "This delivery, no need to fight over it, I'll handle it myself." Chu Ci's gaze sharpened, and a faint glow of skill flickered in his hand, the ordinary foreign object extraction skill. "This guy's shell is way too hard," he muttered under his breath, his tone resolute. "Even if it costs me my life today, I'll crack this annoying shell." The atmosphere in the air suddenly shifted dramatically. System alarms blared in his mind, warning. You are using a basic medical skill, foreign object extraction, against an ancient forbidden level enemy. But soon, the system sensed Chu Ci's irresistible inner urge to peel shrimp and could only helplessly unleash new power. The ordinary tweezer's skill was instantly transformed into a super skill, bypassing all defense rules. Even armor that gods couldn't break was as fragile as paper in his hands. He could even perfectly preserve the most delicious part of the shrimp tail. With just a gentle pinch of his fingers, the arrogant void-devouring beast, poised to unleash carnage, suddenly let out a hysterical scream it had never made in its life. Everyone witnessed firsthand as the absurdly thick, gleaming red shell cracked with a crisp snap and was instantly peeled away. The entire process resembled the skilled shrimp peeling technique of a seasoned foodie on a midnight street, clean, swift, and flawless. Next, Chu Ci firmly removed the dragon-like monster's head, accurately extracted the notoriously tricky shrimp vein, and was left with a translucent, garlic butter-scented, premium shrimp tail meat. Like a work of art, it floated obediently before Chu Ci's wheelchair. Silence. The entire scene fell silent. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers froze, the highest commander stood dumbfounded like a block of wood. Everyone collectively questioned, what kind of operation was this? A medical skill that could peel a monster's shell and serve up a giant grilled shrimp? Are you kidding? But Chu Ci had no time to care about their shocked expressions. The garlic aroma had him drooling uncontrollably, tears nearly streaming down his face. The next second, his trembling hands lifted the dozens of meters long shrimp tail, and he took a big bite. He chewed decisively, ate fiercely, with a rich garlic aroma and tender, delicious meat. His eyes welled up with tears of craving. As he ate, he felt power roaring and surging within his body. The void corrosion toxin had been transformed into an ultimate delicacy with a signature garlic butter flavor. His blood energy limits skyrocketed by tens of billions in one go. His physical strength broke through its limits once again, even gaining the ultra-powerful passive ability Void Immunity, meaning that no matter how bizarre the levels or how perilous the dimensions he encountered, he could stride through them boldly and fearlessly. Chu Ci let out a loud, satisfied burp, and the garlic aroma filled the air. With a weak and pitiful expression, he tossed aside the shrimp tail remnants and slumped over, pretending to faint from exhaustion. He murmured, "Xingyue, I barely managed to suppress the curse again. That monster's meat was just too intense. My throat feels like it's burning." In reality, Chu Ci was overjoyed inside. "This is amazing. This lobster is out of this world. Guys, next time, can we try a spicy flavor?" The human camp finally snapped out of their brief silence, and the crowd erupted into chaotic cries. Someone shouted hoarsely, "God Chu! He actually ate the void toxin." Another person collapsed to the ground in tears, sobbing, "Even the corner of his mouth is blistered." Though it was just garlic butter sauce he hadn't wiped off. Everyone was shaken by Chu Ci's suffering, and they furiously lamented how this man could have chosen to give up but instead bore all the disasters, wiped out every monster, and swallowed the most dangerous damage himself. Lin Xingyue couldn't take it anymore and fainted directly into Chu Ci's arms, crying. In the distance, veteran warriors Jian Wuji and Sun Miao exchanged glances, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Sun Miao couldn't help but slap himself hard. The way he peeled the shrimp head and deveined the shrimp is more skilled than my 20 years of grilling skewers at a night market. And he even sucked the shrimp roe. Jian Wuji swallowed his heart medicine with tears in his eyes. "Old son, get him some iced drinks. Eating garlic butter lobster without something cold is bound to cause heatiness." I'm truly impressed. I'm old, but I'm convinced. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone understood one thing: in front of Chu Ci, even apocalyptic-level monsters were nothing more than the shell of a lobster. As long as he was there, the human front had hope.